Just then this young man groggily woke up. He suddenly heard a cold voice echo in his ear. The apocalypse survival journey began and the system interface gradually appeared. Zhang Shen looked around in a daze and immediately encountered a hideous zombie face staring intently at him. A wave of panic washed over him and Zhang Shen reflexively ducked down. However, as soon as he looked down at the street, a more terrifying scene unfolded. Before him was an entire sea of moving zombies. What's happening? Where am I? Zhang Shen wondered, trying to understand the current situation. Fortunately, the system announced that these zombies were still immobile. They couldn't attack yet. Nevertheless, the 50-second countdown had begun, because everything that had happened so far was truly indescribably surreal. Therefore, Zhang Shen quickly clenched his fist and punched himself hard in the face. A sharp, throbbing pain shot straight to his brain. His nosebleed gushed out, helping Zhang Shen confirm that this was completely real. There was no time left to hesitate. Shen immediately fled. He searched for a safe place. However, all around were only roaring zombies. There was nowhere to hide. As he kept running, his legs gradually grew exhausted. Not much time was left either. He looked around. He tried to find something for self-defense. Suddenly, a heavily armored zombie holding a shield appeared right in front of him. Zhang Shen didn't hesitate at all. He charged straight forward with all his remaining strength. He snatched the zombie's shield away and conveniently grabbed the smoke grenade as well. The strong yank made the zombie tumble down, but Zhang Shen remained standing. Just as he was about to turn sharply and run again, the young man took a painful fall. The moment he landed. At the same time, the electronic display also reset to a clean 0. But before his mind could fully process it, the hordes of hungry zombies noisily rushed towards K Then as if to devour him immediately. Realizing he couldn't linger there any longer, Codern then kicked away one zombie blocking his path, then quickly pulled the pin and threw a smoke grenade straight into the chaotic mob behind him. Without bothering to look back, he quickly fled the chaotica. He stopped right in front of the entrance of an eatery. He intended to slip inside to find something to eat and quiet his rumbling stomach, but to his surprise at that very moment, the electronic display suddenly glowed red, warning of danger. Inside the shop, there were no less than 27 roaring zombies. If he rushed in, Karathun would surely become a mixed hotpot for them. Next, a soothing green message appeared, indicating that a nearby supermarket had 6 sluggish zombies and some clean water. If he was brave enough and had weapons, he could easily take them out. Still, Kondeng then witnessed 2 other lucky survivors fearlessly rushing straight into that deadly eatery. In just a flash, terrifying cries of pain echoed from within. It seemed Lady Luck had just blessed him tremendously. Kang Thon mumbled to himself, but he had no time to celebrate. Immediately, he followed the system's instructions, groping his way to where the relief supply box was hidden, closing the door tightly behind him. Kan Yu then slumped onto the floor, gasping for breath as if pumping bellows. Opening the relief box, he found a water bottle, a syringe, and a vial of mutation drug. This drug could grant its user extraordinary strength, but the success rate was a mere 30%. Otherwise, the body would explode into 100 pieces, since there was no way back anyway. Caddy then resolutely plunged the needle straight into his bicep, all to avoid alerting the bloodthirsty undead lurking outside. The young man gritted his teeth, enduring until blood was drawn, to prevent a moan from escaping. The excruciating pain made Trung then unable to stand firm, and he gradually passed out. At the same outside, a majestic and formidable man was effortlessly sweeping through the hordes of zombies. He was Vuan, the one with the strongest physique in this area. When Trung then woke up, he looked at his hands and teared up with happiness, knowing he was still safe. The young man hurriedly grabbed the water bottle and guzzled it down as if he had never experienced a more wonderful feeling of quenching his thirst. However, the chaotic sounds outside the door were a warning that this moment of relaxation could not last. A desperate cry for help had. Trung then turned his head to look, catching sight of a lady wearing an evening gown. Her dress was tattered and her screams echoed throughout the corridor. Facing the woman's panic plea, Trung then didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately grabbed a fire axe and a shield, then, following instructions from the system, rushed straight up to the second floor. The second floor was occupied by 7 zombies who seemed to have been lured by the woman's screams. The young man thought to himself he might as well risk his life this time to see what happens. He also took the opportunity to test the abilities of an unusually strong person, as the medicine's effects made him move much more flexibly. While the monsters were focusing their attention on the lady, he cleverly snuck in from behind them. He witnessed her screaming uncontrollably out of fear. Trung then grumpily reminded her to lower her voice, as the noise would only attract more zombies. The woman in extreme panic had no mind to do anything else but beg for help with tear-filled eyes. A powerful swing of the axe made a zombie's head explode. Without stopping, he decisively turned around and took down 2 more monsters. The young man was surprised to notice that his stamina and reaction speed had significantly improved. Things were not yet settled, but the girl kept crying, piteously annoying him. He shouted, "Be quiet or we'll all die." Trung then extended his arm, motioning for the girl to take it so they could quickly retreat together. The system announced that Trung then had collected the zombie corpses and received a valuable energy core. Out of nowhere, a whole horde of zombies suddenly came swarming in. The young man was extremely panicked. With no other choice, he had to dash straight up. The system immediately presented 2 choices. The first path was empty of monsters but was a dead end. The other direction had a fancy elevator to the 3rd floor but required facing 11 demons. However, once on the 3rd floor, it would be completely clear of zombies. He decided to choose the second path. Thanks to his abundant physical strength from the previous body enhancement injection, Zhang Chen systematically took down every walking corpse that stood in his way. Upon reaching the destination, the young man then discovered that the elevator only operated with a special access card. While he was fumbling around looking for it, an extremely strong mutant monster suddenly appeared right in front of him. The system then announced that the enemy held the key to the presidential suite on the 3rd floor, an extremely safe place for him to use as a temporary base. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth firm. He gripped his axe tightly, determined to seize the elevator card at all costs and then rushed forward to attack. A sharp axe stroke swung directly toward the monster. The battle was a fierce struggle. Either he would be finished, or it would have to fall. But as the axe blade almost severed the opponent's finger, it counterattacked as fast as lightning, knocking the weapon from his hand. The creature's power was truly terrifying. Its thunderous punch sent Zhang Chen staggering backward. Without stopping, the enemy followed up with a vicious uppercut aimed at him. The force of the blow was so strong that it shattered his defensive shield. Right at that moment of extreme tension, yet another monster stealthily approached, ambushing him from behind. Zhang Chen was caught between two enemies, his fragile life hanging by a single thread. With a surge of violent anger erupting within him, the young man brutally snapped the zombie's neck. Still acting tough with me, huh? Do you all really think I'm that easy to push around? Not stopping there, he quickly grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher. He sprayed the white powder directly into the monster's face to temporarily blind it. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was flustered, Chuang then swiftly slipped past and closed in on the giant zombie to snatch the key. He even humorously clasped his hands to bid his former colleague goodbye, then spun around and bolted toward the elevator. Chuang then frantically and repeatedly pressed the button to open the elevator door. In his heart, he prayed only that the iron door would open as quickly as possible. Right at that moment, a sharp pain shot through his throat and green veins bulged intensely across his face. What on earth is happening to me? Could this be the dreadful side effect of that drug? Turning his head back, he noticed a zombie in a security guard uniform looming toward it. But what froze him in his tracks was a pistol dangling from the zombie's hip. Suffering from the adverse effects of the physical enhancement drug, Chuanglin's body suddenly grew weak and exhausted. Ironically, the pack of flesh-eating monsters outside was still relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Seeing the entrance to the presidential suite right ahead, Chuang then frantically raised his shield to block a violent pounce from the monster. He then took step after step backward, moving deeper into the elevator cabin. Luck. The iron door slid shut just in time to save him, helping him escape the perilous encirclement. By the time the elevator brought Chuang then to the penthouse floor, the toxicity of the drug flared up, leaving his throat burning and making him crave water desperately. Green veins twitched repeatedly, freezing his facial muscles like a stone statue. The excruciating pain was beyond his tolerance. There was a refrigerator filled with mineral water in the room. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuang then grabbed a bottle of water and chugged it down to quench the tormenting thirst. Just a brief moment later, the cool water helped his body fully absorb the remaining physical breakthrough substances inside. Looking at the massive stock of water before him, Chuang then was extremely thrilled. This supply of water was more than enough to help him transform into a true superhuman. And if he could get his hands on that revolver tomorrow, the zombies outside would be nothing but flies. Outside clicked chaos. Meanwhile, Chuang then sat back and relaxed all by himself next to his stash of cool, refreshing water. Vongki stood there, a massive sword in his hand. At his feet lay the survivors who had perished. He smirked and declared, "Your items now belong to me. Thank you for the trouble of searching. You look so weak." Afterwards, he turned his back, preparing for his next journey, heading toward the shopping mall to hunt the zombie policeman with a gun on his hip. After eating his fill, Chuang then seemed to turn into a completely different person. It was time to go to the upper floor of the mall to find the zombie policeman with the gun on his hip. A few survivors huddled together in prayer, hoping to get through the night safely. Chuang then scrolled through the screen. Reviewing the items collected after defeating the zombies, he not only received gold coins and energy from crystal cores but also picked some daily necessities, blueprints, and even cash. However, his inventory was overloaded, making him deeply regret that he couldn't carry more items, especially since the car key was still nowhere to be found. He was forced to wait until tomorrow after getting the gun to continue searching in the underground parking lot. Without hesitation, Chuang then opened his exchange stall. He began selling unnecessary items to exchange for gold coins earned from killing zombies. But then, a notification in the trading room caught his attention. Chuang then quickly opened a private message with Trong Hai Diet and bluntly asked, "Name your price, I want to buy all 3 things you have." Trong Hai Diet calmly replied that she only needed water and clean food. Water alone would be fine. Chuang then smiled craftily, pointing at a can of meat. "I'll trade this for your things, okay?" Before Chuang then could even react, Trong Hai Diet quickly agreed to the deal, while the young man was left stunned. In the end, he exchanged half a can of meat and a bottle of water for items from her. What surprised Chuang then was that after the transaction, Trong Hai Diet even complimented him as a good person. This made him feel a bit regretful for being slightly over the top in his behavior. To make amends, Chuang then intended to add Trong Hai Diet to his friends list. He promised to help her get more supplies in the future. But that intention had not yet been carried out. Trong Hai Diet had already disconnected. Chuang then sighed. He decided to rest her. In this world, kindness seemed to have gradually faded away, and he, despite living luxuriously like a king, could not escape the feeling of loneliness. The dawn of the second day arrived. The entire group of lucky survivors gathered to head to Slam Hospital together. Chuang then prepared his gear to the teeth. He excitedly began his journey to slaughter the zombies. But as soon as he stepped out into the hallway, the scene was strange as there was not a single zombie in sight. Scattered bloodstains across the floor revealed that other players had passed through earlier. He crouched down to examine the traces carefully. The blood wasn't splattered everywhere like a zombie mauling, but looked more like the result of players slaughtering each other. Chuang then stood racking his brain. There was a high chance the killer had snatched the handgun from the corpse's belt. a thought that made him tighten his grip on the axe in his hand. The priority now was to find the off-road vehicle in the underground parking lot as suggested by the system. Just as Chonglin started to walk, Wang Qi peeked through the window watching his figure. He muttered disdainfully, "He's fast as hell, probably a top-tier expert like me. This guy must be loaded with good loot. I'll just lie and wait for him to show his face again." As soon as his feet touched the parking lot, Trong then pressed the remote, and the off-road vehicle's engine roared to life immediately. However, that sound attracted 2 crawling zombies. Unlike the panicked state of most people, Trong then was extremely excited. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the zombies and boldly declared, "Now you are the prey." Trong then finished off the 2 zombies in a heartbeat. He hurried to pick up the dropped loot and quickly opened the car door. But what shocked him the most was a shotgun and several boxes of ammunition already inside. Opening the door wide, Trong then cheered in joy, "I've hit the jackpot this time, I am all set." He quickly packed his gear. Now fully equipped with high-end items, he just needed to wait for the medicine to take full effect before continuing the adventure. Nevertheless, the recent commotion made Trong then freeze in worry, wondering if it had lured the killer. He warned himself that he couldn't head back carelessly. He couldn't underestimate the villain. Even if he hadn't been spotted yet, it was very likely the killer was hiding by the elevator door waiting. At that same moment elsewhere, Wang Qi was already clutching his handgun, setting a trap for Trong Then's return. As Trong Then started to move up, the system immediately sounded an alarm. "Watch out, there is a gunman in the room opposite the elevator." He could clearly feel the threat of death lurking nearby. To create a distraction, Trong then threw a food container to the opposite side, hoping to startle Wang Qi into revealing himself. However, his plans vanished into thin air when he suddenly heard a familiar cry for help from that very girl. By the time he reached the scene, the person who devised the brilliant plan had already fled, leaving behind a terrifyingly silent atmosphere in the apocalypse. He told himself that the guy must have had a backup plan up his sleeve. In another corner, that woman with the attractive, curvaceous figure had accidentally attracted an entire swarm of zombies. Before the fierce monsters, she sobbed and pleaded, "Please let me go, they almost here." But life is not a dream. The whole situation was just a script staged by 2 sinister men. Ignoring the beautiful woman's tearful whimpering, the pair of villains coldly stated, "We saved your worthless life, so you must obey us absolutely." Before long, the zombies surged forward like a tidal wave. They swarmed over the girl right before the eyes of the 2 cold-blooded men. Just as she was being submerged in the sea of zombies, the fat man and the skinny one charged out, taking advantage of the swarm's distraction to strike them down. The fat man slammed his knife into a monster's skull, but the blade became stuck and wouldn't budge. At that exact moment, the swarm of zombies lashed back in a rage. They lunged forward, chasing after the 2 men, driven to a death. The fat man grabbed the skinny guy by the scruff of his neck and threw him straight into the middle of the zombie pack as bait. In the distance, Trong then held his breath while hiding behind a mound, forced to watch the entire scene helplessly. Suddenly, the fat man ran frantically at full speed toward Trong Then's direction. However, he hit the ground halfway and was devoured by the pursuing zombies. He cursed his rotten luck when a monster chewing on the fat man's corpse suddenly caught the scent of the living, turned its head, directing its eerie eyes toward the place where he was hiding. With no way out, Trong then quickly took out a fire axe and a shield from his inventory. He knew all too well that making a loud noise now would only attract more zombies, so he had no choice but to take the axe as a weapon for self-defense. At that very moment, a ferocious zombie charged forward, but Zhang Shen only needed a few strikes to knock it down. Just as he walked up to the fat guy, a notification appeared stating that he could loot items from the corpse. However, what stunned him was the secret revealed by the system. "To expand my inventory, I have to kill other players. What kind of bizarre game is this?" Zhang Shen muttered angrily. Before he could even process it, a danger warning rang out from above. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he immediately rolled and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The one who had just launched the sneak attack was Wang Jie. The butcher had been lurking for a long time. "You're quick at dodging, aren't you, kid?" Wang Jie's face radiated murderous intent, a longsword clutched in his hand. "So you finally decided to show yourself. I jumped through the window just to lure you out, and you actually took the bait." Zhang Shen was slightly surprised, not expecting him to know he was hiding behind the wall. Wang Jie chuckled gleefully, saying that he was still very green. "There's no injustice in dying by my hand." Zhang Shen hastily brought out his shield to block, but in just a blink of an eye, Wang Jie had closed in right in front of him and sliced the shield into 100 pieces. The glancing blow caused him a minor cut and light bleeding. Wang Jie sneered sarcastically, "Let me let you taste the power of a superior opponent." Even though Zhang Shen tried his best to dodge, a bleeding cut still appeared on his cheek. Wang Jie smugly mocked, "You're pretty quick at dodging, but try this." He unleashed a lightning kick, sending Zhang Shen flying dozens of meters away. Wang Jie laughed heartily, mocking, "A rookie is always a rookie. Your bones are broken. It hurts a lot, doesn't it?" He realized that this opponent was full of combat experience, and even if he used firearms, he wasn't too sure he could take him down. Zhang Shen was forced to come up with another plan. Wang Jie approached, saying mockingly, "The game's over, goodbye." But at that very moment, Zhang Shen suddenly lunged forward and grabbed him in a tight embrace. Wang Qi was stunned because he was still able to pull himself back up. The 2 sides grappled with each other. Wang Qi furiously rained blows down on Trong Then's back. He yelled out, "Letting go at once, you bastard." He only smiled with contempt. "If you've got heat, pull it out and show me." Wang Qi gritted his teeth in frustration. Just as he was about to draw his weapon at that very moment, Trong then rushed forward and bit his hand hard. Wang Qi hissed in a fit of rage, "I will tear you to pieces." Just as the 2 sides had distanced themselves from each other, Trong then quickly drew his gun and squeezed the trigger, making the explosion echo through the sky. The man surnamed the strongest man finally bit the dust. Unexpectedly, the sound of the gunshot lured more zombies to the area. Exhausted, Chung then also collapsed right next to his enemy. In the heat of the moment, his phone vibrated with a call from Trio Diet. She looked anxiously through the screen. How did you end up in this state? Zombies are all... Wake up quickly, I have a boost drug for you here. Chuang then panted heavily. Send it to me quickly. There's not much time left. The boost drug will push the body into a short-term frenzy, taking effect 3 seconds after injection. With his last remaining strength, Chuang then gripped the syringe and plunged it into his body. The drug's countdown began at 3 seconds. The moment the clock hit 0, Chuang then sprang up tall like a resurrected warrior. He swung his sword wildly at the zombies and yelled out, "Get lost." With his surging fury, he had 10 minutes to act before the drug wore off. Unfortunately, as he looked up, he saw a whole tide of zombies sweeping toward him. Chuang shouted because the monsters were too numerous. There was no longer any viable option. The young man frantically fled, but 2 zombies had blocked his way back. Cornered, he drew his gun, determined to fight to the death against the 7 enemies this time. Life was not as he dreamed when his weapon suddenly ran out of bullets, making him so furious he cursed profusely. In a flash, a monster lunged forward, forcing him to dodge quickly. Although he escaped the pounce, he slipped and fell to the ground. Right at that moment, his eyes suddenly spotted some old partitions and a bold idea instantly formed. The young man sprang up like a spring and rushed towards the partition. He snatched it, then stared intensely at the approaching horde of monsters. With a knife in his right hand, his left hand held the shield he had just picked up. He shouted valiantly like a war god, proclaiming, "Today I am invincible." With frenzied strength, the young man swung his blade to clear a path through the monster encirclement. His powerful moves made even the spectators shudder. However, it didn't last for long. A massive dark figure loomed into view, making the young man freeze for a few seconds. Facing him was a mutated zombie, its entire body covered in boils. At this very moment, the news feed showed that other players were eagerly awaiting the exciting drama. Because that boss monster was incredibly formidable, he had no choice but to follow the machine's suggestion and hastily climb the fence to find a way to survive. Once he had temporarily shaken off the pack of hungry demons, he sent an arrogant message saying that he would go ahead of his brothers. Right at this moment, the dose of stimulant had also just completely worn off. The machine reported that the medicine had lost its effect, accompanied by pain from side effects. With his strength exhausted, he had no choice but to spend 100 gold coins to upgrade himself. The sound of the machine announcing congratulations suddenly rang out cheerfully. You have officially reached the highest limit of humanity. However, to reach that realm, you are still short by 300 gold. Chuang then clenched his fist and threw a powerful punch at the rock beside him. The rock shattered into pieces, yet his hand was completely unharmed. Such immense power, Chuang then thought to himself, feeling a new surge of vitality flowing through his body. Next, he proceeded to upgrade the storage slots to the 2nd tier. But immediately the system issued another warning. There are only 10 days left before the second phase of the apocalypse officially begins. The strength of the zombies and mutant creatures will be unleashed, so prepare thoroughly. On the other side of the front lines, many players showed clear signs of panic upon reading the announcement, crying out in shock about it being phase 2 already, lamenting that they hadn't bought enough good weapons yet, fearing they were finished because zombies would be stronger and humanity would go extinct. However, their commander still wore an optimistic smile to boost morale, saying, "Don't be discouraged, our team is growing stronger every day, and as long as we unite, we will surely pull through." Suddenly, 2 robust-looking people, a man and a woman, volunteered for the mission to lead the assault on Fuck Tin Supermarket on East Street tomorrow. They were T Hongdat and T Trangok. In another development, Chuanglan was chatting online with Cho Hai Diet. She expressed her gratitude to him for coming to her aid during her time of peril. But when Chuanglan saw her huddled under a table, he was worried that she might be stuck there, so he offered to help. However, for some reason, Cho Hai Diet hurriedly hung up. Her monkey-like grimace left Chuanglan completely bewildered. "Why don't you trust me? I am a reliable." Cho Hai Diet looked outside with eyes full of fear. Those in the outside world were oblivious to the true danger. Right at that moment, a gruesome zombie arm thrust through the glass door, making her jump in shock. Elsewhere, Chuanglan had successfully escaped the pursuit of the zombie swarm and headed toward a hotel to rest. Along the way, he happened to find a zombie plant with a strange tumor and picked up its seeds. However, just stepped back into his lodging. Chuanglan stared wide-eyed at the shattered glass and the wide-open refrigerator. Had someone snuck in here? He immediately pulled out his weapon, aimed it at the opening, and crept forward step by step. Right then, a series of clicking sounds behind him made him jump in fright. Chuang then whirled around and yelled, "Whoever is hiding, show yourself right now." A girl stood right in front of him, whole body trembling, with a hammer in her hands. Looking at her face, Chuang then lowered his gun and asked who she was. "Did you clear out all the food in my refrigerator?" The girl flusteredly pleaded, "I don't know anything about that. I just wanted a bit of water to quench my thirst." Before he could react, she swung the hammer sharply, hitting him right in the leg. The man groaned in agony and then collapsed into unconsciousness. When he woke up, Chuang then was shocked to find that his precious storage ring had been stolen. The girl's presence had vanished without a trace. He hurriedly grabbed his gun and chased after her in a blood-boiling rage. "Damn it, the hidden warning failed me. If I don't catch this little brat, I'll walk on my hands and eat dirt." Before he could go far, the ring thief unexpectedly appeared behind him with a tense expression, asking, "Big brother, do you have gear?" Chuang then raised his gun grumpily. "What are you trying to pull? Wasn't stealing my items enough, now you want to take the gun too?" Tiu Hai frantically urged him, "Turn off the lights quickly, the zombies are creeping closer." Chuang then was still skeptical, but the system immediately wailed an alarm, "Careful with the window." A zombie had already lunged through the window frame, lunging straight towards him. Chuang then quickly grabbed it firmly by the neck. This was a level 2 zombie specialized in long jumps but with very poor eyesight. While he was subduing the monster, Tiu Hai immediately swung her hammer and delivered a fatal blow to the zombie's head. Chuang then took the opportunity to land another shot into its brain. Just as he thought everything was settled, little did he know. Unexpectedly, the monster we thought was dead has risen once again. The tentacles on its face lunged forward, attacking Chuang then directly. He spoke decisively at this moment. There was no choice but to face it head on. "Hurry, give me the ring. My gun is out. The ammo in the ring is what's actually out." Chuang then hurriedly reloaded his gun and fired at the ambushing monster. But this monster was too nimble and agile, easily dodging the incoming bullet. There was no time to think any further. He swung his knife, slashing with great force. Splitting its body in two, the system notified him, "You have successfully recovered a part of the monster. You have received 15 units of energy." Chuang then turned to tell Tiu Hai to leave quickly. The girl from earlier was sensible enough to spare those unexpectedly brave young women. "I don't want to go anywhere. You have such powerful equipment. Be my leader and protect me." However, in the recent battle, Chuang then's arm had been torn by the monster. Seeing this, Tiu Hai panicked. "Leader, Yuri hurt." Immediately, Tiu Hai changed her attitude, becoming arrogant and conceited. "Haha, Yuri finished. In 2 hours, you'll turn into a zombie. If you obediently hand over all your equipment, I'll give you a peaceful departure." Chuang then replied in anger, "It's obvious that you were the one who lured that monster here. Why am I the unlucky one? Before I breathe my last, I still have plenty of things to do," he said, pulling up his sleeve with a look of cunning in his eyes that made Tiu Hai scream in fear. "What are you planning to do? Do you still dare to ask? Naturally, before I go, I have to make you my human shield." Realizing the situation was turning against her, Tiu Hai, though angry and resentful, could do nothing and had to flee in a hurry. To date, when she returned, she no longer saw any of Chuang then's equipment. She began to wail miserably, "Oh my god, I was only gone for a moment. Where did the leader take all the precious equipment?" Elsewhere, Chuang then was leisurely enjoying life at a different location. Thanks to the help of 2S map, Chuang then had found a villa on a deserted island devoid of any creatures. As soon as he stepped inside, he unexpectedly saw a puppy. The dog appeared to be very wary. It growled, facing toward the young man. To win it over, Chuang then brought out a small piece of meat, hoping to gain its favor. When it saw the piece of meat rolling closer, the dog sniffed and investigated it while Chuang then watched nervously. Finally, it decided to eat the piece of meat. The system reported that the puppy's favorability had increased by 1 level. If it reached 100 points, it would follow him for life. A moment, when Chuang then threw the last piece of meat out, the dog's favorability points had reached the threshold of 99. After it finished eating, Chuang then had successfully tamed the puppy and named it Nai-Map. He gave Nai-Map some water after the hearty meal. However, the second stage of the game for dogs was about to begin. Even the drinking water carried a potential risk of contamination. When darkness, Chuang then led Nai-Map to the shore and planted the seeds of life he had collected. He began planning to build a defensive fence around the island to ensure safety. Meanwhile, in another place, a silver-haired girl and a blonde young man were examining some seeds of life together. They picked up the items dropped by the monsters, but an arrow flew in and struck the girl directly, causing her to fall before she could react. The young man with her didn't escape either. It was all because of a trick played by 2 other players. A red-haired girl swooped down from above to collect the loot. As for the young man, his face turned pale as he used his keen hearing to realize someone was approaching. Chuang then appeared majestically, carrying a sword with a sharp gaze, despite having reached his physical limit. Furthermore, he also possessed a legendary white dog as a companion. Despite being so extraordinarily powerful, Chuang then still had to deal with aggressive, petty individuals. Not long ago, as he passed by a building, the system warned him that 2 snipers were lying in ambush at the 3rd-floor window. Chuang then calmly assessed the situation, guessing that these ambush tactics had likely ruined countless lives. Just as the red-haired girl was about to pull the trigger, the scarred man hurriedly stopped her, telling her to wait because being discovered would ruin everything, as the guy who had just crawled out of the monster zone was surely exhausted. The scarred man immediately opened his interface to call for reinforcements. But little did they know, Chuang then anticipated all their moves thanks to the assistance from the system. Just as calculated, 3 thugs approached. One brandished a knife to threaten Chuang, then telling him to hand over everything if he wanted to live. Chuang then smirked and said he would like to say those exact words right back to them. However, right behind him, a man carrying a massive axe came charging in. He swung his axe straight at Chuang then. Simultaneously, the red-haired girl also shot an arrow toward him. Chuang then hastily raised his hand to block the arrow, but he still took the full force of the slash to his back. Thinking that Chuang then had fallen, the remaining 2 immediately jumped down, determined to finish him off. Things didn't go as planned. In just the blink of an eye, Chuang then sprang back. The bald-headed man was terrified out of his wits, while the muscular guy stubbornly charged forward to perform an assassination. But he was sliced in half by Chuang then with a single clean sword strike. The scarred man was playing far too dirty. He threw a grenade toward Chuang then and then dragged the red-haired girl away to escape. Chuang then reacted incredibly fast. He bolted straight onto the rooftop to escape the explosion. He gave chase, but unexpectedly both of them were blocked by a giant monster. As Chuang then closed in, they both realized they were in big trouble and frantically begged for a truce. The scarred man offered to share 50 of his assets, but Chuang then claimed that was far too little. He demanded pushed into a... The scarred man had no choice but to nod in agreement. That guy again set a condition, forcing Chuang then to throw down his weapons first. With an expressionless face, Chuang then immediately nodded in agreement. Seeing that the opponent had let go, the scarred guy immediately hatched a despicable plot, intending to throw a grenade at the approaching zombies, and at the same time ordered the red-haired girl to take advantage of the chaos to snatch the saber. However, when he reached for the grenade, he was startled because the item had vanished without a trace some time ago. In the blink of an eye, The red-haired girl shoved him into the horde of monsters, turning him into a tasty meal for the zombies. The big guy was sent flying and disappeared. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl held the grenade ready. Alone, she charged straight towards the giant zombie. Leaping onto its head, she then threw the explosive. A shocking explosion erupted, and fire and smoke billowed up, blackening an entire section of the sky. By the time the smoke cleared, the monster remained completely unscathed while the girl's figure had vanished. The scarred guy was now just a snack for that terrifying creature. The giant zombie licked its lips hungrily, then turned its head to look at Truong with eyes full of murderous intent. In just an instant, it lunged straight at him. The system emitted an emergency signal. It required moving away from that monster immediately. Having no other choice, Truong had to abandon his saber and jump to the adjacent building to save his life. At the same time, at the location where the blue-haired woman had died, some players happened to pass by and discovered her body. They were extremely curious because all the equipment on her was still intact as if untouched. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted, reporting to his boss that the thief's body was also lying nearby. The crowd looked at each other, bewildered, tacitly understanding that this was a factional purge and that the other body was merely a bait. The whole group quickly formed a defensive circle to prepare to deal with the lurking danger. At that very moment, Truong had tracked down the red-haired girl there. He showed no mercy. He immediately shot her down, shocking everyone around. Next, Truong, carrying his hunting rifle, majestically stepped out from the darkness, slowly approaching the group of people with an extremely icy expression. Ignoring them standing there, he couldn't be bothered and was simply engrossed in picking up various bargain items scattered around. Luckily, the guy happened to pick up a blueprint for a primary water filter. The leader on the other side saw that Kayur Then had no intention of fighting at all. He immediately raised both hands in a gesture of peace, explaining that his group had just wandered in by mistake and had no intention of offending anyone. Right after that, he immediately urged the girl Tron Nixi to hand Gi Then the ring she had prepared beforehand. Taking the item, Colin Yu Then replied in an icy tone that the other guy wasn't taken down by him, and since their group found this ring first, they should just keep it. The team leader was extremely surprised, secretly appreciated this fine gesture, and asked for the young man's name. The young man casually let out a word, introduced himself as Chekin Gi Then, and casually tossed the ring back to them before turning around and walking away. His hand still took advantage of the moment to scavenge some scattered loose coins. A moment later, Kan was perched triumphantly on the rooftop, staring intently downward to search for the saber and the ring. But no matter how much he looked, they were nowhere to be found. He wondered if someone had beaten him to it. But how could an outsider get in when hordes of zombies were still roaming all over the streets? Well, there was nothing he could do, so Karing Yi Then put that matter aside and headed straight back to his home island to continue grinding. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Tiguhai was overjoyed to have scavenged his precious sword. Returning to the small island, the ulcerated zombie plant that he had thrown on the ground had now begun to sprout. He had to wait another 120 days for the plant to ripen. Kadang then immediately went all out, using 200 portions of mutated fertilizer to refine 20 jars of growth stimulant, and then immediately applied 7 jars to force the plant to grow quickly. Waiting for about 3 more days, applying another batch of nutrients, and he would be able to leisurely harvest the fruit. At the same time, Namatgon Grusthen's pet dog proudly dragged a bucket of water that had just passed through the primary filter and approached his master. Kadunathan affectionately patted Nunthop on the head. Smiling, he said, "Drink some water, little buddy, and then the two of us will go on hunting zombies." Colin Then was standing on the rooftop again. He raised his bow to send each and every zombie to their maker. As for Nuntmep, it had now transformed into a fierce howling moon wolf. It charged straight into the pack of zombies, tearing them apart one by one. Right in the heat of the fierce battle, Nap suddenly caught the scent of a strange dark figure. It immediately gave chase to a hidden person who was hurriedly slipping into a dark alley. Kon Then called out to stop it, but it was far too late. Nuffant Don T chase after it. It's very dangerous. Unexpectedly, from high above, 2 more zombies suddenly swooped down to attack. Nymap reacted with immediate agility. He gritted his teeth and held onto one, while his back was being shredded by the other. The area behind his back was out of Nymap's reach. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and focus on finishing off the opponent in front of him. The situation became increasingly critical as monsters kept falling down one after another. Chuang then immediately drew his bow to shoot down the zombies still suspended in mid-air. As for the remaining monsters below, Duong also began loading his weapon ready for battle. Unfortunately, his weapon was smashed to pieces by a zombie. At that very moment, a monster lunged toward Chuang Then's position. He calmly remarked, "You've arrived at the perfect time. It saves me the trouble of having to look for a scapegoat." As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his sharp blade. With a single swipe, he sliced the body of the lunging monster in half. After taking care of that target, Chuang then hurried to shoot the creature clinging to Nymap, but just at this moment, both of them had fallen into the dense circle of lurking monsters. These hideous creatures were waiting to pounce from every direction. There wasn't a single viable escape route left. Chuang then had to support Nymap, who was exhausted after his transformation wore off, to retreat. He muttered, "If I had known this, I shouldn't have brought you along and spared myself the trouble." No matter how fast Chuang then sprinted, he was still blocked by the crowd. The lurking monsters cut off every path. At another, Captain Tren was leading his troops into a supermarket to search for supplies. Little did they know that the lurking monsters had been lying in ambush all around them. At this time, the swarm of crawling monsters began to flood in. The 2 disciples shouted in panic, "Oh my God, there are 4 of them." Tran Gok Hong exclaimed in confusion, "What on earth is this? Why did so many crawling monsters suddenly appear?" Realizing that the situation was extremely critical, Captain Tren urged his comrades to push the cabinets to block the main door. Fortunately, they managed to block the passage, but the monsters kept ramming into it, forcing them to hold their ground until they were exhausted. At that exact, everyone was horrified to see someone being besieged by a swarm of crawling monsters. It was Zhang Chen struggling to fight against the crowd of monsters. Watching him swing his sword to skillfully handle the wave jumpers, the group was stunned. Someone muttered, "One hit, one kill," and they say he is being surrounded. However, 2 more wave jumpers suddenly appeared behind Zhang Chen. Trangok screamed, "Watch out behind you." Zhang Chen immediately turned around and swung his sword, sending one of them on its way. Then he breathed fire and fired shots, blowing off the head of the remaining monster. After a long deep sleep, suddenly became an enlightened rank awakener in the post-apocalyptic era. In contrast, Zhang Chen's guidance system had only just reached the threshold of the enlightenment realm. Seeing that the monsters were too numerous, the others abandoned their old plan and decided to slip back to the stadium. Earlier, when Zhang Chen was frantically fleeing from the pursuit of the wave jumpers, he suddenly stopped upon receiving a message from the system. Pirated player detected to have reached enlightenment rank. Stage 2 of the apocalypse will begin in less than 1 minute. Zhang Chen glanced at a nearby wave jumper, and the system warned that it was about to evolve into an extremely dangerous mature form. The advice was to deal with it immediately without hesitation. Zhang Chen quickly dispatched the wave jumper and snatched up the item it dropped, while the swarm of wave jumpers was still faint and had not yet fully materialized. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and charged straight into the middle of the monster horde. However, seeing the endless sea of wave jumpers in front of him, he inwardly lamented that this time he was finished. There was likely no way back. The countdown clock showed exactly 8 seconds left before the second apocalypse officially began. At the final 5-second mark, Trong then suddenly spotted a massive truck, but there wasn't enough time to climb into the cabin. There was no better choice. He dove headfirst under the vehicle to hide temporarily. However, his luck was as black as ink. He slammed right into a sharp rock, causing his back to writhe in agony. Just as the second disaster arrived, Trong then was forced to engage in close combat with a monster that had fully matured. Although these creatures were more obese, they still moved swiftly, forcing him to leap and roll continuously. At such a wind-tearing speed, how could anyone keep up? He thought to himself, realizing that if the fight dragged on, he would surely end up dead. Suppressing the pain, unable to engage in direct combat, he hurriedly looked around for a place to take cover. Jerking the truck door open, Trong then was overjoyed to find an impressive shoulder-mounted cannon. Without any hesitation, he aimed perfectly at the hopping monster and pulled the trigger. The projectile zoomed forward, tearing through the air. A resounding boom echoed as the leaping monster was instantly reduced to ash. At that same moment, Boss Tren and his teammates were being suffocated by an encirclement of monsters. The entire group had to struggle with all their might to repel the bloodthirsty creatures. Things became even more desperate when a giant monster suddenly descended upon them. Making everyone tremble, gloom and darkness loomed over Captain Tren and the entire group. One man cried out despondently, "It's all over, the giant monster is here, we're surely all gonna die in this place." Another man interrupted, "I have a tactic to help most of us break through and escape, but we have to use a few people as sacrificial bait." Captain Tren flew into a rage, shouting for him to shut up. Even though the strong rule in this era, that doesn't mean we are permitted to use our brothers as sacrificial offerings. With that kind of attitude, he is not qualified to lead even a small group. Trangok noticed the atmosphere was heating up and hurriedly intervened to stop everyone from arguing. A massive horde of zombies is rapidly closing in. In order to escape the imminent danger, Captain Tren ordered the entire group to rush down into the sewer. However, suddenly a crawling zombie appeared, blocking the sewer, cutting off their only escape route. Right at that moment, a heavy-duty truck sped in at a breakneck speed of 800 kilometers per hour. It cleared out the monsters, and the driver was none other than Truong Then. Truong then diligently collected gold along with many valuable items. Without realizing it, the amount of gold he earned was already more than enough to meet the upgrade requirements. Glancing at the system control panel, he decided to press confirm without a moment's hesitation. Immediately after, Truong Then was enveloped in a blue light accompanied by a notification congratulating him on upgrading to Stage 1 Mutant. His innate talent has been unlocked, and reaching the next level requires 1,200 energy gold. Even so, the Pearl still refused to let them go. Truong then seized the opportunity and grabbed a bazooka. He locked onto the zombie horde in the distance and pulled the trigger. The projectile flew out at a speed of 800 meters per second, leaving the entire group stunned by the horrific explosion that wiped out all the beasts. Under the brilliant leadership of Truong Then, Captain Tren's group followed closely behind the truck. Together they all escaped the encirclement. In another development, Tiu Hai was killing zombies in the middle of the horde, and strangely they didn't even touch her thanks to her ability to transform into their kind. During the fight, she suddenly saw Naimap, Truong Then after driving the truck out of the sea of zombies. Truong then returned to the villa and saw Naimap waiting outside to welcome him. Truong then lowered his hand and affectionately patted the loyal dog's head. Naimap anxiously asked, "I was worried to death. Has your wound gotten any better yet?" The dog barked a few times as if to say that someone had stepped in to help and bandage it. However, the system suddenly sent out a warning signal. "Be careful, there is danger above your head." Truong then only had time to see Tiu Hai jumping down from above with a knife, aiming straight for his head. Fortunately, he dodged just in time and quickly pushed her far away. Truong then picked up the blade stuck in the ground while Tiu Hai continued to pretend to care and check on him. "Boss, why haven't you turned into a zombie yet? I've been looking for you desperately," Tiu Hai said. Truong then replied coldly, "Stop acting. Look at your appearance, aren't you about to turn into a zombie yourself?" Tiu Hai tilted her head and snapped back, "This is just a special skill I've recently awakened." Before her words were even finished, Truong then had already swung the blade in his hand, slashing a straight line toward Tiu Hai. With no other choice, she had to dodge quickly and use a skill to defend herself. At that moment, a layer of blue mist enveloped Chuang. The system immediately announced the activation of the visualization ability, helping him see through those with unusual powers for 30 seconds. Realizing Tiuhai was burning with murderous intent, Chuang then understood this battle would not be easy, so he raised his hands in surrender and gave a forced laugh. I only wanted to test your skills a bit, I didn't have any bad intentions. Unexpectedly, this small poor girl turned out to be a real zombie. To make amends and thank her for saving the high map, Chuang then remarked dryly that she had eaten everything in his fridge, then asked directly if she planned on leaving. She protested, I only ate a little of your food and you already want to chase me away. Chuang then immediately changed his tone, raised a megaphone and shouted, Tiuhai, get out now. Faced with that coldness, Tiuhai clasped her hands and pleaded, Don't be so heartless. I still have countless skill books, blueprints, and 3 ring fragments, all of which can be traded for food. Even so, Chuang then remained unmoved. He acted like a demon, grabbing her ponytail to throw her out, but Tiuhai's next words quickly caught his attention. I also know where an arsenal of weapons and ammunition is hidden. It will be very troublesome if you use up all your current ammo. Chuang then stood with folded arms and demanded sternly, speak up, where is the arsenal located? Tiuhai stammered, I'll tell you in a week. If I tell you and then you kick me out, I'll lose big time, so I need to stay and settle in here first. Chuang then turned and ordered, Naimap, watch her closely, especially at night. If you notice anything strange, report to me immediately. Naimap barked loudly and clearly as if he understood. Hearing this, Tiuhai turned to walk away, but Chuang then quickly called her back. Wait, didn't you say you had skill books and blueprints to give me? Tiuhai pretended to be confused and asked, what skill books? I don't have anything like that, you must have misheard. Chuang then snorted, my warehouse is still full of rocket ammunition, it doesn't matter if I don't know about that arsenal. At this, Tiuhai turned pale with fear. Only then did she respectfully say, I remember now, there are indeed skill books and blueprints. Boss, your memory is truly extraordinary. Let me go get them for you. Chuang then grumbled in annoyance, trying to play tricks on me. You're still quite inexperienced. Xiaoxi lightly flicked her hands and the system interface obediently popped up right in front of her. It started with an expert-level wall climbing skill, turning her into a master climber capable of conquering almost any building or abyss. Next was a master-level tailoring skill that turns fabric into clothing, footwear, and protective armor. The higher the level, the more likely high-tier attributes and rare qualities would appear. Along with it was a logging skill to gather materials from trees or woodwork, and additionally, the system provided a standard longbow blueprint to master weapon crafting. Finishing off was a miraculous clairvoyant eye, allowing her to see the enemy's power level and possess X-ray vision. The higher the level, the more powerful this analytical skill became. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen received a notification from the system that she had mastered the logging skill, achieved superb mountain climbing ability, and reached peak tailoring proficiency. What's more, she also acquired a perfect longbow recipe and successfully activated her discerning eyes. Zhang Chen nodded in praise, realizing that this girl knew how to follow orders. Voluntarily handing over items like this was quite promising, earning her 30 additional character fragments. Zhang Chen continued his instructions, I'll give you some mutant fertilizer later, and then you and Second Fatty will be responsible for tending to these 7 meat potato plants. When stage 2 arrives, food will be as precious as gold. Looking at the sparkling plants, Xiaox quickly nodded and said, as you command, boss. Zhang Chen turned to leave, saying he would take a nap and that she could wander around to familiarize herself with the area or find something to do. Xiaoxi saluted with her hand to her chest, promising the boss he could sleep soundly as she would handle all the trivial tasks on the island. Secretly, Xiaoxi was beaming with joy as this job was much easier than the grueling struggle of foraging for food outside. Meanwhile, Second Fatty stood nearby, wagging his tail excitedly. Back in the room, Zhang Chen opened the control panel and a notification sounded, stating that 120 pieces of clean fabric had been consumed to complete the level 1 protective armor according to the blueprint. The interface continued to show information about the genetic upgrade path. By continuously mutating genetic traits, the body would become tougher, gain immense speed, and see an explosion in both strength and endurance. Meanwhile, the energy evolution path would optimize Endry cores, granting survivors a superior force field shield. System text appeared again, confirming that since he was the first legitimately awakened character in this world, he received a special reward of dual talents. It asked whether he wanted to activate both genetic upgrade and energy evolution simultaneously. Zhang Chen quickly pressed confirm and the system's voice rang out. You have acquired the physical augmentation genetic mutation talent, increasing your recovery rate tenfold, enabling self-healing from minor toxins, and boosting your strength, speed, and reflexes by 50%. The next notification indicated he had gained basic energy evolution, enveloped in a flow of pure energy, granting an extra 10% damage reduction, and a 20% increase in energy core absorption rate. Zhang Chen admired his hands surrounded by glowing light, calculating that with an energy shield for protection and a sharp blade in hand, engaging in close combat with giant zombies would be a simple matter. The scene shifted to a large crowd of people in chaos trying to squeeze their way into the room. A man exerted himself, hammering nails to secure wooden boards to block the path of those with hideous appearances. After finishing the last nail, he carefully double-checked everything. For now, the zombies would not be able to pour in. Suddenly, the hammer slipped from his hand and he muttered, so what if it's tightly sealed? A man standing behind spoke in a cold voice that left everyone speechless. The zombies can't get in, but we have no way out either. In the end, we are as good as dead. The man's face turned pale as a ghost, and he bitterly exclaimed that this base was nothing more than a grave for them all. Zun Njiki spoke up to encourage him, telling him he needed to pull himself together, reminding him that they had safely weathered many storms before, but the man only gave a faint, cynical smirk. His eyes suddenly turned blood red and threatening as he snarled sarcastically. Weathered, how pleasant that sounds. He extended his sharp claws to grab Zen Engisi's neck, screaming that it was only because none of them had been hit. The sight left Zen Engi startled and terrified. Zheng Hao shouted in panic, warning Zen Engisi to be careful as the man had been bitten. The man lunged at Zen Engisi with aggressive intent. I want to pull all of you down to suffer the agony of the virus. But before he could even touch the edge of Zen Engisi's clothes, a blade came whistling through the air straight at him. Finish that person off quickly and cleanly. Trangok froze, completely shaken by the fright. Hongdat's hand gripped a sword dripping with foul-smelling blood. The person currently carrying injuries stepped forward. Hongdat declared, I will find a safe place for you to live out your final years. Hongdat and his fierce-looking disciples threatened, if I find anything during the search, don't blame me for turning on you. Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts raced, their legs shook, and they began to whisper in agitation. A young man turned deathly pale, sweat pouring off him like rain, not daring to say a word. He stepped outside, trembling uncontrollably. His gaze fixed directly on Hongdat clearly showed his terror. Hongdat gave a satisfied smirk, such a good. Hongdat casually thrust the blood-stained sword forward, causing the young man to nearly faint from shock. Trenhao shouted loudly, Hongdat, stop. The people around also rushed forward to question him. What kind of trick are you trying to pull? A brawl immediately broke out, everyone swinging sharp swords to join the battle. Tronghao nimbly dodged the swords that were slashing at him repeatedly. Hongdat launched a lightning-fast strike with eyes as sharp as a razor. The sight of the poor young man's body being hacked apart after a few strikes. Hongdat casually said, Old Tren, bring that nagging attitude here. Trangok and Trenha frantically ran to the young man lying in a pool of blood. Trenhao's face at this moment was full of murderous intent and purple with rage. Didn't you swear to let him live until the very last minute? Trangok approached, trembling, and said through her sobs he was the one who worked the hardest just now. The boy has always been extremely well-behaved and obedient. Witnessing the scene before her eyes, Trangok broke down, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Trangok flew into a rage, calling him out directly, You bastard Hongdat, you've gone too far. Hearing this, Hongdat lost his temper and snapped, Hey Trangok, did you forget who saved you earlier? Now you're repaying back kindness with hostility. Trangok's fury had reached its absolute limit. Suddenly, a hand appeared to hold back Trangok's impulsive actions. Despite his fury, Trenhao kept a cool head to stop her. Trangok, calm down, we are surrounded by zombies, we absolutely cannot have internal strife right now. Trangok was very frustrated, her entire body suddenly stiffened and she could only sigh. Trangok still maintained an expression of annoyance. Hongdat let out a contemptuous laugh. Hongdat lunged toward Trangok and said in a bitter voice, Anyone who dares to raise a hand against me will only find death, which made Trangok jump in fright. Trenhao hurriedly rushed over, intending to stop Hongdat. Hongdat was surprised when sparks of fire suddenly appeared in front of him. Hongdat suddenly collapsed, blood gushing from the wound. Hongdat clutched the stab wound tightly and wailed in pain. Hongdat angrily pointed straight at Trenhao's face and said, Trenhao, you attacked me for an outsider, am I worth less than a stranger to you? Hongdat became increasingly out of control. I cannot kill those who get in my way. I cannot kill those who are about to transform me, and I am not allowed to fight back against those who want to kill me. You are too merciful and too hesitant. It will only drive us to our deaths. The anger made Hongdat's wound even more painful, and he let out a gasp. Blood flowed incessantly from Hongdat's abdomen. Hongdat continued, The 12 of us traveled here together, and I have always been the one most afraid of dying. Hongdat went on, Trenhao, you saved my life today. I am willing to offer this life to repay you. Hongdat's intent clearly showed resignation and anger. Hurry up and do it, kill me. Trenhao's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. Trenhao turned to the two behind him. What are you standing there for? Help Hongdat down and bandage his wound quickly. Everyone hurried to support Hongdat as they left, while Trenhao coldly gave an order. From now on, absolutely no one is ever to mention today's incident again. Everyone agreed to forget everything. Trenhao turned and asked Trangok about the food, see if there's enough for us to hold out for a few more days. Trangok quickly replied, About 2 days, sir. Trenhao rubbed his chin and thought deeply. Tomorrow morning, we will wait until some of those zombies clear out. I will go out alone to look for supplies. Hearing this, Trangok felt a bit worried. Finally, Trangok shed tears of emotion. Trenhao added, If I am not back by tonight, look out for yourselves. Trangok emotionally called out, Captain. 4 days later, at a lush green land with clear blue water, the tender green sprouts had already grown tall. Tuhai signaled Naimap to run quickly ahead, then told him to stop. Taeyuhai held a few potatoes she had just dug up and said happily, Oh my god, one plant has so many potatoes. This is enough for the 3 of us for a whole week. Truong then lay flat on the grass and said, Danti, just think about eating, remember to collect seeds so we can replant them later. Haimap was still bent over digging potatoes when Taeyuhai asked, Big brother, these potatoes are watery and seem hard to store, should I use my special power to dry them out? Zhang Chen sprang up like a spring and asked angrily, Are you intentionally trying to annoy me? Do you want us to become sworn enemies? Xiaoxi changed the subject, it was just an experiment, if you don't like it, forget it, it's no big deal. Zhang Chen looked at the system notification, it was indeed zombie poison from a blue-level zombie. It neither damaged the shape nor altered the original flavor. Turning to Xiaoxi, Zhang Chen said, Wait a minute, let me try these potato plants. Xiaox quickly replied, Sure boss. Having said that, Xiaox reached out her hand and a thin mist spread from her palm. The mist gently wound its way into the base of each plant. Xiaoxi squatted down to observe, but the plants didn't seem to have changed at all. Zhang Chen stood beside her deep in thought, Oh, to have this effect, it really is a formidable weapon. From now on I'll use it whenever I encounter a difficult opponent. Zhang Chen reached out his hand and cast a spell on the potato plants. The system notification appeared, received 3 potatoes. Zhang Chen was surprised. Even the system hint hadn't changed. He had to remember not to eat them by mistake. Zhang Chen focused his energy again and cut 165 units of wood. The system continuously reported consumed 100 units of wood. Crafted 10 exquisite longbows, consumed 10 units of wood. 3 energy cores received 30 arrows. After a moment, a pile of bows and arrows landed with a thud. Zhang Chen instructed, take these items to the store to sell. Prioritize trades followed by food, water, and essence core. Xiaoxai asked, each bow comes with 3 arrows, isn't that too many? Zhang Chen gritted his teeth and whispered, you don't understand, once they buy the bow they will have to keep buying arrows. At that time we can raise the prices as we please. Xiaoxai patted her chest and chuckled, boss, you re so devious. Don't worry, I'll make sure they all sell out. The system reported again, Zhaoxiu has sent a trade request. Zhang Chen was startled. Zhaoxiu, it's been a long time since we last spoke. Zhang Chen clicked it and the system displayed received 30 units of mutant fertilizer, 5 energy cores, 20 bottles of bleach, 2 ultra bright flashlights, 3 batteries. Zhang Chen muttered, is she giving these directly to me? He pressed the call button. Zhaoxiu appeared on the screen, huddling and gasping for breath. Zhaoxiu held her head and asked, why are you video calling me? I was just about to give up. Zhang Chen asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? At the sound of a noise, something streaked past where Zhaoxiu was hiding. She let out a scream. Zhaoxiu turned her head in fear. It's about to come inside. Trio High Diet glanced at the screen and muttered, hello, good brother, thank you for letting me live this long. I hope this pile of antiques will be useful to you. Truong then let out a piercing scream while Trio High Diet calmly replied, I know which corner you're hiding in. I am more than capable of saving you. Truong then roared angrily at Trio High Diet. Little girl Tiu Hai standing nearby trembled like a leaf and cried out, Mom, what kind of creature is that? The window glass has giant footprints clearly marked on it, and the scenery looks so familiar it seems like the armory we visited last time. Truong then grabbed Tiu Hai by the collar and threatened her fiercely. Fess up with the coordinates right now quickly or you'll get a beating. Tiu Hai wailed because she was almost out of breath. Let go of me first, okay, I agree to tell you. Looking at the map pointed out by Tiu Hai right here, last time I only dared to hover around the outer edge, I never dared to venture deep inside. Truong then clenched his hands into fists and shouted, let's hit the road. The whole team departs straight for the armory. The truck wailed its siren and sped forward, tearing through the mist, completely ignoring the monsters lingering around. Tiu Hai sat in the cabin panting and said, finally this afternoon we can rest in peace. Who knows how many people died in this city yesterday? The fat dog Nymap looked up at Truong then and barked twice, while his face remained pensive and worried. Trio High Diet, hang in there. Right at that moment, the scenery outside the window flashed past an image of a man engaged in a fierce struggle with a crawler. The hideous gaping mouth of the monster opened wide, about to swallow its prey. That young man made a lightning-fast move, cleanly chopping off its head in a split second. Suddenly, the system rang out with a notification that the sensory breakthrough feature had been activated. Truong then glanced to the side for a second. He saw the young man outside just deliver a flying kick that smashed the crawler's head to pieces. The system continued to chime with a notification, the individual with extreme physique is absorbing essence, upgrading the awakened warrior to 1 out of 300. Truong then thought to himself, this kid just leveled up, yet as an Esper powerhouse. He dares to rush into this alone, he's even bolder than I was back in the day. The young man outside casually launched a sharp sword forward into empty space. The blade flashed with a cold light, splitting the crawler into 2 halves. He gently and safely landed on the ground. He stood there in a daze watching Truong the Nest truck whiz past in a gust of wind. The stranger outside instinctively and irritably cursed, damn it, he actually drove a truck to ram straight through the zombies, this guy's got huge guts. Truong then's truck convoy continued to race wildly down the deserted road. He turned around to tell Tiu Hai and Nymap to hold on tight. Then he skillfully steered, putting the pedal to the metal to crash straight into the horde of zombies blocking the way. In the backseat, Tiu Hai turned pale with fear and tightly hugged Nymap, who was gaping in surprise from the excessive G-force. The system continuously rang loudly, issuing a notification every time Truong then plowed away the zombies, gathering 5 energy cores. He continued to receive 3 more, then 4 more energy cores from the system. Tiu Hai happily looked at the notification board that had just popped up on the screen. We just got 6 energy cores, wow. Looks like we'll get a share of the energy cores this time too. It felt like there was a loot-sharing mechanic. Following a big shot truly always brings perks to enjoy. In the middle of that moment, a giant zombie suddenly appeared, lumbering out to block the path right in front of Truong the Nest truck. Little Hai looked up in a daze. Look at that huge zombie, be careful. Fatty Jar also barked a few times as a warning. Zhang Shen's eyes were incredibly cold. An ear-splitting explosion instantly blew away the gigantic zombie. Little Hai clutched her chest, sighing in relief. What a scare, that was a close call. Zhang Shen laughed heartily as he drove. My truck is a super heavy armored custom build, a few zombies are no match for it. Before he could finish his sentence, a pair of glowing eyes suddenly flashed on the windshield, making both of them scream in fright. Zhang Shen clicked his tongue, his hands deftly spinning the steering wheel. The truck honked its horn and swerved to the side of the road. The crawling monster behind them still clung on relentlessly, not letting go an inch. Zhang Shen cursed irritably, what bad luck. He turned to Little Hai and told her to take the wheel so he could go out and deal with them. Zhang Shen swiftly pushed open the car door and stepped out. He offhandedly told his pet dog, who was busily rubbing against him, Fatty Jar, get down first and just stick close behind me. These monsters are very cunning, they wait for an opening before acting. With that, he leapt into the air. The young man gently landed on the car roof. The monsters quickly scrambled up after him, clinging on. Zhang Shen stood proudly on the car roof and shouted loudly to the girl below. Good girl, I'm counting on you to handle the truck. Floor the accelerator and done, stop. The wheel spun wildly, roaring on the road. Zhang Shen tightened his grip on the sword. His protective armor had been activated, effective for 15 minutes. Zhang Shen smirked, looking at the two monsters threateningly approaching him. Clever, aren't you? So you know how to attack from both sides, huh? He swung his sword, completely parrying the devastating pounce from the monster in front. Too bad, you guys really underestimated me. Just then, the monster from behind suddenly lunged forward. Zhang Shen gracefully dodged, evading it by a hair's breadth. He casually delivered a powerful slash to the enemy. What nerve do you have to try a sneak attack, you punk? The system announced that the adult monster had been neatly eliminated and 36 energy crystals were instantly collected. The monster lurking behind seized the opportunity to bite Zhang Shen's shoulder fiercely. He angrily turned around and delivered a thunderous punch. With this puny bit of skill, you dare to try and devour me alive. Next, he swung his sword and sliced off one of the monster's arms. Seeing the two monsters glaring at him, Chatantan chuckled, saying, "You're still too green to outwit humans." Leaping into the air with his sword, he declared, "Now it's my turn to ambush you." His cold, sharp eyes darted back. Turning around, he slashed directly at the monster beside him, a move people often call luring the tiger out of its mountain lair. The system bell rang out, announcing the successful defeat of an adult monster and the immediate receipt of 32 energy blocks. Seeing this, the remaining monster immediately fled head over heels. Standing panting with his sword propped on the car roof, he thought to himself, "Good thing the shield absorbed 10% of the damage, otherwise my arm would be useless now." The wound on his shoulder began to close, and the system immediately activated a special skill to repair the muscle tissue. Suddenly, another monster appeared out of nowhere. It unexpectedly lunged from behind, pinning him face up onto the car hood. Fortunately, thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Ken Then managed to brace himself and dodge the attack. Turning his head and sneering at it, he said, "Planning to retreat to advance, are we? Then prepare for a miserable end." At some point, his pet dog Fatty Jard had transformed into a huge, bulky wolf. Charging in like a flash from afar, clawed directly at the ugly monster's face. Fatty Jar's ferocious appearance successfully intimidated and flung away the monster that was pressing down on his master's back. As quick as lightning, Zanji then shot to his feet, stabbed the enemy through the skull, and the system's voice rang out again. He had neatly eliminated another adult monster, pocketing a good amount of energy. Affectionately stroking his beloved wolf's head, he praised it for knowing how to save its master in a crisis and for doing a fantastic job. The girl Tibu Hai shrieked in panic from inside the car, urging her big brother to quickly get inside. The truck's control panel also blared loudly, warning that 50 meters ahead a horde of giant zombies was gathering. Tigu's voice faltered in panic as she saw the massive zombies completely blocking the road. Clenching the steering wheel, sweat pouring down her face, she shrieked, "We can T-brake in time, we gonna crash, big brother." The heavy truck slammed into the horde of giant zombies, creating an earth-shattering impact. Standing precariously on the car roof, Kother and Then nearly fell headfirst to the ground. He quickly clung tightly to the car door frame to maintain his balance. Scrambling into the driver's cabin, he looked at the girl with a blank expression and quickly barked, "Give me the seat now." Fatty Jar, sitting in the back seat, was also so scared that his eyes were wide and his jaw dropped. The entire car swayed, swerved, and zigzagged continuously as the two exchanged places. Just as she tumbled into the passenger seat, Tibu Hai shrieked, "Big brother, watch out for the bridge railing." Trong then swerved sharply, scaring Tiu Hai and Fatty Second out of their wits. The truck skidded, leaving a trail of thick white smoke. The front part of the vehicle started beeping incessantly. Terrified, Tiu Hai stammered, asking if the boss saw it. "Is our vehicle about to explode?" Tiu Hai asked as Trong then gripped the steering wheel tightly and swore. At that moment, the system announced that a giant zombie had been defeated and 36 energy orbs were received. Truong then's eyes widened in surprise. The system added another deadly notification: the vehicle would explode in 40 seconds. A giant zombie outside was trying to cling to the window. Truong then muttered that 40 seconds still wasn't enough time. Under his control, the truck sped forward, ramming through the zombies, ignoring the fire in the engine and Tiu Hai's shrill screams echoing back. Tiu Hai wiped her sweat and asked to slow down to get out and vomit. Fatty Second, sitting in the middle and pale with fear, could only bark twice in agreement but was coldly refused by Truong then immediately. Seeing the factory grounds gradually appear, Truong then rejoiced inwardly because they had finally arrived. Tiu Hai peered outside and shouted that they had indeed reached the right spot. Truong then reached out to push the car door open and glanced at Tiu Hai. He shouted that they would jump out on the count of 3, 3, 2, he counted, making the other two as tense as guitar strings as they waited. Truong then yelled the order to jump, and the three of them lunged out just as the vehicle exploded. Rolling in the sea of fire, Tiu Hai swore that even if she were beaten to death in her next life, she would never get in the boss' vehicle again. Hearing this, Fatty Second barked along in total agreement. The vehicle's explosion created a sea of fire that incinerated all the surrounding zombies. Truong then urged everyone to stop rambling and move faster. Tiu Hai tremblingly asked if they were really going to charge in just like this. Truong then stepped onto the rubble, heading straight inside, and said if they didn't go in, they might as well wait here for the zombies to turn them into meat. Just then, the system sent another important notification to Truong that there was a giant pangolin in the storage yard as strong as a level 2 awakened, so they had to be careful when entering. The news hit like a bolt from the blue, causing Truong then to exclaim in horror. He quickly swung his sword, pointing it directly at the red-eyed monster standing imposingly before him. The pangolin suddenly lunged straight toward Tiu Hai. Truong then rushed over, shoving her and Fatty Second aside, and yelled to get out of the way. In exchange for that noble act of saving them, Truong then was snatched directly into the monster's mouth. Tiu Hai screamed for her boss while Fatty Second, seeing his master in danger, barked loudly and charged in to save him. Tiu Hai frantically told it not to go, but before she could finish, Fatty Second was knocked far away by one of the pangolin's scales. Weak in the knees, Tiu Hai watched as Fatty Second thudded down beside her and thought to herself, is it all over? Xiao Hai looked up at the monster and desperately asked if they would all die here, while it continuously emitted terrifying screeches. A deafening explosion rang out, tearing open the monster's entire mouth. Chuang then heroically leaped out from inside, appearing before the bewildered and stunned eyes of Xiao Hai and Nai Map. Xiao Hai, choking back tears, expressed her admiration, knowing that the boss wouldn't die so easily. Chuang then, weapon in hand and body encased in protective gear, gritted his teeth as he stared at the greedy monster that wanted to devour everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he fired his weapon directly at the target. That would only bring disaster upon himself. The system activated rapid combat mode to finish off the enemy. Chuang then's eyes turned as cold as ice. Consecutive explosions rained down, causing the monster's body to tremble violently. The system's voice sounded, signaling that the opponent was self-healing its wounds. Chuang then, holding his sword, stood up straight and then clicked his tongue in annoyance. He gathered momentum and lunged forward, determined to seize the opportunity while it was weak and deliver the finishing blow. Unexpectedly, the monster was faster than anticipated. It suddenly raised its head and swung its tongue, attacking him. His protective shield was utterly shattered. Chuang then coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and was secretly astonished by the terrifying speed. He knelt down, clutching his chest, and inwardly blamed himself as his ribs seemed to be broken. Chuang then gritted his teeth and told himself that this situation could not be prolonged. The system advised that its eyes were its weakest point and its spine its fatal weakness. He immediately ordered Xiao Hai to use the corpse mist to attack its eyes. Xiao Hai quickly responded and unleashed a blinding corpse mist attack. The strange green smoke swiftly shot into the monster's eyes. It roared in pain and then collapsed to the ground. Chuang then seized the opportunity, lunging from the air onto its head. He raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. A resounding shriek and a sword thrust piercing its spine sent it to its final resting place. Struck directly in its fatal weakness, the monster let out a pathetic, ear-piercing shriek. It writhed violently, causing Chuang then to be thrown off as well. Xiao Hai lay prone on the ground, worriedly calling out the boss name. Chuang then struggled to maintain balance, plunged the sword deep into its body, and then growled, declaring the game over. The monster's eyes bulged, its tongue lolled out, and it coughed up blood, dying. After that, he tightly closed his eyes and let his body fall limply to the ground. Zhang Shen's hands trembled incessantly and he involuntarily burst into laughter. Zhang Shen struggled to stand up and smiled. Finally, everything had come to an end. Xiao Hai rushed over and asked, "Boss, are you okay?" Zhang Shen jumped down from the back of the beast and replied, "I am fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated the system, initiating the body-strengthening talent to repair the injured sternum area. He told Xiao Hai to quickly go find Xiao Hai diet. She turned on her system, leaned close to the beast's corpse, and excitedly said, "Wait a moment, let me take a picture to post on the community. It'll be enough for me to brag about for a whole year." Zhang Shen angrily tapped her and knelled, "Go find her now." Xiao Hai ran off, clutching her head resentfully. Zhang Shen watched her go, muttering, "Worthless fellow," then pressed the harvest button on the system panel. The system responded that it had harvested 50 plus 10 nuclear energy along with talents, acceleration, fertilizer, evolved human blood, tough hides, and sharp claws in corresponding quantities. The beast's body was gradually purified by the system and notifications continuously appeared. Evolved human blood is a valuable medicinal ingredient. Tough hides can be used to make protective armor, and claws are rare materials for crafting weapons. Xiao Hai, holding the dazed little fatty, called out loudly, "Xiao Hai diet, where are you? The boss is here to save you." Zhang Shen also shouted, "I am Zhang Shen and the monster has been eliminated." After calling for a long time without a response, he worried if something had happened to her, but then reassured himself that it probably hadn't. As he was lost in thought, Xiao Hai suddenly called out, "Boss, come here and look." Zhang Shen quickly ran to the window and exclaimed, "This is the place." He used his strength to heave away the rock blocking the path. Xiao Hai looked inside and gasped in surprise. Inside was Xiao Hai diet, unconscious. Xiao Hai reported that she had found her, but her poisoning was quite severe. Zhang Shen rushed inside. Xiao Hai, while treating her, explained, "She's been infected for quite a while. Luckily, I found her in time so she can still be saved, but it will take a lot of time to clear the virus." Zhang Shen stood gazing intently at the door and replied, "Go ahead and treat her without worry. I'll keep watch in the adjacent room." Just then, the system reported that there was a large quantity of weapons and ammunition in the room, astounding Zhang Shen. He gleefully stepped closer and pushed the door open. Before his eyes was an entire warehouse of tanks and armored vehicles. He excitedly thought to himself, "No wonder she gave me precious medicine last time. This dangerous place must have truly made things difficult for her." Zhang Shen began to collect the spoils, acquiring 147s. In addition, 100,000 rounds of ammunition, 6 rockets, and over 200 accompanying shells. While he was collecting, a sudden tremor struck, startling him. Xiao Hai frantically asked, "What was that sound?" Zhang Shen quickly grabbed his gun and ran outside, telling her, "Don't move, I'll go check it out." He pointed his gun barrel towards the murky darkness ahead. He suddenly realized something and rushed forward. It turned out to be a yellow box. What appeared before his eyes was a chest. Zhang Shen grumbled, cursing the system for not giving any hints as everything was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Only when he got close to the target did Trong then realize it was a dazzling gold-trimmed red chest with an old well next to it. His eyes widened. There was the well. While Trong then was still busy speculating, a pale hand suddenly reached out from the well. Seeing this, Trong then's mind raced immediately. Some kind of monster was crawling out of the well. Looking at the huge monster trying to squeeze its way out of the mouth of the well, Trong then went weak in the knees, stammering Tiu Hai's name. Before he could finish his sentence, a giant head with bloodshot eyes emerged. Shouldering his gun, Trong then turned around and shouted, "Little mouse, get to the armored vehicle," and started up immediately. Tiuhai ran over in a panic. Boss, what's wrong? The treatment isn't finished yet. Seeing the monster looming in front of her, Tiuhai shrieked, oh my god, what is this? While Truong then rained bullets down on it and yelled back, little mouse, take Trio High diet and run first, let me hold it off. Truong then was horrified to see that the monster's body remained completely unscathed despite being sprayed with continuous gunfire. The system notified him of the mutated beast, a level 3 mutated zombie named Kadan possessing terrifying strength and speed. Its durability and reflexes were unmatched, and it could even unleash sonic waves. Having just finished reading, Truong then had to leap aside to dodge its pounce, wondering if the world had gone mad. Was this thing even a zombie anymore? The Kudan's eyes shone brightly, momentarily restrained by Tao Hai's ability. Helping Trio Hai diet up, Tio Hai chanted, boss hurry, I can hold it for long. Truong then shouted back, little mouse, drive, leave this to me. With that, Truong then swung his sword and rushed straight at it. He channeled all of his strength into his arm. Take this full force slash of mine. Yet, as the monster turned around, Truong then was stunned to see there was not even a scratch on it. The mutated zombie spat a blast of energy toward Truong. Just then, Tio Hai drove the vehicle close, shouting, boss, jump in, quick. Truong then cursed under his breath, damn it. He reached out and grabbed Naimap, who was lying unconscious. Truong then dashed into the armored vehicle before the Kudan could fly into a frenzy. The armored vehicle sped away, leaving the roaring monster behind. Inside, the vehicle shook violently as Trio Hai diet and Naimap remained unconscious in the back seat. The armored vehicle sped along the bumpy road. The Kudan zombie roared, its eyes completely bloodshot. A strange sound rang out, followed by a surge of glowing red energy spreading everywhere. The attack had torn a hole right beneath the armored vehicle. As the vehicle plunged downwards, Zhang Shen, full of doubt, wondered, why did that giant monster appear without any warning? The vehicle crashed hard. This time we were done for. Looking at the armored vehicle in freefall, Zhang Shen whispered, could it be? The system wants me to fall again. Despite plunging from a great height, the vehicle remained completely undamaged. Suddenly, a series of system windows appeared surrounding Zhang Shen. The content displayed on the screens matched what Zhang Shen was witnessing: screaming people, prostrate figures, giant zombies, and hordes of monsters. Zhang Shen was utterly shocked. This was indeed a monster lair. Xiaoxi, holding a can of gasoline, asked Zhang Shen, leader, should I pour all this gasoline? Xiaoxi cried and whimpered, it took so many arrows to get this much gasoline, it's such a waste. Zhang Shen, however, remained calm. He resolutely poured out all the gasoline, stating, we must completely destroy this place. If we let them multiply, Chenyang City will face a great disaster. Something unexpected suddenly startled Zhang Shen. He looked up at the hole he had just fallen through, realizing it was a giant mutated zombie. That fast, honey, get ready to run. The giant mutated zombie landed on the ground, creating a tremor. Xiaoxi nervously steered, thinking, I'm not following this reckless leader anymore, it's always so risky. Outside, Zhang Shen was still struggling to pour gasoline. While pouring and dodging the mutated zombie S attacks, he turned his head to remind Xiaoxi, run in an S pattern to avoid it. If we get hit, we'll be crushed to pieces. Zhang Shen guided Shixai on the path as he floored the accelerator, swerving around. At this point, the gasoline can in Zhang Shen's hand was almost empty. He looked up at the mutated zombie. Immediately, Zhang Shen swung his arm and threw the gasoline can directly at the giant mutated zombie's face. Here. After that, Zhang Shen pulled out his powerful cannon and aimed it directly at the mutated zombie. A loud explosion rang out. The cannonball acted like an igniter, erupting in flames and incinerating everything. The giant mutated zombie, still intact, burst out of the flames, trying to grab Zhang Shen as he jumped into the armored vehicle. Unfortunately for the zombie, Zhang Shen had already managed to jump inside and retrieve the cannon. The fire raged fiercely, accompanied by crackling explosions. The armored vehicle shot forward. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Shen thought, I almost died there. The fire had incinerated the entire monster egg nest. The system announced successfully incinerated 11 of Chenyang City's monster breeding area. Special reward 1 level 2 gift bag. Please check to claim your reward. After reading the announcement, Zhang Shen was a bit shocked. Only 11 incinerated? Is this breeding area really that big? Truong then suddenly saw a pale green shadow appear before his eyes. He immediately lunged forward, a surge of suspicion rising in his heart. A slimy, green-skinned monster turned back to look at both of them, and he was stunned to encounter a new species as the system quickly popped up a notification. That was a level 2 mutated zombie specializing in spitting toxic fluid with extremely strong acidity, and its danger level was exceedingly high. Right as he finished reading the warning line, the poison spitter immediately spat a glob of viscous slime onto the armored vehicle. Truong then was struck dumb with horror, seeing the vehicle's body armor starting to corrode, and before he could utter a cry of astonishment, Tiu Hai panicked and screamed in alarm. He looked back outside, and oh dear, 3 monsters were surrounding the car and frantically spewing acid. The windshield began to be eaten away. Tiu Hai screamed in terror, and Truong then hurriedly lunged forward to tell her to move aside so he could take the wheel lest they all die. Truong then gritted his teeth in tension as the vehicle was starting to hold out no longer. He floored the gas pedal and surged forward, eager to escape from this place. The armored vehicle charged straight into the cliffside, ramming away the zombies, blocking the way to escape this ghostly place. The armored vehicle finally broke through to the outside. The twilight was gradually fading in the distant sky. Tiu Hai, with tears streaming down her face, hugged Truong then and cried, and he irritably told her that even if she begged, there was no way he would ever go back to that death trap again. The two of them had barely steadied their nerves when a loud, rumbling noise echoed, and a horde of the living dead was approaching. Behind the swarm of zombies, there were usually all kinds of mutated creatures as well. Tiu Hai poked her head out to check. Good heavens, all the monsters in the tunnel had poured out. Truong then gritted his teeth and steered the wheel. They had to find another way to go. Otherwise, the Thian Duong base would be doomed, so he drove really fast to shake off the pack of the living dead. Unexpectedly, a strange noise rang out on the roof of the car. The pursuer had climbed onto the roof, and Trong then calmly told Tiohai that those were just mice. He told her to focus on driving while he went outside to finish off these monsters. As soon as Trong then finished speaking, a reptile appeared on Tiohai's side, and she cried out in panic that they were about to crawl in. Trong then coldly swung his sword and thrust forward, asking if they wanted to die. Just at this moment, Chuhaingayat in the back seat began to convulse violently. Tiohai was startled and looked back. Chuhaingayat was in danger. She worriedly exclaimed that the toxicity in Chuhaingayat's body had not worn off yet, and if she wasn't treated immediately, it would be too late. Trong then withdrew his sword and told Tiohai to rest assured and take care of her, while leaving these zombies to him. Tiohai agreed immediately, and the two of them cooperated seamlessly, dividing their tasks to take action. Trong then rushed outside, shouldered his weapon, and wiped out the horde of zombies chasing them, shouting for all of them to go die. He unleashed a barrage of bullets like explosive ordnance into the zombie horde, and with every bullet that landed, one fell. The system immediately sent a message reporting the successful collection of triple the energy crystals. Also included were 10. The system continuously broadcast upgrade notifications to Trong that, to advance to an early stage awakener rank 2, one must collect 756 out of a total of 1200 energy. A few more shells shot straight out. The mutated zombie horde was instantly blown to pieces. Even the massive obese zombies had to feel the pain. Trong then was exhilarated, laughing heartily as he unleashed a barrage of bullets to wipe out the zombie horde, yelling, "Come on in, come on over. Your big bro here will let you little pups taste what a rain of bombs and a storm of bullets feels like." The system's loudspeaker blared incessantly, announcing the immediate reception of 4 crystals and 11 bundles of clean cloth, followed by another 3 crystals accompanied by 12 bundles of clean cloth. Having collected an additional 3 energy cores and 10 bundles of clean cloth, the upgrade progress for early stage rank 2 now stands at 132 out of 1200 cores. But right at this moment, the giant mutated zombie went berserk. Trong then clutched his gun tightly and looked back to tell Tiohai, "My good girl, step on the gas and drive straight towards the overpass." The car sped rapidly to right beneath the overpass. The giant mutated zombie was still stuck tight right behind them, with an ear-splitting crack. The bridge directly above the giant's head exploded into pieces. Trong then clenched his fists, laughing heartily with delight. "Time for you to meet your maker." Amidst the thick dust of the collapsed bricks and rubble. Yet the giant still managed to slowly struggle back up. The plump mutated zombie slipped and fell into the water. It thrashed wildly in fury, splashing water everywhere, while Trong Then's armored vehicle had already sped out of sight. The armored car sped straight into the heart of Chanyang City. Old Tren turned to remind Trangok, "The sun is setting, hurry up a bit." Old Tren scratched his head and asked Trangok, "I just heard from the others that recently Klai Hongdas group has been secretly keeping the collected items instead of turning them over to you, right?" Trangok sighed and nodded, "Yes, sir. These past few days they've recruited new members, so they re very arrogant and don't respect anyone unless you personally give the order." Old Tren shook his head warily. "Oh, well, never mind. As long as that fellow hasn't left the gang, he is still one of us." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive dark silhouette flashed past right in front of Old Tren's nose. Old Tren and his whole group stopped in bewilderment. "Am I seeing things? A tank? Oh my god, someone's riding a tank!" Old Trang, with his sharp eyes, recognized Trong Then. "It's him." Night fell and the moon quickly rose high. Trong Then scooped up the little princess Tiohai and strode into the room. The dynamic duo of Tibu Hai and the chubby dog Mep dragged their lifeless bodies into the house, finally returning to their cozy home. Saving 2 people back to back had completely exhausted her. Turning back, Trong Then chuckled to see Tibu Hai sitting flat on the floor while the fat dog Na Mep enthusiastically licked her cheek. Wearing a gentle smile, he encouraged her, saying she had worked hard today. Tibu Hai. Upon hearing the compliment from her boss, Tibu Hai's eyes instantly went wide with astonishment. She hurriedly dropped down to hug Trot Ngithen's legs and whined, "Boss, you've finally dropped the nickname Mouse. I've been waiting for this sentence for so long." Traunji then chuckled, patted her head, and told her that from now on they were family, to go get some rest, and to call him whenever Trao Hai Dai woke up. In the dead of night, raindrops began to pour down torrentially. Trothan then sat down in the armchair and opened the control panel to swipe through it a few times. Seeing a Tier 2 treasure chest for the first time and curious about what was inside, he clicked to open it and the system issued a notification. "Congratulations on receiving 30 outdoor firewood stoves, 30 sleeping bags, 10 outdoor lights, 5 night vision devices, 5 super magnifying telescopes, 1 potential crystal, 1 blueprint for primary protective armor, and a portion of premium pet food." After reviewing the pile of items acquired, the system displayed the details of each item. This crystal could increase 1 potential point when used. Each point helped level up skills, while the primary protective armor would automatically activate to shield the whole body whenever danger was encountered. It reduced incoming damage by 1/4, and the premium pet food specifically would help pets grow faster, though it was only effective before the growth stage. Trodinder then crushed the crystal in the palm of his hand, and the system immediately notified him. "Congratulations on accepting the gene sequence, unlocking the direction of energy evolution, and receiving an additional potential point." The displayed information showed that the ancient spirit cat talent increased dodging speed and reflexes by 1.5 times, combined with the ability to harvest all ordinary resources. It increased resource gathering efficiency by more than half. Additionally, the gene mutation branches consisting of Berserk, Spirit Cat, or Energy Accumulation all supported attacks extremely well. Reading the description, the Energy Accumulation attack could release a destructive beam from the palm with power increasing by level. Trudi Engi then thought to himself that since he specialized in using sabers, he should prioritize defensive armor and close-range attacks, and that thought, he swiped to look at the Berserk status line. This skill helped dramatically boost all stats in an instant while simultaneously neutralizing 30% of damage. Trotanthen immediately clicked to select it. Instantly, the system sent a report that the new skill had been successfully configured for him. 2 currents of hot and cold air circulated throughout his body. Congratulations on successfully lighting up the 2 talents of Berserk and energy accumulation. Trotanthen slightly frowned as he looked at his wrists. Why is one side hot and the other side cold like this? 2 halos of blue and red fire suddenly appeared on his wrist, entangling with each other, though it was unclear what kind of attacking technique this was. In the room filled with the warm light of early morning, Trotanthen was still lying lazily asleep. Suddenly he smelled a rich, fragrant aroma. He immediately sprang up and exclaimed, "Where is this delicious meat fragrance drifting from?" Char Hai Doit walked in carrying a plate of food and cheerfully said, "You reawake," prompting Trotanthen to curiously ask. Hai Diet looked up at her and inwardly admired that this beauty, who looked like a fairy descended to earth, was even more dazzling in real life than on video. She smiled and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, brave warrior. From now on this body is willing to follow you." He stepped back shyly and replied, "Don't say that. If it weren't for your herbs I would have met my maker long ago. Let's call it even." Tiu Hai briefly showed a look of annoyance on her face. The little girl urged you to stop lingering around, hurry up and enjoy the meat-stuffed baked potatoes before they get completely cold. Trung then excitedly chimed in, "Is this dish potatoes mixed with meat? I thought it was just plain roasted meat." Hai Diet, what kind of cooking style is this? She covered her mouth and giggled. "Before time traveling, I used to dabble in a few dishes myself. If you like them, I will cook them for you to eat every day." Tiu Hai suddenly pointed towards the window and shouted loudly, "Big brother, look, the rebels are coming." He hurriedly turned his head and asked urgently, "Where?" She snatched a piece of food as fast as lightning, but Trung then reacted in a flash and drew his sword. He sliced the skewer right through and roared, "You despicable villain. Hai Diet's first plate must be enjoyed by me, no arguments." The 2 of them swung their arms, sending 2 pieces of meat-stuffed baked potatoes flying high up into the clouds. Tiu Hai screamed at the top of her lungs, "Today's batch of meat and potatoes will definitely belong to me." Just like that, the 2 of them fought fiercely over a single bite of food. Hai Diet stood on the side, covering her mouth with a smile and said, "Stop joking around, let me make another plate and that I'll settle it." Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Fatty Hai rushed over and gobbled down both pieces of the succulent meat-stuffed baked potatoes. Trung then flew into a rage and shouted until his neck was hoarse. "Even you dare to rebel against me?" Tiu Hai scolded. "This disloyal fatty truly gets what he deserves." In the garden outside, the lush rows of plants were sprouting and budding. Tiu Hai loudly called out, "Big brother, the fertilizer at my place has just run out completely." Trung then wiped his sweat profusely and replied, "My place is all out too. It seems we'll have to venture outside to find some more fertilizer." Hai Diet dusted off her hands and muttered softly, "How wonderful it would be if we could just live in peace like this forever." He turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to reassure her, "Definitely. Right now I have enough strength to completely protect this place." She continued, "Oh, that's right, I still have the skill book and the shelter diary. I was so busy the other day that I completely forgot to give them to you." He asked in surprise, "A diary?" Hai Diet waved her hand to activate the system interface. Expert driving skill. After use, the body will perfectly adapt to all means of transportation. Superb Marksman, when activated, significantly increases the hit rate on targets. Bloody diary, left behind by researchers in the old shelter, along with the metallurgy skill, which helps extract iron and steel materials from metal objects or structures. Low-level mechanical modification skill allows the consumption of iron materials to repair, upgrade, and renovate machines. Trung then joyfully shouted at the top of his lungs, "I was having a headache over the tank repair, but with these treasures of yours, all troubles are neatly resolved." He poked the virtual interface and wondered, "What on earth is this diary anyway?" The system immediately issued a notification. "Congratulations, you have successfully mastered all gathering techniques." On August 12, 2012, a mutated supervirus turned all victims into zombies. Armed forces immediately blockaded the city day and night to sweep through, and anyone lingering on the streets was instantly eliminated. By September 29, 2012, the zombies turned out to be a minor issue. The truly disastrous mutations were the plants and insects, not to mention the countless monsters that rose from the ground whenever they were defeated. The core forces were completely overwhelmed, and every advanced weapon humans once prided themselves on suddenly became heaps of scrap metal. On October 12, 2012, another soldier ended his own life with a gun. "I cannot bear this shelter any longer. Rumor has it the armory is housing 3 armored vehicles full of ammunition, so we decided to steal them and fight our way out." On November 11, 2012, the mutated underground monsters swarmed and occupied the shelter before the soldiers could even climb into the armored vehicles. Screams echoed everywhere, and the end of the world had truly arrived. Zhang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out there were mobile armored vehicles inside the underground bunker. The massive armored vehicle charged ahead frantically, crushing the monsters beneath its tracks. Xiaoxi confidently declared that she could take on the entire map alone, with a master mechanic as her backer. The road was her home, and she wanted to see where those zombies could possibly hide. Second Fatty immediately turned into a giant and charged in to tear each zombie apart. Looking down from above, Zhang Chen told himself that this was the last group of zombies, and it would surely help him level up successfully. He immediately soared high into the air. Then he dove straight toward the ground as powerfully as a rocket. The powerful landing shook heaven and earth, causing the ground to crack into 100 pieces. He shouted out the order, "Fire." Xiaoxi grew even more excited and laughed with delight. With both hands gripping her twin guns, she fired continuously while wearing cool sunglasses, telling herself she was the nemesis of the zombies. A firestorm of war swept across the land as successive rounds of bombardment lit up the entire sky. Second fatty looked clearly bloodthirsty with his eyes turned blood red, frantically devouring pieces of the zombies. Zhang Chen raised his hand forward, releasing an abundance of energy, saying it was time to test its power and hoping it wouldn't let him down. He unleashed a direct forward strike, blowing away every obstacle in his path without showing any mercy. However, immediately after, he winced and brushed his hands with tears in his eyes, thinking that if it was this painful, he should only use it as a final trump card in the future. His hands began to glow with a stream of blue magic. He ran around looking about frantically in every direction. He roared that the cost of reinforcing the vehicle's armor was astronomical, but these spoils should be enough to cover the initial investment. The system immediately reported successfully collected 73 energy cores, 120 pieces of clean cloth, and 140 bags of mutant fertilizer. To upgrade to a level 2 early stage awakened guardian, 200 energy cores are required out of the 1755 currently held. You have met all requirements. Confirm upgrade now, he thought, immediately pressing the command key on the control panel. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to a level 2 elementary awakened warrior and have received 4 new talent points. Advancing to level 3 will cost an additional 600 energy cores. 2 strange birthmarks suddenly appeared on Zhang Chen's wrist. He told himself that the charge-up skill had also been strengthened, and now it was time to allocate his talent points. The system has just confirmed that your talent points have been successfully allocated. You now possess the reflexes of a lynx and superior lubrication skills. Your evasion and jumping abilities have soared by 150, and item collection efficiency has also improved by an additional 60. Chuang then resolutely launched himself into the air. He darted towards Xiaohe, making her cry out in alarm. Boss, did you just use a teleportation skill? Chuang then smiled and explained, this is just an evasion talent. He asked, how many energy cores do you still need? Hearing this, she sighed, I haven't even seen any progress towards leveling up. He asked in surprise, how can that be? Seeing Xiaohe sadly wave her hand and say, oh, just leave me be, boss. These lurking beasts in the city are really good at hiding. We haven't seen a single one on the way. He said sternly, these lurking beasts are very cunning. Keeping them around would be a disaster for Thian Duong. Stand still, I'll scan their positions. He cheered when he found the target, then thought to himself, indeed, after upgrading my vision, the detection range has expanded many times over. High Diet waved and called from above, Chuang, then I've successfully upgraded my superpower. From now on, I won't let you bear the burden alone anymore. Both were extremely excited. He enthusiastically smiled and replied, fantastic, let's go. We'll clear out all the lurking beasts in Thiandong City. Deep inside a building, bizarre monsters were crawling out in droves. They gleefully competed for the delicious prey. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power crashed down, forcing them to raise their hands to cover their faces. The entire group stared at each other, utterly bewildered. From high above, a large caliber bullet shot straight inside. An explosion shook the entire building and thick smoke and dust obscured visibility. Chuang then emerged from the rubble with a majestic bearing. Seeing a few surviving creatures crawling out, he roared, did you think hiding in here would let you escape? I'll herd all of you into a trap. Don't spare the bullets. This time we must wipe them out completely. Not a single one left. Xiao Hai quickly complied, understood. He suddenly overheard the people nearby whispering, doesn't he everyone think it as strange? It seems someone is sweeping through Thiandong City today, clearing out the zombies. Oh, so that's it. I thought some factions were purging each other again, which scared me stiff and made me not dare to show my face outside. I saw 3 people from afar, a zombie girl and an air ability girl, but the most terrifying was that man with a knife. His firepower was frighteningly strong. Now that the zombies in the city are almost gone, the resource scramble tomorrow will surely be fierce. Anyone who wants to form a team, message me. They continued to discuss. My stadium faction has already occupied the commercial district. Tomorrow, if anyone dares to approach alone, don't blame this keyword for acting ruthlessly. The stadium faction. Even the beggar sect faction sounds more respectable. My brothers who joined them keep complaining that they don't even get enough food. Someone sneered, ruthless. What ruthlessness? This old man has foreign backing. In a few days, you'll all receive a big surprise. I am Zheng Hao, in charge of the stadium camp. On behalf of Kai Hongdat, I apologize to everyone. We absolutely do not intend to monopolize resources in Thian Duong. In the middle of the stadium, a group of people were gathered, plotting and planning. Hongdat grumbled, the dwindling number of zombies in the city is a golden opportunity to gather supplies. If we don't use our strength to blockade the area, what's the point of setting up a camp? Zheng Hao calmly explained, this is only temporary. New zombies will soon swarm in and our manpower is still thin. Confronting such large numbers would only add more risk. He is stubborn and refuses to listen to anyone. A lack of supplies is our biggest concern, so I will lead the team to seize the commercial district myself tomorrow morning. And it doesn't matter whether you join or not. He shouted loudly, asking Hongda if he still considered him a brother and if he would still obey his orders, berating him very harshly. You are the one who is authoritarian and dictatorial, not me. If you had listened to other people's opinions a little bit, our brotherhood wouldn't have ended up like this. Hongda loudly ordered everyone to go and seize the commercial district point tonight, and the people around him responded with great enthusiasm. Tren Hao and Tranga could only stand silently and watch their figures walk away. He frowned and remarked that the zombies had already become a disaster and now a man-made calamity was looming. The scene shifts to Trongdon's residential area. Everyone is gathered around a dinner table full of delicious-smelling food. High Diet excitedly sets out countless elaborately prepared dishes. The final dish, named Gold and Jade filling the hall, has just been served. Tiu Hai was moved to tears and praised High Diet for being amazing at transforming potatoes and meat into such an exotic and eye-catching delicacy. She looked at the food on the table, drooling with desire, chirped that all of this belonged to her, and quickly started eating. Truong then shook his head helplessly and ruffled her hair, unable to understand if she had ever eaten anything good in her previous life. While chewing ravenously, Tu-hai complained that she was once so hungry that she had to eat both zombies and dry branches on the mountain. Hearing this, he replied that she didn't look like she had been hungry in this world, but rather like her family had been poor for lifetimes. Tu-hai quickly pointed at Hidayat and boasted that before he returned, she had been live streaming and selling goods like crazy, and even foreigners were sending gifts, so we now have 30 boxes of merchandise. She gave a forced smile, thinking to herself that she couldn't let the boss know she was from another world. Upon hearing this, Trong then excitedly announced that they could set off for the treasure location tomorrow, and Hidayat raised an eyebrow, questioning if they were really still planning to go there. He smiled and explained that the zombies in the city were no longer enough for him to level up, and before the game entered a new phase, he had to obtain the mecha suit mentioned in the diary. The next morning at Trong the nest base in a remote area, a pile of black, foul-smelling waste sat right on the floor, making Tu-hai step back and wonder if this was really high-grade pet food. Hidayat stood beside her, also hesitating because no matter how she looked at it, it seemed more like something else. Truong then approached Fatty Nai and said with a cunning smile that his master would never harm him, claiming this was a unique delicacy, and urged him to be obedient and swallow a bite. So Fatty Nai reluctantly swallowed it on command while he stood by and cheered him on excitedly. As soon as he finished swallowing it, his eyes widened in surprise. A dense cloud of black smoke erupted like an atomic explosion, making him exclaim with satisfaction that the effect was really fast. Tu-hai screamed in panic that the black smoke was poisonous and they had to run away immediately. Hidayat was enveloped by the cloud of smoke, her hands stained with the pitch-black liquid. Truong then asked about Hidayat with concern and told Tu-hai to heal her quickly, thinking to himself that this dog food was truly powerful. Even the fumes were strong enough to injure a strong fighter. The black smoke gradually dissipated. Truong then looked cautious and stared intently at it. He immediately saw a giant beast foot with sharp claws stepping out. Both Hidayat and Tu-hai widened their eyes in utter astonishment. Fattier had now transformed into a robust god of war, his eyes glowing red like blood. Tu-hai stood frozen in a daze at the sight. Hidayat leaned in close to look at the appearing information board. The pet's name was Fattier, and its species was an energy-mutated battle pet. The Howling Moon Wolf King had entered adulthood, first-tier adolescent stage, and its favorite foods were meat, zombies, and mutant beasts. Its exclusive skill was doubling combat power. When entering battle, all physical stats doubled, combined with the wild soul call to summon two assistants to fight alongside, who would disappear after the battle ended. Tu-hai looked up and exclaimed in surprise, while Truong muttered to himself that this truly was a monstrous battle pet, so tiny yet already this strong, so tomorrow he could set off to explore the treasure with peace of mind. He patted Fattier's head and gave it careful instructions: stay home and guard the area well, and strictly obey all directions from Hidayat. Hearing the familiar bark made Tu-hai frown and complain that the sound was still as foolish as ever, not matching its heroic appearance at all. Once everything was entrusted, Truong then burned with enthusiasm and urged them on. Come on, let's hurry up and head to the treasure. Meanwhile, right in the heart of the city, Tai Hongda and his underlings were swinging their blades and slaughtering without the slightest mercy. He bent down to grab the spoils of war and smiled smugly, thinking that robbing others was still the fastest way to acquire resources. The fat man wearing dazzling gold chains angrily pointed his finger and shouted, "Is this how you people from the stadium behave, tricking us into scavenging and then turning hostile to wipe us out?" Hongda shrugged with a cold smile and said, "Who can you blame? This is entirely an order from Boss Trenhao, and we couldn't bear to do it either." The fat man still screamed, "Aren't you afraid of becoming a public enemy by doing this? When that time comes, a miserable end awaits you. Don't think we easy to bully. If that's the case, you guys just leave your spatial rings and get lost." To make things clear, he leisurely negotiated. The fat man, pale as a sheet, stammered and asked, "Really?" Tai Hongdae gave a cunning smile and promised firmly, "Of course it's true, but when you go running your mouths about Trenhao's image, remember to keep my name out of it." That group obediently took off their rings and handed them over to him immediately. Then they fled head over heels and vanished without a trace, while Hongda laughed cunningly with a scheming smirk upon achieving his goal. "Trenhao, you always like to put on a show and build a good image. Done to you. I'll help make your reputation famous across the land." In a corner of a bustling skyscraper-filled urban area, two strange men wearing black sunglasses were whispering, and the bald one asked, "Is this the third group we've waylaid and robbed?" He patted his gun and replied leisurely, "People have an old saying, you know. That is, the mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind, and that oriole is us." He raised his rifle, aimed accurately, and gave the signal, "It's time to pull in the net." The bastard pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air and zoomed away, aiming straight at Hongdat's group of three subordinates. Just as this guy turned his head around, he was immediately hit by a fatal bullet that pierced right through him. His companions panicked and screamed, calling out for the boss. A breathless young man ran in to report the bad news. "Boss, it's bad. The sacrificial team has been captured by a group of foreigners." Trenhao frowned and questioned, "Which foreigners? Just calm down and tell me." Gasping for air, he explained, "We did exactly as instructed, gathering supplies in the central area. Who would have thought we'd be attacked by traitors colluding with the foreigners? Our team managed to take down a few, but we were overwhelmed by their heavy firepower." Trangok anxiously pressed, "What about the others? How is it that only you made it back?" He replied, trembling, "They've all been taken down. That group let me go just to deliver this list to you. They demand that if we don't bring enough of the supplies on the list to the meeting place tonight, they will show no mercy and march over to raze our camp to the ground." She took the list and scanned it quickly, her heart heavy as she thought, "This will consume half of our food supplies." The crowd began to panic. "The foreigners have flooded into the city. They have heavy weapons. How can we fight back? Let's run." Trenhao reassured everyone, don't be afraid, the city is a gathering place for domestic players. Those foreigners won't dare to run amok here. He pondered and then said, it's only half, which is a somewhat acceptable demand. Supplies can be gathered again once lost. I'm only afraid they won't release the hostages after taking the goods. Trangok asked in a serious tone, Captain Tren, do you mean we are actually going to hand over the supplies? But what if? Trenhao smiled confidently, trust me, I have a plan to rescue Hongdat. The scene shifts to a deep mountain cave, where a weary sigh echoes. Tayuhai slowly paced through the cave filled with strange creatures, thinking, is this cavern bottomless? Where on earth is the mecha suit hidden? Boss, please hang in there. It's not that this little mouse wants to be lazy, she suddenly shrieked as she spotted a dark shadow moving. The bizarre creature slowly crawled closer. Tayuhai yelled frantically, what are you looking at? Seriously, do you know where the mecha suit is hidden? The strange creature froze for a moment. It then shook its head, surprising her. It seems it understands what I'm saying. Understanding this, Tayuhai waved her hand. If you don't know, then get lost. Don't block the way. The thing actually turned and left, she thought to herself. Interesting. She wondered in confusion, could it be that I've accidentally upgraded myself and unlocked some hidden talent? Wait, have you seen any giant piece of metal around here that specifically blasts zombies? The monster pointed down toward the ground. She looked in that direction. As it turned out, it was right underneath. Meanwhile, things were extremely tense on Truonglin's side. He quickly dodged the attack and delivered a powerful punch to the massive monster. Blow it. Truonglin landed on the ground, gritting his teeth and telling himself, the energy armor along with my awakening talent helped me reduce damage by 35. Yet I still can't withstand a single punch from those titans. Xiaoxai, why haven't you found the combat mecha yet? I'm about to reach my limit. That monster kept delivering continuous punches into the ground. Dodging with cat-like instincts, he shouted, I am almost out of strength. Meanwhile, Xiaoxai was fumbling deep down below. She panted heavily in exhaustion. I've come this deep and still nothing. Suddenly, Xiaox was stunned as a fleet of giant robots appeared before her eyes. That's it, she cheered happily. Mechas. Observing the scattered scrap metal, Xiaoxai muttered her calculations. At a glance, there seemed to be about 4 of them. After looking closely inside, she determined, I'm afraid these can only be used for spare parts. Standing before a machine, Xiaoxi spoke into the communication system. Only one is intact, boss. We can give up this time. As soon as the signal connected, a voice responded. Which one is it? Touching the screen to report to Truongling, Xiaoqi said, boss, all the mechas are damaged. Plus, there are 5 titans patrolling here. We should retreat. On the other side of the screen, Truongling coughed as he replied, wait, isn't the one behind you still intact? It can definitely be repaired. I'm coming down right now. Seeing Truonglin's condition, Axie asked worriedly, boss, you re-injured? Truonglin immediately reassured her, I just carelessly took a punch from the titans. Xiaox shouted angrily, you say just one of them badly injured you, 5 would be suicide. Truonglin replied while swiftly operating the screen, high risk means high reward. I'll cause a commotion near you to lure the monsters away. Get ready for battle. Hearing this, Xiaox screamed, this is infuriating, it's too risky. Next time, how about I be the boss? Because the scream was so loud, it inadvertently attracted the attention of the nearby monster pack. Right then, a shocking explosion rang out along with a beam of light surrounding the titans, making Xiaoxi jump in surprise. The titans immediately turned their heads and charged toward the location en masse. All of them rushed into the points of light to attack frantically. Suddenly, Truongling appeared. Xiaoxai turned back in panic and asked, did you do that? As he landed, he answered, yes. Xiaoxai whined, boss, I think we should just retreat for our own good. Truongling exhaled sharply as his hands continued to manipulate the data panel. Stop nagging. Quickly use the fog to surround this area. The monsters will be back soon and the repair process takes a long time. Screen displayed injured 38 units of steel and 135 units of special steel collected. Beginning to use available resources to repair the armor, estimated completion in 30 minutes. Repair progress is 0, shortage of 10 steel units and 10 power core unit. Knowing the mecha was broken, Xiaox's eyes welled up with tears, yet she reluctantly went on her mission. Truong then grabbed her hand, handed her weapons and instructed, wait, take these 100 bombs I just found. Later when the titans arrive, go out there and distract them. Crying and whining, Xiaoxi asked, boss, I won't die, will I? Truong then squeezed her hand in encouragement. Xiaoxi, you must have faith in yourself. This is only stage 2, the difficulties ahead will be much greater than this. Suddenly the screen signaled. 100. As soon as Tigui turned her head back, she saw a giant beast rushing toward her. Panicking, she waved her hand to create a wall of light and hastily blurted out, look at them over there. Tiguhai swiftly escaped from the green mist that obscured Trot Nian's location and said, boss, I listened to you, but when the combat machine is done, remember to come pick me up. Trokangan Aiden immediately replied, as family, I keep my word. As long as I'm breathing, I would never abandon you. Trasardan anxiously observed the parameters displayed on the screen, showing a progress of only 3%, with a shortage of 84 tons of steel and 57 energy cores, feeling deeply worried in his heart. With steel and energy sources depleting this fast, who knows how much of it can even be restored. On the outer perimeter, Tiguhai was raising her sniper rifle, aiming directly at the monster's leg and shouted, you idiots. After unleashing a barrage of artillery shells toward the pack of monsters, Tiguhai quickly ran away and muttered to herself. The monsters rushed to pounce on Tiguhai but all missed. She nimbly jumped to another spot, not forgetting to provoke them. Aren't you furious that you couldn't hit me? Tiguhai hoisted a mortar on her shoulder, aiming while shouting, you fools launching sneak attacks and acting almighty, help yourselves to these bombs and don't be shy. Just outside the ravine, the group standing by the battleship could only hear deafening explosions coming from inside the cave. At this moment, Tiguhai's battlefield was hazy with smoke and gunfire. She muttered, this is so expensive, I've used up all the ammo and rockets I brought. The heavy footsteps of the monster pack kept advancing toward Tiguhai. Exhausted from overexertion at this moment, she still forced herself to say, the boss isn't he making any noise, he must be pouring all his energy into the crucial stage. Watching the giant beast silently closing in on her, Taiguhai told herself, I must endure a little longer and see what happens. The monster still charged through the smoke and the protective green energy screen. Taiguhai bent over, panting heavily, but her eyes still glared fiercely ahead as she thought, I can disturb him right now. She launched a counterattack and thought, let's try to buy a little more time for the boss who is afraid of whom. At worst, I'll just become a female ghost. Suddenly, a huge noise erupted right between Taiguhai and the pack of giant beasts. Taiguhai looked up and saw an imposing combat machine emitting a piercing blue aura. Dazed, she muttered, boss, why does this mech look so distorted and weird? Trocken Jithen immediately controlled the machine to leap high into the air. Next, he piloted it charging straight forward while shouting loudly, Taiguhai. Just as the machine landed imposingly in front of Taiguhai, Trocken Jithen quickly said, the combat machine is fixed, but due to a lack of materials, it can only fly a little bit now. Taiguhai exclaimed in surprise, what? Trocken then instructed, you pilot it back first while I lure these monsters away to another place. Trocken then nimbly jumped out, gripping a sword tightly, rushed up to attack the pack of monsters, and didn't he forget to yell, don't let it get damaged. That is the very last combat machine left in this world. Trossen then delivered a vicious sword strike aimed straight at the giant beast's head and barked, what are you staring at? Your opponent is right here. Xiaohai swiftly leaped into the mech cockpit and replied, rest assured, boss, my life is on the line, so this little mouse will definitely achieve the objective brilliantly. The giant beast, attacked by Zhang Shen, immediately launched a counter-punch. Fortunately, Zhang Shen retreated and dodged in time, then shouted, that's a quick reaction. Zhang Shen immediately followed up with another move. Then let's see how this ticks. Sitting in the cockpit, Xiaohai pushed the control lever and thought to herself, for big brother, no matter what happens, I must charge forward. Immediately after, the mech shot straight up, creating a long, brilliant streak of light. Meanwhile, Zhang Shen was still relentlessly attacking the head of a massive beast. Zhang Shen excitedly exclaimed, excellent work, Xiaohai, then he spun around and roared at the monsters, where are you all looking? Zhang Shen gathered all his inner energy, unleashing several devastating beams of light towards the beasts, then roared, come on all of you, get over here, the fun isn't over yet. Next, a brilliant white flash of light appeared on the control system screen. In a hidden corner outside the building, a sharp, resounding thwack suddenly echoed. Trangok, carrying a bow and arrow, ran headlong like the wind through the alley. As she ran, she threw stones and muttered to herself, I hope that person will take pity on our compatriots and intervene to deal with those foreigners. As she looked up towards the riverbank above, a white-furred wolf with bloodshot eyes suddenly appeared, baring its fangs and growling, causing Trangok to flinch and let out a scream. The white-furred wolf opened its maw wide, extended its sharp claws, and charged straight towards Trangok. She panicked and wondered, what in the world is this monster? Just as the wolf touched the ground, Trangok arched backward, dodging the pounce, and simultaneously thought to herself, why is this monster suddenly appearing in a residential area? Trangok smashed through the glass door and plunged inside, with the fierce white wolf hot on her heels. Trangok ran as fast as she could, looking back and muttering to herself, the plan cannot fail. I'll have to lure this beast to Trendoi's place first. At that critical moment, the white wolf lunged forward and pounced on Trangok. In a dark warehouse, a man hung high above, his hands tightly bound. Below, a man in a brown suit and black glasses sat imperiously in a chair while a subordinate in a black suit stood directly behind it. Both coldly observed the person hanging above, who was covered in bleeding wounds. The man in the chair nonchalantly ordered the subordinate standing behind him, it's the auspicious hour now. That foreigner is too stubborn to come anymore, you guys do it. Immediately, a subordinate flung an entire bucket of icy cold water over the head of the bound man. Wang Ji ran, awakened by the freezing water, bitterly looked up and thought, Zheng Hao, in the end you still want to push me to my death. I knew from the start that your kindness towards me was merely for exploitation. A subordinate holding a lighter stepped forward and said sinisterly, don't be afraid, life is just like a flame, let me help you burn it. Wang Jiran's eyes widened in extreme horror. Suddenly, a sound echoed, causing the man in the chair and his henchmen to startle and turn around to look. Just then, Zheng Hao appeared imposingly right at the warehouse door. You broke into the lair all by yourself. Their boss suddenly turned around, yelled at his underlings, and roared, what kind of guard duty is this to let him sneak all the way in here? The lackey, looking at his phone, replied in a panic, it's dead silent inside, they might have already been taken care of. Suddenly, a ring was thrown outward. Tren Hao turned his head and said, here are the supplies you wanted. Can you let my people go now? The ringleader jumped up, pointed his gun directly at Tren Hao and yelled, sneaking up from behind like this, what are you plotting? Do you think you can bring just a dozen people and imagine you're here to talk business with us? Immediately, all the underlings pointed their guns at Tren Hao. The boss laughed triumphantly and said, you've become an eyesore to me, so I'll take the goods, but I'll finish off all your lives too. Tren Hao let out a sarcastic laugh. I thought Westerners valued their word of honor so much, but it turns out you're just a bunch of ungrateful backstabbers. The tough guy sneered and retorted, credibility and honor, I prefer using brute force to make connections. Tren Hao became angry and unbuttoned his shirt to show them that his whole body was wrapped tightly in explosives. The ringleader panicked and screamed at the top of his lungs, telling them to let the hostages go immediately. He gritted his teeth fiercely as he watched Tren Hao help Wang Qinian leave the doorway. He turned around, glared, and ordered his men to chase after them and finish them off. The underling quickly acknowledged the order. Tren Hao grabbed Wang Qinian under the arms and bolted straight out of that place as fast as he could. Wang Qinian looked up and grumbled, we've escaped, but why are you running for your life? My wound is about to tear wide open here. Tren Hao lowered his voice and whispered, shut your mouth immediately, the explosives on me are all fake props. Vuong Qinin was furious and yelled, "What? Damn it, you were just making a fool of me, putting my life at stake." Meanwhile, Tren Hao was secretly cursing to himself. Why hasn't he Trangok brought reinforcements yet? Could everything be completely ruined? Realizing they were running out of options, Tren Hao muttered to himself that this time they would have to resort to their final trick, hoping that his brothers had already set an inescapable trap. Just at that moment, a dark shadow flashed past with terrifying speed. A bald guy with a gun tucked into his belt jumped out to block their path. He landed with a thud and sneered contemptuously, "Where are you Orientals running off to in such a rush?" He smiled mockingly and said, "Our boss has a little gift he wants to present to you." Vuong Qinin held his back, groaned, and complained, "See, you've failed and gained nothing again. If you had just agreed to call the brothers earlier, we would have been long gone by now." Tren Hao firmly replied, "I could risk the lives and blood of my brothers for your sake." Hearing this, Vuong Qinin angrily questioned, "So from the beginning you never intended to save me at all? You just came over here to play the big hero, huh?" The black-clad underling sneered mockingly, "Quarreling so loudly are you? It looks like your brotherhood is as thin as a sheet of paper. How about this, you hand over that weapon stash and I'll spare your life? What do you say?" Just as things reached a critical boiling point, a giant beast loomed into view behind him, making him jump and turn around sharply. He panicked and cursed, "What the hell is this?" Looking at the white wolf baring its teeth and brandishing its claws right in front of him, the bald foreigner curled his lip in a smirk. "Is this the reinforcement you went to all the trouble to invite?" The ferocious beast with glowing red eyes also chimed in and barked twice. The bald guy let out a mocking roar of laughter. "Turns out Orientals keep pet dogs. I thought it was some terrifying monster, but it's just a little puppy." He laughed hysterically as he spoke, showing utter contempt. At this moment, from the upstairs window, Trangok crossed her arms, stuck her chin out, and shouted loudly, "Captain Tren, run quickly." Tahongdat turned his head to look back, his expression turning somewhat ugly. Tren Ho also clenched his teeth tightly, realizing the situation seemed unusual. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he used one hand to hold tightly onto Tahongdat, whom he was carrying on his back. His other hand immediately threw a grenade. The grenade hit the ground and instantly created a thunderous explosion. Seeing this, the bald man roared, "Chase after them. Absolutely do not let them escape." Right at that moment, a murky dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of the wolf. Seeing this, the bald man was startled and muttered to himself, "What on earth is this damn thing?" As the wolf's silhouette rushed closer, he was startled and continuously fired his gun. Immediately, the illusion transformed into a snow-white wolf pouncing and biting the bald man's leg. Blood gushed profusely from the bite, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The blond man was still inside the room. He leaned his hands on a chair, gritted his teeth, and muttered, "More than an hour has passed, and they still haven't managed to catch even a single injured piece of trash. What a bunch of useless good-for-nothings." After dealing with the bald man, the white wolf clamped his gun in its jaws and rushed straight in from outside. The other two men saw the shadow appear outside and cried out in shock and terror, "What kind of monster is that?" The blond man whispered to himself, "That SGS hunting rifle." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his gun at the white wolf and yelled, "Damn it, this is a battle beast. Shoot and kill it immediately." The moment his words fell, the group instantly joined forces to open fire and attack. The white wolf dashed through the barrage of bullets and lunged swiftly toward the crowd. When it landed on the ground, a minor earthquake suddenly occurred. The rocks and earth where it landed shattered to pieces, and the group of people could not escape a similar fate. It sprinted forward, using its sharp claws to pounce on a nearby enemy, sending blood splashing everywhere. The blond man ran while screaming, "Retreat! This battle beast is too strong. It won't die no matter how much we fight it." He hastily contacted someone to beg for help. "Brother, save me quickly. We are being attacked by the Long Nation's battle beast." The white wolf bared its fangs and claws, letting out a resounding roar while dark, murky shadows suddenly appeared right beside it. They immediately split up to sink their teeth into the foreigners. Piercing screams of panic rang out, "No, save me." The white wolf clamped its jaws tightly around the blond man's neck. His face filled with panic, he screamed, "If I had known the Long people could tame battle beasts, I wouldn't have been stupid enough to come here." Night gradually fell and three figures cast long shadows on the deserted road. Tahongdat, with a body full of injuries, expressed his gratitude, "Thank you everyone for saving me once again," and then added, "Now I can walk by myself." Tren Ho also sincerely said, "I'm sorry, brother. I did that only for the safety of all of us. I hope you can understand." Hearing Tren Ho say that, Tahongdat coldly turned away and sneered, "Understand? How dare I not understand?" This sudden attitude of his left Trangok quite startled. She angrily wanted to rush forward to argue, but Tren Ho timely stopped her. "Trangok don't act rashly." Unable to swallow her anger, she shouted, "Heartless bastard, that's probably even worse than not helping at all." As for Tahongdat, after turning his back and walking away, a deeply cold-hearted thought arose in his mind. "Tren Ho, don't you dare try to use this debt of gratitude to tie me down." He wore a stern and crafty expression as he whispered, "Very soon I will advance to become an awakened one, and by then I will definitely replace you." Tank columns and heavy-duty trucks slowly advanced deep into the city. On those machines, a fully armed legion was forming. The tanks suddenly stopped in the middle of the street, and the thick armored doors opened. The bald fat man waved his hand as a signal, arrogantly shouting at his subordinates to quickly swarm out and wipe out every living creature in this city. "I must avenge my unfortunate younger brother." The soldiers obeyed without question. The commander ordered the treasure chests to be carried to an open area as bait, while also setting up an ambush to capture the owner of the rare war pet. Hidden behind the dense bushes nearby, Tahongdat lay perfectly still. His face darkened as he thought of the prospect of Thianduong City soon perishing due to the fierce foreign mercenaries. Suddenly from above, a majestic mecha appeared in the sky. The brilliant light from the machine made the soldiers below look up in astonishment. One of the robbers panicked, shouting about the battle armor, and the companion next to him turned pale, staring in that direction. The bald fat man also cried out in panic, ordering his subordinates to scatter quickly upon seeing that terrifying weapon. Inside the cockpit, Tiguhai frowned, wondering why there were so many strange foreigners in Thienduang City. She had a premonition that they had come with ill intentions. Observing her opponents on the screen, she smirked, confident that she would give these people a fright. With that, she immediately piloted the battle armor down. This powerful action caused the soldiers to panic immensely. The mecha's cannon began to glow with a deadly red hue. The warning lights indicating the imminent firing caused the soldiers to scatter and flee, with those behind fearing being left behind and screaming for help from their companions. The scene showed trucks and tanks struggling to escape in a cloud of dust, with the mecha in close pursuit. Tahongdat remained lying flat on the ground, astonished at the battle machine soaring rapidly overhead. Sweating profusely, he bitterly realized the vast gap in skill level and told himself he had to become stronger instead of being trampled as the weak. Suddenly noticing the abandoned chests, he rejoiced, thinking his heaven-sent opportunity to scavenge for spoils had arrived. Looking around cautiously, he quickly rushed out from his hiding place. After opening the treasure chest, he obtained a vial of blue potion and a gun. After carefully examining them, he realized it was a mid-grade physical enhancement potion. An ambition ignited in his heart, and he vowed to level up before Trinhouse so that he could one day return as a monarch and exact revenge. In another corner, a great many treasures had just been discovered. Hidayat couldn't hide her surprise as she looked at the pile of items and called Nymap over. She praised the dog for its great achievement, and Nymap cheerfully barked in response. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky and saw the mecha gliding through a mystical blue energy stream. Her face lit up with happiness as she realized it was Chuang the Nest battle armor. The robot crashed straight down onto the house, leaving a vast trail of blue light in the sky. Right then, the tank rumbled down the street, and from the cockpit, a voice spoke in a mumble. It turned out the person in the vehicle was Chuang. Then, he kept his eyes glued to the glowing screen and muttered that those outsiders were probably there to collect a debt from Nymap. What a bunch of cunning little rats. This meant the little girl had just conveniently saved all of Thienduang, but what if the foreigner saw the robot run away and turned back? They might be furiously rushing toward the city right now. On the other end were the two sisters, Hidayat and Tiuhai. Hearing this, Hidayat asked in a panic what to do, while Tiuhai, worried sick, suggested they flee Thienduang since the enemy had too many troops and tanks. How could they withstand their shells, especially Sin was currently injured? After hearing that, Chuang then brushed it off, saying it wasn't an option and they couldn't just escape so easily. He told them to head out to the city road immediately to set an ambush snipe from cover once they saw the enemy instead of foolishly engaging directly while he was on his way. Hidayat grumbled in response that he should be less impulsive given his severe injuries and that protecting Thienduang wasn't just his responsibility alone. An urgent voice echoed in Chuang's headset, telling him not to mess around. He immediately interrupted the complaining girl on the other end, telling her to rest easy as he had plenty of tricks to deal with these outsiders and to trust him. He then thought to himself, muttering that upgrading the armor for this iron beast still required 1 energy core, but since zombies were so rare lately, he had no choice but to go rob someone. Then he sneered and thought to himself that those thugs who specialized in killing and robbing truly got what they deserved. They had better prepare themselves for a beating. In the meantime, a military convoy came rumbling into the street. Tiuhai crouched down, looked out, and sighed in relief, thinking that they had indeed returned and she was lucky to have arrived in time. Hidayat held the cannon ready and shouted, asking if they should just strike now, as they might manage to take out a good many of them. With that, she pulled the trigger with a click, launching a shell toward the vehicle bumping along the road. The shell slammed into the vehicle, creating a space filled with blazing fire. Hidayat held her breath in suspense as she peered down below. Seizing the opportunity, she fired another shell at the tank, causing the fire to erupt violently. Unfortunately, that sturdy tank remained unaffected without a single scratch. Seeing the tension, Tiuhai quickly pulled Hidayat's arm and urged her to leave quickly, saying everything had gone wrong, they were exposed and they needed to run now. However, Hidayat still looked back and muttered that it was strange how it didn't even have a hole, suggesting they should just hit the bus behind it instead. From the other side, the tank began to fire back, unleashing several searing volleys of ammunition. The two girls frantically turned tail and ran for their lives. Dense smoke and dust filled the house, causing the window panes to shatter and scatter everywhere. The pair became even more panicked and accelerated their desperate run. The leader shrieked into a loudspeaker, shouting that the little mice were hiding inside that shopping mall. He sat perched atop the tank, pointing his speaker directly at the shattered window of the smoke-filled building, yelling at them to hand over the robot if they wanted their lives spared. Sounds of intense coughing rang out repeatedly. Tiuhai and Hidayat were trapped inside where the toxic smoke made it impossible to breathe. Hidayat coughed violently and collapsed onto the ground while Tiuhai tried to suppress the swelling anger in her throat, let out a few dry coughs, and gritted her teeth to curse them as shameless scoundrels, realizing they were indeed after the robot. The ceiling began to give way, dropping bricks and stones everywhere. The two young women were trapped amidst the billowing smoke and flames. Tiuhai clutched her chest, her face turning pale with fury as she hissed, challenging them to try and take it if they could. "Go ahead and keep calling us mice if you think you're so tough," Hidayat muttered as she dragged herself along, clinging to the wall and straining her neck to look out, praying that Nymap was keeping watch from another direction and hoping he would hear the commotion and arrive in time. Seeing the opponent's stubbornness, the bald old man let out a sinister laugh, saying that since they chose the hard way over the easy one, he would let them have a taste of this. As soon as he finished speaking, he climbed into the driver's seat with a smug grin and pounded repeatedly on the control panel. The cannon recoiled as it spat out a blade of fiery red flame, which sliced through the wind, flew straight through the window frame, and entered the room where the two girls were hiding. Seeing the shell rushing toward her face, Hai Diet darted her eyes in panic and shouted for Tiu Hai to lie down immediately. Tiu Hai squeezed her eyes shut as she complied, cursing their thuggish behavior of indiscriminate arson. Tiu Hai suddenly heard a strange sound and sat up, muttering to herself. She recognized the familiar cry and exclaimed, "It's Nihai Map, he's here to save us, Ngan, let's run." Naimap's roar echoed, his eyes flashing with a powerful deep red light from within his mind. He immediately grew in size and lunged forward, sinking his razor-sharp claws directly into the cannon barrel of the bald man's tank. The mercenaries, seeing Naimap, panicked and shouted, "This monster killed our deputy squad leader. Open fire!" They fired simultaneously, forcing him to leap away to dodge the bullets. The bald man looked through his scope and cursed angrily, "Damn it, this beast is meddling again." He furiously pushed the control lever forward. He screamed for it to die, aiming through his scope at Naimap's back, while the creature was too busy fighting off the soldiers to realize the danger approaching. Just as Tiu Hai and Hai Diet reached the door, they were horrified to see the cannon barrel erupt in a burst of fierce flames. Both looked toward Naimap in terror. Tiu Hai screamed in despair and Hai Diet shouted, "Naimap, watch out, dodge it." Naimap stood in the middle of a pile of scattered soldier corpses, turning his head in confusion, unaware of the fatal attack hurtling toward him. The cannon blast struck him, causing a massive explosion. Smoke and fire billowed high, and Naimap was flung into the air by the horrific impact. A heart-wrenching cry rang out, calling Naimap's name. Tao Hai, as if losing control, rushed toward him, her face soaked in tears and filled with overwhelming pain. Hai Diet was equally pained but tried to hold on to Tiu Hai's arm to stop her, choking back tears. Tiu Hai donned to run over there. Tiu Hai collapsed onto her knees, staring ahead with hatred while tears streamed down her face. She whispered, "Naimap, it's their fault." Hai Diet replied in agony, "We must survive if we ever hope to avenge him." The mercenaries eagerly rushed to capture the two. One shouted, "Chase them, don't let them get away." Tiu Hai and Hai Diet struggled to break free from the encirclement. Suddenly, the soldiers were engulfed in a sea of flames. They screamed in pain, causing Tiu Hai to look back in astonishment. Chu then sat in a large vehicle and urged, "Get in the car quickly." Hai Diet called out his name and Tiu Hai, stunned to see him appear, shouted, "Boss." The two hurriedly climbed into the vehicle. Tiu Hai cried while calling for the boss, while Hai Diet stood behind, closing her eyes to suppress her pain, stammering, "I'm sorry, boss, Naimap has been killed by the tank." Chu then was shocked and could not believe his ears. He gasped, "What?" His face froze in disbelief while his hands gripped the steering wheel tightly. Chu then's vehicle was speeding along the deserted road, running alongside the Rocky Mountains. Right behind, the bald man's tank was still in hot pursuit. He focused intensely on the steering wheel and said, "Ordinary missiles cannot penetrate the armor of that tank. But there is still one thing that can do it," he muttered, grinding his teeth with determination while driving. Immediately after, he swerved the car to drive straight into the sheer cliff wall. Revealing a secret passage, the bald man's vehicle still doggedly followed behind. He sat in the cabin, gritting his teeth as he pushed the steering lever. "A cave? You want to play cat and mouse with me? Fine, I'll take on the challenge to the end." Chu then's vehicle quickly darted into the pitch-black darkness. As soon as they entered the cave, the bald man encountered the glowing red eyes of a giant monster, which lunged aggressively to attack. The two soldiers sitting in the back of the tank looked through the window. Their faces turning pale, they shouted in terror, "Wait, what the hell is that?" The monster braced itself and slammed its hands onto the ground, causing the rocks to shatter and fly in all directions. The bald man's pair of cars were sent flying, leaving a huge dent in one of them. He climbed out of the tank hatch, coughing violently and screaming, "What the hell is this?" The giant monster possessed two hands that discharged streams of fiery red electricity. It let out a roar, then lifted its leg and aimed a stump directly at the tank, leaving the bald man frozen in place. Chuang then sat in the cabin with a sneer, thinking, "Serves you right, get ready to head to the afterlife, darling." He was wise to back his vehicle into a dark corner to hide from the beast. The bald man was now deathly pale, caught in a dilemma, and could only stand rooted to the tank hatch. The beast delivered a massive blow to the tank. It was surrounded by raging fire, accompanied by deafening explosions and thick smoke. Its appearance at this moment was extremely aggressive and filled with extreme rage. Its eyes were blazing with terrifying fiery light. Suddenly, a notification appeared that shocked everyone. "Target eliminated, likely hit with a critical strike, beginning cleanup." Seeing this, Chong then smirked triumphantly, thinking, "A grudge must be repaid, surprise you jerk." Immediately after, the system panel turned bright green but was completely blank, without a single word. He grabbed his sword and stepped out of the vehicle, solemnly declaring, "Our score is settled here." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, surrounded by a magical blue light. The beast continued to grow fiercely, with flashes of lightning and fire surrounding its body. He clamped his legs around its neck for momentum, then channeled all his strength to plunge his sword into its left eye. Fresh blood gushed out from the critical strike alongside a thunderous roar as he shouted, "Go to hell." The monster wailed in agonizing pain and then simply dissolved into nothingness. As for Chong, then he landed lightly and safely on the ground. Tiu Hai and True Hai Diet rushed out of the vehicle in a panic, shouting, "Big brother, brother Chuang." Then the system panel appeared again with a notification, "Congratulations, player, you have successfully defeated the final boss. A tier 3 reward awaits you ahead." While he was dazed, reading the notification, the monster behind him collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, sending dust flying. He gripped his sword hilt and turned back, sighing in relief that it was all over, but suddenly blood poured from his mouth, causing him to stagger. He told himself his injuries were beyond his limits. His limbs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, using his sword as a crutch with a deathly pale face. Tiu Hai and Hai Diet rushed over in a panic to check on his condition. The battlefield was a mess of ruin, with the tank flipped over and several bodies that were no longer intact. Everywhere was drenched in the stench of blood. From a dark corner, two strangers appeared, having witnessed the entire scene. The black-haired man laughed gleefully, saying hiding in the back was the right move. We get to loot the spoils. The curly-haired man replied, too bad the good stuff was gulped up by that demon. Let's hope he just dies already. The black-haired man angrily kicked the bald man's head, cursing with hateful eyes. What a bunch of useless trash. What a pathetic death, he added while the brown-haired man was intently staring at something far away. He patted the black-haired guy on the shoulder, pointed into the distance, and shouted loudly, hey, over there. The black-haired guy immediately turned his head to look where he was pointing. Faintly visible was the figure of a young man standing arrogantly atop a monster's corpse amidst the hazy smoke. The curly-haired guy smirked and said, damn it, who does he think he is, the Emperor reincarnated, while the black-haired guy beside him stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Both guys shouted after him, hey pal. Hearing the shout, he whipped around and glared at them with murder in his eyes. The curly-haired guy pretended to drive a car and yelled arrogantly, this is our turf, beat it. While the guy beside him joined in mockingly with contempt, ignoring that he was standing on a pile of monster corpses and looking down at them with a bewildered expression. There's sure a lot of outsiders lately. This is clearly the territory of Long Country, so how did it become your backyard, huh? The black-haired guy sneered and snapped back, whatever country, it's all the same, we took this spot, so get lost. The curly-haired guy beside him smirked dryly, raised a small knife and prepared to charge in to pick a fight. Before they could even touch him, both of their heads exploded like firecrackers, leaving behind only lifeless bodies that fell backward. It turned out he was one of the few survivors at the Wolfang garrison, Captain Trong Long Sion. Coldly looking down at the corpses beneath his feet, he said slowly, daring to trespass on Long Country's borders and refusing to know your place leaves you with only one path. With that, he pressed his earpiece to contact someone and asked the person on the other end, have you caught him yet? From a vantage point, a red-haired female soldier held binoculars in one hand to observe all directions while her other hand gripped a still smoking sniper rifle, replying, I searched everywhere but found no trace of him. He probably escaped long ago. She was also a surviving member of the Wolfang team, a divine sniper. She muttered further, covered in injuries yet still able to clean up so thoroughly it truly makes me deeply admire him. Trong Long Sion ended the communication and ordered his soldiers, let's move. If he is still breathing, that guy definitely hasn't gone far. His tank convoy began to rumble forward. His deep voice sounded over the radio, before night falls we must hunt him down no matter what. Trong Then's vehicle was parked inside an extremely chaotic and bustling warehouse. A bright blue light from the sword slashed past, forming a razor-sharp arc. Having just slain a monster, he turned back to look at Hai Diet and Tu Hai, who were splitting up to search for clues in the narrow alley. Panting heavily, he asked, find any clues yet? Hai Diet turned her head and replied, nothing yet, but it's definitely around here. Suddenly, the system screen lit up with glowing red text warning of danger. 5 monsters were closing in. Due to severe injuries, reaction speed has significantly decreased. Immediate withdrawal is recommended. He gasped in panic as these words caught his eye. A monster suddenly appeared right behind his back, clinging to the old wall and seemingly catching his scent. Looking at it, drooling uncontrollably in greed for prey, was utterly revolting. Right after that, 3 more monsters arrived, completely surrounding the 3 of them. Ferocious and without a moment's hesitation, they charged straight toward Trong Then's group. The 3 quickly stood back to back to form a defensive triangle. Tu Hai frowned and asked, there are so many of them and all tier 2. Boss, you re-injured, can you hold out? Trong then gritted his teeth and replied firmly, piece of cake, just be careful you two. Instantly, all 3 scattered in 3 directions to deal with the rushing swarm of monsters. Pulling the trigger, Tu Hai glanced over and teased, hey boss, if you kick the bucket, I'm eating all the braised pork without leaving you a single bite. Trong then gave a sly smile, swinging his sword as he replied, you want to join me in tasting death? Dream on, babe. Summoning all his strength, he thrust his sword straight through the monster's body. His gaze at that moment was as cold as ice, and then he decisively chopped off the head and neck of the person who was lurking around. Suddenly, Trong then heard heavy footsteps stomping hard on the ground right behind his back. He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and muttered to himself, oh god. It was a giant monster with bloodshot eyes, sharp fangs dripping with saliva, a furry body, and a breath exhaling white smoke. He thought to himself, what on earth is this? It let out a resounding roar and lunged fiercely toward Trong Then, who drew his sword ready for battle, completely unaware that there was another person behind him. The system interface popped up with a warning, be careful behind you, a hidden intruder is approaching, but he was only focused on the huge monster in front of him and scolded the system for acting crazy since the immediate danger in front of him was much more obvious. However, that huge monster did not attack him at all. Instead, it leaped over him to bite and tear apart another person who was sneaking around behind his back. He stood there in a daze full of confusion. Trong then dropped his jaw, turned his head to look at the giant monster, and realized it didn't care about him in the slightest. That huge creature was just desperately attacking the monsters all around it, was just busy chewing on zombies. He guessed so because right before his eyes, that giant was busy tearing apart the flesh of the undead to feast on them. Then he suddenly remembered, wait a minute, it eats zombies. And what about that noise earlier? He suspiciously wondered, though it was a bit far-fetched. Could it be just at that moment an undead opened its mouth and lunged forward to grab him? That monster suddenly cast a sharp glance toward his location. It glided through the white smoke and rushed rapidly toward him, but Trong then timely swung his sword to cut that ferocious zombie in half. He muttered in a daze, after feasting on the stalker, the wounds on its body have completely healed. At another corner, zombies were continuously being hit by barrages of bullets piercing straight into their bodies. Those were Tu Hai and Hai Diet, who were holding guns and cooperating smoothly to eliminate them. Hai Diet cheered, great, let's smash them to pieces. Then Tiu Hai turned to look at Hidayat and said, this side is all taken care of, let's hurry up and go find the big boss. At the street corner, a blonde girl with two red-eyed guys standing behind her whispered annoyingly, what the hell? How can these two brats be so strong? As soon as they finished dealing with it, the system suddenly popped up a warning, attention, there are 3 intruders hiding at the street corner. The other guy also spoke softly, if I knew, I would have lured a few more zombies over, but before he could finish his sentence, Chuang then sliced both of their heads off. At this time, the blonde girl still had no idea what was happening behind her and was still engrossed in her plotting. Only when she heard strange noises behind her did she tremble and turn her head back, then saw blood splashing everywhere from the 2 undead and screamed loudly. Her scream echoed across the sky, startling both Tiu Hai and Hidayat. Tiu Hai wondered, what's going on, has someone run into zombies? Chuang then stood right behind her back, holding a backpack and a small notebook in his hands, and asked, are you people from the country of Enghong? Out of sheer panic, she didn't hear a single thing he asked, and could only kneel flat on the ground and beg, don't kill me, please don't kill me. As he picked up the diary and frowned at her in confusion, he asked, why could you just stay put in the Jiangbei district and instead come over to this territory? The blonde girl sniffled and stammered, about to say something, when right at that moment Tiu Hai and Hidayat also ran over and shouted loudly, brother, then the big boss is here. Trio. Hidayat asked him what had just happened. Chuang then pointed his sword at the blonde girl kneeling on the floor and replied blankly, it's her. Tiu Hai also saw him holding something, so she asked curiously, oh brother, what are you holding in your arms? It's moving. Then he gave a shout of joy, opened the bag for everyone to see, and said, that's right, look for yourselves. It looks just like a puppy, it's just covered in mud. It's even making noise. Tiu Hai said, what is this? It looks so ugly. But then her expression became suspicious, and she continued, wait, what is this meowing sound? Hidayat, standing nearby, covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes welling up with tears. Could it be? Then Chuang then narrowed his eyes and said to them, that's right, this is Fatty Eye. It was once very badly burned, but thanks to the zombie crystal, its wounds have healed. Hidayat happily hugged the bag and said, that's wonderful, Fatty Eye, you're still alive. Tiu Hai joyfully exclaimed, Fatty Eye, no matter what you turn into, I will still love you the most. Chuang then looked down, sighed, and said, the atmosphere is so pleasant right now, and although I don't want to interrupt, where were you planning to sneak off to? The tip of his sword stabbed directly into the ground right in front of her, making her jump in surprise. He leaned down, gritted his teeth, and warned her, you still haven't answered my question. Tell me the truth, don't play any tricks. The blonde girl cowered and looked up at him, blurting out, I am called Tiu Mai. I am not from Ming Hong, I am from the Long Nation. It was the people from Hong who kidnapped me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I don't know how much longer I would have had to endure their bullying. He continued to ask, then why were you running? She answered bashfully, it's just that you are so strong, I was scared for a moment. You are my savior, please take me with you, I am willing to do anything. She touched Chuang Then's leg, pressing her chest against it, trying to act timid to seduce him. Chuang Then looked thoroughly annoyed and spoke up, huh. Then she continued, even that is fine. Chuang then stood there stunned, thinking, what is wrong with this woman? Hidayat blushed while hugging Fatty Eye and looking at him, while Tiu Hai just stood there blankly, not understanding what she was talking about. Tiu Hai and True Hidayat stood watching them argue. Chuang then looked at her and asked, you want me to take you with me? Then you have to show some sincerity. Tiu Mai awkwardly grabbed his sleeve and replied, as long as I can go with you. Then she puffed out her chest, hugged his arm tightly, and pressed her breasts against Chuang Then's arm. She feigned shyness and said, whatever sincerity you want, Tiu Mai will satisfy you. Chuang Then was stunned and speechless at her actions. She kept clinging to him, looking at him with heart-shooting eyes. He closed his eyes and put his hand to his forehead, helplessly saying, what are you thinking? Then he held the sword hilt and pressed it down, stopping right between her breasts. He lost his patience and said loudly, stop pretending to be innocent. Give me all your items. She ignored his words, only staring intently at where the sword hilt was pressing against her, looking shy. Next, her bashful voice rang out, so you like this type? Tiu Hai couldn't watch any longer and turned to leave, while Hidayat stood there looking troubled, holding Fatty Eye. Chuang then paid no attention to her. He said, let me see what's there, then touched the system interface. Then he exclaimed, this is truly mind-blowing. The ring he was holding contained all sorts of miscellaneous things, such as a sailor suit and a cute cat ear girl outfit. Frying pan, a small vibrating ball, a cylinder-shaped object of unknown form, and 3 packs of instant noodles. 6 cans of soda, 1 energy core, and 5 bags of mutated fertilizer. Chuang then looked at the system screen with a darkened face and lamented, I have never seen such useless things. Are these the kinds of things that should appear in the apocalypse? Hidayat stood nearby and smiled awkwardly. Tiu Mai puffed out her chest behind his back, covered her face with her hand, and said faintly, even so, I have already given everything to you. But Chuang then continued to ignore her completely. He turned toward Tiu Hai and asked loudly, little mouse, what was your harvest? She poked her head out, raised her hand, and replied, report to the boss, this is a large food storage. There are weapons, food, daily necessities, and even 3 drones. Then she knelt down, took the ring from earlier to open the interface, and turned to ask him with a curious expression, I have a question. She held the skin-colored cylindrical object and shook it in her hand while wondering, what is this vibrating cylindrical object? Chuang then stood there, frozen and anxious. He told Tiu Hai, throw it away immediately, right now. Hidayat widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and leaned in to see what was happening. Finally, Chuang Then's group got into the car and left, leaving behind many items of unknown origin scattered on the road. Inside the car, Hidayat sat in the passenger seat and looked at Chuang Then worriedly. Brother, then about that, he looked at her while driving and asked, what's wrong? Then she said to him in a low voice, I feel like we still don't fully understand Tiu Mai. Chuang then thought to himself that Hidayat seemed to have noticed something unusual. Resources in the northern region were extremely scarce, yet those two from Inghong had enough supplies to feed over a dozen people in their camp. Thinking this, he smiled confidently and spoke to Hidayat. Don't worry, I know my limits. Hidayat was startled when Chuang then took her hand and she suddenly blushed with shyness. Then he spoke up, saying that based on how they lured the monsters, those supplies were most likely smuggled across the border into Thianduang City through hunting. He laughed with squinted eyes and let go of Hidayat's hand. She shyly avoided his gaze. He turned to the back seat, saw Tiu Mai sitting with her arms crossed, and smiled, guessing to himself that she was likely from Minghong, and even winked at him. He planned to use this opportunity to catch the big fish behind her. Tiu Hai lunged forward to turn his head back and shouted in a panic, "Big brother, no matter how beautiful sister Hidayat is, you can just stare at her forever. Look ahead." Startled, he looked forward with a puzzled expression. Then he screamed in horror, "Damn it." The car was crossing a bridge blocked by boulders in the middle of the road, forcing him to slam on the brakes, the sound of the tires screeching against the road surface piercing the air. Screams of fear echoed in the car from Hidayat, Tiu Mai, and Tiu Hai, while Chuang then gritted his teeth, tensely gripping the steering wheel. "We in trouble, the tire blew out, hold on tight." The car skidded for a moment before slamming straight into the guardrail, shattering a section of the wall. Concrete debris fell into the river below. Fortunately, the car stopped just in time. Tiu Hai exhaled and exclaimed, "That was close, I almost died." Chuang then immediately opened the door, jumped out to assess the situation, and instructed everyone stay put while I check things out. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the system panel suddenly flashed a warning, "You have entered a fire zone." The prompt advising him to find cover quickly made him frown with concern. Instantly, a barrage of fierce bullets rained down on the spot where he was standing. Thanks to his top-tier reflexes, he retreated and dodged the entire hail of bullets. Scanning the area for the source of the gunfire, he saw a figure perched on the high bridge railing with a gun. He shouted loudly, "Tiu Hai, Hidayat, Danti, get out of the car." It turned out to be the red-haired woman, Tung then, the lucky one who had survived from the Lang Na headquarters. She knelt on the railing, held her gun steady, and laughed gleefully. "Not bad, you actually dodged all of that." Chuang then was currently pressed against the rear of the car, carefully observing while dodging the line of fire. The sound of slow footsteps echoed, making him contemplate. There is someone approaching from the other side of the bridge. Amidst the blinding sunlight, a dark figure trudged toward him, almost clearing the row of boulders blocking the road. Strangely, the system didn't trigger any warnings this time. What were they planning? It turned out to be Trialong Sion. He shoved his hands into his pockets, stood arrogantly, looked at him and spoke. "So you re the one who leveled the armory, right? Come out here and let's talk properly." Chuang then hid behind the car body, clutching his sword, and replied vigilantly, "If I wanted to talk and you played like this, I would have lost my head long ago. Do you have any common sense?" Tiu Hai, sitting in the car, leaned over to grab the steering wheel and shouted angrily, "Big brother, don't believe him. Asking about the armory, they must be the robbers. Let's fight them to the death later." Naimap muttered from behind, while Hidayat covered her mouth with a shocked expression and whispered, "That person is." Tiu Hai was confused by Hidayat's attitude. "Sister Hidayat, what is it?" But she paid no attention, tears welling up in her eyes as she insisted on opening the door to dash out. "It's him, there's no mistake." Ignoring Tiu Hai's panicking attempts to stop her sister Hidayat, "It's dangerous, don't go out." She jumped out of the car, leaving Chuang then, who was hiding on the other side, completely bewildered. Trilong Xian seemed equally stunned to see Hidayat appear. He stood frozen in place. Chuang then hurriedly circled the back of the car, calling out to her with concern, "Hidayat, stop," but she didn't listen, rushing forward in a mix of joy and tears. He chased after her bewildered and asked, "What on earth are you doing?" Chuang then, who had been on the bridge railing the whole time, also jumped down and followed closely at her heels. She leaped off the railing and landed on the ground with an excited smile on her face. Chuang then gripped the hilt of his sword, his face hardening, thinking to himself, "Finally they've arrived." As soon as she touched the ground, she raised her gun and shouted loudly, Hey, stop right there." The young man just stood there watching the good show. Suddenly the woman threw her gun down into the mud and argued, "Stop straining your neck for my sake." "I apologize, didn't I?" leaving Chuang then dumbfounded by this sudden U-turn. He frowned and asked in confusion what on earth they wanted. Right at that moment H-Died hurried over to intervene. "Brother Then, calm down, it's all just a misunderstanding." The woman tightly grabbed Trialong Xian's hand and smiled brightly. "This is my biological older brother." Chuang then hugged his sword, stunned, and turned to ask, "What a brother?" Chuang then standing nearby, also gave a wry smile and raised his hands in surrender. A moment later, after things had quieted down, Trialong Xian stepped forward to introduce himself. "Hello, I am the leader of the Langha outposts and also a Diet's brother." The trio sat down to discuss matters seriously. Chuang then looked straight at the other man and questioned, "What is the reason you guys set up obstacles and ambushed us?" While Tung then chimed in to defend them, be understanding, taking down an entire armory single-handed and smashing a giant snake to death. We had to be cautious and protect ourselves, didn't we? Chuang then pressed on urgently, "So it turns out that if H-Died hadn't jumped in to intervene, you guys intended to chop us up." To which Long Sign replied with a wry smile, "I had to probe which side you were on. Lately, Thianduang City has had way too many shady foreign elements. The nation's military supplies cannot be allowed to fall into other people's hands." Chuang then turned his head to look through the car window and saw Tegumi and Teguhai gluing their eyes to him. He nodded in understanding of the situation. Long Xian immediately expressed his goodwill. "Now that it's clear you're not the enemy, the next step is to recruit you to our team." Chuang then raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Join you guys?" While Tung then casually rested his foot on a rock and added, That's spot on. If we want to keep the city, we need a freak of nature like you to take action. Long Sion suddenly recalled the terrifying vision of a metropolis full of wandering zombies. He grew pensive with a clear look of anxiety. The latest intelligence shows a massive wave of the undead heading straight this way. If they flood in, Thienduong will be reduced to ashes. Hearing this, Diet cried out in panic, "Oh my god." Trong then in particular, upon hearing the bad news, jolted, stood up abruptly and shouted, "A zombie dynasty." Long Sion declared in a solemn voice, "Facing this catastrophic disaster, our compatriots must unite as one." Trong then listened in silence as he continued, "That's also why I must urgently recruit talent and stockpile firepower." The crowded and heavily fortified military base scenery appeared before their eyes one after another. Long Sion explained with a confident smile, "We've built a safe stronghold in the south and brought many civilians there to take shelter." Waving his hand to signal while trying to persuade, he said, "Truong, then, you should come with us down south too." The young man crossed his arms, rubbed his chin, and muttered, "A military stronghold sounds pretty credible." He let out a sigh of relief and proudly announced, "All right, this is my decision." Everyone was certain he would not immediately, but instead he stood straight and flatly refused, "I am not going with you guys." If the zombies dare to come, both Long Xian and then were stunned by his reply, before he calmly added, "I will stop them right at the gates of Thienduong." Upon hearing this, Long Sluyan flew into a rage. "What?" While then the Nest's jaw dropped in equal astonishment. Truong then swung both arms with an extremely resolute attitude. "A boat going downstream must move forward or it will fall back. What good is dodging the zombies this time? Can we escape them this time forever?" A terrifying cold glint flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. "Instead of blindly running away, I'd rather strengthen myself to trample through all thorns and briars." Treo Haidut, standing nearby and extremely worried, grabbed his arm to stop him. "Brother Then, how can you fight them all by yourself?" Long Xian raised his hand to signal his younger sister to stay quiet and say no more. Tuong then also stood in silence, watching Truong then. Casually picking up a piece of iron, he called out to the girl, "Chdoit." Then lifting the metal rod with a faint smile, he said, "You've reunited with your brother. Whether to go or stay is your own decision to make." With that, he turned around and walked straight toward Tibu Hai and Tibum, ignoring Echdud as she reached out and cried out after him, "Brother Then." The young woman then turned to her brother with an anxious expression. "Why didn't you persuade him? If we both head south, it's a win-win for everyone." He could only close his eyes and sigh, "It's useless, little sister." He stared intently at the strangely resolute look in Zhang Chen's eyes. He then clicked his tongue and whispered to himself that he knew those eyes well, both firm and confident, unshakable, and he would never change his course for anyone. Furthermore, with his talent for wiping out a whole swarm of iguanas, he was surely capable of stopping the zombie horde, Zhao Longchuan said, continuing to hack through the zombies with his sword. At the very least, in this crumbling world, he was certain to be the one standing until the end. Little Hai, seeing him return, stretched out her arms and yelled, asking what the two of them were discussing, but Xiao Mei suddenly cut in and shoved her into a corner, startling the girl. Then, Xiao Mei picked up a water bottle and acted coquettishly, asking if he was busy and tired, and if he was thirsty, offering to feed him water. Little Hai was furious, her eyes widening as she glared at her with murderous intent, cursing the treacherous woman under her breath, while Zhang Chen just smirked and replied that they were only clearing up a small misunderstanding from earlier. He then turned to inform Little Hai that Hidayat would likely be coming with them on this trip, which made the girl jump up and protest loudly, unwilling to be separated from her sister, forcing Zhang Chen to raise his hands in surrender and coax the little mouse by saying she was part of their family, telling her not to throw a tantrum. Hearing this, the girl pouted in resentment, her expression clearly dejected. Little Hai grabbed his sleeve and pulled gently, whimpering that she didn't want to, as she hadn't had enough of Hidayat's cooking yet, and besides, hadn't he said they were a family. Suddenly, Xiao Mei threw herself at Zhang Chen, acting coy and praising the other group's strength, asking where they were headed next, and then turning to feign reluctance to part with Hidayat, asking if they should just stick with them. Zhang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring her body clinging to him, while Little Hai stood by, her face darkening as she snapped, "Who is your sister, you thick-skinned woman?" Suddenly, the sound of someone calling Zhang Chen's name made him turn his head in surprise. It turned out to be Hidayat standing over there calling him, while Zhao Longchuan and Zhang Shengshan stood with their backs to her, and the soldiers behind them were preparing to move on. Zhang Shengshan gave the order for everyone to finish their break and pack up immediately. Her expression was extremely determined, as if she had reached her own answer, and she looked up at him to declare that she had made her choice. A cheerful atmosphere filled the room as 4 beer bottles clinked together, accompanied by loud cheers of a toast. Looking closer, it was Zhang Chen's group along with Fatty Nahai. The 4 of them were gathered around a hearty meal with bright smiles on their faces, and Zhang Chen happily said that since Hidayat was staying, they had to enjoy some good food, making Little Hai overjoyed as she held her hands above her head and boosted that she thought she would never get to eat Hidayat's cooking again, adding that even being chased by zombies wasn't as scary as that. Xiao Mei placed a piece of food into Hidayat's bowl and warmly asked where her brother, who owned such a large estate, planned to settle down, but she just smiled and skillfully evaded the question, saying that in a city as vast as Thienduong, who could predict the future. Xiao Mei rested her chin on her hand, looking at Hidayat with a provocative gaze, and teasingly asked if she really didn't know or if she was trying to hide it from them, making Little Hai annoyed enough to stand up, move her plate away and glare, saying, "You talk too much, you aren't taken to eat, give it all to me." Zhang Chen frowned slightly and interrupted, saying that the zombie horde was almost here and that keeping their base a secret was perfectly normal, and that from tomorrow, everyone needed to hurry and gather more supplies. He secretly felt relieved that he had previously entered both Little Hai and Hidayat to keep their mouths shut around this cunning woman. The food on her chopsticks stopped in midair and her gaze toward him suddenly became strangely peculiar. Zhang Chen thought to himself that he seemed to have just stolen her piece of chicken and nonchalantly gobbled it up. Lately, the number of foreigners appearing in Thianduang had been increasing, and it surely had something to do with the upcoming zombie horde. He stood up decisively, told the two girls to enjoy their meal at their leisure, and turned to walk straight to his room to rest, completely ignoring Xiao Mei's presence. As he turned to leave, she grabbed his sleeve and coquettishly asked to go for a stroll since she had just arrived, making him frown and turn back to gruffly agree just to get it over with. At that very moment, Fatty Nai suddenly bristled and growled, making her heart jump in surprise. He immediately sat down to pet the animal and entrusted it with the duty of guarding Xiao Mei, which made the dog bark happily and wag its tail vigorously. He whispered himself that with it watching, she wouldn't dare pull any tricks. A moment later, the system notification board suddenly displayed the text, "The Enterprise world has been unlocked. You have not joined any alliance yet. Would you like to build your own Enterprise world?" Zhang Chen lay leisurely on the bed, using his arm as a pillow and scrolling lightly over the virtual screen. He frowned and muttered as he read the words before him. Almost forgot about this. It seems Zhou Longchuan was fast enough to have chosen ages ago. The system interface continued to display a prompt for the player to select a suitable type of startup enterprise. 1 is the Refugee Faction, 2 is the Lucky Survivors Alliance, and 3 is the Mysterious Organization. Immediately after, the screen suddenly turned red, warning that based on the player's current strength, the system recommended choosing the Mysterious Organization segment directly. Zhang Chen clicked his tongue and decided immediately without a second thought, might as well just go with that. What was there to hesitate about? A square control panel appeared in midair displaying full information about a mysterious organization. The system notified him that the founder must be in the top 1,000 current strategists, with a requirement that subordinates also be ranked within the top 1 million. He just lay there sluggishly upon hearing this, and the system added that these ratios would automatically adjust based on the total number of survivors. Upon hearing this, he stared in astonishment while the system continued to chatter endlessly about how members must be absolutely loyal, not betray the organization unless eliminated, and have the right to join any enterprise. The leader can hide their identity and teleport to any member after a cooldown period, possessing extremely high authority. The organization possesses its own notification system, members swear to live and die without betrayal, and the establishment cost is 1,000 energy cores, a number that will increase over time. Chuang then was dazed as if submerged in a stream of data. The system continued to confirm that his strength was up to the global top 1,000 standard to establish a guild. Checking that his account had enough energy cores, the system confirmed and allowed him to launch the organization. You have just been deducted 1,000 energy cores. When it was time to choose an avatar, the system displayed 3 templates for him to choose from, and he stared intently, not knowing which one to settle on. At the naming step, he rested his chin on his hand deep in thought, considering the name A. Once decided, he stammered as if to speak, then stopped. He settled on a 2-word name, Nightmare. The logo and name were finalized. The chosen icon was the silhouette of a black dragon. He looked at his achievement and smiled with satisfaction. The system displayed a notification congratulating the Nightmare organization on its official establishment. You are the founding master and also the person in power for the first term. He sat cross-legged on the bed, leaned back, and sighed. His cool demeanor didn't last more than 2 seconds because this organization was actually just a hollow name, as Zhao Xiangxiu had not yet cracked the top 10 million, and he bitterly realized that strength is the only truth. Suddenly, Xiao Mei appeared by the bed, calling him coquettishly. Chuang then jumped up startled and asked her what she was there for. She was wearing a sexy white cat outfit, intentionally flirting, then asked him if he needed any help. She naturally wanted to ask if there was anything she could contribute. Chuang then sat with his chin resting on his pillow, looking at her with a smirk. So she wanted to earn some credit, did she? The living room had been cleaned until it was so shiny you could see your reflection. Hot dishes fresh out of the kitchen were neatly arranged on the table. Small newly sprouted potted plants had also been thoroughly watered. Xiao Xeiyu's eyes widened in surprise. Xiao exclaimed, wondering if there was a ghost in their house for it to be so tidy. On the stairs, Chuang then stretched and yawned as he walked down. With Xiao Mei by his side, she looked at him, asking if her work so far was satisfactory. He replied dismissively, not bad, just keep it up. Chuang then quickly approached Xiao Xiangxiu, turned his head with a squinting smile, and waved for everyone to come eat, saying there was plenty of work to do later. Xiao Mei broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, waving her hand while muttering to herself that she was done for. Her face immediately turned sour and she gritted her teeth, telling herself that she had never been teased like that before. Just wait and see. At the same time, outside the sky was a gloomy gray color. The sharp, incessant sound of gunfire rang out continuously. The horde of zombies got shot and fell like dominoes. Not a single shot missed its target. Zhang Shen swung his sword decisively with a solemn expression, cleaving a zombie in two. Meanwhile, Hidayat was busy looting. She scrolled through the system screen and muttered that since the Neg City purge, the zombies had become much scarcer, and there wasn't much loot left. Behind her, as Zhang Shen sheathed his sword, she turned to tease him, saying their leader had completely disrupted the natural food chain. He lightly tapped her head, exasperated, and said these monsters couldn't possibly create balance, leaving her only able to grimace and bear it. While rubbing her sore head, she worriedly reminded him that he couldn't level up as quickly as before, especially with the zombie wave approaching. With a thoughtful expression, he turned to look at Tigumem, who was fumbling behind him, and secretly calculated that she definitely knew where the monsters were gathering in large numbers. He approached her and questioned where she and the 2 Japanese men had lured that reptilian monster from, startling her into a moment of bewilderment. Then she naively revealed it was a nearby shelter and asked if he wanted to go, to which he nodded, indicating his readiness to depart. She secretly gloated that this was his own doing and not her fault. Besides, obtaining that treasure would surely earn her praise from her superiors. That dangerous sealed-off place surely wouldn't be a problem for someone as strong as him. In another corner, 2 individuals were desperately fleeing from 2 pursuing zombies, shouting in resentment that T was truly a cunning traitor. That scoundrel dared to use them as bait for the zombies. He sat perched on a high wall, witnessing their miserable plight surrounded by the overwhelming horde, then smirked faintly, saying he had only agreed to guide them to VWCP Bridge, not to protect anyone's life. Several figures, fleeing desperately from the intense pursuit behind them, continued to scream in panic. Suddenly, someone's arm was bitten off and blood spurted out profusely. On this side, the young man with gray hair was straining all his muscles to lift a massive boulder. Finally, he succeeded in moving the heavy object. The ferocious zombies, engrossed in their feasting, suddenly noticed something unusual. An enormous rock was hurtling down towards them from above. The explosive impact shook the entire ground, sending clouds of dust billowing outwards. The gray-haired young man remained motionless, his hands trembling and his breathing heavy and tired, his eyes fixed on the spot where the rubble had just fallen. At that moment, the system screen flashed red, warning that a person with extraordinary potential had been found, ranking nearly 1 million globally, and was highly suitable for recruitment into the mysterious Manhwa Guild. Zhang Shen, standing with his arms crossed on the rooftop of a tall building, observed from afar and murmured, so it was him. The gray-haired young man slid down the slope quickly, shouting to his teammates to retreat from here immediately. In the blink of an eye, he landed safely and charged directly towards the gathering horde of monsters below. He leaped, delivering a lightning-fast kick that decapitated a monster about to pounce on the nearby pink-haired girl. Seizing the opportunity, the girl quickly fled. However, before he could withdraw his leg, a ferocious crawling monster blocked his path. Before he could react, a sharp blade pierced the throat of the hideous creature. It turned out Zhang Shen had appeared in time, zipping past like a gust of wind, cleaving through both the monster and the trailing zombies. Electric currents crackled around him like a storm. Upon hitting the ground, he turned around, smiled, and said that every time they met, he found her to be overly tyrannical. Kachin Yithan drew his sword, smiled, and replied, "You're even more outrageous, always dragging around a bunch of the elderly, the young, and the weak." He gave a dry laugh and said, "More or less, thanks a lot." Then he wondered why she was here, asking if she intended to head to the Nendag refugee camp in Beixijiang. She replied in surprise, "Well, yeah." He continued, "Didn't you watch the live stream? Just cross the VNEJ-CPS bridge and you there. They say food and board are provided because Qianyang is suffering from a material shortage." Kachin then closed his eyes in contempt and thought to himself, the Nindang nation providing food and lodging. Only a ghost would believe that. They can barely even take care of themselves. He then spoke up, "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this life." The gray-haired guy shrugged with a wary expression and said, "I have no choice either. But there are so many people in the camp getting restless. If we can defeat them, we at least have to take them to a safe place." Suddenly, someone beside him reported, "Boss, we have to go." Then he left with his teammates, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Kalarthen. Meanwhile, Kalarthen rested his chin on his hand and pondered, decent strength and a fine personality. He might make a good substitute candidate for the nightmare. The brown-haired guy walking next to the gray-haired man asked, "Why didn't you tell him the truth?" The man snapped, "Shut your mouth right now." As for Kayong Yuthen, Tegumem led the way to a cave. He spoke up, "Is this the place?" She stood nearby and replied, "Spot on, but the main entrance has been completely blocked. We have to." But before she could finish her sentence, he grabbed a grenade and pulled the pin with his teeth. Without hesitation, he threw the grenade deep into the cave, causing Tigum standing beside him to panic visibly. The grenade instantly detonated, shaking the entire cave and sending smoke billowing everywhere. Tibuman turned around and scolded him irritably, "Are you crazy? This is a hillside. If it collapses, won't we be buried alive?" Kane then deadpanned, "Are you acting stupid or are you genuinely an idiot? This is an air raid shelter. Do you even know what that means?" Upon hearing this, her attitude did a 180-degree turn. "Oh, right." Kayagot then took a step and motioned with his chin, commanding, "Let's go. Haven't you been here before? Lead the way." Tigumem agreed obediently while starting to scheme in her heart, "Since this guy is so strong, he'll surely get me to the laboratory smoothly. I must seize the opportunity to contact Shangshan." She trailed behind him, maintaining a certain distance with a sinister smile on her face, thinking, that laboratory diary, no matter what, I must find it. Kakan then wielded his sword, cutting down a series of monsters blocking the way. He glanced around and assessed, there's quite a number of these things, but fortunately, in just the blink of an eye, Kadananyarthen had sent the vast majority of them to meet their maker. He mentally evaluated, these creatures are nothing to be afraid of. Fen suddenly paused for a split second. He raised his eyes and scanned towards the ventilation duct. Sure enough, a gigantic, blood-red monster crawled out from there. Angithen whispered, "Here's the last one." Without hesitating for a single second, Kangithen swung his sword and sliced off the monster's head. T-Boom, who had been hiding safely in a corner all this time, started clapping and marveling in admiration. "Oh my god, you're so amazing. In the blink of an eye, you've cleaned up all these monsters." Kirdunithen didn't even spare her a glance, keeping his eyes glued to the system panel to check the loot he had obtained. Tigum continued to suck up to him from behind. "This haul is enough for the two of us to live comfortably for a long time." The system chimed with a notification sent to Kangi Then. Congratulations to the master for receiving 72 bags of potato chips, 48 bags of squid rings, 96 nutritious shrimp crackers, 72 grilled chicken wings, 30 packs of 500g cheese, 100 packs of 6-pack sausages, 42 packs of 1,000 ribbon fish, 82 grainy anchovies, 40 packs of 300 meatballs, 20 packs of 300 shredded chicken, and 66 packs of peace curry flavored chicken thigh. T-Boom stood and looked at the mountain of Kendi Then's spoils, clicking her tongue in amazement. She walked over, gently kicked a dried skeleton on the ground, and thought to herself, the people of the NNNG nation must have taken a very long time to hoard all these supplies. What a pity that they were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. In her mind, Little Mai secretly calculated, if the dragon people hadn't been unaware that there were no supplies stored in this chamber, this place would have long been ransacked by them. When Zhang Shen saw Little Mai standing beside him urging him to continue, she said coquettishly, yes, right away, there is a much larger storage room ahead, let me lead you there. While Zhang Shen was off guard, Little Mai had secretly hidden a fruit knife in her sleeve. She led Zhang Shen to a dark and gloomy tunnel. Zhang Shen asked skeptically, are you sure the supply depot is really on the other side? Little Mai quickly replied, just trust me. The Yangthe faction spent so much effort trying to get there, but they were too weak to go deep. As she rambled on, the system simultaneously sent warnings to Zhang Shen. The system reminded him that beneath the bottomless pit, there was a giant beast that had been starved for a long time, advising him to be careful not to fall in. Zhang Shen wondered, is this warning just empty words? Immediately, the system spoke up again to warn, pay attention to your back. If nothing changes, in just 2 more seconds you will fall into that large pit. Prepare yourself lest you be ambushed. Zhang Shen was slightly surprised. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a strange gust of wind from behind. Sure enough, no sooner had Zhang Shen turned around than he saw Little Mai pull out the fruit knife from earlier, its sharp, cold blade pointed straight at him. Little Mai gnashed her teeth and roared, die. Fortunately, having been on guard beforehand, Zhang Shen leaned aside and dodged her sudden attack. He merely snorted coldly with temper. Little Mai took advantage of the moment Zhang Shen was still focused on the knife blade and seized the opportunity to sweep his legs. Zhang Shen lost his balance and fell into the pit. Little Mai stood above and hurled insults, go die quickly, you dragon men are truly disgusting. She firmly believed that she had finished off Zhang Shen. She laughed triumphantly. Little Mai's piercing laughter echoed throughout the deep, desolate pit. Even as he was falling, Zhang Shen still distinctly heard that laughter. He reluctantly exclaimed, while it's true I made a slight oversight, you shouldn't celebrate too soon. Zhang Shen quickly pulled out his dagger and plunged it firmly into the nearest rock face. He clung tightly to the hilt of the dagger, sighing in relief as he temporarily hung suspended in midair. He pondered, it seems the supply depot on the opposite side is indeed the final destination. Pretending the whole way was really tiring, but at least the exact coordinates have been determined. Zhang Shen glanced down below where a gigantic beast was waiting. He thought to himself, the troublesome thing is that he has to deal with this monster before he can proceed. The giant beast saw Zhang Shen dangling from the rock face and eagerly stretched its body, extending its long sprawling arms, wanting to pull him down. Zhang Shen maintained a calm demeanor to check the monster's stats on the system. He analyzed, this creature needs to take over 30 total body damage to die. Among the items I obtained, I remember having something for that. He scrolled his finger, searching on the system screen. A few seconds later, he exclaimed, found it. Zhang Shen decisively activated the command button on the control screen. He gave a cunning smile and said, idiot, taste this. A series of iron crates rained down from above, directly hitting the giant beast's head. It angrily swung its arms, furiously punching the iron crates, causing them to shatter. From inside the crates, a pale yellow liquid began to gush out. Zhang Shen held a gun in his hand, aimed at the monster, and said, care for a strong drink. With that, he pointed the muzzle of the gun straight at it. He said in a cold voice, Kachan then continuously fired bullets at the beast, the sparks mixing with strong alcohol to create a sky-shattering explosion that burned it to ashes. Having just defeated the giant beast, he used the momentum from the knife stuck in the rock cliff to launch himself out. He calculated that if Tikum thought he was dead, she would lower her guard and bring herself to the most important place. As soon as Kacharni then finished speaking, he stood on his tiptoes and leaped away very quickly. He quickly escaped from the pitch black, fiercely blazing black hole below. Katingi then frowned and thought to himself, let's see what these people from Ungdagi are plotting. As for Tigumem, after kicking Kag Thun down into the hole, she went to the Dia 325 laboratory and casually hurled a dagger straight at the mirror. Inside the room, countless glass cages filled with deformed zombies were being imprisoned. She walked toward the desk, rummaging around while grumbling, with the ground and rock shaking like this, why hasn't this devil's den collapsed yet? The connected screen suddenly broadcasted a voice, have you found it? Tigumem snapped irritably, no, it must have been destroyed, or the intelligence report was completely wrong. The image of a haggard man named the Nogsam appeared, and he suspiciously asked her if she was really at the Duya laboratory. Tigum uncomfortably replied, talking nonsense, do you doubt me? The Inji Sam bluntly taunted, a place that took us all our effort to no avail, yet she managed to sneak in. Tegumi then gave a charming smile, huff, Dante, compare me to you fools, working requires brains and beauty, and just with a wave of my hand, countless capable people are ready to risk their lives. She continued to assert with confidence, the man who led me in was no different from a monster, but unfortunately he wouldn't listen. I didn't even want to kill him, plus that island in the middle of the lake is both safe and rich in agricultural products, making it very suitable as a stronghold. Before she could finish her sentence, she vomited blood and her body began to bleed profusely. Panicking, T-Boom realized that Kim Gi-then had appeared. He stabbed her from behind and then coldly said, if you hadn't been in such a hurry to brag about my living quarters, you probably would have lived a few more seconds. Unfortunately, watching you act was quite fun. Kasin Gyur then yanked the knife out, causing her to collapse onto the desk without even glancing at her. He looked around the laboratory and muttered, Dia, this name sounds so familiar. Walking over to the lab table where Tibumem had been standing, he looked at a book with the words Vente Laboratory 325 on it. Karhingi then suddenly realized sure enough every detail matches. He narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. The symbols are identical. Could the people from Manhwa be hunting for this? While Karingthen was checking the notebook, a system sound rang out. Ding, a video call from Tiguhai. He froze. He tapped the screen and Tiguhai's face appeared. He asked, how did the investigation I asked you to do go? Tiguhai replied, boss, just as you predicted, that woman is indeed from Ungabung. Tiguhai turned back to look at the situation behind her, where Haidite had just brought down a robber, and continued, we disguised ourselves as lost refugees and naturally ran into those Anabau people looting supplies. They were even trying to bully young girls. Those pitiful girls were still cowering in fear in the corner of the room. Hearing this, Kakalingiri then anxiously asked, what? So Haidite is okay, right? Tiguhai said with dissatisfaction, I'm fine, you were only asking about Sister Haidite. I'm a cute and pretty girl too, you know. She said in a serious tone, brother Then, take a look at Enji Ken Nas's livestream. I think he is connected to the movements of the Ankadainj people. Kungi then replied succinctly, alright, I got it. After hanging up, he tried searching for Engi Kinat on the system. Engi Kinat, never heard that name before. While scrolling the screen, he paused and then blurted out, found it, is it this guy? On the screen was a fat guy stuffing fried chicken into his mouth. He chewed while yelling, come to Jango, no need to look for food. Food is everywhere and there are Ong people protecting us. They are very friendly. Kanji then disdainfully clicked his tongue. What a scam, in the middle of the apocalypse who goes around giving away free food. If Jangbasi is that rich, why would they need to sneak into Thendakanyu city? Suddenly Kai Gengi then noticed something unusual about Engi Ka. He suddenly covered his mouth about to retch. The machine screen suddenly lit up, and Gokin Nat's face turned pale as he vomited violently, looking utterly miserable. On the other side, Gokin Nat slumped on the floor, while Thuong Sam coldly asked why he didn't keep eating, terrifying him. He frantically apologized, I'm sorry sir, I can swallow any more, please let me take a quick break. Ignoring the pleas, Thuong Sam walked over, picked up the chicken leg and casually said, it seems you don't want to eat anymore. Seeing the greasy shiny chicken leg, Gokin Nat couldn't help but dry heave again. Thuong Sam smiled threateningly, then would you prefer to be turned into food? Ingo Kemnat backed away, trembling violently as he begged Thuong Sam frantically, no, please spare me, I'll eat, I can still eat. Before he could finish his sentence, the people locked in the nearby iron cage heard his agonizing screams. Immediately after, his blood splattered everywhere and everyone knew all too well that his only end was death. As for Chuang, then after watching Goken Nat's livestream, he walked over to an alcove in the wall, pulled out a stack of papers and scoffed. That broadcast was pure bluff. Chuang then also considered a possibility, but in this apocalypse, there is no shortage of people willing to risk it all. Suddenly, he heard a beeping sound coming from the machine. Chuang then glanced toward the corner of the research lab and whispered, secret tunnel. Chuang then quickly walked to the left corner of the research lab, touching and feeling the wall as he remarked, there's no sign of a door and nowhere to enter a passcode. Chuang then glanced at the other walls and assessed, it's just like the other spots, full of zombie scratch marks. Wait, this scratch mark is really bizarre, 3 fingers here, 6 fingers there, it must be mutated. Chuang then looked at the computer screen where a notification had just popped up. The passcode to clear the level is 3568A1, he gasped. Chuang then turned back to carefully examine the scratch marks on the wall. Counting the scratch marks in order, he found 3, then 5, 6, 6, 8, 1. Spot on, these scratch marks were indeed the passcode to open the secret door in the research lab. As the door swung open, Chuang then cheered in delight, success. The moment he stepped through the door, Chuang then gasped and cried out, oh my god, this is insane. Inside, countless items were piled up. Unable to contain his joy, Chuang then cheered, we hit the jackpot this time. The system immediately popped up a notification, congratulations, you have received 116 rifles, 5 sniper rifles, 1 anti-armor grip and 20 assistive exoskeleton, 100 tactical helmets and bulletproof vests, 100 military uniforms, 200 fragmentation grenades, 80 incendiary bombs and 120 flash mines, 80 sticky C4s, 50 flash rounds, 50 tear gas rounds, 50 smoke rounds, 1 million handgun rounds and 200 armor-piercing assault rifle round. 200 anti-tank cannons, 40 20 mecha energy cores, 1 powerful acid grenade with its blueprint and 20 sets of gunpowder for mecha equipment. The system interface displayed a warning, highly corrosive explosives can rapidly destroy organic matter, causing irreversible damage. Often used when facing massive threats like swarms of hulking monsters, Chu then exclaimed excitedly after reading the information, amazing. This is the perfect bane for those monsters, I must craft plenty of them. The system continued listing the spoils, including 20 antibiotics, 40 synthetic health recovery potions, 15 anti-corrosion sprayers, 5 vials of berserk blood, 5 pieces of tanned leather, and a unique blueprint for a global subjugation command drug. Chu then stared wide-eyed and muttered, unique in the world, how impressive. The system further explained this global manipulation drug, when used on players of a lower level, the target will be brainwashed into a loyal servant, subject to commands and the ability to craft this controlled drug. To craft the subjugation command drug, one must collect 10 ice condensation flowers, 1000 energy cores, and 5 units of berserk blood. Chu then rubbed his chin, saying, top-tier stuff. Humph, wait, it's fortunate this devilish thing fell into my hands. If it had fallen to foreigners, the consequences would be unimaginable. While muttering, he scanned the map on the screen and wondered, wait, what is this place? Chu then stepped quickly toward the wall and reached out to push the wooden cabinet aside with force. Hidden behind the cabinet was a secret passage, which he guessed must have been manually dug by someone, so he crouched down to carefully observe his surroundings. A faint white mist rising from within caused Chu Then to cover his nose and mouth with his hand as he squinted to examine the space. Chu Then bowed his head and slipped entirely into the tunnel, suddenly realizing, isn't this the armory guard room that saved High Diet earlier? It turns out the air defense base connects to this path. Chu Then pondered, no wonder she had that experimental diary, someone must have hidden it here on purpose. Carved into the damp wall was a message calling for people to come to Jiangbei to receive abundant supplies and protection from the Long Country people, which reminded him of what Ingo Ken-nat had said, so he muttered, have those people reached this far already? Shifting to another development in Jiangbei, a crowd was gathered at the foot of the bridge, and a blond young man stood waiting to greet them. Welcome everyone. I'm so happy we could unexpectedly reunite with so many compatriots. The group of people immediately clamored, asking where is the food? Isn't it rumored that in Jiangbei you don't have to do anything to get fed? The blond young man softened his voice to reassure them that food was extremely abundant, causing them to scramble for a good spot. While observing the pushing crowd, the blond young man turned to ask the inspector about the quality of this batch. The inspector curled his lip dismissively. Teach, nothing but trash, just another group of bait, nothing special. The blond young man folded his arms and thoughtfully assessed the new arrivals, adding the few over there don't look half bad though. The inspector looked in the direction the blond man was pointing and nodded in agreement with the assessment. Those people looked much more muscular and healthier, so he opened his system to analyze them. Let me take a look. Oh, you were right, the average physical stats are much higher. The leader has even reached the extreme threshold and is in an awakened state, and the other brawny guys have also hit their promotion milestones. The blond young man smiled sinisterly and ordered them to be taken straight to the laboratory, confident that his superiors would be extremely pleased. As he joined in the blond man's slaughter, the inspector suddenly froze in place. Seeing the other man go stiff, the blond young man asked in surprise, what's wrong? The inspector came to his senses and replied, nothing, I must have seen wrong. Hiding in a dark corner out of sight, Too High whispered to High Diet, Sister High Diet, look at those people, I wonder what they were plotting. A man in a yellow shirt was still bragging about the prosperity in Jiangbei to the newly arrived refugees. Rest assured, there is immense food supplies. There's even a restaurant at the other end of the bridge, let's head over there now. He turned to entice a tall young man and a gray-haired boy. You comrades over there should come along too, right? The gray-haired boy coldly refused. We only accepted an escort mission and have no intention of relying on anyone. The inspector stepped forward from behind with a fake smile. Donna say that. If you don't want to stay, no one is forcing you. It's normal for Long Country people to be cautious. To show our impartiality, even if you aren't staying, please accept this relief gift. The man in the yellow shirt was a bit intimidated by the inspector's appearance and spoke politely, while the gray-haired boy asked curiously, what supplies? The inspector then pulled out a series of cardboard boxes filled to the brim with goods. The gray-haired boy gasped in surprise, oh my god, is there really this much? Under the admiring gazes of the surrounding crowd, the inspector expressed his sincerity. These items are proof of our deep friendship. I hope you'll remember to put in a good word for us later. A brown-haired guy eagerly accepted, immediately saying that's a small matter. But a green-haired boy beside him frowned and shouted, hey you guys. Changok, standing behind them, glanced at the pile of supplies and judged, medicine like this is all currently extremely scarce. The group following the gray-haired man excitedly opened the package, their eyes beaming with thrill, while the brown-haired man urged the girl next to him not to fight over it but to go get another box. Suddenly, someone in the group saw a timer bomb sitting plainly inside the cardboard box and he screamed in a panicked frenzy. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, and the people nearby fearfully asked each other in a panic what on earth had just happened. At that very moment, the supervisor and the blonde youth revealed their evil faces. He looked at the Long Country people lying motionless after the blast and sneered, thinking they were too weak and truly useless fools. The supervisor turned around abruptly and barked an arrogant order at the nearby refugees, saying that if they wanted to keep their lives, they should hurry over and carry those people to the back Jiang camp for him. Hiding in a secluded corner, Trio High Diet and Tiu Hai witnessed everything as the man's shouting echoed again. Tiu Hai whispered to Trio Hai that the Yinhong people were indeed no good, and that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Seeing their compatriots in trouble, Trio Hai and Diet shed tears of pain. She asked Tiu Hai why they were capturing so many Long Country people, and a sinister premonition suddenly rose in her heart. At Tronglin's house, the barking of a small dog out everywhere, woof woof. It was Naimap. Seeing its owner return, it happily ran over to nuzzle him, and Tronglen gently patted its head, saying, I am home. Naimap, how come Tiu Hai and Hai Diet still haven't returned? Seeing the excitement of his pet, Tronglen suddenly remembered something. He turned on the screen and excitedly said, that's right, I have a delicious treat for you, and Naimap curiously let out a bark. Tronglen affectionately said, hey Naimap, here is some high-quality food I just hunted. Try it out, you've been looking sickly lately and need to be nourished. And as he spoke, he pushed the bowl of rice toward it, which the system identified as premium dog food. This high-end food looked like a pile of dung, so Naimap was not pleased at all and barked in dissatisfaction. Tronglen calmly said, even if the shape is a bit unsightly, you can even swallow zombies, so you shouldn't be picky, right? Eat up, don't be shy, and the system beeped, signaling an incoming message. He touched the screen, Tio Hai's image appeared, and he immediately asked, what's wrong? I'm already home, but I don't see you guys. And Tio Hai replied while running for her life, boss, Sister Hai Diet insists on going to back Jiang, I can stop her, please think of a way. While trying to keep up with Hai Diet in front, Tiu Hai hurriedly explained the whole situation, saying that the Long Country people had all been captured and that she insisted the Long Country people could not abandon each other and refused to sit idly by while their compatriots were in distress. Truong then sighed in frustration, thinking that this sense of justice and impulsive nature was truly inherited from the younger sister. Long sigh, and he then said, "Alright, you two watch out for your safety. I'll be there right away," and Tu Hai immediately replied yes. After hanging up the call, Truong then pondered for a moment, thinking that visiting Ing Hong country this time would be interesting to see what kind of evil schemes they were pulling. He turned to instruct Naimap, "I'm gonna pick up Tu Hai and Hidayat, you stay home, and if anyone wanders near, just bite them," and Naimap obediently barked woof. He also didn't forget to remind it, "The delicious food I left there, go ahead and eat it," and at the mention of the food that looked like a pile of dung, Naimap's face instantly drooped. At the back Jang camp, in an underground prison room, the captured Long country people were screaming and asking where they were. A young man wearing a red headband shouted, "Hey, what do you want? Let us go." Above, Thuong Sam told the girl wearing glasses standing next to him, "Sunset is coming, the experiment's progress cannot be delayed," and the bespectacled girl bowed respectfully, saying yes. He turned to add, "Also, before my night to lost contact, she mentioned that the Hotam Villa area is very suitable for a new base. Send people to survey it immediately," and the girl adjusted her glasses and replied, "I understand." After giving his orders, he coldly commanded, "Alright, let the experiment begin." As soon as he finished, the door trapping the red-eyed monsters was flung open, and the Long country people in the basement screamed in panic. As soon as the iron gate opened, the hideous monsters rushed in, and the people in the cell shrieked in terror, "It's the lurkers." A monster used its sharp claws to decapitate a Long country person, then aimed its fangs at a sturdy-looking young man. He reacted extremely quickly, punching the monster directly, causing it to fall into a hole in the floor and then agilely stepped back. Another monster lunged to attack the young man, and he took momentum and leaped high. He delivered a powerful kick straight to its face. At the top of the dungeon, Thuong Sam sat listlessly, watching the bloody scene below and grumbling to his secretary that those hulking foreigners were truly superior to our compatriots. This was just too unfair. The bespectacled girl smirked and said that survival requires intelligence, a principle Mr. Thuong Sam had already taught, and no matter how strong they are merely pawns for us to command. Thuong Sam seemed quite satisfied with the reply and tapped his foot while giving further instructions. "Exactly," he said. "Remember to record the experiment notes carefully. We must gather enough data on the zombies by this afternoon to continue the glory of our motherland." The bespectacled girl bowed her head and agreed. Down in the basement, the local warriors were still valiantly fighting back against the bloodthirsty herd of monsters. Just then, from the high floor above, a series of weapons were suddenly thrown straight down to the feet of the people below. They looked up bewildered. Sitting high above, Thuong Sam smiled sinisterly and hypocritically, saying that the data shows their fatal weakness is in the neck. "If you want to live, just risk it, and the lucky ones will be treated to a premium beef hot pot." The muscular warrior gritted his teeth and cursed those damn foreigners, swearing that once he got out, he would surely hack them to pieces. Suddenly, a monster lunged straight at the group. The hulking man turned and snatched the axe that was stuck in the ground. He let out a powerful roar and swung the axe high. He lunged like a flash straight toward the monster. At that moment, at the back Jiang military camp gate, two guards patrolling suddenly heard a woman's voice saying, "I can't stand it anymore. All the men in this land are womanizers. There shouldn't be any trouble." A soldier immediately pointed his gun toward the source of the sound and shouted, "Who's there? Come out immediately." A slender hand slowly reached out. Following that, the figure of a stunning beauty stepped forward. It was Chai Hidayat, who feigned weakness and pleaded, "Please, don't hurt me." Seeing the beauty, the soldier drooled with an undisguised lecherous look on his face. He rushed toward her in excitement, calling out, "Oh, great beauty." The soldiers behind him also clamored, asking where's the beauty? The soldiers swarmed around Hidayat. The long-haired one laughed deviously, saying that all the pretty ones had already been taken to the leader's room. When another asked where she came from, Hidayat answered randomly in confusion. She looked at them with an innocent gaze, accompanied by a pitiful expression, and in a trembling voice begged, "I agree to everything, please just spare me." The perverted crowd laughed wickedly, replying, "You'll agree to anything, then serve us well first." And we all see Hidayat panicked, backed away and struggled. Tu Hai suddenly appeared from above and said, "Let me serve you first." The soldier was startled, looked up abruptly and screamed, "A monster." Tu Hai opened her mouth and spat out a stream of bright green smoke. The two degenerate men were immediately robbed of their lives by the toxic smoke. Their mouths foamed white as they collapsed. Tu Hai grinned happily and landed gently on the ground. "Wasn't that move of mine top tier? The boss taught me that. It's called luring the tiger away from the mountain." Hidayat quickly corrected her, saying it was Dai Hole Sun luring the tiger away from the mountain. Although the move was good, don't overuse it next time, as this trick is beyond my capabilities. Hearing that, Tu Hai excitedly asked to be the bait for the next battle. Hidayat kindly reminded her that it only worked because they were sneaky and didn't make a sound. Don't do such foolish and dangerous things again. Tu Hai agreed and then scampered away. She used all her strength to kick open the door lock. The people locked inside caught sight of her figure and panicked, shouting loudly that there were zombies. Tu Hai shyly signaled everyone to be quiet and said that she was also a compatriot, not a zombie, and would rescue everyone now. The tightly chained man gritted his teeth and said this was a trap set by those people, and many more compatriots had also fallen into the trap. We must save them. Tu Hai stepped forward and used her superpower to snap the chains, muttering under her breath that only fools are so easily tricked. The crowd clamored and asked what she had just said. As if they enjoyed being tricked, another person angrily replied, "That's right, if you want to blame someone, blame the damned enemy. Why scold us?" Suddenly, a loud shout told them to stop, making Tu Hai look so aggrieved she was almost on the verge of tears. Tibu Haidite stepped up and instructed. As we walked along, we saw that there aren't many enemies here, just be careful to dodge them, and don't foolishly pick a fight with them. They had the opportunity to howl again. What is this? Turns out there are still enemies. Since you girls are so capable, why don't you wipe them all out completely? Tibu Haidite turned her back and walked away, not bothering to argue. She turned to Tibu Hai and asked if she could lead the group away, saying, we have to go find the others. The man was stunned and asked back, there are only 2 of you girls. Tibu Haidite smiled mischievously and replied, how could that be? The image of Trakarn then appeared along with her inner thought that they had super reinforcements after all. The man was holding a blood-stained talisman in his hand. He was panting heavily as he stared intently at it. The person standing high up sneered and gave an order. Let's test the limits of human beings when placed in such a dire situation. D&T, make your move. The woman next to him immediately obeyed. She bent her knees and jumped down from the roof, causing him to be extremely surprised. As soon as she hit the ground with a loud thump, DK dashed forward like a flying arrow and delivered a direct kick to the guy's chest. He was fully capable of recognizing that this damned woman had knocked down Trana Ko, and she definitely belonged to the ranks of awakened ones. He glanced sideways cautiously and asked casually, where is the top-grade beef? I am starving to death here. Deerd smirked and replied, a real man can expect many other attractive things besides just food. Finally, he got his wish and sat down to enjoy the beef. Sitting opposite the dining table, the man spoke up, we really like sensible people like Brother Toad here. The people on the other side will never treat their allies badly. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and asked, in this day and age, might makes right, what kind of worldly ways are these? It's all nonsense. Hurry up and state your purpose directly. He calmly continued, we are in need of a new stronghold. We've set our sights on the Heart Lake Island area in Tianyang City, but it's rumored that there's an extremely tough guy there. We need Brother T to lead the way and conveniently get rid of that guy for us. Meanwhile, Tran To stepped up to coordinate. Alright, the weapons have been fully distributed, let's set off. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, Hoof, escaping outside won't solve a damn thing. The people who stayed behind started to grumble. Those 2 girls had no good intentions at all. They only threw us a few weapons without giving us a single grain of rice. Going outside means starving to death anyway, we might as well just hunker down here. He frantically brushed it aside and said, cut out that nonsense right now. Do you people still daydream about the Nihong nation? Staying here is practically throwing your lives away. The crowd began to fly into a rage, criticizing and cursing him simultaneously. Daydreaming about what? After all, they haven't harmed us in any way. You were the one who provoked that woman, which is why you got tied up. Several people chimed in, that's right, you re-incompet yourself and now you want to drag the whole lot of us down to the grave. Hearing those harsh, blaming words filled his heart with deep anxiety, and a stream of critical thoughts surrounded his mind, leaving him without a single moment of peace the entire day. If we don't fight zombies, where are we going to get food? Living like this is humiliating enough. You always pat your chest and brag about being the camp captain, yet she hoarded all the food and let the Nihong people snatch it away. Someone challenged him. Could it be that you revere spy? If you want to prove yourself, go wipe them and the zombies all out right now. Otherwise, don't expect me to lift a finger. His body began to turn a bizarre shade of black amidst the terrified gazes of everyone present. He had completely transformed, a bizarre smile blooming across his face. The crowd stood rooted to the spot in shock at his sudden action. He spoke in a tone that was half joking and half serious. I've risked my life to protect this camp. I never expected you people to look at me with eyes like those. A voice echoed loudly in his mind, this is bad, everything went wrong right from the start. You people aren't even worthy of being protected because these bastards are no longer human anyway. He bent down to pick up a knife, muttering, hunting humans turns out to yield way more experience than exterminating zombies. I should have done this much earlier. I should have listened to Hong Da's advice. The people around him asked in a panic, what are you planning to do? He began unleashing his moves and panicked screams rang out everywhere, help, help, Tren Hao has gone crazy. Tren Hao ruthlessly claimed several lives amid the shock of the survivors. Seeing this, one guy trembled and begged, Don, kill me, I'm a very strong mutant, I'll follow you, I can be useful. He curled his lips in contempt, if you were so formidable, why did you always have to lean on the Nihong Nation's coattails instead of using that power to defend our camp? He picked up a gun and declared, looking at you all like this, you are truly too weak. Umpteenth flaws, uselessness, cowardice, and selfishness can all be tolerated, but traitors absolutely cannot. The knife stained with human blood, alright, let's start the harvest. Notifications popped up, Core 30, Core 69. Your body has reached human limits and is now eligible to evolve into an awakened human. Would you like to upgrade? Tren Hao decisively chose to up. Next came a series of body strengthening processes. The system sent another notification. Your current level is Stage 1 Early Phase Awakened Human. Tren Hao nervously muttered to himself, it should have been like this sooner. On the other side, Zhang Shen had already finished dealing with a group of people. He called over the walkie-talkie, see you, how are things over there on your end? Me and Ngai, they quickly replied. Don't worry, Brother Shen, it seems some lucky people from the Long Nation managed to escape. The bunker gate suddenly opened slightly. Truong then warily turned around to look back. About 4 or 5 cars were rushing in. As soon as he saw the faces of those inside, Truong then immediately recognized them as Tren Ha's subordinates. It turned out that this was the group of lucky survivors Hidayat had mentioned. He had almost accidentally killed the wrong people. Nearby, a man standing next to Tran Gok grumbled that it was unfair how all the crystal cores of the Long Nation pigs were snatched up by Thuong Sam while he had to stay behind to do the cleaning. Tran Gok gently reminded him to watch his words, saying she would report to the counselor soon, and didn't he forget to ask if the next round of experiments was ready. He replied sarcastically that if selling one's body could be traded for crystal cores, he would also yield the credit to Thuong Sam. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out asking who was sneaking in. Truong then stepped forward grandly and spoke out in challenge. Need a test subject, let me play with you all for a bit. Trangok questioned whether he was from Long Nation and how he had escaped, while the man next to her said tremblingly, Duong Tu, this guy doesn't he look ordinary. He fearfully said he couldn't he determine his level, Trangok retorted, and he shouted that it was impossible because he possessed an extreme physique that could scan enemies 3 levels higher if his eyes failed him. There must be something big going on. Truong then laughed to himself while the other man exclaimed he is an awakener. Truong then leaped high into the air, swinging his sword directly at Trangok's group. She calmly activated the system and said, "You're an awakener. What a coincidence, cause so am I." He charged forward to attack head-on but was immediately blocked by her shield. Trangok's arm transformed into a sturdy drill and slammed into it. Fortunately, he dodged in time. To her astonishment, she screamed at Tiu, tried to quickly inform the counselor that the giant test subject was ready for the new round of testing. He hurriedly replied and told her to hold him back at all costs. Truong then launched a counterattack, landing a heavy blow on her. Trangok spoke with disdainful mockery. "Looking at the way you strike, you must be using genetic enhancements, right?" She confidently bragged that she was an energy enhancement type, so he would never win. He just listened in silence. She enticed him, saying that if he cooperated, not only would his life be spared, but he would also receive the highest treatment in Nunghong country. How does that sound? Suddenly, a beeping sound rang out. Trangok realized something in shock and then stammered for him to stop. He pulled out a handheld grenade launcher and asked, "Compared to you, which one is more powerful, this toy or you?" With those words, he fired the rocket with terrifying destructive power, causing her to scream in panic. He stepped back, muttering to himself, "Damn it, firearms are still the most satisfying." Trangok frantically raised her shield, stammering and pleading for him to stop. Truong then coldly pulled the trigger and sneered, "What does it matter if you're an awakener or energy evolved? I'm not even afraid of giant monsters, let alone an Nunghong woman like you." Trangok was boiling with rage, jumping up and down and screaming like a wild boar let loose. "You've got some nerve daring to mock me." She frantically counterattacked, screaming and demanding his life. He looked at her indifferently and smirked, "Is that just scratching post-martial arts?" Truong then gently extended his hand, easily intercepting the blow. Trangok trembled violently, her eyes wide with shock. He gave a faint smile and added, "That's exactly right. I didn't bother upgrading normal energy. I've awakened 2 high-level talents far superior to yours." Having said that, he swung his arm with immense force, slamming her onto the ground. Trangok fainted, completely defeated. Truong then looked at her and gave a wary sigh. "Too weak." The system continuously displayed notifications. Energy core increased by 225 for along with 80 talent points. A series of treasures were collected, and the system continued to drone on with further instructions. "Continue exploring the Crimson Base to uncover the truth of the world." Hearing this, he felt completely disoriented. At that moment, Trenhao was sitting in a corner upgrading his strength, and the system immediately reported success. "You have successfully broken through, become a level 2 early stage awakened." The phone rang and the person on the other end hurriedly fired off a barrage of questions. "Is Boss Tren okay? Why don't we see you anywhere? Do you need reinforcements?" Trenhao replied, "Don't you worry, I'm not dead yet." The other end continued, "We were rescued by 2 girls and are preparing to withdraw, but we can find those guys who were set on going to Jiangbei." Trenhao said, "It's fine, I've already dealt with them." He added sternly, "Also, Tin Trangok is nowhere to be found. Earlier she was taken away alone by that Crimson group." Trenhao was startled and shouted, "What do you mean?" He hurriedly ran off while giving instructions, "You all withdraw first to preserve your strength. I am going to bring Trangok back." Trenhao continued coldly, "Leave behind anyone who slows you down." The person on the other end could only stammer in agreement. Trenhao frantically tried to call Trangok as he scrambled to go look for her. He felt extremely worried and restless inside. He prayed silently, "Please pick up Trangok." Finally, someone picked up. A weak voice said, "Mr. Trin." Trenhao joyfully replied, "Trangok, I've located you. I'm very close. I'm coming to save you right now. Is there any danger there?" Trangok weakly whispered, "No, it's just me." He quickly followed the tracking signal, determined to find Trangok. He intended to speak up and check on her, but before he could open his mouth, he was stunned by the scene before him. Trangok slowly got up and turned sharply at Thao's words. "Pay attention to the supply depot right here in our camp." "Mr. Trin, how dare I have any such intention?" Trenhao's eyes widened and turned bright red. Elsewhere, the man in the black hat rushed over, panting, to report, "Sir Counselor, an awakened foreigner has infiltrated the headquarters." The counselor's mouth dropped open as he asked, "What?" The man in black continued to report, "Secretary Dongtu is desperately trying to stop him, but I fear she won't be able to fight him off." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying explosion rang out, stunning him motionless. That thunderous explosion tore open the cells, unleashing the monsters. Pitiful screams and cries mixed with the chaotic sounds. The crackling loudspeaker warned, "The zombie containment cells have been abnormally opened. Please quickly find shelter." The man in black mumbled in a daze, "The zombies got out. That's impossible. Those are reinforced cells. You couldn't even break them with explosives." The old counselor immediately declared, "Forget about it. Anyway, the new base is almost ready and this place will be abandoned sooner or later. Retreat immediately." Suddenly, from behind, a bomb exploded right behind him. Chuang then stepped out proudly, gun firmly in hand, and shouted, "Want to retreat, huh? You foreigners wouldn't dare take a single step out of here." The man in black screamed in fright, "Oh my goodness, it's that foreigner." He trembled as he added, "If he has made it all the way here, then young Dongtu must have been dead for ages." He ran for his life, causing the man next to him to ask in surprise, "Hey, coward, where are you running to?" In his heart, he thought to himself, "I can beat him. I'll quickly escape back to the boss place. Maybe I'll survive for a few more days." The leader immediately ordered, "You guys open fire, kill him for me." A volley of gun barrels simultaneously spat fire directly at Chuang. The young man gracefully dodged all the bullets, thinking to himself, "Is it because my speed is too extraordinary for the naked eye to keep up, or because my dodging potential has been elevated?" As soon as he dodged the bullets, he immediately launched himself into a lightning-fast counterattack. He swung his arm, slashing down the soldiers who had just fired. They only had time to scream once, and he already had the clear answer. "It seems my speed has far exceeded its limits." He moved while calculating if he encountered an equally skilled opponent who was also armed with firearms, he would still need to be somewhat cautious. Next, he soared through the air, swinging his sword, sweeping away those who dared to block his path. The remaining few were spooked by the recent scene, wondering what kind of monster is that guy after all. A big guy charged forward, shouting wildly, "For the glory of our nation," he coldly replied, "You brazen invaders." Chuang then didn't he hesitate to deliver a thunderous kick straight to that guy's face. "You still have the audacity to mention glory." Then he gathered his strength and delivered another extremely powerful kick, sending the man flying a great distance. Immediately after that, there was another shocking explosion, causing the opponent to widen his eyes in disbelief. He panicked and wondered when such an ability user had appeared in Long Country while his side was completely in the dark, and Chuang then immediately stepped forward. He spoke with a murderous look, stating that there was only one life left, and then asked whether he wanted to commit suicide or be sent on his way. That person went crazy, his eyes turned bloodshot, and clutching a syringe, he laughed savagely and said that the people of Long Country thought they had won for sure, but the warriors of Honging Country would not die in vain. Chuang then sensed something was wrong when he saw him holding the tube of medicine. Immediately after, he screamed that he would avenge his comrades to continue the glory of Hongnang, and as soon as he finished speaking, he jammed the syringe straight into his neck. His body began to change bit by bit. Chuang then was stunned by that action and muttered to himself whether this was a physical enhancement drug, but it couldn't be because that type only worked in the early evolution stage. Realizing the situation was bad, he swung his sword into a defensive stance. This appearance was no different from a zombie. Chuang then clenched the hilt of his sword, pointed it straight at the giant in front of him, and spoke up. "These people from Honging Country are truly crazy." Sweat beads the size of corn kernels poured down his forehead, and he continued that they were attempting to turn humans into combat machines. The giant with bloodshot eyes looked down and retorted that this must be called a great miracle. Having said that, he slammed his hand hard onto the ground, causing stones to fly in all directions. Chuang then quickly jumped up to dodge and exclaimed in shock that how could he still maintain his sanity like that. Next, he teleported behind the opponent, swung his sword with a splash of blood, and asked while slashing how the damage output was. The giant, having been sneak attacked, roared and cursed the despicable people of Long Country, but he turned a deaf ear to all the insults. Finally, the blade in his hand touched his final layer of flesh, and the giant's expression twitched in pain. While firmly gripping his weapon, he thought himself that it couldn't be, yet in his mind, he evaluated the guy as too tough, making it impossible to deliver a fatal blow. Chuang then silently analyzed that the hardness of this guy's body had reached the threshold of the early stage of the third phase, completely determined by the direction of gene evolution. Thinking up to that point, the two clashed in hand-to-hand combat again, and he swung his sword to release sword Ki and scolded him as a monster. The giant also threw a punch to meet the fight head-on. He fought while saying that zombies were indeed stronger than humans, entirely thanks to their thick layer of flesh, and asking how someone with such lousy combat skills could even level up. The opponent punched back and laughed, saying, "Of course. Thanks to the blessings of you people from that country," he thought, just as he was dazed by those words. Striking a blow while laughing mockingly, he continued to provoke, saying that you people of Long Country all relied on hunting zombies to level up. While we grow stronger by slaughtering the people of Long Country, you are nothing more than experimental subjects and mobile batteries for our side. And with that, he swung his sword down fiercely. Hearing those words, he ground his teeth bitterly and blurted out that they were beasts worse than animals. From another perspective, someone was also grinding their teeth bitterly and uttering those words, saying that those beasts would not die a good death. As for Trinhao, he was carrying Changok in his arms. She spoke up and asked if they should go down to provide backup. And he gritted his teeth and replied that although he desperately wanted to chop this beast to pieces with his own hands, he had to take her to a safe first. Having said that, he leaped forward and said that he alone was more than enough to handle it, so let's go quickly and regroup with everyone. Changok, tucked safely in his arms, chimed in that he was truly amazing, and beneath their feet was Chuang then fighting with a sharp gaze. He added a fatal blow to the giant and shouted loudly, "Wanting nourishment so badly, right? Then let me indulge you." As he soared up to the monster's head and planted a huge bomb, the creature let out a howl that pierced the air. He shoved the bomb right into its gaping mouth and declared, "Time to eat your fill," and the giant let out a roar before breathing its last. Just as he leaped out of its body, the explosive charge inside went off right on time. The system interface at that moment started rapidly counting numbers: energy sources times 30-24, passive buff 80%, foreign object fragments times 773, instant noodles 6 packs times 290, frozen shrimp half a d times 100, frozen sea cucumber 1 caddy times 80. Frozen lean meat half a caddy times 120, fresh beef 1 kilogram times 300, soy sauce times 70, frozen beef 1 kilogram times 800, frozen chicken times 300, instant noodles in packs of 6 times 150. Pure water 5 liters times 500, clean chicken eggs half a caddy. Upon hitting the ground, he dusted off his hands and said, "Anyway, rest in peace." At that very moment, another system panel popped up jubilantly. Pearl River Lotus Root ×1 Level 1 Hot Spring Villa Defense ×1 Zombie Research Log ×1 Sealed Medicine ×1 Technical Preservation Manuscript ×1 Automatic Guard Station Blueprint ×1 Comprehensive Technology Blueprint 4 ×1. Then a ding sounded along with a notification. The hidden system reminds you that you are about to touch the world's secrets. Technical Preservation Manuscript. After reading it, Trong then waved his hand across the virtual screen and muttered, "Although I looted a bunch of good stuff, this truth of the world just loves to surface, doesn't it?" Just as he was engrossed in investigating, Trenhao suddenly rushed over and shouted his name at the top of his lungs. He whipped around and snapped, "Trenhao, haven't you sneaked away yet? Was that explosion just now that let the zombies break out caused by you?" Without bothering to argue, Trenhao bolted over in a panic and blurted out, "Stop messing around, climb up to the roof and look towards the north over there. Across the river bend, there's a wall of zombies," he yelled while recalling the scene of escorting Tran Gok to escape earlier. Hearing this, he was startled, whipped around and pressed, "What did you say?" Then the two of them hurried off. Along the way, Trenhao seized the chance to spill a few more shocking pieces of news. Tran Gok overheard them from the mouths of some foreign nationals from the Nehong country. They tricked a group of Long Country compatriots outside the safe zone to use as bait to lure zombies. As soon as the group landed on the battlefield, Trong then widened his eyes, stared at the virtual screen, and questioned, "Is that the exact spot?" Trenho glanced to the side and called out, "Tran Gok." Tran Gok, sitting right beside him, replied, "Tran, I'm here." At this moment, Trong then skimmed the map and reasoned, Nihong's headquarters is on the peninsula, and citywide traffic mainly relies on several bridges, so no matter how densely the zombies swarm, they would never dare to blow up the bridges. While the other two were affectionately exchanging pleasantries, he crumpled the map in his grip and spat in disgust. Using corpses to build a defensive wall, what absolute perverts. Only those people from Nihong could come up with such a trick. Then he turned to instruct the two of them, "I have to go over there and check it out myself, you two better retreat quickly." Tren Hao, who was holding Tran Gok tightly in his arms, replied, "Got it, then be careful on your way." One of his eyes was still glowing when he suddenly paused as if remembering something, turned his head, and yelled, "Ah, almost forgot." He narrowed his eyes and interrogated, "The explosion in the headquarters just now was your masterpiece, right?" Tren Hao was startled and paused for a second upon hearing the question. Not stopping there, he added another question, "And what about the compatriots from the Long Country who were lucky enough to survive? Have they been successfully rescued?" Without even turning his head, Tren Hao answered concisely, "Of course they have." Tran Gok looked up at him and silently called out in her heart, "Brother Tren." Receiving a firm answer from Tren Hao, he immediately spun around and said, "Great, then please stay put for a moment." Tren Hao then shouted, "No problem." The moment Trong then swung his legs and leaped away, a huge question mark suddenly popped into his head because something felt a bit off. He thought to himself, when we parted ways in the secret room, Tren Hao was still just someone who had reached the limit of physical strength. How on earth has he already climbed to the early stage of the second phase of awakening? Could he have leveled up by leaps and bounds just by slaughtering the bunch of zombies kept in captivity in Nihong's lair? While deep in thought, a pathetic, screaming cry for help suddenly rang out from the opposite side, making him startle and look over. On the other side, a swarm of monsters with mouths wide open like Venice flytraps were slowly crawling closer, while a victim was tied tightly to a wooden post next to countless withered skeletons, frantically screaming for them not to come any closer. Those hideous creatures with glowing red eyes and huge crane-like mouths still rushed straight in that direction. Seeing this, Trong then hurriedly drew his precious sword, rushed forward, and cursed loudly. How unlucky! At that very moment, 3 mutated creatures had closed in on the tied-up victim. He immediately raised his sword high. Then, with a decisive slash, he sent all 3 monsters straight to the afterlife. As soon as the sword stroke finished, the system's notification screen immediately appeared. Completely eliminating 3 mature crawling-type monsters yielded 96 energy cores. Trong then sheathed his sword and gnashed his teeth. As expected, this wall of corpses was definitely the masterpiece of the Hong profession people. Right before his eyes was a massive wall alongside countless tightly bound people hanging their heads in unconsciousness. He thought to himself in shock, when zombies wander over, they use the people of Long Country as bait to conveniently launch sneak attacks from the shadows, and even use Long Country citizens as test subjects. No matter how the world changes, these bastards' vile nature remains the same from now on. Whenever he meets one, he will hack them all to pieces. Then, looking up at the towering wall of corpses, he muttered that judging by the skyscraper-like height and the boundless cruelty of the Hong profession people, it was easy to guess. The 100,000 zombie wave that Chualong Xian had mentioned was probably coming for real, and right at that moment, the signal bell suddenly rang persistently. He immediately replied, "TOC, is that you? What's going on?" From the other end of the line, TOC's flustered voice shouted, "Boss, there's a huge emergency." At the same time, in another location, several guys riding in military vehicles stopped right in front of the gate of a luxurious villa. The chubby dog Namap just walked around staring at the plate of food. Looking closely at the food plate, which looked no different from a pile of shit, it immediately froze in silence. Right after that, a voice sounded, catching its attention. What an ideal location. From outside, a group of aggressive men kicked open the door and rushed straight in. The leader tossed his head back and asked, "How many souls are in here?" Tihong Dat, sneaking in behind, replied that as far as he knew there were people alive, but only one possessed terrifying strength, and luckily the homeowner seemed to be away at the moment. Hearing this, the leader waved his hand with a smirk, saying the lucky one must be the owner of this villa, because if he were home, their forces would have been beaten to a pulp. Let's have some fun. Strutting arrogantly inside, they stopped in front of the garden and gasped in admiration. When the zombie wave sweeps through, the vegetables grown here will still be more than enough to keep us alive, another guy cheered happily. adding, "There's even a modern water filtration system installed here." The commander became even more arrogant, sneering, "Those long country folks are truly the best servant coolies." While busy bantering, Nymap leisurely strolled out, catching his attention. He walked toward Nymap and wondered, "How strange, where did this dog come from? Do the people here keep it as a house pet?" He clicked his tongue, guessing that the homeowner wasn't short on food anyway. Next, he grabbed Nymap by the scruff of the neck while it stared with round, blank eyes and spoke in a disdainful tone, "How stupid. A fancy estate like this and they only leave a puppy to guard the house. Look at it, it's even wagging its tail furiously." Nymap suddenly remembered trained house instructions from earlier, making its eyes gleam brightly. Nymap must be a good dog and guard the house. Whoever wanders over is free game for it to slaughter, stir fry and eat. In its mind it cheered that the pile of shit from earlier was indeed not food. The plate of food is right in front. That guy pulled out a knife and asked his accomplices behind him if they had ever tasted dog meat, especially puppy meat, which is tender, succulent, and extremely addictive. He also excitedly urged his accomplices to go start a fire, saying he would show off his cooking skills shortly, and the others wondered if there were any cooking utensils available here. The leader had no idea that death was breathing down his neck, still gleefully telling his men not to rush to search the house but to stay and have a grand feast. Just as Nymap opened his mouth to bite, he was startled and spun around, muttering to himself, wondering why the goose man was suddenly so heavy. Immediately after, a massive noise rang out, accompanied by a spray of blood, causing those who were about to walk away to turn their heads, asking each other in confusion what had happened. Nymap appeared out of nowhere with a fiercely intimidating look. After finishing off the leader, it used its claws to pin him firmly to the ground. The surrounding henchmen still hadn't sensed the danger, so they foolishly asked where it had crawled out from, while another stammered incoherently, asking what kind of demon this was. Only then did they lose their wits, raising their guns and shouting at each other to fire and kill it while it was busy eating. Nymap agilely leaped to dodge the entire barrage of bullets. While at it, it bit the head clean off a man standing nearby. Then it swiped its paw, knocking the jaw off another unfortunate soul. The villains were now terrified, screaming in panic while their fingers kept pulling the triggers, yelling that it was a monster. The bullets embedded themselves straight into Nymap's flesh, but it was no more than an itch. Just as the gunman, his face drained of all color, exclaimed that the ammunition couldn't pierce its thick hide, another shadow swung a knife and darted toward it. Tahongdat let out a shout, swung his knife, and lunged to deliver a fatal blow to the monster. Tahongdat leaped into the air. Both hands gripped the knife handle, determined to strike a fatal blow to Nymap's head. Unexpectedly, as soon as the blade touched the creature, it snapped in two, leaving the attacker stunned. He stared in horror, wondering how things had come to this. In a flash, Nymap bit into his arm, sending blood gushing out. He was sent flying by the immense force, slamming hard into the fence behind him. Struggling to get up while looking at his blood-soaked arm, he bitterly cursed, "You crazy dog." At this moment, Nymap, with bloodshot eyes, charged again like a whirlwind. Seeing this, Tahongdat scrambled through the doorway and slammed the latch shut, leaving Nymap stunned. The gunmen, witnessing the scene, panicked, shouting that their leader had run away and even locked the door, asking what they should do now. His accomplices whimpered in reply that they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Nymap roared and charged forward with unpredictable zigzag movements. Its eyeballs were red as blood. From those eye sockets, hazy streams of illusions were also gushing out. It abruptly opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that looked extremely horrifying. Opposite them, Haidai and Tiguhai simultaneously rushed forward holding guns, Tiguhai brandishing two guns pointed straight ahead and shouting, "Whoever dares to touch my chubby second brother, I'll teach them a lesson right now." However, seeing the empty battlefield before them, both young women froze in the most awkward posture. Striking their eyes was the sight of Chubby rolling around, stuffed to the brim next to a large pile of waste. The outer door had cracks and was crudely gouged out. Kian Githen narrowed his eyes to look through the gap and thought to himself, with the door like this, a stranger definitely broke in by force. As he pushed the door open to enter the room, he was shocked by the chaotic scene and softly called out, "Little Mouse." He hurriedly kicked the door open and rushed inside, his mouth about to speak when he called out to Little Mouse and Haidayu, then stood completely frozen at the sight inside. It turned out the two girls were taking a bath. Hearing his voice, Tibuhai turned to look with utter shock. Kang Githen hurriedly closed his eyes tightly, sweat pouring down like rain, and stammered, "You retaking a bath?" Haidayu glanced over and replied, "Chubby just swallowed those intruders whole and its body was covered in filth, so we were giving it a bath, but it keeps resisting." Inside the tub, Chubby was looking at him with lifeless eyes. Water splashed everywhere, making the clothes of the two beauties cling tightly to their bodies. Haidayu's hot, curvaceous figure also vaguely appeared in a very alluring way. Tibuhai looked at herself, then at Haidayu, and complained, "We re completely soaked." As soon as she finished speaking, the two girls, one bussied herself, wringing out the hem of her shirt, while the other grabbed a bath sponge and scrubbed vigorously. Her plump breast stood out clearly through the thin, damp clothes. Tiguhai was not much better off, her whole body was drenched in water. Seeing that scene, his face turned completely red and his skin flushed pink with embarrassment. Haidayu's wet body clung tightly to her clothes. Seeing him turn away, she called out, "Brother Then." Kanji Then stammered in response, "It's nothing, you two go ahead." Suddenly, Chubby's expression in the tub changed strangely, and a green liquid overflowed from its mouth. Tiguhai turned back and asked, "Chubby, what's wrong with you?" To the horror of everyone in the room, it violently vomited a bright green liquid. Haidayu spoke up, "It must be the items those people swallowed earlier that Chubby is regurgitating." Several storage rings were clearly visible in the vomit. Finishing her sentence, she excitedly called out to Chia Then, "Brother Then, come and take a look. The treasures of these people from Hong professional country must be quite substantial." But Kading Than had not yet recovered his senses from the earlier scenery, and blood began to gush from his nose. Blushing, he waved his hands frantically and explained, "It's not what you think, I..." Just then, the system panel popped up with a warning, "Your peeping behavior has been exposed. Quickly find a way to escape or bow your head in apology immediately." Receiving the message, he resolutely turned around, closed the door, and bravely declared farewell, leaving behind Haida's cold gaze. From inside the bathroom, the two girls immediately hurled a shampoo bottle straight at his head, accompanied by a piercing scream. What are you looking at?" Little Xai also yelled. The boss is truly obsessed with girl. Sweating profusely, he could only hurriedly explain, "Sorry, this was completely a natural reflex. I didn't have any bad intentions." Stepping outside, Zhang Chen rubbed the bump on his forehead in frustration, wondering what on earth was happening. Right at that moment, the system notified him of another incoming video call from Zhao Longchuan. On the screen, Zhao Longchuan anxiously said, "Zhang Chen, is Kuyu near you? We have arrived at the southern shelter and I wanted to let her know, but she won't even answer her phone." He scratched his head and replied, "We were just busy with some work, and she is taking a shower now, so you'll probably have to wait a bit to get in touch with her." Hearing this, the veins on Zhao Longchuan's forehead began to bulge. He gritted his teeth and muttered each word, "You guys are busy and she is also taking a shower." Seeing that the other party had misunderstood, he panicked and quickly clarified, No, don't let your imagination run wild. It is absolutely not what you think." After a clear explanation, Zhou Longchuan finally laughed it off. "So that's how it is. I trust you and would never doubt you." Zhang Chen remained silent, but thought to himself that the man was clearly planning to make things difficult for him just moments ago. He pointed to the screen and got straight to the point. "I sent you some things, just accept them." Zhou Longchuan curiously asked back, "What is it?" At first he hummed in confusion, but then gasped in shock, "My goodness, armor-piercing rounds, missiles, and medicine. With this much, did you raid my entire armory?" This time his face turned serious and filled with killing intent. "These items are necessary to protect the shelter. But the most worrying thing is still those bastards from Hongnam. Although their base has been wiped out, the remnants will surely try to sneak in. Remember my words, kill those beasts on sight." The red-haired girl reported to the soldier with a tense expression, "Captain, the market price of the 53 lightning crystals that Zhang Chen sent is as high as 250 crystal nuclei." The soldier calmly replied, "That much?" Hearing that conversation, Zhang Chen was speechless. Soldiers really did not know how to say sweet words. Then he said, "Just take and use them. You are Xiu's older brother and a soldier, so we are all one family." The soldier began to explain rigidly, "Military discipline is clear. We cannot take things from others for nothing. Furthermore, you will have to face the zombie tide in Shenyang later, so I cannot take advantage of you like this." Zhang Chen plopped down on the bed and continued discussing the supplies. "We don't have many crystal nuclei, but we have vast reserves of supplies. How about I compensate for those crystal nuclei with supplies?" Hearing this, the soldier agreed, "All right then, I won't stand on ceremony either." Right after speaking, he opened the system space panel and listed a series of items such as corrosive bullets, acid, and steel. The soldier immediately finalized the order. "We need a large amount of acid, steel, and ice condensation flowers. We'll take as much as you have." Zhang Chen silently calculated that he needed to manufacture a lot of corrosive bullets to deal with the monsters. The soldier continued with a serious expression, "Except for the ice condensation flowers, we have plenty of other materials, and I have already transferred them all to you." Hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately began operating the system control panel. The system confirmed the receipt of supplies including 10 tons of steel, 2,000 units of corrosive substances, 800 liters of acid, 70 kilograms of frozen meat, and 1,000 liters of mineral water. The soldier quietly watched through the screen as Zhang Chen exclaimed, "Great, if I had to gather these supplies myself, I don't know when I would ever have enough." Suddenly, the soldier spoke in a serious tone, "Comrade Zhang Chen, just now was in my capacity as the captain of the Langya battalion. Now I want to talk to you in my capacity as Sayu's older brother." His face darkened. "I must trouble you then, please protect Sayu well." Zhang Chen seemed to fully understand what the other party meant. He confidently asserted, "Don't worry, I won't let the zombies touch a single hair on her head." The soldier on the screen appeared hesitant and worried. "Not just zombies, you know. Sayu is a girl and knave. She doesn't even know how to guard herself when showering. There are many dangers." These honest words left Zhang Chen frozen on the spot, unable to respond. Sweating profusely, he weakly replied, "Ah yes, I understand." A shiver ran down. Chuang then sighed and let out a soft groan. He gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself, "This guy might as well have just read out my ad card number. Isn't he basically warning me not to be a lecher? I am a man of upright character after all. How could that be possible, having just brought her home?" He couldn't help but picture the picturesque beauty of little sister Xiaoxi, and he blushed at the thought. As soon as he realized he was indulging in such fantasies, he immediately dismissed them. Then he let out a fake cough, brushed off his hands, and said with a serious expression, "National priorities come first. Dealing with the corpses is the most urgent task right now." Immediately afterward, Chuang then refocused his attention on working in cyberspace. The system signaled that it was beginning to synthesize high-powered corrosive bombs. He smiled. Chuang then strode forward with a sword strapped to his waist, while Nikao trotted along behind him. Chuang then looked back and asked, "Are you ready? We are about to head into a fierce battle." The robot and Xiaox both gave a thumbs up. Xiaox replied cheerfully, "No problem, let's go, let's hit the road." Chuang then lay on the ground, holding a small device that looked like a walkie-talkie, its antenna emitting a laser beam. When he was finished, brother then stood up and announced, "It's done." On the ground, countless red laser beams had spread everywhere. Xiaoxa ran after her younger sister Hai Diet, waving happily to report, "Big brother, the grenades over there are also ready." Chuang then held up 2 fingers and gave a mysterious smile, thinking to himself, this preparation should be enough. Xiaoxi approached and asked curiously, brother, then I still don't understand, since zombies can swim, wouldn't it be easier to just blow up that lake? Hearing this, an image of a horde of zombies gathering on the other bank suddenly appeared in Chuang Than's mind. But then, as the lake had disappeared, Chuang Than said, we have to face 100,000 corpses. With such a massive number, using water wouldn't be effective anyway, it would be better to lure them into a trap. Hai Diet lowered her head and replied, I see, I didn't think it through thoroughly enough. Chuang then patted her head and said, go get some rest. According to the reconnaissance from Brother Xian, this horde of corpses will flood into Thiandong City tomorrow, and there will be a fierce battle then. Night fell and a full moon shone brightly across the sky. It cast its light down on the military vehicle belonging to Chuang Than's group. Xia and Hai Diet leaned against each other and fell fast asleep, and Chuang Than also slept soundly, with the area submerged in silence. Suddenly, not far from the vehicle, a hand reached up and gripped the cliff face tightly. A group of creatures with glowing red eyes nimbly climbed up the steep cliff, finally reaching the top. They let out terrifying growls. The sound caused Chuang Than's group to wake up with a start. Zhang Chen poked his head through the window to observe the surroundings. Seeing no sign of an attack yet, Xiaoxi pointed toward the horizon and wondered what the sound was. Continuous shrieks rang out, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently. Xiaoxi huddled in her seat in confusion and asked if it was an earthquake. The system suddenly issued a warning that 100,000 zombies would reach the Glory Bridge in just 3 minutes. Get ready for battle, Zhang Chen thought to himself. They were finally here. An army of monsters surged forward, their glowing eyes looking incredibly terrifying. Zhang Xiu pointed behind the monster horde and asserted that the noise originated from that wall. Quick as a flash, Zhang Chen lunged forward to clear out the monsters blocking the way. He glanced at the monsters and mockingly asked if they were leading the way for their comrades. Zhang Chen urged Xiao Zhangxiu and Erpang to prepare for the plan. All three of them responded with bewildered looks. Xiaoxi hurriedly climbed onto Erpang's back and urged him to move quickly. Zhangxiu also nimbly entered the mecha's cockpit. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was in their combat positions, ready for action. They waited for the zombies to appear as intricate red beams of light gradually manifested on the road. Pitch-black silhouettes slowly emerged from the distance. Sitting inside the mecha, Zhangxiu could not hide the tension on her face. Xiaoxi pursed her lips and frowned nervously, watching the situation unfold. Zhang Chen maintained a calm composure, looking straight ahead at the enemy. From inside the cockpit, Zhangxiu wondered if it was truly a zombie tide. The sound alone was horrifying, so what if they swarmed in? Looking at Zhang Chen's back, she told herself that in this situation the mecha was the safest place to be. Thinking about how Zhang Chen always cared for her, Zhangxiu blushed and silently thanked him for letting her use it. Zhang Chen suddenly stood tall from a distance, a jet-black clawed hand gripped the wall tightly. Immediately, countless swarming monsters surged up in waves. They were so numerous they were impossible to count. The scene was no different from a living hell filled with demons. Amidst the burning sea of fire, a monster with a distorted face and glowing red eyes lunged straight at Zhang Chen. In a flash of light, Zhang Chen swung his blade and sliced the monster's body in two instantly. He charged bravely, repeatedly swinging his sword to clear out the aggressive monsters. Zhang Xiu maneuvered the mecha to support Zhang Chen, and the battle became extremely fierce amidst the thick clouds of dust. In a dark basement, Zhen Yu asked the green-haired man if the zombie girl Xiaoxi would join the fight. Now that the zombie tide had arrived, should they help or retreat? The green-haired man remained silent, prompting an impatient Zhen Yu to urge him to make a decision quickly. The clash between Zhang Chen's faction Shishio was unfolding with intense heat. Xiaoxi focused on controlling the robot, continuously unleashing a hail of bullets at the swarming monsters. A zombie was poised to charge straight toward the armored suit. Suddenly, it took a direct hit to the head, sending its eyeball flying out. At that moment, Erpang lunged forward, ferociously tearing the zombie to pieces. It turned out the one who fired was Xiaoxi. She glanced through the scope and smiled triumphantly, remarking that the boss was indeed clever. At this rate, no monster would dare approach, and zombies were nothing special anyway. Meanwhile, Erpang sat nearby, hungrily devouring the zombie meat and grunting in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Chen delivered a swift kick straight to a zombie's face, using the momentum to spring into the air. A swarm of deformed creatures with mouths full of octopus-like tentacles rushed forward to attack him. Zhang Chen unsheathed his sword and leaped high, slashing repeatedly at the monster's massive body. At the same time, he also activated the system to retrieve weapons from his storage space. Suddenly, a monster reached out and grabbed his ankle, jerking him back forcefully. Zhang Chen aimed his gun directly at the enemy and decisively pulled the trigger with a sharp click. Instantly, a burst of flames erupted from the barrel, incinerating the hideous monsters. Zhang Chen leaped into the air, muttering to himself, "Get ready to take the heat, babe." The system chimed with a notification that the auto-loot feature had been activated and completed. After finishing the loot collection, Zhang Chen smirked, remarking that even chopping vegetables wasn't as satisfying as this. He pulled out another gun, wielding one in each hand, and gave a cold laugh as he challenged the monsters. A blaze erupted, completely incinerating the monsters, while Zhang Chen made a swift and safe retreat. Just then, a giant foot suddenly descended, slamming into the ground with a thunderous thud. Following immediately after was the towering appearance of a terrifying giant ostrich. Zhang Chen glanced over and snorted coldly to himself. He knew it, Shishio couldn't be that simple. It turned out the final boss was right here. Zhang Chen leaped up and clung to a wall to assess the situation, clicking his tongue as he watched the swarms of monsters writhing below. He frowned, marveling at how they were as numerous as an invading army, and quickly called upon the system to retrieve heavy corrosive bombs. Zhang Chen quickly loaded the explosive shell and aimed precisely at the ferocious beast charging toward him. He squeezed the trigger and a terrifying burst of firepower erupted from the gun, knocking the monster down. The radiating heat scorched its skin, causing it to blister and peel off in large chunks. It roared in fury and staggered to its feet, charging frantically toward Zhang Chen. With lightning speed, he gracefully leaned to the side to dodge the attack. Zhang Chen conveniently pulled out a powerful grenade launcher. He lunged to evade the monster's strike and then decisively pulled the trigger to take down his foe. He aimed accurately at 2 fuel tanks placed right behind the monsters. An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the blink of an eye. Chuang then hurriedly retreated to avoid the intense heat from the blaze. From above, the scene looked like hell on earth with the monsters being fiercely incinerated. From Cho Hai Diet's direction, she controlled the combat mech, firing continuously at the monsters. Cho Hai Diet gritted her teeth and yelled for them to retreat immediately. Gunshots rang out and streaks of bright red fire from the barrels immediately surrounded and roasted the monsters. Chuang then landed in a safe spot and shouted out to Hai Diet and Nai-Map. He urged a retreat, hearing Chuang then's words. Little Hai rode Nai-Map and quickly sought an escape route. The system informed Chuang then that the thermite could sustain the fire for half an hour. The system suggested that if he wanted to upgrade, he should not leave the collection zone despite the high death risk, with current progress at 4,839 out of 5,000. Chuang then frowned and calculated the firewall could block the zombies, but the giant eggs could still get through. Corrosive bullets should be enough to hold out for 30 minutes. While deep in thought, a massive giant egg suddenly lunged out to chase him. Chuang then clicked his tongue in frustration. Exactly what he feared had appeared. Following that huge monster was a swarming horde. The monsters looked hideous, aggressively baring their fangs and claws. They clung relentlessly to Chuang, then he looked back in horror as their slime had extinguished all the flames. Chuang then turned and ran for his life, wondering how there could be monsters that weren't afraid of fire like this. That giant egg had indeed crossed the firewall to pursue him. Not just one, but a whole crowd of them came flocking over. They were like a powerful army rushing through the fire, led by monsters with long tongues secreting a fluid that suppressed the flames. Chuang then immediately ordered Cho Diet Hai in the mech to act, and she replied that she understood. She started the machine, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the oncoming monsters. The beasts were hit and tumbled into the fiercely burning streaks of fire. Nai-Map also contributed by lunging in and brutally tearing the zombies apart. Cho Hai Diet activated the mech to fly up. The giant eggs immediately diverted their attack toward the metallic silhouette behind the fire. A giant egg lunged forward, waiting to deliver a powerful blow to the machine. At that exact moment, Chuang then suddenly launched himself from behind the mech straight toward it. In Chuang then's hand was the gun already loaded with corrosive ammunition according to the system notification. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at the monster and pulled the trigger to fire. A blast of intense heat erupted from the muzzle the moment the giant bullet left the barrel. The giant monster's body quickly melted, turning soft and mushy like a pile of mud. Xiaox, standing nearby, gently waved her hand to call the long-tongued monsters, coaxing them sweetly. Come over here, I've got something interesting for you. The mindless monsters crawled toward the invitations. Xiaoxi smiled with satisfaction. That's right, just stay right there. And as soon as she finished speaking, she backed away toward the electric trap. Seeing the perfect moment, Xiaoxi smiled triumphantly. Here is a surprise gift for you all, and quickly triggered the switch on the electric trap. A high-voltage current immediately surged out, causing the monsters to convulse and die instantly. Xiaoxi laughed gleefully. Serves you right. Who told you not to know how to tell people from zombies? She mused. How could these guys be as smart as me? After clearing out the long-tongued monsters, Xiaox turned to check on Chuang then and Chuang Hai Diet, shouting, well done, prepare for the next wave. Inside the mech cockpit, Chuang Hai Diet pressed the trigger repeatedly, then shouted in panic, brother, then we're almost out of ammo. Chuang then, having just pulled the trigger to finish off a group of monsters, said, I have a bit left, I'll transfer it to you immediately. Hang in there, the second wave of attacks has been halted. Suddenly, Chuang then's eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock, what is that? Before him, a massive beast was constantly grabbing its smaller kin. The small monsters huddled together and gradually moved toward the giant beast. Unexpectedly, it turned and threw the massive monsters in its hands straight at Chuang then and Chuang Hai Diet. A few agile monsters clung tightly to the mech while the rest ferociously rushed to attack Chuang then. He exclaimed in horror, this is bad, what a major oversight. As the swarm of monsters clung to Chuang then's body, he thought to himself, is this where I am gonna fall? At this critical moment, the system chimed, ding, progress has reached 5,736 out of 5,000 times 2. Players eligible for an upgrade, would you like to perform it now? The giant beast roared fiercely, its 2 hands filled with swarming monsters, with smaller ones lining up to crawl into its hands. After gathering enough monsters in its hands, the giant monster threw them forcefully toward Chuang then and Chuang Hai Diet. Their situation was becoming extremely critical, and Chuang Hai Diet struggled to defend herself, calling out anxiously, brother then. Chuang then was busy fighting off the monsters that were clawing at him and holding him back. Chuang Hai Diet screamed in panic, brother then. Chuang then tried his best to order the system upgrade. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright red pillar of light shone from above directly onto their location. While Chuang then was in a life or death struggle with the monsters, the system announced, ding. Congratulations, you have reached the mid-stage awakened level. The Gene Evolution Path receives 1 talent point, as does the Energy Evolution Path. Mid-stage awakened Phase 2 has been unlocked. Current upgrade progress is 133 out of 16,000. Both the Gene and Energy Evolution Paths now have the right to select new talents. On the system screen, an image of a warrior standing behind a glowing golden shield appeared. The system explained, the Berserk Close Quarters Tier 1 talent will activate instant recovery, detoxification, removal of infection status, and simultaneously increase damage by 30 and self-healing ability by 300 for 10 minutes, providing immunity to toxins and viruses. Hidden hint, after the effect ends, you will suffer from a weakened state for 30 minutes and the damage dealt will be reduced by 30. The system interface once again displayed the image of a character spinning their arms while brandishing a massive saber, accompanied by a description below. The second gene skill evolution branch named Molting reached level 3 maximum. Each upgrade level increased Reflex physical strength, speed, and damage tolerance by 33, 66, and 100% respectively. The next image from the computer illustrated a figure swinging a punch with the force of 1,000 pounds, with the caption below dissecting the energy development path. The first tier move called Energy Core Vibration reached level 1 maximum, consuming 10 cores to generate vibrations at the same frequency as the enemy, blowing away the opponent's vitality within a 5-meter radius and chaining hundreds of targets simultaneously. The final image appeared along with a detailed explanation of the energy development branch. The second tier ultimate skill, Energy Shield, had a maximum of 3 levels. When activated, it neutralized incoming damage by 60, 75, and 90% respectively, with each blocked attack draining energy stones until they were completely depleted. Truong then swept his eyes over the parameters and let out a weary sigh. How wonderful it would be if he could calmly consider them, but right now he had no right to choose. Without hesitating long, he immediately chose to upgrade 2 skills, Body Regeneration and Core Vibration. Truong then immediately used the Core Vibration move to sweep through the horde of monsters thrown by the giant boss. In just the blink of an eye, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted right at the foot of the dilapidated skyscraper. The computer screen burst with a flurry of notifications to Truong. Then the auto-loot feature had been turned on, continuously collecting a series of zombie energy cores. Glancing over the achievement statistics, Truong then muttered a calculation. It took a mere 10 stones for 1 attack while yielding up to 92 zombie cores. He smiled smugly and brightly. This investment had paid off immensely. Just at that moment, Hidayat's piercing scream echoed from inside the combat machine, making Truong then startle and turn his head back. Seeing Hidayat's machine besieged by a horde of demons, Truong then brandished his sword to send them on their way while shouting Hidayat's name out loud. Sitting in the cockpit, Hidayat frowned and called out to Truong then, "Brother then." Weapon in hand, Truong then rushed toward the girl, crying out anxiously, "Hidayat, bite the bullet and endure it for a moment." At the 11th hour, a monster besieging the machine suddenly took a bullet straight to the head. Truong then looked away, following the trajectory of the bullet that had just torn through the wind, and spotted 2 silhouettes standing on a distant tower. It turned out to be Tran Gok along with a green-haired guy. The latter was narrowing his eyes through the sniper rifle scope while whispering to Tran Gok. "Don't leave a single one behind." Tran Gok nodded in response, understood. Realizing the reinforcements were all acquaintances, Truong then poured all his effort into dealing with the minions to rescue Hidayat. He leaped high, swinging his sword to clear out the horde of grotesque creatures of all sizes. Suddenly, from Hidayat's machine, extremely sorrowful sniffling and sobbing sounds echoed out. Truong then hurriedly dashed over to the machine, soothing her anxiously. "Hidayat, don't cry, I am coming to rescue you." Approaching the mournful sound, Truong then abruptly halted his steps, suddenly realizing something was wrong. This definitely wasn't Hidayat's crying voice. Staring fixedly at the machine, his hair stood on end as he saw a pair of glowing red eyes staring intently at him from beneath. Truong then asked himself in confusion, "What on earth is this?" An alarm sound from the device blared to warn Truong, then, detecting an extremely dangerous level 3 mutated infected named the Weeping Monster, leaving him utterly astonished. Truong then stared wide-eyed at the whimpering machine crawling closer. The entity hiding underneath was precisely the 3rd mutation form. Behind his back, terrifying, snarling footsteps suddenly sounded. Truong then jumped in fright and cursed inwardly, "How careless of me. Did the zombies arrive to reinforce them this quickly?" Truong then stood dazed and startled, his eyes fixed intently on the bizarre object in front of him. Tran Gok is really complaining over there? What on earth is he just standing around for? Look at those zombies swarming and densely. Tran, how unlike her, managed to keep a cool head. "Take it easy, Tran Gok. Don't rush to shoot. The situation is changing strangely. The gathering speed of these zombies is completely abnormal." They all kept a safe distance from Truong then and didn't bother attacking anyone at all. Only Tran Hao was the center of attention as he stood right next to Truong then. Truong then's side right now was like sitting on pins and needles. "This is bad, they aren't deliberately ignoring us." He hurriedly shouted toward the inside of the house. "Hidayat, endure it a little longer, don't rush outside." The voice from inside interrupted to answer him, brother then. "These zombies were summoned by that crybaby ghost over there. It has very cunning schemes, you must be careful," Hidayat anxiously warned Truong. Dozens of ghastly creatures with blank stares were gazing intently at a corner. Right at that moment, Truong was surrounded by rings of zombies determined not to leave him a single path to survival. Truong then immediately unleashed his signature killer move, Core Resonance. The stream of power swept away the zombies lingering around and even knocked away the ones hovering in mid-air. This sight left Tran Gok and Tran Hao with their jaws dropped in astonishment. Beneath the bright blood moon sky, countless defeated zombies were falling haphazardly to the ground. Truong then let out a heavy breath. Even the crybaby zombie was terrified by the sheer power of that move, and it was scrambling back to its feet. Seeing the monster about to slip away, Hidayat frantically shouted, "Brother, then it wants to escape." Truong then was stunned and asked back, "What?" Truong then thought to himself, how strange, why did the crying suddenly stop? It turned out the prey was using its own kind as a shield to sneak away smoothly, but the trouble was that this female zombie possessed such a scorching hot body that it forced him to quickly back off and keep his distance to unleash the Core Resonance skill for a clean finish. Truong then took a combat stance. Why bother arguing with something this smart? Planning to use your minions to take the hit for you again. This trick is really troublesome. Suddenly a giant appeared, using brute, ox-like strength to block Truong then's attack. That zombie was nestled snugly in the big guy's hand, then tilted its head to the side, making Truong then realize they had even subdued a giant. No wonder the third form looked just like a giant soaked in a horde of zombies with bulging muscles. It certainly had some serious weight to it. At this moment, Chuangdan was startled out of his wits. Oh mother, how hideous and wrinkled that woman's face is. The system panel flashed instantly, displaying her identity as the Weeping Mourner. Her identifying characteristics were lightning-fast movement speed along with razor-sharp claws that could tear through metal. Her erratic behavior made her sometimes indifferent to humans and other times frantically rush in to bite and slash. A small tip, her screams not only attracted her own kind but also buffed their strength, sending the whole pack into a frenzy. Understanding the battlefield clearly, Chuangdan did not hesitate to unleash a barrage of corrosive acid bullets straight at the bulky guardian. What are you screaming so much for? I have zero interest in your girlfriend, you know. A profound sense of worry suddenly welled up in Chuangdan's heart. Damn it, this bitch is bonnier than I imagined. The interface popped up with a notification again. Thanks to the buff from the Weeping Mourner, the giant's XP had surged by 400%, and currently only 28% of its health had been lost, and those brutes started counterattacking Chuangdan. At this point, Chuangdan was utterly speechless and sighed. Alright, let me open your eyes. Let's see whose style is more badass, mine or these minions' breast on a woman's strength. A series of deafening explosions rang out right on the giant's face. The system panel jumped up and down, announcing that the giant was hit by the acid bullets and lost a good 15% of its HP. Chuangdan panted while hugging the cannon and glanced at the display screen. The giant continued to take corrosive damage, losing another 17%. Looking at the sea of undead rushing in from below, Chuangdan's whole body emitted a brilliant light that spread everywhere, and then he shouted to the high heavens, core resonance. The system panel popped up with a familiar line of text. The giant took the full force of the acid damage, dropping another 13% of its vitality. The final notification popped up. The giant had kicked the bucket. The giant swung a wind-tearing punch directly at him, but he simply dodged it with a graceful sidestep. He quickly raised his sword high and shouted the name of his technique. As its punch plowed through the rocky ground, he used the momentum to soar up to the monster's head. It delivered another blow and the wailing woman fell from its hand. He glanced at her and silently cursed those seductive demons. Witnessing the giant behind him strike, he shouted a challenge, asking if that was all they had. Chuang then plunged his sword into it and roared that this was the core resonance skill that would send it to its end. Immediately after the fatal stab, the giant's body shattered into tiny pieces. A brilliant azure aura radiated outward, catching the attention of the two people standing above. Trangok exclaimed in amazement that he was absurdly strong, questioning if he was still human while taking on an entire horde of monsters alone. Trenho also showed clear signs of shock as he nodded in agreement that this power was terrifying. He muttered that if everyone were as overpowered as him, the world would have been at peace long ago, then shuddered at the thought that being his enemy would mean certain death. Trenhao pointed his gun at the machine below that was surrounded by undead, anxiously complaining that with the mecha stuck like this, there was nothing they could do. He turned to urge Trangok to go down and support him, and she nodded in agreement without a moment's hesitation. A voice suddenly rang out from behind, mocking them for still having senseless mercy at a time like this. They both turned to see the person approaching. They called out Hongdat's name in confusion, but he ignored the question and retorted to Trenhao, asking if he didn't want to possess power like Trung then S. Hearing that, Trenhao turned and told Trangok to go down first. She gave him a glance and replied that she understood. To Hongdat whispered about the harshness of this world. As she passed him, she turned back with a pensive look. He stepped close to Trenhao and whispered that if he wanted to increase his strength rapidly, he didn't necessarily have to focus only on killing the undead. He leaned into Trenhao's ear and whispered that he just needed to kill people, then patted his shoulder, reminding him of the lives Trung then had trampled upon to reach his current position. He intentionally provoked Trenhao, telling him to discard his fake saintly persona, even though he himself actually relied on Trung then during the battle against the giant. He gripped Trenhao's shoulder and instigated him to kill Trung then to seize the crystals, claiming he would then become the strongest. He continued to pour sweet talk into his ear, saying that to protect the camp, he had to become powerful and be decisive without hesitation. Trenhao was pressed so closely that he had to lean back slightly to maintain his distance. He removed the hand from his shoulder then, while gripping the other's wrist, gave a cold laugh and said, "You rewrite, I must abandon my kindness to become strong." Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Hongdat grabbed his shoulder triumphantly, saying that Brother Hao had finally seen reason. He was lost in a fantasy that he only needed to ride the coattails of the powerful, and if the fool Trenhao became that person, he would freely reap the benefits later. While immersed in his scheme, he suddenly saw a flash of light right at his stomach. Trenhao struck ruthlessly, plunging a knife straight into his abdomen while the other man stood in disbelief. He calmly stated that killing him was clearly much easier. When Hongdat weakly asked why, Trenhao coldly interrupted, saying he had seen through everything long ago. Murderous intent was clear on his face as he questioned whether it was he who had secretly poisoned Ding Hong's water back then. After Hongdat coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, Trenhao coldly declared that since he had abandoned their side long ago, how could he expect continued protection? Then he stepped forward, placed his foot on the knife embedded in the opponent's stomach, and continued, "You wanted me to kill Trung, then did you also have a personal vendetta in doing so? He exposed all those lies because he killed your master, leaving you with only one way back. Do your hands have anything to do with him?" At this moment, the system screen popped up again, requesting the recovery of the corpse of the ultimate ability user. Having received power from the crystal core, this person had been promoted to the primary awakening level, the third stage of the dual talent. Finally, he looked down at Hongdat's corpse from above and smiled, saying, "How is it? Is this what you wanted? Now I have become much stronger." In another development, a hideous creature swung its arm and shattered the glass. Bracing herself, Hidayat inside immediately fired at the monster's head, then cried out in panic, "What do I do now? What should I do?" A stream of monsters appeared one after another, while she still tried to take down every single one. With sweat rolling down her cheeks, she gritted her teeth and thought, "Why are there so many?" Then she told herself, "The pressure on brother then must be far worse than mine. I can become a burden to him." While she was struggling to find a way to cope, another person appeared, charging into the crowd of monsters and opening fire. Trenhao rushed toward the mecha down below and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Startled by his sudden appearance, Hidayat stammered, "I am fine, thank you." Outside, the battle grew increasingly fierce as the ground shook constantly and debris flew everywhere. Amidst the sea of fire, Chuang then pointed his gun at the whaler in front of him and said, "Finally, it's just you left, you despicable fiend." Enveloped in flames, the whaler let out several agonizing shrieks. Then, he pulled the trigger to fire a cannon shot at it and roared, "Die!" It also let out a shrill shriek, but its body was not pierced at all. Seeing this, he muttered, "It didn't penetrate." He rushed forward again, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it, just how freakish is this evolution?" A series of gunshots rang out as it agilely leaped to dodge while Chuang then chased after it, muttering. It can not only control other zombies, but its reaction speed and agility are also far superior to those of other zombies. Suddenly, he appeared right behind it and said, "With our relationship, do you think a game of hide and seek is appropriate?" Then, he swung his sword, slashing hard at its back and shouting, "Just die obediently." Both his body and its body were enveloped in a blue light. Once again, he used the skill Core Resonance. A streak of light tore through the night sky and a notification screen popped up. Damage remaining 21 damage. This time, Chung then shouldered a giant cannon and shouted, "You really have thick skin and tough flesh, try this." The massive cannon fired with a tempestuous fury. A massive explosion occurred immediately afterward and the smoke and dust gradually cleared. A green energy beam shot out from within the fire. He waved his hand to withdraw that flow of power and said that the destructive acid bullets had indeed worked well. The notification screen popped up again, announcing the successful defeat of the Weeper and the acquisition of a core, followed by a warning that his hidden teammates were in danger, and if he didn't save them, he'd be stuck being single for a long time. Reading this, Chong then grumbled irritably, saying he was a dignified gentleman who was single, so who was calling him single? The system interface even chimed in, displaying a request not to abuse the hidden system. After arguing back and forth with the system, Yanjiang looked up, then he glanced in the other direction, where a mech unit and a swarm of monsters were charging forward, and muttered that the brother he was referring to was right there. At this moment, Trenhao was embracing Hidayat from the mech's cockpit and shouting, while beside Hidayat, Trangok was firing bullets like rain. After holding out for a while, she panicked and shouted, "How I can take it anymore." Suddenly, a beam of light shot toward them, causing both Trangok and Trenhao to turn their heads. Chuang then appeared and seeing him, Hidayat called out joyfully, "Great God." The four of them were finally reunited. Hidayat ran over to his side, and he turned to say to Trenhao, "Thanks." Trenhao laughed and replied, "No need for formalities, the battle isn't over yet. If you run out of tricks later, just find a way to slip away first." Hearing this, he pointed in the other direction and said, "It's not time to retreat yet. There are still many traps on both sides that haven't been triggered. Xiao Hai and Second Fatty are guarding the west. You two go to the east and hold your ground. Don't let any zombies slip through." Throughout the time he was speaking, True Hidayat kept gazing at him intensely without looking away. Suddenly, something caught her attention, forcing her to turn her head sharply. In a hidden corner in the distance, a giant creature with blood-red eyes was emitting chaotic sound. Hearing it, she pointed in that direction and shouted in panic, "Look, great God." Chong then was also startled and whipped his head around. In that place, a wave of zombies was scattered on the ground, and they were letting out hair-raising howls. He thought to himself that one was already a handful, and now 5 more had arrived. He turned to urge everyone, "You guys head to the east quickly. I'll take care of this place." On the other side, zombies were swarming in and another massive monster blocked the way, its mouth gaping as it roared with grotesque sounds. Just as Trenhao and his teammates were panicking, Hidayat on this side grabbed Chuang's hand and urged, then her sparkling eyes looked at him as if conveying many deep feelings. "Be careful." He smiled gently and replied, "No." Then the two just stood there staring blankly at each other, and just as she opened her mouth to say something, she was suddenly startled and pulled her hand away shyly, running off while leaving behind the words, "I'm going now, you guys definitely hold the east side tight." Chuang then blushed and replied to himself, "All right." After everyone left, he looked down at the system interface showing an upgrade progress of 15,932 out of 80,000 times 2. He calculated that while the acid bullets caused good damage to the boss and the Weeper, it still wasn't enough, and it would be great if he could level up again. Thinking of this, he held up one finger as a signal, challenging the giant boss standing motionless over there, "Just stay there until I level up." It was unknown if the monster understood, but it roared in response. Somewhere a loudspeaker blared, "There are humans here, fresh, delicious humans." It turned out to be 2 speakers mounted on his head, and they kept blaring, "There are humans here. Humans are delicious." At this moment, the swarm of zombies had closed in right in front of him, and he shouted at them, "Stop." After observing the situation, he smirked, "All right, that's enough." Finishing his words, Chuang then unleashed a brilliant flash of light, the core resonance technique. A brilliant flash of light suddenly shot past, completely wiping out the horde of zombies blocking the way. The male protagonist's gaze suddenly turned sharp, whispering to himself that yesterday the zombies had scattered in all directions, and gathering them all in one place was truly a headache. Without a few mutants, breaking through would be harder than ascending to the heavens. In the other direction, the pack of monsters and weepers continued to howl in a deafening manner. Suddenly, a fireball flew in from somewhere, plunging straight into the freak and burning its body. Immediately, chunks of skin and flesh peeled off and screams echoed amidst the endlessly spreading sea of fire. Looking at the system panel with a satisfied expression, Trong then silently congratulated himself on successfully upgrading to a level 2 intermediate warrior. The next evolution to tier 3 would require a rather bitter doubling of the number. Laughing gleefully because it felt so good, the young man turned his head to look behind him. The meat lump and the weeper were right up against his back, howling spine-chilling sounds. Without the slightest panic, he calmly turned around and said that you guys have come at just the right time. In another corner, Tiu Hai continuously fired her weapon at the horde of zombies below and shouted loudly for them to come over and take this. This big boss had already prepared a massive inventory of toys while the fat white guy was battling the zombies very rhythmically. Suddenly, some strange liquid dripped and landed right on the little girl's head. Frowning in annoyance, she looked up and scolded, "What is this? It's both sticky and unspeakably disgusting." It turned out that right above Tiu Hai's head was a monster bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, waiting to pounce on its prey. Just as it swooped in close, the little girl panicked and screamed loudly, calling for her mother to save her life. The monster roared and opened its mouth wide, bearing a bristling set of sharp teeth to threaten her. The little girl quickly covered her face with both hands and screamed to open up. Just at that moment, another howl rang out, drawing her attention and the zombie horde's attention toward that direction. The fat guy and Tiu Hai immediately ran as fast as they could in that direction, with the little girl urging that fat guy over there's something strange. Let's hurry and follow to find the senior expert. On this side, the weepers were sitting comfortably on the backs of their kind, howling noisily. Meanwhile, Trong them was still engrossed in operating the system screen interface. The notification board displayed the text Part 2 transformation along with 1/3 passive, all stats suddenly being heavily buffed by 1.5 times, accompanied by a tremendously satisfying doubled talent point. Immediately afterward, another notification appeared regarding the direction of gene evolution and energy to receive bonus points, and he clicked away while mumbling to calculate his next moves. Just as he upgraded the berserk skill and the energy shield, the slow zombies slowly dragged themselves forward to surround him. Suddenly, a miraculous beam of light shot out and enveloped them, and he chuckled, saying that the core resonance skill feels really great to use. The system screen finally displayed a notification that the evolution process was complete. At this moment, the young man nonchalantly turned his back on the ferocious zombie horde charging toward him, just as the sharp claws of one of them grazed past his collar. They were blasted far away by the surging energy erupting from his body. Reaching out to grab the weeper's head tightly, he smiled mockingly, saying, "You thought you were very smart. What a pity, I just finished my cultivation practice." Then he spoke in an ice-cold, murderous tone, "I'd like to see which bastard dares to mess with me." As he uttered those words, the energy within him surged and gathered into a storm, unleashing a destructive move that instantly wiped out the weeping fiends before they even had time to gasp. The remaining monsters were also swept up into the vortex and wailed miserably. Right in the nick of time, Card Arthen leisurely drew his sword. He swung his blade to cut down the weeping fiends as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Witnessing the scene, the rest of them lost their wits and just wanted to slip away quickly. Right in the opposite corner, someone was frantically executing a violent stacking slashing skill. Kathon continued to unleash a shocking core strike to release a tremendous amount of energy from the zombie carcasses. Amidst the swirling smoke and fire, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Startled, he whipped his head around and muttered to himself. That's Little High's voice as a hazy figure gradually emerged. Tragon stared with wide eyes and muttered to himself, "What the hell is that?" The weeping fiend was standing right behind, firmly holding Little High's head in hands. It seemed to be hypnotizing her, causing her to stand frozen like a statue without twitching the slightest bit. Cosmin Juthen's voice rang out, asking Little High, "What's wrong with you?" while her gaze remained vacant and she stared fixedly ahead. Suddenly, Little High tilted her head back and let out a terrifying scream while the monster still clung tightly to her. Next, the young woman bowed forward and spat out a stream of greenish smoke directly into his face. Kirin was so surprised that he blurted out, "Oh my god." The billowing toxic smoke rushed into attack, startling him and making him jump back a few steps. Immediately, the weeping fiend controlled Little High's hands to point the gun directly at Trung Yithen, who had just landed, and pulled the trigger. Trung Yithen was as tense as a taut string and thought to himself, "We redone for. Little High has been charmed. Why can these weeping fiends manipulate humans? Could it be because of her mutated zombie powers?" He frantically threw himself to hide neatly behind a large boulder nearby, just in time to block the bullets flying fiercely toward him. At this moment, the system panel flashed red in warning. "Your deduction is completely accurate." Katyun then knitted his brows in annoyance and argued back in his mind, "Is this really the time to be chatty? When did this little Mai become a hint-dropping expert? Spit out some useful advice." The system calmly explained that the zombie transformation skill brings the player's physical body close to that of a zombie, but the brain remains the most vulnerable and easily influenced area. Hearing this, he frowned and deduced, "Turns out Little High still has her consciousness. No wonder the weeping fiends had to make direct contact to control her." A moment later, he and Fatian hid closely against the doorway, secretly observing the monster dragging Little High past. He immediately leaned forward, strained his neck, and shouted loudly, "Fatty, charge." The fatty immediately opened his mouth wide and lunged straight at the one holding Little High. The weeping fiend then turned Little High to face Fatty Yunta, and from goodness knows where, a gun was already neatly in her hand, her gaze still frighteningly lifeless. Little High's gunshot rang out across the heavens and earth. Fatty Nat was hit, blasted away by the explosive force of the bullet, and screamed in pain. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Canning Yuthen drew his sword like lightning and lunged forward. The chance has come. A flash of brilliant blue light burst forth. He poured all his strength into unleashing the core plus shockwave attack against the enemy. The thunderous and powerful blow descended, but unfortunately Little Hai was also caught in the crossfire, and both of them simultaneously tilted their heads back and let out ear-splitting screams. Kating Yuthan panicked and cried out inwardly, "Well, my life is over." Little Hai got dragged into this and took an undeserved hit. At this rate, not even God would dare use the core plus shockwave again. The weeping fiend suddenly pressed its hand hard onto Little Hai's head as if commanding her arm to counterattack. Taking advantage of its distraction, Kating Yuthan launched himself into midair, gripping his sword tightly and preparing to slash down. This distance is just right. When it looked up and saw him, its face drained of all color from terror. Then it let out a blood-curdling, terrifying howl. Immediately, it pulled Tigu Hai in as a human shield to block the sword strike from Traken Yuthan. At this moment, Tigu Hai was not yet fully conscious, so he hurriedly checked the momentum of his blade. Traken Yuthan stared in astonishment at that action, then muttered a curse, calling it an absolute bastard. He immediately lunged and spun to deflect the tip of his sword in order to avoid harming Tibu Hai, even though this maneuver caused him to suffer considerable injury. However, Tibu Hai suddenly grabbed the hilt and shoved the pommel straight forward at a dizzying speed. She stabbed straight into Traken Yuthan's side with a blank expression, causing him to turn and look back in surprise. The young man grimaced in pain and coughed up a mouthful of dark fresh blood. The weeping ghost manipulating Tigu Hai violently yanked the dagger out of Traken Yuthan and pointed it straight ahead, while he had collapsed to the ground from the excruciating pain. A glaring red notification popped up indicating that he had been hit by an extremely potent poison, his recovery speed reduced by 500% while his body was 300% numb. The weeping ghost standing behind laughed uproariously, Tibu Hai's eyes glowing red as she chuckled and raised the dagger high to stab down. The two of them looked just like they had merged into one, and right at that moment, the system urged Traken Yuthan to quickly use the resonance core to eliminate this threat. At the same time, the bloody blade was plunging down, accompanied by the piercing scream of the weeping ghost. The system repeatedly called out, demanding that he immediately use the resonance core to eradicate the future threat unless he wanted to lose his life in 2 seconds, causing Traken Yuthan to irritably click his tongue and scold that this system was way too annoying. He immediately scrambled to his feet, shouting as he slammed his forehead directly into Tibu Hai's head, saying that his skill was meant for destroying zombies rather than playing with this little rat, which caused her pain and seemed to bring back a shred of her consciousness. The forceful impact made her head snap backward, and it looked like a bit of blood had sprayed out. A gloomy red and black streak enveloped the entire mountainous suburb, which was sinking into the ghostly red hue of the apocalypse. A growling sound came from the zombie being crushed flat under a large rock, leaving it unable to stir at all. When the monster raised its head, it saw the silhouette of someone standing towering right in front of it. It was the shadow of a little girl holding a heavy round object high up against the light of the blood moon. The next moment, only miserable screams echoed through every corner of the dark alleys. Tibu Hai was squatting right where the zombie had just been crushed, ravenously devouring something in her mouth. It seemed she was enjoying her spoils of war, eating continuously to absorb and take in all the power. While busy eating, she suddenly froze upon hearing a noise coming from behind her. Traken Yuthan's voice called out, "Hey little rat," causing her to blankly turn her head back and see him standing there waving and smiling brightly at her. There was also Haidut smiling brightly as she brought food to the table, while the chubby dog Nath Mep was also wagging its tail frantically at her. All of them were gathered in the dining room waiting for her, causing her to stand frozen in place, gazing for a long time. Traken Yuthan smiled with narrowed eyes and gestured toward Tibu Hai, urging her, "What are you standing there daydreaming for? Come over here and eat. If we don't sit down and eat together, how can we be called family? Hurry up." Tibu Hai looked at him blankly, her eyes welling up and tears just streamed down her sorrowful cheeks. Her tears kept falling unceasingly. She lowered her head and began to sob, choked with emotion. Remembering his words about family and their meal together, she burst into loud sobs, wiped her tears with her hand, and thought to herself that from now on she would no longer have to suffer from hunger or be all alone. She withdrew her hand from the ground and slowly struggled to her feet. She joyfully waved and ran towards them, silently repeating the names of the boss, Sister Hidayat and Fatty. It seemed that Tigu Hai had regained consciousness and was no longer controlled by the creature. She was dazed for a moment, then frowned and let out a soft cry. Because the collision just now was quite strong, Chuan Jithen had to sit on the ground, one hand clutching his wound in a grimace, the other still gripping the sword hilt tightly. Tibu Hai stood frozen right in front, the creature clinging tightly to her shoulder. It grabbed her head and let out a few piercing shrieks. The girl awkwardly called out "boss," which made Kian Then exclaim in surprise, "Little mouse, are you awake?" Tigu Hai looked at him in dismay, her eyes welling up with tears. "How did you end up like this?" A ghostly cry suddenly rang out, making her tremble, an extreme sense of fear washing over her as the sound was right beside her. When the crying didn't stop, she looked up and was horrified to see the eyeless, noseless creature with its tongue sticking out, clinging to her shoulder. She screamed, "Oh my goodness, what on earth is this monstrosity?" Next, she frantically twisted her body, wildly jumping around. "How disgusting, get down now." Kong then struggled to his feet, coughed violently, then urged Tigu Hai, "Try to hold on, don't let it manipulate you." Her eyes were bloodshot and filled with disbelief. She whirled around and asked, "Manipulated by it?" While the creature still clung to her neck, making it impossible for her to dislodge it. He secretly thought that if he hadn't fully turned into a zombie, his resonance skill would be safe, but he feared that the creature would drag her away. He immediately drew his sword, chased after her, and yelled, "Little mouse, where are you going? Stop right there." But she seemed to hear nothing, just kept running headlong. The creature clung tightly to her head, causing her excruciating pain. She frowned and exclaimed, "It hurts so much." Then it forcefully pushed her head back and bent down to face her directly. Kun then rushed over, full of worry. "Tigu Hai, The girl suddenly stared wide-eyed with blood vessels popping out. She gnashed her teeth so hard that the veins on her neck bulged, struggling to enunciate each word. I remember now. Next, she suddenly grabbed the creature's arm, startling it and making it confused. A brilliant green light radiated around her. Tiguhai angrily crushed its wrist and snarled, "You were the one who controlled my hand, weren't you?" The system began to announce the player has upgraded to Novice Tier Stage 2. Immediately after, Tiguhai swung her body, slamming the creature forcefully to the ground, creating a deep crater. She roared, "How dare you hurt my boss?" Now she was truly enraged, her eyes completely shifting to a cold emerald green. "I am a zombie hunting expert, and you dared to inject poison into me." Tiguhai lunged forward, grabbing its neck tightly and savagely biting and tearing at it, causing it to cry out in agonizing pain. Kaingi then rushed over, out of breath, and asked loudly, "Little mouse, did you just level up?" Tiguhai seemed to pay no attention to his words, only fiercely attacking the creature writhing on the ground. Witnessing that scene, Kudenji Then's jaw dropped in astonishment. This biting power is truly terrifying, even that steel-tough skin can't withstand it. Tiguhai tirelessly sank her teeth into the enemy's neck, blood splattering everywhere. She pressed it firmly against the ground, forcing it to only tilt its head back and cry out in vain. It was exhausted and could no longer shriek. Its neck was mangled, nearly torn apart completely by Xiao. A strange sound suddenly rang out in the sky. Truong then snapped his head up to look, and Xiaoxi also froze while in the middle of biting into a piece of flesh. The mournful wailing echoed miserably again. Startled, Truong then exclaimed that the sound was exactly the same as the previous zombie-tide attack. He immediately dismissed the theory, as more than half of the zombies had died in the previous wave, so how could they possibly have the strength to cause such a massive disturbance? The system flashed, catching his eye. He hurriedly looked down to read the notification hovering in front of him, stating that the crying creature was struggling in despair. All the zombies in Tianduang City were converging there, and a new zombie tide was about to form, with a 2% survival rate upon confrontation, causing him to cry out in horror. What is this? Tens of thousands of zombies roared, tearing through the air as they swarmed in, slowly surrounding the area. The terrifying hisses of the reptiles mingled with the army of the undead, pushing Truong, then Xiaoxix and Fatty Yen to the brink of death. There was no escape, as the perimeter had closed in from all sides. Looking down from above, they appeared no different from a dense swarm of black ants covering their prey. Where Truong then stood, the crying creature, with its hands and feet bound and its mouth gagged, lay flat on the ground, writhing incessantly, causing him to confusedly exclaim, "Its neck is half severed, yet it can still scream so loudly. Good thing I grabbed some strange items from those foreigners earlier, they were actually proving useful when needed," he said while dusting off his hands with a laugh, while Xiaoxi stood by, watching it writhe on the ground and muttering, "I find our boss even more incomprehensible. If you were really craving a woman, there are plenty of ordinary people around, but being deviant with a zombie is just irredeemable." Xiaoxi pouted, pointing straight at his face, causing Truong then to get goosebumps and scold her for having a brain full of mush for thinking so crookedly. The bright red system notification began its countdown. Only 4 minutes remained until the zombie tide officially formed. He grabbed the rope with one hand, dragging the crying creature across the ground, while giving Xiaoxi a knock on the head with the other, urging her to stop the nonsense and go. She let out a yelp, and the group hurriedly fled. They stopped in a deserted space squeezed between two high-rise buildings. Gasping for air, Xiaoxi dragged the creature into a corner of the alley and said, "This is the center of the square. I'm sure they'll all head here." She looked back at Truong, then anxiously wondering what the boss was planning. After leaping from the low roof to the top floor, she had no idea what he was up to. The moment he stepped onto the rooftop, he hurriedly tapped the system screen and ordered sternly, "Hidayat, stop attacking the zombies immediately. Do not attract any attention and find a place to hide right away." Hidayat's voice came through the screen, sounding hesitant as she replied, "Yes, I understand." Standing high up, Truong then cast his gaze down at the pitch-black sea of zombies writhing and crowding every corner below. He muttered, calculating that the timing was perfect, then flashed a smug smile under the bright moonlight in the crimson sky as he unleashed his ultimate technique, his palms glowing with a brilliant blue light. He stepped back and swung his move forward. The two beams of light intertwined into a giant figure eight that shot straight toward the ground. The zombies stared blankly at the brilliant light from Truong then's attack, which looked like a plasma cannon covering the sky above them. The impact created an earth-shattering explosion, the terrifying force sending debris flying all the way to where Xiaoxi was hiding, causing her to cry out in fear, abandoning the crying creature and running for her life while screaming, "Boss, are you trying to send me to the afterlife too?" Xiaoxi gritted her teeth, produced a ring from her palm, and muttered decisively, "There's no other way. Who told me to be so unlucky as to choose this crazy boss?" she grumbled while tossing the rings into the air, causing the system to immediately screech loudly. A barrage of leather, poison-tipped darts, Molotov cocktails, and explosives poured out in countless numbers. Then she furrowed her brows, ripped off the gag, delivered a heavy kick to the crying creature and shouted, "You scream loud enough." The crying creature was kicked, rolling near the flames, and let out a choked scream. Its body was swallowed by the fierce sea of fire, accompanied by its desperate shrieking, causing the surrounding zombies to freeze as they watched one of their own trapped in the inferno. A few zombies that desperately rushed in to save it were all burned to ashes, but they still rushed forward, trying to grab the person screaming amidst the sea of fire. Suddenly realizing the zombies surrounding it, it jumped in fright and shrieked as if it had just seen a ghost. Truong then witnessed the scene of the zombies rushing in to save the person and laughed smugly, muttering that it was truly gathering everything into one hot pot. Then he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, diving straight into the center of the blaze and creating a thunderous explosion. This scene was like adding fuel to the fire. The zombies would certainly be finished here. Chuang then landed on the rooftop with his weapon. The area below looked like a volcanic crater ready to erupt. The screams of the zombies mixed with the roaring fire, and the system immediately announced that the auto-harvest feature had been activated. The zombie horde was wiped out, and the zombies in Thianduang City began to scatter. Seeing this, Chuang then breathed a sigh of relief. He stored his weapon in his space and told himself that the harvest was not bad, and at this rate he would soon level up, while a deep blue aura suddenly rose behind him. Tiu Hai stood near the raging sea of fire, looked up and exclaimed, "Damn, this move by the boss is really impressive." Then she remarked, "There were at least tens of thousands of zombies in this horde, and now they are buried in the sea of fire, no longer as aggressive as before." Suddenly, a zombie reached out toward Tiu Hai, making her jump in fright and yelp. Its whole body was scorched by fire, but it still tried to reach out and growl at her. Tiu Hai panicked and blurted out, "You scared me. What do you want to save your mercy?" Immediately after, she put her hands on her hips, looked straight at it, and flatly refused. "Keep dreaming, sweetheart, Urea zombie. Go obediently to meet the king of hell and get lost," she said, and it stood there stunned, mouth agape. Despite its body being consumed by flames, it struggled to stand up, causing Tiu Hai to recoil in fear. Then it lunged back into the sea of fire, but Tiu Hai, thinking it was jumping at her, hurriedly covered her face and screamed. After waiting a while without any movement, she slowly opened her eyes and saw that it had sunk into the sea of fire. She stood dazed, muttering, "Is it that obedient? Did it really commit suicide just because I told it to?" Suddenly, someone called out to her, making her turn around in surprise. Seeing the figure of Hidayat approaching, she joyfully shrieked, "Sister Hidayat, you've come too." The other person smiled and replied, "That's right." As Hidayat walked toward her, she announced, "The scattered zombies over there have all been eliminated. The zombie horde has passed, so we have regrouped. But Tiu Hai, what is up with your appearance?" Tiu Hai lifted Map, who was trotting over, and excitedly boasted, "I just leveled up." Trangok exclaimed in surprise, "Oh really?" followed closely by Trenhao. Hidayat looked at her with a worried expression and reminded her, "You kid, you look more like a zombie than they do right now." Map and Tiu Hai's arms kept squirming, and she smugly declared, "Our style now is the zombie walk, so the zombies will have no path to follow." Chuang then leisurely jumped down to the location of Tiu Hai and Hidayat's group. Hidayat looked back at the smoke-filled battlefield and asked, "Is brother then nearby? Was this fire created by him?" At that moment, Tiu Hai and Map had a slight disagreement. She lifted the puppy to eye level and glared at him, asking, "Are you craving me after looking at my appearance?" Map wrinkled his nose and replied, "A little." Just then, Chuang then jumped down from the high floor next to Hidayat and called her name. Hidayat, making her startle, stepped to the right and exclaimed, "Brother then." She then threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly with a radiant smile. "It's so good, brother, then we finally made it through this calamity." Attacked by the sudden hug, he froze with a flushed face, and the air around them seemed filled with pink balloons. Hidayat was so happy she shed tears, tightening her grip on Chuang then and choking up, "We made it, didn't we?" He also hugged her gently and stroked her hair to comfort her. "You have been through a lot." Just as they were being affectionate, Tiu Hai, holding Map, scrambled in with a jealous look. She pointed at the hugging couple and complained, "How interesting, only you two know how to hug each other. That's so sneaky." With that, she and Map dove into the middle of the hug and laughed. "My family wants to join in too." The four of them gathered together with very warm smiles. Trangok and Trenho stood outside witnessing the whole scene. She remarked, "The bond between this group is really tight, isn't it, Mr. Trin?" He stood stunned and replied simply, "Yeah." Then he added, "In the blink of an eye, this man has become so powerful." The four people gathered together, each contentedly enjoying the happiness. Trenhao was preoccupied with wondering whether he would be a teammate or an enemy of his in the future, his expression carrying an indescribable trace of anxiety. The party atmosphere was buzzing with laughter, and the five of them raised their beer mugs together, shouting a slogan and clinking their glasses in joyous celebration. Chuang then smiled as he clinked glasses and told everyone they had worked hard through the recent zombie battle, telling them to reward themselves with a meal. Hidayat cheerfully arranged the food on the table and blurted out that she was going to eat, while Trangok kindly raised her glass to enjoy the moment. Trenhao felt a bit awkward amidst this cheerful atmosphere, while Fatty frowned as he looked at the strangely shaped food on the plate. Trangok's face flushed red. Not daring to look straight at Trenhao, she shyly asked why he wasn't eating anything, adding that having such delicious food during the apocalypse was truly a miracle. He awkwardly replied that it was true and that he still hadn't recovered his senses from the recent shock. Then he collected his pensive expression, looked straight ahead and declared that times like these inherently only tolerated the strong. Truong then wore a radiant smile, though it was unclear if he was subtly hinting at something to the other person. "Truong, then you really are formidable," Trenhao said, raising his glass with a smile and continuing, "With this strength, you will definitely save the world." Truong then calmly replied that saving the world was not his job, to which the other man immediately followed up by saying that at least he could protect the peace for the citizens of Chanyang City. Truong then's gaze suddenly became profound. He calmly picked up some food while quietly observing the man. He placed a piece of food into the other person's bowl and leisurely said, "We just escaped from a dangerous horde of zombies, so let's not discuss heavy topics at the dinner table anymore." Trenhao was stunned in surprise, and Trangok sitting next to him looked equally dazed. A moment later, he casually propped one hand on the table, stood up to announce that he had finished eating, and asked to be excused to rest in his room first. Hidayat immediately pulled him back and asked if brother then wasn't he going to eat anymore, to which he turned his head and replied curtly that he was a bit tired. As Truong then walked away, he silently thought that Tre truly had an upright character and fine qualities. If his strength met the requirements, perhaps he should recruit him, while the other man remained sitting quietly, watching the figure of Truong then disappear from view. The system suddenly issued a notification about the hidden character Trin Hao, a second-stage primary awakener with a global strength ranking of 456321. He appeared extremely surprised by the ranking number that had just appeared for the man. He silently assessed that the guy's ranking had increased significantly, because the last time he checked, he was barely lingering outside the top 100,000. Meanwhile, Trin Hao was still sitting solemnly in his chair, holding a beer mug with a flickering green ore emitting from behind his back, which made Trung then silently affirm that this fellow had complete potential to be recruited. He continued to ponder that recruitment would still depend on the man's choice, but currently, he had more important matters to deal with. With that said, Trung then pushed the door open and entered his private room. As soon as he got inside, he ordered the system before him to check the entire inventory of items. The system displayed the quantity of energy cores consisting of 3,600 plus 2 80 pieces, 80% talent, 540 container fragments, 20 assault rifles along with 9,000 ammunition magazines, 4 pistols with 300 magazines, 700 boxes of 1 kilogram beef, 200 bottles of wine, 70 packs of 500 gram sausages. The inventory also contained 120 blocks of 500 gram cheese, 1 primary peeping eye skill, 1 supply crate detector, 1 researcher card, 1 unappraised mysterious key, 1 digital science and technology map, 23 3 talent crystal orbs, and 1 blueprint for crafting the heavy skybone energy blade weapon. The system proceeded to consume 1,000 energy core points along with 100 sharp claws, 10 pointed claws, 50 portions of evolutionary human blood, and 10 layers of tough hide to craft the powerful skybone energy blade weapon. In addition, there were 10 crispy fruit seeds to grow fresh, delicious fruits rich in essential vitamins for the body, along with 20 coconut seeds that yield refreshing sweet coconut water with an effective detoxifying effect. There were a total of 13 zombie virus antibodies providing permanent immunity after injection while extending life by 30 days for unfortunate people infected with the disease though ineffective on zombies, accompanied by a rare skill called Blueprint Optimization, which upgrades the attributes of crafted items using energy cores, causing Truong Then's voice to ring out with excitement. Not bad. The system continued to announce the rare skill Omnipotent Chef, which helps the learner instantly master all cooking recipes along with practiced muscle memory together with a rare gene reinforcement that restructures cells to improve eyesight, recognize stealth camouflage, and possess night vision. Truong then smiled with amusement and blurted out that it was simply wonderful when looking at the display screen for balance gene enhancement, which helps the user maintain better balance but comes with a chance of growing a small tail in the back. Before long, he praised this special item and reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword, the blade of which was forged from a strange spinal column, slowly pulling it out of the system's virtual space. The system introduced this as a rare-grade skybone blade, which during combat can absorb 10% of the opponent's total stats and stack them onto the user until the battle ends. Truong Then was extremely excited, holding the hilt with one hand and stroking the spine of the blade with the other, praising that this weapon looked really cool and was far superior to his old saber. Then he fixed his gaze on the screen and muttered that this was the very thing that was truly preoccupying him right now. He immediately used his index finger to touch the map obtained from the foreign lair, which he hadn't had time to examine until now. At the same time outside the base, Trangok walked up behind Trin Hao, who was kneeling by a cluster of bushes, and called out, "Why are you zoning out here all alone?" causing him to jump and startle and turn his head to look at her with a surprised gaze. After a while, he lowered his head and asked if she had ever thought about going back to the old days. She stood behind him watching with surprise. She immediately replied that she had never thought about that. Trin Hao stepped forward and continued saying, "It is true that in this life we can never return to how things were." He suddenly turned around to look at Trangok with a determined gaze, saying that they were fully capable of creating an entirely new order amidst this chaos. Finished speaking, Trin Hao gripped her wrist tightly and confessed that he had placed all his trust in Truong Then, and even though a worried Trangok tried to dissuade him, he resolutely asked if she trusted him. Hearing this, she nodded and said that as long as it was something Hao believed in, she would wholeheartedly believe in it too. Hearing that, he felt secretly elated, took her hands in his and asked for her help with a major task. With a steely look in his eyes, Trin Hao declared that he wanted to put Truong Then in the supreme position of this world, whether he liked it or not. At that very moment, the system notification board appeared to announce the good news that he had mastered an extremely rare skill, Blueprint Optimization. Next, it cheered again as he successfully grasped the ultimate chef mastery. In addition, his jealousy stat was also upgraded, and he simultaneously received a reward for visual cell regeneration. It turned out that at this moment, Truong Then was diligently practicing all his skills right in his room. The system continued to announce that he had successfully injected the anti-zombie cell serum, making him completely immune to this type of pathogen, while at the same time, Trin Hao's voice echoed with determination that they must save humanity. Early in the morning, while Hidayat was busy hanging out laundry in the yard, she caught sight of Truong Then stepping out with dark circles under his eyes and long, wary yawns, looking extremely exhausted. She immediately grabbed her basket and ran over to ask him how his morning was and why he looked like he hadn't slept well at all. While scrolling through the system interface, he dazed replied that he had stayed up all night. Even so, everything was still under control. He casually pulled a strange liquid from the system and shook it a few times before popping the cap. The system signaled that a super energy drink was being absorbed into his body, and he tilted his head back and downed it in one go right in front of Hidayat. Then he turned to ask her how he looked. There was no longer any sign of fatigue, and instead he was brimming with energy, leaving Hidayat speechless, advising him that it wasn't worth it and he should go to bed to rest. Ignoring her advice, Hidayat stood dazed looking at the laundry basket in her hand that Truong Then had taken from her at some point. As he worked, he explained that he was a veteran gamer, so staying up all night was nothing, and through the process of reorganizing his supplies, he realized there were still a ton of problems waiting to be solved. As he spoke, he reached out to shake out a towel and hung it on the clothesline. Diet hurriedly chased after him, asking repeatedly if the monsters were about to attack again. But Trung then reassured her while working that it wasn't that he was just thinking about a few things. Memories of the time he accidentally opened the map carefully hidden in his room suddenly flooded his mind. At that time, the system had provided the specific coordinates in the national forest south of Bindan City on May 11, 2012, which was the place where the meteorite struck. The entire high-tech map is divided into 27 pieces that, when assembled, will capture the quintessential advanced technology of the blue planet and activate the lighthouse. Just after reading that shocking information, he stood still, stunned as if struck by lightning. The system board jumped again to notify that the number of map pieces currently in his possession was only 4. Returning to reality, the mysteries regarding the secrets of this world were gradually being revealed, he muttered to himself while attentively hanging out the laundry. While picking up clothes, Diet looked up and reminded him that May 11, 2012, which he had written in his diary, seemed to be the time the epidemic disaster began to break out. He nodded in confirmation, which is why he speculated that the meteor shower had a close connection to the source of the pathogen, and perhaps it had spread this disaster here. Hearing this, Diet curiously asked what on earth the lighthouse was. Trung then pointed to the model of the space station displayed on the virtual screen and began to explain that it was a giant artificial space station floating in Earth's orbit, integrated with an ecosystem capable of sustaining hundreds of thousands of people. Unexpectedly, the existence of such a magnificent structure proved that humanity had risen up to save itself before the disaster swept through. They had even found a way to survive, but for some reason everything collapsed, he said while staring intently into mid-air. If only the full set of technology maps could be gathered to restart the lighthouse, perhaps all the lucky survivors could be saved. Finished speaking, he turned to see the admiring look from Diet and asked in confusion why she was looking at him with such a strange expression. Diet looked at him with eyes full of admiration, finding him even more extraordinary than she had imagined. Even though his actions were identical, he had managed to collect so many interesting things. Maybe he is the savior of this globe. She stood in the middle of the courtyard, smiling broadly as she offered praise, causing Chuang Then's face to turn bright red as he shyly replied that he had no special talent. He bashfully looked her in the eyes and said that not only had he cleared out the technical maps, but the pile of video clips in the laboratory also had to be processed. With so much work piling up, this was just the beginning. Diet gripped her hands excitedly and replied that she would always support whatever the boss wanted to do. Chuang then stammered and hesitated as he began to call out to Diet. But before the words could escape his lips, Trenhao walked over, greeting them with a smile. "Good morning, Chuang Then." Upon seeing the two of them holding hands, he was startled and blushed bright red, freezing for 5 seconds, not knowing what to say to sound cool. Then Trenhao awkwardly turned around and dashed off, profusely apologizing for interrupting him, telling them to just continue and not mind him. Diet turned away, covering her face to hide her embarrassment, while he calmly turned his head and reached out to pull him back, saying, "Stop right there. Continue what?" His voice suddenly rose. "You came at the right time. I have something to ask you." Trenhao turned around in surprise and asked, "What is it?" Chuang then slowly walked closer and began, "Trenhao, do you want to join my team and be my subordinate?" He smiled and held out his hand, leaving Trenhao stunned with his mouth agape. "Your team? You founded the group yourself?" Trenhao widened his eyes and asked Chuang then, thinking to himself what kind of absurd group required the founder to be in the top 1,000 war gods, while even the grunts had to make it into the top 1 million in the world. Immediately after, Chuang then smiled smugly, hands on his hips, and poked the system interface a few times, saying, "I established it a long time ago, it's just that I've been poor and haven't had anyone join yet." The system board suddenly popped up in front of his nose, making Trenhao stare in surprise. The screen glittered, displaying a majestic dragon emblem along with lines of scrolling text. "The Nightmare Guild sends an invitation to join. The guild master is Chuang Then. The current number of members is exactly 0. Do you accept?" Followed by 2 large buttons below, "Accept" and "Decline." Trenhao pondered, thinking he had exhausted all his strength just to manage the camp, yet this guy had already built such a terrifying organization. He felt amazed, and to think he had also hogged such a massive pile of essence crystals while his leveling speed remained godly, a true monster, he thought in admiration. Chuang then grinned and said, "Both your strength and character have caught my eye. What do you think?" Then he calmly walked over and added, "Of course, compared to being a lackey for someone else, running a camp sounds much cooler. Take your time to think about it." Hearing this, Trenhao seized the opportunity and replied, "No need to think, I'm in." As quick as lightning, he reached out and pressed the accept button on the virtual screen hovering in mid-air. After he clicked, the system interface went blank as if it were loading data. Trenhao solemnly declared, "I vow to join the guild as your subordinate, acknowledge you as my boss, and swear lifelong loyalty never to betray you, big brother." He stared intently at the text clearly displayed on the screen. The procedure was complete, and he had officially joined the Nightmare Guild. Chuang then stood opposite him, grinning with satisfaction, saying, "Welcome aboard," while Diet stood nearby, covering her mouth and giggling. Time passed quickly. The 3 of them were now standing in the middle of the ruins after Chuang Then's devastating bombardment. He led Nightmap away, walking while turning back to instruct Trenhao, "This afternoon, I have to go clear out that city. You two remember to quickly send people to find your old comrades at the camp." Trenhao turned his back to look at him, nodding happily in response. "Got it." Tran Gok, standing nearby, also waved goodbye. Seeing the figures of Chuang Then and Nahai Map gradually fade away, she finally let out a sigh of relief, her worries subsiding. She then excitedly turned to nudge Trin Ha's shoulder and bluntly questioned, "Brother Hao, since we've joined the guild, does that mean this camp will be under Chuanglin's protection from now on?" He looked at her with a gentle smile and nodded in confirmation. She happily exclaimed, "That's amazing. There are only 20 days left until this world resets. By then, the zombies and mutant beasts will be buffed to a new level." Trangok's eyes welled up with tears and she clutched her chest, adding, "But with Chuanglin backing us, the people here will definitely survive this catastrophe." Trin Hao turned and walked away, calmly replying, "But my goal isn't just to wait for him to take pity on us and protect us." Trangok stared at him, bewildered, and then he calmly continued, "Do you remember what I said before, Trangok? We have to build a flag of salvation ourselves, and what I'm aiming for is..." In his mind, he pictured Chuanglin slamming his sword into the ground, proudly looking up at the deep blue sky of the earth. Trin Hao's voice echoed with ambition, using him as a launchpad to redefine the order for this chaotic world. At this moment, where Chuanglin was, Naimap was excitedly jumping around with bright, glowing eyes, ignoring his master who stood behind him muttering about having a headache. He watched the creature innocently relieving itself near the main hall, and muttered that even though he had just cleared out the corpses, it shouldn't mean there were absolutely no zombies left, right? Suddenly, he spotted two figures sneakily crawling out from a side alley staring intently in his direction, and he silently praised them for being quite cunning. Just as he finished his business and turned back, Naimap bumped right into the two of them, glaring aggressively and scaring the living daylights out of the zombies. The two monsters turned tail and fled in a cloud of dust, leaving the whole street in a haze. Seeing this, Chuanglin quickly waved his hand and shouted for them to stand still. With one hand in his pocket and a frown on his face, he muttered that they actually looked pretty decent. A sharp yelp from the puppy beside him startled him, and he turned to look with a puzzled expression. Chuanglin bent down to steady Naimap and wondered to himself. He then urged it to open the status panel for him, and the system interface immediately appeared before his eyes. A flood of information shimmered into view. The pet's name was Naimap, its battle pet type was the mutated energy beast Moon Howling Wolf King. Currently in the third stage of adulthood, its favorite foods were zombie flesh and mutated animals and insects. Its skills included combat enhancement, which doubles physical strength and speed, wild howl, which summons 4 wolf pups to join the fray before disappearing when the battle ends, devour and heal, which allows it to consume targets to recover stamina and remove all negative effects, with the power increasing based on the core in the opponent's stomach, and Wolf King's Majesty, which makes cowardly monsters automatically stay away. He wrapped his arms around its shoulders, stared intently at the data panel, and exclaimed in surprise that his Naimap had indeed evolved. He continued to tease that Naimap had just scared the zombies out of their wits, his voice echoing through the sun-drenched street corner as he squatted to pet the dog that was rolling around affectionately on the ground. Naimap was swaying enthusiastically, creating an intense ring of fire that sent the zombies scurrying away in panic. Standing nearby, Chuanglin smiled apologetically and advised that he knew it wanted to protect him, but to temporarily pull back its technique. Hearing this, it squeezed its eyes shut and struggled to reel in the energy flow. Its body slowed its swaying and the spots of fire began to die out. When everything returned to normal, he sat down, scratched its chin, and praised it for being a very good boy. Naimap thoroughly enjoyed it, wagging its tail frantically and letting out a soft whimper. Just then, taking advantage of the master and pet's distraction, the zombies slowly closed in on them from out of nowhere. Chuanglin glanced back, spotted the situation, and muttered that after the cleanup, the zombies in the city had thinned out significantly, but there were surely enough left to go around. He composed himself and swung both arms in a motion like drawing a bow, manifesting a faint blue circular sword. Crackling electric whips wrapped around his arms while Naimap's eyes flashed with a fierce reddish-orange glow. Chuanglin lowered his stance, swung his sword, and lunged forward, shouting for the fight to begin. He told it to destroy the weak ones and only keep the ones with potential to tame, and Naimap barked in response as if it understood its master's intent. High up on the cliff wall, a pink-haired girl was crouching and watching the entire event with a look of sheer terror. She trembled and collapsed to the ground, looking toward the man sweeping through the crowd of zombies, muttering to herself that with so many zombies, he and his dog were bound to die, wondering if she should call for backup, but knowing that calling for help would only be sending others to their doom. Chuanglin's sword stroke, gleaming with a brilliant orange hue, sliced through the zombies in the blink of an eye. Man and sword seemed to become one, and the corner of his left eye flashed with a light that matched the blade. Suddenly, Naimap behind him puffed up, opened its maw and roared, summoning 4 small wolf kings to rush out and fight with all their might. The wolf pups leaped forward, tearing into the zombies without mercy. Chuanglin himself turned to use his blue whip to wrap tightly around a monster's neck, using his knee to pin it to the ground before remarking that this one was not bad at all. Its body was unscathed and its bones were incredibly sturdy, so he decided to capture it. Just as the monster shrieked, someone else behind him was stealthily approaching along with a pack of zombies lunging to grab him. Chuanglin held his head high and wore a cocky smirk, glancing at them as his left pupil flashed with a deep blue light. He unleashed a core shockwave attack, leaving the zombies dumbfounded as they were hit and collapsed. The surge of power generated blue lightning that illuminated the entire sky. Once the technique ended, all the zombies were incinerated and lay collapsed on the ground. He let go of his prey and stood up abruptly with a cold expression. The automatic operation mechanism collects souls from the corpses of zombies. A moment later, he caught 3 more targets, holding the chain in one hand while operating the control panel with the other, with Fatty nonchalantly scratching his leg behind him. It turned out Chuanglin was contacting Trin Hao. He looked at the screen and said that this much should be enough. "Trin Hao, have you found your people? Come to the sports center immediately. I have a special gift for you all." He replied in astonishment, "Understood, we will be there right away." Once finished, the two left. He carried the chains, dragging 3 zombies behind him. Behind a rock, a pink-haired girl was kneeling, covering her mouth and trembling, thinking to herself, hundreds of zombies. Yet that man wiped them out in the blink of an eye. He didn't need to touch them. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she speculated, who is he? Someone capable of doing something this terrifying is definitely not human. Could he be a god? She froze at the thought. He was truly a deity descended to earth. Truong then looked quite annoyed at this moment. He glanced at the glowing red notification on the system and touched it. After sunset, data is updating. There are exactly 3 hours left until the peak moment. Please perform the collection quickly. The crawlers captured by Truong then were now writhing on the ground like dying worms, constantly emitting miserable screams. The group of people turned pale at the sight. Some panicked and turned to run. The brown-haired man yelled, "Zombies, those are level 2 zombies." Trenho blocked the brown-haired man and loudly questioned Truong. "Then what the hell are you doing? Even though I joined your side, I won't allow you to act recklessly." Truong then gripped the chains and pulled the crawlers back, responding with a smirk, "Oh, relax, why so tense?" Then his expression darkened as he pointed at the others. "It's not that I am being harsh, but no one in your base has any real strength." He turned to Chaining Gok's group and said bluntly, "You can protect them for a while, but can you protect them for a lifetime? My team does not keep useless people, and we certainly don't raise people who become a burden. In the face of the apocalypse, you must know how to save yourself." His expression was different from before. From his sharp gaze to his gesture, he exuded a cold and extremely resolute demeanor. Tren Hao indignantly retorted, "But you can bring zombies here. How is doing that any different from those bastards from the Yinghong nation?" Truong then pressed 2 crawlers flat against the ground and stepped on their backs. He replied sternly, "The difference is that I am conducting a risk-free lesson." Afterward, he signaled for Chaingok's group to approach, and although everyone was trembling with fear, no one dared to protest. Truong then placed his hand on the crawler's shoulder and explained, "If you are strong enough to deal high damage, you don't need to calculate much, but if your ability is weak, you must remember this vital point. Destroying the nervous system of a level 2 is the only chance of survival for the weak." As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie shrieked in pain. He pulled the sword he had stabbed into them out and calmly said, "Easy, right?" Everyone behind him was terrified. The brown-haired man stammered, "Easy. We struggle to kill level 1s and he handles level 2s like cutting through mud." "Is this guy even human?" he replied. "It seems you need more field practice. You all take turns and strike. You will improve quickly." He tightened the chains, causing the crawlers to jump in fear. Afterward, he sat leisurely in a chair sipping tea, his eyes intently watching each person swing their sword at the groaning, pain zombie. He was observing the man in the orange shirt raising his sword, but his hands were shaking. He was panting with his mouth open while keeping his eyes tightly shut. Then he shouted to gather his courage and swung his sword down, but missed and hit the ground. His whole body trembled. The zombie screeched in pain but was just as surprised to see the opponent miss. Seeing this, Truong then was so annoyed he knocked over his cup of water. He snapped, "Open your eyes, you missed, next person go." Tren Hao stood behind him, bowing his head in apology. "I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. On behalf of everyone, I thank you, boss." He kept his arm on the chair watching the crowd train and replied, "Forget it, you're the only one dreaming. I'm doing this because I want you to dedicate yourself to me soon." Then he looked coldly at the system screen. "Besides, I have plant seeds. Once your combat power stabilizes, I will have you lead a team to clear the land." Tren Hao was stunned as he glanced at the system interface. Truong then also appeared extremely astonished when looking at the screen. The system displayed a notification, "Pay attention to the time. The refreshed data has reached the threshold. The map location is open. You are advised to collect it immediately." Truong then inwardly lamented as this bizarre system kept nagging at his ears like a nosy neighbor, repeating the same phrase over and over. He shoved his old blade into Tren Hao's hand and sighed, "Take it and use it. I've just bought something better." Before Tren Hao could even say thank you, Truong then took off running, waving back with a loud laugh. "Don't bother with formalities. I'm in a rush. Handle everything here yourself." Tren Hao held the blade in his hand and offered a subtle smile. Hearing the system's broadcast, he thought even in the apocalypse people still try to show off for their souls. "I just ran into a nut job. Anyone needing psychological counseling, contact me privately." As he glanced at the screen to see a girl with pink hair advertising nonsense, wondering why the World Channel would approve such garbage content. The system displayed her standing in the middle of the street, rambling incessantly to the crowd, claiming she had met a god whose very presence caused zombies to drop dead if they dared to approach him, and that he was the only savior. The surrounding crowd sneered at her for being crazy, with some mocking her by calling themselves God just to be spiteful. Tren Hao propped his chin up and thought, zombies dying just by getting near someone. Why did that description sound so strangely like Truong then? Lai Hongok suddenly staggered and fell to the ground. The man in the tank top yelled irritably, "Get lost, you lunatic. I know your fake god tricks. You were just trying to scam people for supplies. That trick won't work on me." Lai Hongok tried to pull herself up with a face full of bruises. "I am telling the truth. Please believe in me and the true God. He is humanity's last hope." Upon hearing these words, the man just fell into an incomprehensible silence. He yelled again, "At first I thought you were just pretending, but you're actually mentally ill. You're the type of crazy that even lies to herself." He shoved Lai Hongok's head, causing her to cry out in pain. The man in the tank top grabbed her hair and growled, "This world is dead. Only slaughter remains for survival. The hope you mention is nothing but despair." But Lai Hongok still firmly insisted that what she said was the absolute truth. A seismic explosion shook the space, signaling a special appearance. A green light flared up, accompanied by the resonance of energy crystals. The image of Truong then suddenly appeared clearly on the screen. The man in the tank top gasped in shock. Who is powerful enough to do that? While Lai Hongok pointed tremblingly, it is him, our true god. The light of hope is manifested. See those foul zombies don't stand a chance of getting near him. Lai Hongok knelt on the ground praying devoutly. O true god, please bestow your blessings upon us. Wails and pleas for mercy echoed endlessly through the air. The man in the tank top angrily brushed it off. What are you bowing to? Get up, it's just a video. Who knows if it's real or just a staged production? Truongok and Trin Hao stepped forward, and Trin Hao calmly replied, this clip is 100% real. He is indeed the true god of this world. If not, just try to find anyone else with such heaven-defying power. The man in the tank top shouted, who the hell do you think you are to talk? Trin Hao just coldly stepped forward to face him. He calmly introduced himself as a messenger of the true god. I have come to bring happiness and share some important messages with everyone. The true god wants to personally hand out seeds capable of regenerating the earth to his followers, as this is the first step toward restoring the lost civilization. The crowd scrambled to take them, rejoicing that the famine might soon end, with some exclaiming that these seeds were perfectly normal and not mutated at all. Thank you, true god. Only you could bestow such miraculous things. With just a powerful strike of his blade into the ground, Trin Hao created a mysterious green light that rippled outward. Everyone present was stunned by Trin Hao's magical display. Exuding a dangerous aura, Trin Hao declared, the god teaches that those who submit to his feet shall receive peace and protection. He opened his hand and asserted, loyalty to me is the only path to life, his authoritative words leaving everyone in awe and fear. Now, standing before this majestic and divine sword, tell me, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to the true god? The crowd began to show clear signs of bewilderment and confusion following Trin Hao's firm assertion. Everyone simultaneously fell to their knees at Trin Hao's feet, begging the true god for protection, and expressing their willingness to serve for the rest of their lives and obey all of his commands. The man in the tank top, despite initially showing resistance, finally had to drop to his knees and shout loudly, we will obey your command, serve and worship the supreme true god. Trin Hao surveyed the scene below with an extremely satisfied smile. A girl named Lai Bangok stepped forward urgently, saying, my lord, my name is Lai Bangok. Please lead the way so I may have an audience with the true god. I am willing to offer everything I have. Trin Hao turned to look at Tran Gok with a puzzled gaze, not understanding what was happening. Trin Hao cleared his throat a few times and asked, Lai Bangok, is it how do you intend to offer yourself to the true god? Lai Bangok's gaze became unusually delirious. Of course, my soul, my body, every part of me, as long as you want it, all of it is ready to become an offering to the true god. But Trin Hao managed to firmly hold her hand just before she descended into a state of madness. Trin Hao shouted loudly, enough, what do you take the true god for? A cult? The true god is this world's only faith and light of hope. He pointed straight at her face, go spread his reputation, complete the doctrines and build a cult for the true god. Understood. Lai Bangok trembled at his fierce attitude and replied in a whisper, yes, I understand. Trin Hao waved his hand, since you understand, go do it right now. Make billions of believers prostrate themselves at the feet of the true god for me to see. Lai Bangok naively nodded in obedience, yes, my lord. Tran Gok spoke up, and how you know very well that Truongnan is not actually a god. Trin Hao explained, but this world full of despair needs a true god, a god who stands on our side. He continued, humanity must unite in order to confront the zombies instead of constantly being afraid, running away, abandoning or harming each other like we do now. He eagerly went on, there needs to be a call strong enough to connect everyone, and that call is faith. I must build the strongest surviving settlement. Establishing an entirely new human dynasty on this desolate land that is something only the true god can do, and the one playing that divine role must be Truongnan. At the same time, Truongnan sneezed repeatedly while diligently searching for loot chests in the city. Truongnan rubbed the bridge of his nose. Could little Xai be bad-mouthing me behind my back? The control panel displayed high-end pet food tripled, delicious flavor with randomly increased attributes for pets, danger detector multiplied by 1, helping to display zombies within a 2-kilometer radius for a full day, energy crystal multiplied by 10 with a chance to obtain from 0 to 999 crystal cores. High-end canned fish multiplied by 30, a marvelous delicacy helping to supplement energy and water for the whole day, plus the computer repair talent to help you handle all devices within the current technological level. Truongnan looked dissatisfied. It's just a level 2 chest. The items are too mediocre. At best, only the crystal cores are useful. Oh well, let's go open a level 3 chest. The control panel warned, learning the computer repair skill will help you recover confidential documents in the Dongha Laboratories computer. The answer to all your questions is there. Without a moment of hesitation, Truongnan clicked to select. Immediately learn the skill to decrypt the files in the Dongha Laboratory computer. Truongnan urgently pressed the server power button and typed furiously on the keyboard. Finally, the repair work was completed. A video appeared on the screen. T325 Laboratory's top researcher, Tu Den Na, was recording for the 101st time about the meteorite fragment project, and Truongnan was astonished to see her call the person in front of her little Xai. On May 21, 2012, according to Dine's account, a meteorite containing strange energy collided with Earth. Based on in-depth analysis, we have realized that the energy within the meteorite crystals is directly compatible with living organisms, opening a new chapter for human evolution alongside existing food sources. However, that extreme joy on July 10, 2012 could not last long. The true nightmare began with a biochemical leak at Observation Room Known, causing Dina to cover her mouth in horror and disgust. Her eyes showed clear anxiety as she realized that the crystals contained not only a strange energy source but also the seeds of a dangerous mutant virus. The image of the pair of lab mice was a clear testament to the catastrophe, as the survivor became not only violent and bloodthirsty but also completely lost its normal survival instincts. August, Dina collapsed onto the table in despair, her heart filled with anger at the madness of those in power. Zhang Chen observed Zidina in the dark corner, where she faced the plague disaster with helplessness against foolish defense plans and useless nuclear strikes. Hordes of the undead swarmed in, forcing nations to hurriedly build towering walls in an effort to protect the last remnants of the species. The stupidity of those in power pushed humanity to the brink. Now the only hope lies in the potential for human self-evolution. On September 12, 2012, after 836 trials, Zidina watched in shock as a lab mouse mutated to the point of being bulletproof once the crystal had completely fused into its body. She realized that the crystal core fusion process had far exceeded current human control and research capabilities. Zhang Chen finally understood how those terrifying crystal cores were formed. In heartbreaking pain, Zidina witnessed a haunting biological life cycle beginning to replace humanity. She completely collapsed in the laboratory where the era of firearms was gradually fading into the past. On November 10, 2012, Zidina's hands were stained with blood as she completed the primary, intermediate, and advanced physical enhancement potions. Although the low-grade potions were successful, she still burst into tears because the advanced potion formula had not yet reached the necessary stability. Zidina looked urgently at the computer screen, warning that the crystal core was the source of the mutation, something nuclear weapons could not destroy, leaving Zhang Chen astonished. Choking back tears, she left a message saying that if anyone sees this recording, they should go to restroom No. 7 where humanity's last hope resides. The final plea rang out before the computer shut down abruptly and disappointingly. The screen went black, leaving Zhang Chen in an all-encompassing silence. A map appeared showing that restroom No. 7 was located in the basement of the Shannon City Central Hospital. Looking at the map, Zhang Chen pondered Zidina's words that destroying the crystal core might be the only way to end the disaster. Although it was unclear what secrets restroom No. 7 held, he understood that he had to embark on this risky journey. He also wondered about the strange connection between Xiaoxi and Zidina, feeling as though the two of them had a special relationship. Zhang Chen swung the blade in his hand, creating sharp, cold sounds as he repeatedly slashed at the man in front of him. Holding the blade, he secretly admired its superior power as it easily finished off enemies compared to conventional weapons. A sudden notification appeared congratulating him on successfully awakening to Stage 1 high tier. This was followed by a message confirming his transformation, which doubled his physical stats through genetic evolution. He received an additional talent point in energy and a powerful crystal core resonance skill. When high-level awakened individuals eliminate powerful infected creatures, they have a chance to obtain energy cores. The stronger the monster, the higher the drop rate for items, and the announcement continues to appear. A new talent skill tree has been unlocked, focusing on the gene evolution branch. First is Wild Hunter, with a 3-tier limit, increasing the drop rate of energy cores and rare items from monsters or mutated creatures to 3366, and then 100%. The already not low base rate is now even higher. Next is Death Vortex, a 1-tier skill that requires melee weapons to accumulate a powerful vortex of energy. After accumulating, the user will launch into the air to deliver a decisive blow to the strongest target with 500% damage. Following that is Weakness Sense, a 1-tier skill where all normal attacks or skills have a chance to deal double critical damage. The Energy Evolution branch has a 25 to 50% chance of recovering energy cores after failure. Then comes Soul Burn, a 1-tier skill that absorbs one's own energy core, or a higher tier one to unleash multiplied power. The more energy absorbed, the greater the impact. Finally, a 1-tier skill that allows instantaneous movement to a point within sight. The distance will gradually increase with ability. If the target location is invalid, the system will automatically find the nearest safe spot to land. Zhang Chen anxiously observed the system control panel. Energy refining increased by 1, Soul Burn increased by 1, Blink increased by 1. The system reported that the Wild Hunter upgrade was successfully completed. A hidden notification appeared indicating that the zombie horde in the area had been completely wiped out. Zhang Chen checked the abandoned shopping center ahead and discovered a group of lucky survivors who called themselves Utterly Heartless. He kept pondering the strange name Utterly Heartless. From behind, Xiao Haiyu cheerfully called out, "Brother Shen, you're finally found, and Xiaoxi and Big Boss are here too." Zhang Shen asked in surprise why they had come. Xiaoxi smiled brightly and replied, "You suddenly decided to go to Sun M City without coming home. You must be planning something reckless again. How could we bear to let you go alone?" Zhou Haiyu added enthusiastically, "We are family, so wherever we go or whatever we do, we must be together." Hearing this, Zhang Shen felt warmth in his heart. He had originally intended to handle the trouble in Sun M City alone because he feared the danger. However, since Zenest's situation seemed to involve Xiaoxi, he agreed to let them accompany him. Zhang Shen comfortably nodded, agreeing to go together. The two girls immediately responded with joy. A mournful groan echoed from inside the house. Two brutal individuals were dragging a disheveled girl outside, showing no humanity at all. One man spoke, "The brothers haven't had enough fun yet, and she's already dying." The other man was no different, saying, "Women are plentiful, we can just switch to a new one." The unfortunate woman, with her mouth sewn shut, looked utterly pathetic, tears streaming down her cheeks. They mockingly said that Big Boss' gagging trick was brilliant, whether for intercourse or eating. This girl couldn't cry for help. Then one of them instructed, "Let the zombies outside act as a shield. Don't talk too much, hurry back, or we all get fucked from behind." He revealed a malicious expression and said, "It's time to throw away the trash," referring to them. The woman, thrown to the ground, tried to plead despite her sewn mouth, but her tormentors laughed, saying they couldn't understand anything she was saying. The other man also laughed heartily in agreement, saying he couldn't understand it at all. The pitiful woman was being pushed towards the hungry zombie horde. They thought everything was over but suddenly turned around. Each of them jumped in fright when they saw a figure holding a blood-stained knife. The bespectacled man holding the knife trembled and intended to kill them. They exclaimed in shock, "How did that security guard escape?" The bespectacled man trembled and repeated, "You killed that girl." The scoundrel yelled, "If you don't want to die, get lost quickly," adding she was fucked to death. "Throw her to the zombies for dinner, consider it recycling." The bespectacled man roared in anger, "You bastards, today I will kill all of you." They began to panic and yelled, "Run." One of them fearfully cried out, "He has caught up, run quickly." The bespectacled man grabbed that man. He held the knife with a sharp, murderous gaze. The cold-blooded man wearing glasses gouged out the other person's eyes with his own hands. "How dare a piece of scum like you plead for mercy?" Fresh blood spurted violently from the eye sockets, looking terrifying, yet the expression on the man with glasses remained indifferent, without a ripple. His accomplices panicked and scattered in all directions, screaming like a swarm of bees whose hive had been destroyed. Outside the building, Trongthan's group was walking along the street when Tiu Hai pointed forward to signal them. "Brother, then look," Tiu Hai exclaimed in surprise. "Why are there so many zombies gathered in front of the shopping mall entrance?" The horde of zombies bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking gruesome beyond words. Such a challenge was nothing to Trongthan. He swung his blade and cleared a path, leaving blood splattered everywhere. Regardless, clearing the way was the top priority. Tiu Hai called out, "Big brother, come over here and look at this," and Trongthan curiously walked over to take a look. Trongthan and everyone else were stunned by the sight of a pathetic corpse. He stood frozen, speechless. Haidia's jaw dropped in shock, and Tiu Hai covered her face in fear, wondering why the girl's mouth had been sewn shut like that. Just as he was standing there bewildered, not understanding a thing, the system panel suddenly appeared. The hidden system scanned and found a level 3 chest abandoned in the shopping center, along with the remnants of the unscrupulous scum. Only then did he realize what had happened. It was 80% certain she had been gagged because she was screaming. Haidiat sighed in frustration, truly irredeemably cruel. Just then, a man came running out of the building in a rush, shouting, "Help me, help me." He ran while screaming at the top of his lungs, "There is a madman inside killing everyone, please save my life." Haidiat rushed over and pressed him, "Tell us slowly, what happened?" The man sobbed and recounted. "A man, wanting to level up, heartlessly attacked his own mother and wife. Now he is going on a killing spree everywhere. My whole group was wiped out, please save me." But it seemed like Trongthan had sensed something unusual about this guy. Haidiat, however, was too naive and soft-hearted. Could he be a member of that unscrupulous faction? "Calm down, we will protect you." The man was overjoyed and hurriedly agreed, "Thank you both so much." Unexpectedly, Trongthan said nothing, swung his blade and sent the man on his way in a heartbeat. Haidiat stared in shock at Trongthan's extreme action. "Brother, then why did you strike him down? He struggled so much just to escape." Trongthan calmly explained. Haidiat, calm down. Not everyone covered in blood is a good person. People who disregard human life are surely wicked. Just look closely at what's in his pocket. Only then did Haidiat jump in fright upon discovering a bloody spool of thread. "Big brother, sister Haidiat, I bet 80% that this is the evidence used to sew that girl's mouth shut." The system immediately popped up a hidden notification. "Deduction is spot on. You have just eliminated the last member of the unscrupulous faction. The remaining prominent members have all met their end at the hands of some mysterious expert." Haidiat's face sank with regret. "So that's how it was?" Trongthan turned back and smiled slightly. "On the contrary, whoever dealt with them must be quite the hero." He thought to himself that anyone who couldn't stand these unscrupulous villains was certainly no ordinary person. Trongthan urged everyone to get moving, grab the necessary items quickly, and let's go. Meanwhile, the man in glasses was still quietly hiding behind a wall. He was the one who had just delivered the fatal blow to the leader. The opponent's strength was truly extraordinary, and Trongthan frowned slightly, wondering why he couldn't detect the man's level. Thinking it over, there was only one possibility. The man in glasses had been hiding nearby the whole time and had overheard their entire conversation. Trongthan pondered, there are so many anomalies among high-level Esper users in this world, yet he ignored us. Is it because he didn't see us, or did he intentionally let us go? After the group disappeared, the man in glasses stepped out and stood exactly where they had just been. The three of them had found their target, found it. There's the treasure chest. A notification rang out that the level 3 chest had been opened, and the automatic assessment began. The system panel surged with information. Received energy crystal X500 480 talent bonus, high-speed fertilizer X5, berserk blood XX5, reinforced skin X5, acquired 1 talent crystal and strength booster X5. Once this medicine is consumed, all fatigue vanishes, stamina is stored to the max instantly. Can only be used once per week, but the benefit is that it can be used even during battle. He also pocketed the rare blueprint for the strength booster. The required materials included fragrant fruit powder, energy crystal X100 and berserk blood X2. After collecting the Kancho electronic map, the car keys at the parking lot, and the blueprints along with 7 sets of green-grade technology, there were a total of 27 fragments once gathered. They would provide control over the entire Blue Star technological system, while also activating the beacon tower and the central energy converter, which would run silently and smoothly, capable of transforming energy cores into electricity to power the entire city and all its structures. Seeing this, Trongthan was extremely excited, thinking it was great to have gained 3 more green-grade technology fragments, as the central energy converter would surely prove very useful later. And there was also this item. He clicked the button to select the novice clairvoyance skill, asking himself if he wanted to learn it. Another notification popped up. Congratulations, you have successfully learned the novice clairvoyance skill. You can now clearly see the information of targets below level 6 and see through items inside storage spaces below level 3. Trongthan curiously tried it out, realizing he could understand a few things, but he wondered what this strange thing meant. He decided to drop it, thinking if he couldn't figure it out, he would study it another time. He was quite astonished to see absolutely everything laid bare before his eyes, an image of Tiu Hai with nothing but her underwear along with 56 space fragments, 3,600 energy cores, 700 boxes of beef, 120 pieces of cheese, and her change of clothes. It was incredibly accurate, however. He wondered how Tiu Hai could have stolen these strange items from the Hong people, and thus Truongnan had uncovered her secret. Tiu Hai, completely innocent and unaware that Truongnan was looking her over from head to toe, naively asked, "Brother, then what's wrong?" Startled, Truongnan quickly deactivated the skill and stammered, "Nothing, look, I've got the race car keys. Let's head out. Fatty Youngie, stay here at the villa and keep a close watch on the house." The dog gave a soft huff as if it understood. It firmly disagreed and started barking loudly as if to attack Truongnan in protest. He quickly waved his hands to explain, "It's not that I don't want to take you, but this is a race car, how could we all fit? Besides, someone has to stay home to look after the place." But the dog didn't seem to care at all. He added another point, "Plus your ability to suppress wolf kings is too overpowering. If you accidentally reveal it, it would delay my time leveling up by fighting monsters, which would be troublesome." Tiu Hai chimed in, "Be good, Fatty Yangi, I know you worried about brother then, but don't worry, we'll take good care of him, and I'll buy you some delicious meat when we get back, okay?" Being petted by a beauty, Fatty Ga perked up and barked in agreement. Truongnan's face darkened and he muttered to himself, "You damn dog, just wait until I find some food, I'll definitely stew you." A sports car was speeding through the wind. Tiu Hai was thrilled and enjoying the intensity, constantly shouting until Truongnan had to tell her to sit still. Of course, the stubborn girl wouldn't listen. It was her first time in a race car, and it would have been perfect if the driver wasn't someone who seemed out to kill people. Truongnan confidently assured her, "Don't worry, I drive very smoothly, so just enjoy the ride." Suddenly, Tia noticed something unusual behind them. She seemed to notice something strange and wondered why that direction was covered in such dark, gloomy clouds. Tiu Hai panicked, shaking Truongnan and calling out, "Brother, look over there, those clouds look so weird, and why are they moving towards us so fast?" Truongnan glanced back and also sensed something was wrong. Another notification chimed with a cryptic warning that toxic clouds were rushing in, indicating a terrifying bioenergy storm was about to hit, which would activate mutated bacteria causing severe damage to survivors' metal and buildings. The calculation showed the rain would arrive in 1 minute and 18 seconds, and at their current speed they couldn't evade it, so he needed to accelerate immediately. Truongnan saw the determined look on his face as he prepared to accelerate and gasped in surprise. He floored the gas pedal, causing Tiu Hai to panic as if her heart were about to jump out, and she screamed mixed tears, "Oh boss, oh boss." She wanted to scream because he didn't keep his word. He clearly said he wouldn't drive fast. Truongnan had to shout at Tiu Hai to sit steady and hold on tight as he prepared to speed up. The torrential rain started pouring down. "Hurry up, there seems to be a garage ahead." The sports car drifted in a beautiful arc and darted straight into the building before the stunned eyes of the people inside. The car screeched as it drifted and came to a complete stop. Truongnan let out a sigh of relief as they finally avoided the rain. "Is everyone okay?" Tiu Hai, however, was deathly pale and on the verge of tears. Truongnan observed the scorch marks on the car. The body of the race car where it had touched the rainwater was severely corroded. The acid was truly too strong, but fortunately, his body had evolved so the rainwater hadn't caused any obvious damage to his skin for the moment. A man in a red hat stepped out enthusiastically to greet them warmly. "Where are you all from? The weather out there is truly terrifying. It's a great stroke of luck that you could take shelter here." The group of people standing around looked over, and the man in the red hat chuckled and asked what everyone wanted to have. He gestured broadly and introduced them cheerfully. "Welcome to my little shop." He pointed at various things and bragged, "This is the Asia Hotel. Our motto is to provide absolute safety for our customers." Truongnan was a bit skeptical upon hearing this, daring to claim absolute safety. This guy seemed quite confident. As he was about to walk away, he suddenly turned back with a bright smile. "Of course, and I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the owner of this place, Asia. The one standing behind me is Batrakas' younger brother, a fierce-looking man who always keeps a spiked iron baton close at hand." Asia went on more and more to advertise, stating his area possessed massive firepower, robust infrastructure, and a prime location most importantly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Batrakas stepped out to demonstrate his energy-focusing attack talent. Asia eagerly introduced Batrakas' younger brother, a level 2 awakened specializing in concentrated energy attack skills. Its destructive power is even more devastating than artillery fire, easily capable of finishing off a lurker. Thanks to his vigilance, no zombie dares to come near. Xiaoxi was about to make a few mocking comments, but Zhang Chen quickly covered her mouth nonetheless. She mumbled that it was overly hyped, while Zhang Chen gave a half-hearted, obviously fake compliment. Asia's gaze suddenly turned solemn as he emphasized certain rules here, causing Zhang Chen to ask curiously what kind of rules could possibly exist in these chaotic times. Asia immediately changed his expression to a fake smile, saying it was actually simple. Everything revolved around money, or more accurately, essence cores. He gestured with his chin toward the girl standing nearby, stating that as long as you can afford the essence cores, any beauty would belong to you. He continued to subtly boast about the convenient kitchen facilities which provided clean food in an absolutely safe environment. Behind them was also an armory that was organized very neatly. "I can even meet any request for firearms," Asia tempted further. "In this pouring rain, where else could you find a better place to stay?" Zhang Chen kept an indifferent look, only slightly curling his lips into a faint smile at the sales pitch. He finalized the deal. "The refuge fee is 1 essence core per person, 2 for a separate bed, and 10 or more for a premium room. If you lack funds, working off the debt is an option, especially these ladies who would surely make a fortune." The two girls standing there couldn't hide their discomfort at his crude and disrespectful remarks. Asia's subordinates and Batraching laughed heartily. One added that tonight he and his crew would go take good care of the girls. Zhang Chen didn't bother arguing, simply asking if this was how they treated their guests. Safety was unproven, but their service attitude needed reconsideration. He tossed Asia a bag of essence cores as Xiaoxi stood fuming. Zhang Chen threw the bag, saying there were 100 cores and he needed the best room. Asia's eyes gleamed upon receiving it, not expecting to encounter such a big spender. Asia warmly led the way, saying there was no problem and VIP guests would certainly receive top-class service in the penthouse, though Xiaoxi remained displeased. Asia signaled to Batraching with a look, who used his observation skills to probe their power. He told himself that since he couldn't see a level, this guy was likely just a novice. He sneered to himself, thinking a wealthy novice traveling with such beauties was perfect prey, unaware that another mysterious man was closely monitoring them. That man heard the whole conversation and silently cursed the idiots for overlooking this golden opportunity, his expression filled with cold, murderous intent. The entire group stepped into a spacious room decorated very luxuriously. Xiaox couldn't help her excitement and cried out in surprise. The broker bowed respectfully and wished everyone a pleasant rest. Still skeptical, the girl asked again if this was truly the best spot since there wasn't even a window. The broker gently explained that being underground was safest to avoid the toxic rain outside. Zhang Chen's system abruptly announced that this forest rain would last for over 15 more hours. The rainwater contained corrosive energy but fortunately didn't harm the infected. Zhang Chen rested his chin on his hand and thought, such a residential setup suggested frequent energy rain, yet it had never been seen in Chinyang City. Could environment mutations increase closer to the essence crystal source? Suddenly he noticed the broker tempting Xiaoxi with illusionary mushrooms to experience spiritual bliss, even cordially inviting her to take a puff to try it out. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Chen seized his wrist and roared for him to beat it if he didn't want to suffer the consequences, causing the terrified broker to apologize hastily and retreat. After he ran off, Zhang Chen sighed in exasperation, and innocent Xiaoxi asked why he was so intensely angry and what that thing actually was. He flew into a rage, repeatedly rapping the little girl hard on the head, and growled in a harsh voice, "Don't be so nosy. Remember this, never accept anything from strangers, do you understand? Get into your room now." Little Hai could only tremble, nod her head and whisper response, "I understand, it hurts so much." The terrified girl disappeared in a flash, leaving Chuang then watching after her. Suddenly, a young man approached him and started a conversation, saying that being overly protective of the child in this place wasn't wise, and that one should let them know how this world operates. After all, this is the most lucrative industry, a machine already set up by Koreans, and no matter how much he tried, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Out there, those who had sunk deep into the path of addiction looked no different from dried corpses, their mouths constantly repeating a single word, smoke. The young man continued to explain, saying everyone knew it was a dangerous drug, yet so many people still threw themselves into it, only to end up drowning in debt and becoming slaves to it, simply because the stuff helped them forget their despair. After listening, Chuang then calmly replied, "Just as I predicted." No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly smiled, reached out his hand to introduce himself, and continued, "Let's put those troublesome matters aside. As long as there is money, this is truly an ideal place to live. Hello, I am Bo Truong-lak, a Korean and a long-time regular of this place." Chuang then shook his hand in return and introduced himself. Chuang then. Suddenly, a desperate voice rang out, immediately capturing Chuang then's attention. "I beg of you all, please let us stay here. I am willing to do anything." A bearded man was forcing the little girl standing in front of him to speak as he instructed, "Say it." The blonde man beside him gripped the frail girl's hand, her body covered in wounds and her clothes torn to shreds, and laughed sinisterly. "Guests, did you hear that? This lovely young lady says that as long as she can stay here, she is willing to do anything." The girl in the pink shirt began to sob as she recounted, "The torrential rain out there has flooded our refugee camp. We struggled so hard to get here and now we are exhausted and can't take another step. I beg you all, please save us." Upon hearing this, the blonde man reached out to grab the girl's chest and laughed mockingly, "You want us to save you? Fine, but you have to let us inspect the goods first," causing her to scream in fear. Dark shadows, the manifestation of the blonde man's darkest desires, danced in his mind, constantly screaming, "Inspect, inspect, inspect." He began to grope her, and the girl in the pink shirt could only plead helplessly, "Stop it." Witnessing that scene, the brown-haired girl gathered all her courage, rushed forward, and bit the blonde man's hand hard, making him howl in pain. The blonde man immediately struck the little girl with a thunderous slap. Waving his hand and growling in rage, he cursed, "What kind of brat dares to bite me?" The girl in the pink shirt hurriedly caught the little girl, crying out in worry, "Man too." Then, the blonde man gritted his teeth in fury and growled, "Fine. I'll deal with you for free, then throw you out there for the rain and wind to bury you until you die." At the same time, he casually unzipped his pants before the horrified eyes of the girl in the pink shirt. In the blink of an eye, the girl's outfit was torn to pieces, and she could only cry out in hopeless despair. She grabbed the hand of the man wearing the hat and begged urgently, Sir, please save me." Hearing this, the man with the hat wore a sinister smile and said, "Fine, as long as you can provide 4 spirit crystals right now. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do. After all, you only have yourself to blame. If you had been obedient earlier and hadn't resisted, you might earned a decent amount of money at the shop by now." Bo Truong-lak didn't say another word and immediately pulled out a stack of cash. He asked smugly, "Is it still in time to pay now?" The man with the hat replied calmly, "Oh, so that's it. So Mr. Bo likes this type of goods. No wonder my girls can earn a penny from you." He glanced at the girl in the pink shirt with a meaningful look and continued, "But this young lady seems quite strong-willed. It's not certain that she'll agree to sell herself." Bo Truong-lak calmly asked, "So are you willing to come with me?" Hearing this, the girl in the pink shirt was overjoyed and quickly replied, "I am willing. As long as it's not that man, it's fine." As soon as she finished, the blonde man turned purple with rage and roared, "You bitch, how dare you look down on me," causing the girl to scream in fear. Then he noticed the unpleasant look Bo Chuang Lak was shooting straight at him. He draped his cloak over the girl's shoulders and led her away, much to the blonde man's fury. Chuang then also walked out the door with the others. Once they had left, Bo Chuang Lak excitedly asked for a favor. "Brother Chuang, then, please trouble yourself for a moment, let the little girl stay in your room for a while. Will you? I have a few things I need to discuss with this young lady, is that okay?" Upon hearing this, tears began to stream down Manta's face. The little girl then just buried her face in Chuanglin's chest, and he calmly accepted the request. Bo Chuang Lak walked away happily, not forgetting to say thanks. Triu Hai Diet spoke up indignantly, "I saw everything. I thought he was helping someone, but it turns out he had ill intentions toward that girl." Chuang then replied calmly, "It's a simple transaction. I have no reason to stop someone from receiving their fair payment." Suddenly, strange sounds echoed, making the atmosphere indescribably awkward. Triu Hai Diet hurriedly covered Mantu's ears, while Chuang then flashed over and covered Tiu Hai's ears, causing her to shout, "What do you think you're doing?" Those sounds continued, causing Trio Hai Diet to blush. She said in confusion, "He's not a good person. His polite appearance can hide the baseness within. He's a total hypocrite. I think he just tricked you. You must be careful with this guy, brother." Then Chuang then continued to calmly cover Tiu Hai's ears. The girl asked irritably, "Boss, what exactly are you playing at?" In his mind, he thought, "What is this guy trying to pull? I hate this type of person the most. He'd better not mess with me." The sound of the door opening behind them made the whole group jump and turn around. The woman in the pink dress had finished her business and hesitated, saying, "Sorry to bother you all. I've come to take Mantu home." The little girl happily ran over and hugged her mother, making no attempt to hide her emotions. Afterward, the woman in the pink dress led Mantu out of the room, nodding politely before leaving. The sight of the mother and daughter laughing and talking happily together was truly heartwarming. At this point, Chuang then couldn't hide the shock on his face and whispered to himself, "It's only been 3 minutes and they were already done. The stamina of South Korean men is truly concerning." Suddenly, 3 strangers kicked the door open and shouted, "Mantu, what did you feed her? She is about to die." Chuang Minus Group, Tu Hai and Trio Hai Diet stood in the room, startled by the unexpected situation. Trio Hai Diet hurriedly helped Mantu lie down on the bed. She turned to tell Chong that it really is food poisoning. Choi Chi-gian sat slumped on a chair sobbing, "Mantu already has severe digestive issues, so eating carelessly is very dangerous, but she didn't touch anything of yours." Tiu Hai frowned and held up a water bottle. "You were lying. She clearly drank water. The system scan shows this bottle of clean water has been opened." Koi Chi-gian defended herself, "That water has no issues at all because both I and Mantu drank it." The man named Aisha pointed directly at Chong Then's face. "Customer Dante tried to pull a scam. You are a vicious poisoner causing damage to our shop's reputation." Batrachnai stood behind him, adding, "Cough up the money for compensation right now." Chuang then thought with amusement, "No wonder these two have been following us from the start. They were just a bunch of con artists." Bo Chuang Lak staged the event, and the Aisha brothers provided the intimidation. "Do they think I am an idiot who is easily led by the nose?" Chuang then watched Choi Ching-gian and Bo Chuang Lak. He was shoving an open bottle of antibiotics into her hand and said, "This is good medicine to help man to feel better, but since it's so expensive I can give it away for free." Choi Ching-gian stammered, "But I really don't have any money." Chuang then activated his peeping eye. This Bo Chuang Lak guy was indeed greedy. He didn't just want to scam him, he also intended to extort the woman. Bo Chuang Lak's face revealed a base look. He whispered to Choi Ching-gian, "I really like you. Why don't you follow me in exchange for this medicine? That way, it's good for you and you'll have someone to look after you." He held the bottle of medicine triumphantly. However, the system displayed a red warning for Chuang then. It was filled with low-quality vitamins mixed with hallucinogenic mushrooms. Chuang then narrowed his eyes. Those mushrooms only provide temporary pain relief. Once he tricks Chi-Ying-gian into signing a contract of indentured servitude, it will be too late even if she finds out. This probably isn't the first time they've done this. Taking the opportunity, Chuang then used his peeping eye to check what was in Bo Chuang Lak's bag. 88 Energy Core 7 self-recorded clips waiting for sale, 3 uniforms, 100 expired loaves of bread, 50 bottles of contaminated water, 15 bottles of clean water, 150 salted fish, 40 packets of instant noodles, and 90 hallucinogenic mushrooms. In addition, there were 47 bottles of antibiotics, 1 fully fueled helicopter, and a general license. The system continued to issue an urgent warning. This guy specializes in defrauding women to seize upgrade cores. His victim count has already reached 126 people. Chuang Then's eyes were glued to Bo Chuang Lak's helicopter. He didn't expect this guy to have such an advanced flying vehicle. While lost in thought about the helicopter, Chuang then was suddenly grabbed by the collar. Batrachnai roared, "You little brat, what are you daydreaming about? I told you to pay up. Why are you just standing there like a statue? If you don't pay, I'll end you." Chuang then mounted to escalate. "Calm down, I don't want any trouble. We can talk about the money later. Let's keep things separate." Batrachu snorted coldly and let go of his hand. Chuang then stepped up and put his arm around Batrachlak, saying, "Let me handle this. Just make sure to put in a good word for me if the shop owner demands compensation later." Chuang then lowered his voice and whispered to Batrachlak, "I can see you a savvy dealer. How about this? Since though I try and gain as your person, I'd like to buy this entire stockpile at 30% above market price, treating the extra as compensation for any damages." Batrachlak pondered for a moment, then took off his ring and smirked at Chuang. "Then fine, as long as you're willing to play along to the end." He carefully calculated the quantity, totaling 1,380 spirit cores, thinking to himself, "If I take all these supplies and trade them for spirit cores, I'll surely become the strongest person here. Once that happens, not only will I swallow up Truthen's wealth, but everything belonging to Aisha will be mine as well." Truong then twirled the ring on his finger and chuckled. You requite the calculator, aren't you? Are you really charging me the standard price for all this contaminated water and moldy bread too? Botrachlak was. But a split second later, Truong then grinned broadly, pulled out a garish pink box and added, oh, whatever, money is no object. I'll take the whole lot. Truong then squinted intently at Botrachlak, thinking it's only fun when the opponent is this strong. If I just slapped him and he folded, it would be too boring. Botrachlak snatched the box from Truong then's hand with lightning speed, shouting cheekily, no refunds once the deal is closed. Truong then pulled out a pill and handed it to Thoi Triangin, saying, take this and give it to Man too. The stuff Botrachlak gave her is full of hallucinogenic mushrooms. Thoi Triangin quickly accepted it and expressed her thanks. After watching the two finish their transaction, he turned to whisper to Botrachlak, Botrachlak's power is only slightly below yours. If those spirit cores are legitimate, he'll surpass you sooner or later. If that's the case, find an opportunity to get rid of him. Betray asked blankly, hey bro, didn't you say we weren't allowed to break the hotel rules? Aisha was so furious that she slapped Botrachlak, asking, is your brain broken? Botrachlak held his face in pain but stubbornly argued, your smart brain is enough for us. We divided the task clearly, didn't we? You handle the schemes and I handle the upgrades. Meanwhile, Botrachlak had absorbed the spirit cores to level up, his manic laughter echoing through the room. I've leveled up. I've finally leveled up. The system announced that he had reached the second stage of an awakened being. He held his head high, laughing arrogantly. Finally, I'm qualified to join this 13 organization. Truong then looked confused, muttering, what the hell is 13? Aisha pointed directly and ordered Botrachlak to attack. Damn it, he actually succeeded in leveling up Botrachlak. Tear him apart for me. Yet, Botrachlak dodged Botrice's energy-gathering strike as easily as flipping his hand. Botrachlak grumbled irritably, this is weird, he must have a talent for instant transmission or invisibility. Truong then stood in the corner of the room, calmly observing invisibility. Huh, you guys just can't see him because your skills are mediocre. Truong then's keen eyes were immediately activated. Right before his eyes appeared an image of Botrachlak hovering behind Botrachlak, kicking and punching wildly. Botrachlak, still oblivious, lashed out in all directions, yelling, where are you? Which corner are you hiding in? Get out here now. Botrachlak snuck up from behind and dealt a fatal blow to Botrachlak, whispering with a sinister grin, you go first, and our friend here is next. Oh my. Aisha panicked and rushed over when she saw Botrachlak collapse from his wounds. Aisha hurriedly bent down to support her teammate. Botrachlak suddenly materialized and swung his blade straight down at Aisha's head. But the blow was blocked precisely at the moment of life and death. Botrachlak's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Truong. Then you. How can you see me? Truong then replied calmly, not only can I see you clearly, but it's in high definition too. Truong then casually slapped Botrachlak across the face. He flew a long distance and slammed straight into the wall with a loud crash. Botrachlak's bloodshot eyes bulged as he screamed in frustration, you pretender. You and that Aisha are cut from the same cloth. Truong then brushed off his hands, bored. First of all, I'm not associated with anyone. I hit you simply because you were an icer I couldn't stand. Damn it, a guy like you is just begging for a beating. Truong then slowly approached Botrachlak, saying, the second thing, I've always thought of you as nothing but a pig with no skills. The third thing. Truong then grabbed Botrachlak by the head with a cold glare and said, I am genuinely curious to see just how much punishment a fool like you can take. Truong then repeatedly beat Botrachlak until he cried out in agony. He panicked and screamed, please stop, don't hit me anymore. Truong then landed one more painful blow and mocked, not bad at taking a hit are you? Botrachlak panted heavily, wailing to the heavens. Truong then grabbed Botrachlak by the collar. The latter hurriedly threatened, I'm with this 13 organization, so you'd better let me go or the bosses won't spare you. Truong then laughed, what kind of group sounds like 13 idiots? I've never heard of it, but you guys certainly have a unique taste in naming things. Botrachlak, his face bruised and swollen, whined as he explained his Super 13, a group of 13 superhumans founded by the strongest experts. If I die here today, my brothers in the organization will hunt you down to the ends of the earth to avenge me. Upon hearing this, Truong then paused to think. Seeing him ease his grip, Botrachlak felt relieved, thinking he was scared, and quickly demanded to be let go. However, Truong then was calculating a scheme, like a Trax-like, and if he eliminated this guy, it would surely draw 13 more high-level awakened ones to come and offer their heads to him. A sinister look appeared on Truong then's face. This is perfect, leveling up like this is even faster than hunting zombies, he thought, then told Botrachlak, then I must send you off even sooner, causing the man to burst into tears. He scrambled to his feet and ran for his life as fast as he could. Botrachlak fled to the horde of zombies and ordered, stop that madman and kill him for me. I'll reward you with 3 years' supply of dream mushrooms. The addicts drooled upon hearing this, asking 3 years, is that for real? The zombies laughed gleefully at the prospect of the 3-year reward of dream mushrooms. Botrachlak shrieked commands, charge at him. I've already taken care of Botrachlak, so I'm the boss now. Whoever takes him down gets Asa's hotel. The zombies, salivating with greed, lunged forward to go all out. Just as Tiuhai finished speaking, Truong then pulled out his sword, nodded at the zombies, and said, then I'll have to use my zombie fighting techniques to deal with them. Truong then turned to Tiuhai and Tiuhai Diet, telling them, you two must take good care of yourselves. Tiuhai Diet nodded in acknowledgement, while Tiuhai replied confidently, don't you worry, boss. The horde of zombies rushed forward, only to fall one by one under the lightning-fast strikes of Truong's sword. Botrachlak was furious, cursing, you useless bunch, there are so many of you and you can't even handle one man. Even while busy slaughtering the zombies, Truong then took the time to scan the area for Botrachlak. As for Botrachlak, he was panicking and plotting his escape, thinking he should slip away while the chaos was still ongoing. Truong then raised his sword and glared, do you think it's that easy to run away? As soon as he finished, he shouted, keep dreaming, buddy. He then launched his sword, which flew through the air and pierced straight into Bo Chuanglak's body. After successfully eliminating Bo Chuanglak, the system automatically notified him of the harvest, received energy cores, 80% talent accumulation, 7 handmade hair clips, 3 sets of uniforms, 100 moldy loaves of bread, 50 bottles of contaminated water, 15 bottles of pure water, 150 packs of pickled vegetables, 40 packs of instant noodles, 90 dream mushrooms, and 47 types of life-saving medicine. He also received more energy cores and 80% talent, a helicopter fully fueled, master-level driving skills, 66 item fragments, and 20 vials of enchanting mist, an item found only on mushroom addicts and a rare ingredient for crafting special items. After clearing the battlefield, Chuang then smirked triumphantly. I've even snagged a nice helicopter this time. He turned to look at the swarming zombies, adding, now that the one who made you promises is dead, you're on your own. He scanned the system panel, muttering, this enchanting mist is completely new. I wonder if it'll come in handy later. Chuang then challenged the zombies as they retreated. Any of you want to come and die next? Step forward. Back in the hospital room on the other side, Batrak Hai, who had been lying motionless on the bed, suddenly coughed a few times and muttered, who's that? Before slowly turning over, it was him. He rushed over to Bajir and shouted frantically, you're not dead yet. Thank goodness, you scared the heart right out of me. Bajir, having just regained consciousness, wailed and cursed, that minister of Li is truly vicious. He's the most scheming and cunning person of all. You must find a way to deal with him right now. Right at that moment, Zhang Shen stepped out to interrupt the conversation. No need to waste your breath pondering anymore. I just sent the Minister of Law off to see his ancestors. Zhang Shen leaned on his cane and tilted his head to look at the other two. Now you two had better sit down and worry about your own lives. He drew his sword and casually wiped it until it shone brightly, glanced at the pair, and said, my memory is terrible. Earlier, it seemed like someone was just cursing me for playing a despicable game. The sharp tip of the sword pointed straight at the opponent, so why on earth can't I remember how I played dirty? Zhang Shen's face was as cold as ice. You guys rack your brains and remind me. Aisha was so terrified his heart almost leaped out of his chest, and he quickly clarified, there's a huge misunderstanding here, it's all just a misunderstanding. He shifted all the blame onto the Minister of Li. We were just tricked by that bastard, inwardly praying that he wouldn't be torn limb from limb. Aisha glanced out the door and saw a crowd of people snooping around. His shop was as good as down the drain. Zhang Shen asked flatly, is that so? Casually, he pulled out a pile of sewage just salvaged from the Minister of Less place from the system. A chime rang out announcing the immediate loss of 50 units of polluted water. Zhang Shen calmly said, this is the purified water I bought from the Minister of Li. Drink a sip, and then I'll believe you. Looking at the murky bottle of water held right against his mouth, Aisha shook his head frantically and wailed, no way, I'll die. Bajir screamed. Zhang Shen bared his teeth in a smile and asked, why are you politely declining? Just try a sip. Aisha irritably flicked the water bottle to the side and said, fine, I'll talk. Zhang Shen let his hands drop, and Aisha patted his chest as he recounted. The Minister of La specifically targets rich kids and pretty girls, either tricking them until they ruined or poisoning them. This is his signature move. He pointed his finger at Tu Jian. We had an actual map, which is why we cooperated with him. This time, the child getting poisoned was entirely because of drinking that filthy water. Zhang Shen turned to look at Tu Jian. Did you hear that? Stop being so gullible to everyone. You'll get sold out one day without even knowing it. Tu Jian lowered her head in shame and gave a tiny yes. Then Zhang Shen suddenly whipped his head back toward Aisha. See, I wasn't making things up or framing anyone, so how are we going to settle my mental damages? Aisha grabbed his face with a pitiful expression and pulled a giant chest out from the system. Yes, it's all our fault. Please, sir, be merciful and let this go. Please accept this humble gift as a sincere apology. Zhang Shen clicked his tongue in criticism. You do know how to behave. Zhang Shen opened the lid of the chest to count carefully, collecting 15 energy crystal cores, 50 cans of shark, 80 cans of beef, 120 cans of fruit, 230 packs of instant noodles, 55-liter bottles of water, 200 caddies of frozen meat, 3 ice condensing flowers, 120 bottles of wine, 200 caddies of sea salt, 120 black peppercorns, 20 boxes of butter, 95 pieces of cheese, and 88 large loaves of bread. Zhang Shen frowned and asked Aisha, why are there so few crystal cores? Aisha fell to his knees and hurriedly explained, I just threw those crystal cores in to upgrade Bajir. If you're still not satisfied, I'll go scrape together some more. Zhang Shen waved his hand in refusal. Forget it, I wouldn't even touch this petty stuff. Zhang Shen pointed at the strange flower on the list and questioned, which nook or cranny did you dig this ice condensing flower out from? Are there any more? I need a large quantity. Aisha stammered in response, a customer used it to pay for room rent a while ago. It seems that guy has plenty saved up, but I'm all out. Seeing Zhang Shen's sharp gaze sweep over, he quickly changed his tune. But since you've gone to the trouble of asking, I will scour the earth to find it and present it to you, even if it kills me. Zhang Shen generously extended a 3-day deadline to his opponent. Exactly 3 days from now I want to see the ice condensing flowers or else it'll be your skull. Aisha nodded repeatedly like pounding garlic. Please rest assured and leave it all to me. As soon as Zhang Shen strode toward the door, the crowd outside naturally parted to both sides. He turned his head and instructed as he walked, oh, and one more thing, make sure to arrange proper food and lodging for them. Approaching the bed where Min Xiu was lying, Zhang Shen called out softly, Xiu, the rain has stopped. It's time for us to get moving. Xiax, who was diligently wiping Min Xiu's face, suddenly raised her head and replied, yes, sir. The three of them leisurely walked outside and he told Tu Jian, I've already entrusted the two of you to Aisha's care, so you can rest easy. Xiu nodded slightly in confirmation. She looked up at Zhang Shen and said, Jian expressed a desire to join the Southern Survivor Base. I already told her about my brother up there and conveniently handed over the supplies map. Great God, do you think I am sticking my nose into other people's business a bit too much? Zhang Shen flashed a smile at Sayu. People are struggling tooth and nail to find a way to survive, so why cut off their ray of hope? Besides, living with affection and righteousness is worlds apart from whatever you call cheap pity. Xiaoxi poked her head out from behind, curious and puzzled. Boss, you re-speaking in such profound and hard-to-understand terms. What on earth is the difference between those two concepts? Zhang Shen blushed furiously and stammered, well, it's like this. Pondering for a moment, he cleared his throat and said loudly, the difference lies in whether I like it or not, that's all. Hearing this, Xiaoxi curled her lips into a pout, put on an expression of someone who had thoroughly grasped the ways of the world, and let out a very long oh. Kenju Then had just activated the system when a helicopter appeared towering before them, causing all three to exclaim in surprise. Tibu Hai's eyes shone with delight. Boss, it's so beautiful. A plane, I want to try it. Chensi Haidite also caught the excitement, thinking the travel speed to Sanam City this time will definitely be much faster. Kairengi then calmly operated the system panel and advised them not to be impatient. The control panel displayed a request to confirm learning helicopter piloting skills, and Engi then chose to agree without hesitation. Immediately after, a notification from the system confirmed that he had mastered aircraft control techniques. Kar Engi then smiled and walked towards the helicopter. It's all done, let's go. Just then MNT and Thaichi Engin approached. MNT called out, Uncle. Kawangi then turned his head, his mind confused, not understanding who Uncle was. Enentu repeated, Uncle, everyone, please wait a moment. Kainenji then reassured himself mentally not to argue with a child. She is just a kid. He gently asked, Mentu, is everything okay now? Menentu nodded and handed him a sparkling golden card like a gift. As soon as he took the card, the system immediately announced congratulations on acquiring a level 1 luck card. Karthan stared blankly at the card glowing in his palm. Information from the system arrived. The level 1 luck card optimizes the drop rate of items from zombie corpses and disables opening supply crates. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Dichi Ningen patted the girl's head, meant to confess that she didn't know how to repay this kindness, only that she wanted to give this small gift, hoping it would help them. Menta smiled brightly and expressed her thanks. Kaprengi then raised an eyebrow and asked if that was okay, stating that the two of them needed this support item more than he did. Thachi Ingen shook her head, explaining that they weren't familiar with how to use it and didn't dare to rely on luck to find good people. Katerni then nodded in agreement, thanked them for their kindness, and promised to make effective use of it. Just then Menta hesitated and spoke up again. KNG then bent down to look. The girl shyly intertwined her fingers, expressing her desire to give him a gift. Could you bend down a little, she asked. KNG then subtly reminded her to call him an older brother, because he wasn't mentally prepared to be an uncle. As Kasenmin lowered himself to ask, Menta suddenly hugged his neck and gave him a light kiss. That moment left not only Kagi Then stunned, but even Tibu Hai and Chassi Hai Dut behind him froze for a few seconds. Thi Changin quickly pulled Menta back. Menta excitedly raised both hands and declared, after this kiss you mine. When I grow up, I will definitely marry you. Kashinengi Then was speechless at the girl's bold proposal. Menenta blushed and explained that he was the only one who treated them well, and Chiingen had once told her that if she ever found a good man in this world, she must hold on to him tightly and never let go. Kasuner then stood up, sighed, and patted the girl's head. He advised that human worth is not absolute, and to survive in this world, one must rely solely on their own strength. Menta nodded, indicating she understood. Kasuner then turned his back and walked away. Menenta still called out after him, saying she would soon become strong enough to marry him. He merely waved goodbye. The helicopter blades began to spin and the aircraft slowly took off, soaring into the sky. Theichin, Ungin, and Menenta stood on the ground, waving goodbye, hoping they would have a chance to meet again in the future. Thishingen turned to Mentu and told her that it was time for them to go back. Suddenly, a man in a white lab coat with a cane walked up, startling both of them. Menta cautiously pointed at him. The strange man frowned, watching the departing helicopter. He was surprised that they not only had a race car but now also owned an airplane. He stood staring intently in the direction where the helicopter disappeared, his mind full of doubts about how to chase after them. The helicopter circled in the air for a long time. Kemgi then shouted, "We've arrived." He looked down at the swarming zombies below and announced that it was the central hospital of Kanam City. Kiengi then carefully maneuvered the aircraft in circles. This hospital doesn't seem to have been thoroughly cleared. The zombies are too numerous, so everyone must be extremely careful. Chelsea Haidut, sitting in the back, chatted with Tibu Hai about how Brother Then was not only skilled at flying but also gentle with women, truly an ideal man. Tigu Hai nodded in agreement. Kenji then could only lament silently to himself, wishing this awkward atmosphere would quickly pass so he could have some peace. Chuang then turned and told them both to stop arguing. After all, Mantu was just a child. Tiu Hai immediately retorted, saying that calling a girl unreasonable was typical of a bad man. Trio Hai Diet chimed in to stir the pot, saying that Chong then was coddling her and making her even more spoiled, and that if he didn't refuse her outright, he was essentially condoning her behavior. The helicopter was gradually landing, and the swarm of zombies rushing toward it was as dense as ants swarming a sugar trail. Chuang then quickly activated the feature and a vibrant blue light enveloped the entire body of the aircraft. Without hesitation, Chuang then drew his sword and rushed straight out to challenge the zombies flooding toward them. His eyes glowed with every spark of electricity flickering on the blade. He told them to just leave it to him. Chuang then swung his sword to finish off a zombie and then praised himself for being a good man. He continued to strike down a few more before finishing his sentence, telling them to feel free to rush in and play with him. From the helicopter, Taoai and Trio Hai Diet also opened fire to provide support. Tiu Hai remarked in surprise that the boss was fighting much more enthusiastically than last time. Trio High Diet felt a bit uneasy about her earlier slip of the tongue and thought she should apologize later, but she also felt that brother then was being recklessly risky. After a bout of frenzied slaughter, Chuang then successfully opened an escape route. All three reached the steps, where Chuang then remarked that while there were many zombies in the area, they were all easy pickings. Trio High Diet nodded in agreement, noting that the courtyard was quiet. Tiu Hai observed silently for a moment before speaking up, saying it didn't feel right because she had a hunch that a boss was still lurking there. As soon as True High Diet asked for clarification, Tiu Hai pointed to the high-rise building opposite them, saying it's over there. A loud explosion echoed, making Chuang then jump. He wondered if that was it appearing. The giant mutant zombie suddenly leaped out in front of everyone. Chuang then frowned, confirming that it was indeed that monster, while True High Diet stuttered, unable to find the words. Both turned to look at Tiu Hai with questioning gazes, wondering how she could have known in advance. The giant roared crazily, and Chuang then gripped his sword tightly before launching himself straight toward it. With just a slight swishing sound, his blade sliced cleanly through the monster's body. Its massive frame was immediately split in two on the spot. It collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, and the system began to automatically notify them of the collected loot. Hearing Trio High Diet's panic cry, Chuang then hurriedly turned back to see what was wrong with Tiu Hai. He rushed over in a hurry to find Tiu Hai clutching her head, kneeling on the ground in intense pain. Chuang then supported Tiu Hai and asked if her ability to sense the monster beforehand was related to this headache. Tiu Hai replied awkwardly that she only felt the danger lurking there. Chuang then's expression tightened seriously. It seemed the mysteries here were far beyond his control. Tiu Hai and Tudoina looked exactly the same. This certainly was not just a coincidence. The sword in Chuang then's hand swung, cutting through the heavy door lock. The group entered, and he warned everyone to carefully look for room number 7. Tiu Hai also reassured him that her headache had subsided, and Chuang then tossed a small device onto the floor to activate the system's 4x alert feature. Walking around, Trio High Diet wondered aloud why they saw so many corpses but not a single zombie. Trio High speculated that perhaps this place had been sealed off from the very first stage of the mutation. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's virtual assistant chimed with a new notification. 5 creatures were hiding in the building along with a growing venomous larva, but they were completely harmless to him. Zhang Chen nodded in agreement and began to carefully assess the current situation. However, the deeper they went inside, the more bizarre the sight of the corpses became. At first, there were only shriveled corpses, then half-human, half-zombie creatures, and even monsters never seen before. All 3 of them pressed deeper into the gloomy space, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with piles of corpses. Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Chen muttered, "That's not right. These twisted, eerie appearances look just like the foreign faction members who drank the mutation potion. Could the corpses here also be defective products of that potion? If that's really the case, we're in big trouble." Zhang Chen decisively pushed open the door and stepped into the laboratory. It was very likely the source of the enemy's pharmaceutical research. Zhang Chen brushed the dust off his clothes and discussed with High Diet and Tiu Hai, "We need to find rest chamber number 7 first. The entrance is probably hidden very well, so let's split up and search." Suddenly, Tiu Hai paused for a beat and pointed straight in one direction. High Diet immediately shouted, "Look at Tiu Hai." The other 2 hurriedly ran in the direction Tiu Hai was pointing. High Diet asked curiously, "How do you know the way so well? Have you been here before?" Running as she answered, Tiu Hai replied, "I don't remember anything, but I naturally know where the rest area is. I think there's an elevator over this way." Found it, Tiu Hai reached out and immediately pressed the elevator call button. As the doors opened, Tiu Hai turned back and smiled brightly at High Diet. Luckily, there's still power to go down. Before she could finish her sentence, both Zhang Chen and High Diet were scared out of their wits by what was inside. Sensing the commotion, Tiu Hai also turned around in surprise to look. Upon seeing the creature huddled and groaning in the corner of the elevator, Tiu Hai screamed in panic, "Mommy, save me." All 3 reacted lightning fast, jumping back and crying out as if they had just encountered a ghost. Sword at the ready and dripping with sweat, Zhang Chen wondered, there's clearly a strange creature here, so why is the smart system staying completely silent? Annoyed, he inwardly cursed the system for playing a prank on him, then stepped in front of High Diet and Tiu Hai, urging, "You two, back off quickly." Zhang Chen raised his sword, intending to deal a fatal blow. "Let me finish this thing off quickly." The strange creature in the corner suddenly let out a sorrowful groan, a sound that stirred curiosity in Tiu Hai's heart. The girl rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Chen's back tightly, causing his head to bang right into the elevator wall. "Wait, great master, please show mercy." Clutching the lump on his head, Zhang Chen turned around and yelled, "We're fighting a zombie and you're making a fuss like this." Tiu Hai sobbed and cried out, "It's a human, it's actually a human." Only then did Zhang Chen regain his composure and ask in surprise, "What?" High Diet chimed in, "Come to think of it, this creature hasn't attacked us at all this whole time." The strange creature remained crouched in the corner of the elevator, weeping piteously. Zhang Chen stared closely at the target. "You call this a human?" Scratching her head, Tiu Hai explained, "Anyway, it's not a pure zombie, it still has a bit of humanity left." It suddenly dawned on Zhang Chen, no wonder the system didn't bother to issue a warning, because it turned out this was still a human being. Holding his sword, he stepped forward, grabbed the creature's collar and threatened, "Sit still and behave or don't blame me for being ruthless." An employee badge peeked out from the person's chest, revealing their true identity. It turned out to be Tuyuna, the person in charge of the laboratory. Zhang Chen stared in shock. "Yuritu, oh my goodness, great master, are you telling me she's a scientist in this middle of nowhere place?" High Diet looked at Tuyuna and then turned to ask Zhang Chen in confusion, "So how did she end up in such a state?" Zhang Chen shrugged helplessly, "Probably tested it on herself, right? You can tell just by looking at those weird corpses. Scientists are all a bunch of lunatics." As the elevator doors slightly parted, Trong then followed with Tiu Hai behind him. However, No one could guess what her true intentions and research purposes were at this moment, nor how much of her sanity she still retained, so it was best to remain cautious, and Hidayat spoke up, saying, "We have arrived." The three of them stepped outside, and Truong then let out an exclamation of surprise. It turned out that the outside was a parking lot, leaving Truong then to wonder dazedly why it was a parking garage, since this place was already the deepest basement level, and there shouldn't be any rooms left. He whirled around to look at Tu Hai and asked, "Are you certain about your memories?" prompting Tu Hai to nervously scratch her head and tug at her hair as she replied, "I just have a hunch this is the exact place." Right at that moment, Tadaina suddenly raised her hand from the elevator floor and began scratching and scribbling erratically onto the tiled ground. Truong then abruptly turned back and shouted angrily, "Tadaina, what game are you playing?" Tu Hai seemed to suddenly remember something as well and exclaimed, "That's right, the big boss is right down here," leaving Truong then with a look of confusion as he asked, "You mean under the elevator floor?" He decisively took a step forward and said, "Move aside and let me take a look." A slashing sound rang out and Truong then swung his sword with great force. Sure enough, a stairway passage was revealed right underneath and he said, "I found it." Truong then turned his head back and said, "You people really hide things well? To think there is even a hidden floor after all." He immediately switched on his flashlight to illuminate the path. Tadaina crawled awkwardly ahead while Truong then followed closely at her heels. As they walked, he turned his head to instruct, "Watch your step carefully and don't be hasty." Crawling and sobbing uncontrollably, Truong then finally spotted a door hidden deep below and muttered, "Is this the exact place?" As he fumbled around in the dim, dusty space to find the light switch, Hidayat called out from behind, "Brother then." Truong then reached out to flip on the switch and replied, "Don't worry, I've found it." The electric lights suddenly flared brightly and Tadaina quickly crawled forward on all fours. As soon as she stepped into the room, Hidayat asked, "Brother then what is that on the other side?" Striking Truong then's eyes was the scene before him. It turned out to be a lounge, and it seemed this place was definitely Tadaina's private laboratory. Hidayat then asked, "Brother then, is this restroom number 7, right?" Truong then hesitated for a moment and replied, "It seems so." Before he finished speaking, he saw Tadaina rummaging frantically through a pile of paper documents, causing Truong then to shout angrily, "Tadaina, what the hell are you destroying?" He rushed forward to stop her, saying, Hey, stop right now. Are you looking for documents or trying to ruin them?" Tadaina then handed the stack of papers in her hands to Truong then, who took them to inspect and said, "What is this? Are you planning to find this exclusively for me to read?" As he flipped through each page of the documents, Truong then pondered thoughtfully. This action showed that Tadaina's consciousness was still quite clear, yet someone with a clearly able-bodied form was unable to control her own behavior. And he muttered, "It turns out they just printed copies of online chat logs." The page stated, "Mo Lam, I truly feel that conducting experiments combining bioenergy with microorganisms is a completely mistaken move. The structure of these microorganisms is extremely simple, so the gene mutation rate is exceptionally high. We have just begun testing and have already had nearly 5,000 variants appear. What is more terrifying is that while we are talking, this number continues to skyrocket. Furthermore, I happen to discover a type of bacterium invaded by bioenergy. The reason I call it an invasion is that they were not harmonized through artificial techniques at all. Instead, the bioenergy source voluntarily attached itself to it. I have a feeling that this energy source possesses a spirituality just like a true living organism, knowing how to find a suitable host for symbiosis on its own." Turning to the second page, the bizarre form of a strange creature caught the eye, accompanied by the text, "Mo Lam, the type of bacterium attached by bioenergy does not display random mutation states, but instead continuously proliferates, divides, and replicates with extreme stability. I have never seen second-generation or third-generation biological genes develop so sustainably before. The only trouble is that this red-colored entity is very voracious. They are willing to devour everything containing sugar along with food sources derived from traditional energy. Naturally, that food source includes all organic matter, so I have decided to completely annihilate it, and must absolutely not let this thing escape outside." The dense volume of information on the page gave Truong then a start. The next page was an urgent notice to all research personnel of the Life Cipher Sector. Laboratory Set of 56 suffered a severe fire during testing, leading to a massive explosion disaster. Currently, rescue teams are urgently carrying out search and rescue operations and no survivor has been recorded yet. We extend our deepest respects to those pioneers who ventured forth to explore eternal mysteries. They will forever be our great heroes. Truong then wore a deeply skeptical expression at the phrase eternal mystery, let out a heavy sigh and said to Tadaina, "How wonderful it would be if you could speak. Piling up all these incomprehensible things only makes people more bewildered." Trio Hidayat threw open shelter room number 7 and called out for brother then to come quickly and look at this. Truong then asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Trio Hidayat pointed into the empty space inside and announced loudly that there was nothing there. It seemed the talisman had been broken for ages. Truong then rushed over like a bolt of lightning, exclaiming, "What?" He recalled Taduna's previous warning that the meteorite seed was the source of the mutation and had activated an indestructible factor within shelter room number 7. It was supposed to be humanity's last hope, causing Truong then's face to turn pale had they arrived too late, or was Taduna's speculation flawed? Is mankind truly beyond hope? A shrill scream suddenly interrupted Truong then's thoughts. Trio Hidayat stammered, "Whose voice is this?" Turning around, they both saw Tiu Hai clutching her head and screaming in pain at the door. They shouted her name in unison, "Tiu Hai." However, Tiu Hai remained tormented by pain, only able to clutch her head and scream piteously. The young girl's hair gradually turned silver white. Truong then rushed over to ask what happened, while Trio Hidayat was equally panicked, crying out, "Tiu Hai, why is your hair like this?" When Tiu Hai looked up, her eyes were completely soulless and her facial expression became distorted. Her body radiated a wave of evil energy accompanied by strange sounds. Triuhai Diet called out anxiously, "Triuhai, what's wrong with you?" The system suddenly issued a red alert regarding the unnamed entity in room number 7 that had awakened, taken the name Triuhai, and just activated its primal state. Chuang then tried to calm her down, telling her to regain her senses, while the system continuously sent red alert data about Triuhai, identifying her as a Type 9 biochemical human. A perfect combination of blue planets, ultimate genetic engineering, and extreme crystal energy, this 14-year-old girl possessed the ability to evolve naturally with age, or through combat and observation without the need for genetic enhancement blueprints. Chuang then stopped Triuhai Diet from stepping forward, explaining that she was the experimental entity from room number 7, leaving her stunned. What? Chuang then thought grimly that this skill was too terrifying. If Triuhai truly lost her mind and attacked, he was sure he could restrain her. Triuhai suddenly let out a loud scream and charged straight toward the two of them. She launched a thunderous kick aimed directly at Taduna, who was standing nearby. Taduna was sent flying into the wall by the kick. The system continued its red alert, showing her health had dropped to only 19. Triuhai sprang into the air once again. The girl struck down at Taduna's position, but fortunately she managed to dodge it nimbly. Triuhai Diet asked Chuang then if the girl was hunting Tadu because she was designed to eliminate zombies. Chuang then pondered in silence. Inflicting 11 damage on a Type 3 zombie with just a physical blow was truly terrifying. Triuhai grabbed a chair and was about to smash it down. In that split second, Chuang then managed to flash over and block the attack for Taduna. He grabbed Triuhai's arm tightly to restrain her. Chuang then gripped Triuhai's shoulders, shouting, "Snap out of it. That's a human, not a zombie. You're not allowed to kill." However, Triuhai only responded with a bizarre airy smile. She headbutted Chuang then hard and pulled her hand away, forcing him to dodge in alarm. It was truly frightening. Triuhai looked as if she had completely lost her mind. Chuang then gritted his teeth. Seeing that the girl was so frenzied, she recognized no one and would immediately attack anything that moved. At that moment, the woman Tumaina standing behind also suddenly changed her state and began to go into a frenzy. Her entire body twisted bizarrely, accompanied by increasingly ear-piercing howls. That horrific, blood-curdling scream echoed through every corner of Sunnam City. Suddenly, Triuhai seemed to catch a strange scent. Triuhai soared into the air and then dove down, intending to give Tumaina a sound thrashing. The system immediately issued a red alert to Chuang then, stating that the level 3 zombie infectee had lost all humanity, turned into a weeper, and was summoning a horde of the living dead, leaving him with nothing to do. But Saya's trouble kept piling up. Triuhai delivered a devastating punch right where Tumaina had just been standing. The little girl's eyes were bloodshot and full of murderous intent. Just as she was about to deliver another blow, Chuang then appeared as fast as lightning to stop her. He successfully blocked Triuhai's attack. Tumaina hurried to flee and Triuhai immediately prepared to give chase. Chuang then shouted, telling the little girl not to run around aimlessly, as he wouldn't know where to look if she got lost, and ordered her to return to normal immediately or else she would be in trouble. Triuhai glared at Chuang then, clenching her small fists and preparing to strike. Triuhai's full power strike was easily blocked by Chuang then. In another corner, Sohai Diet was frantically flipping through a pile of documents to look for clues, shouting to brother then to hold on, as there must be a way to suppress it if the little girl was a test subject. Chuang then glanced back and urged her to find it quickly as he was reaching the end of his tether. Sohai Diet joyfully held up the notebook and cheered because she had finally found it. She hurriedly flipped through the pages, reading out signs such as dizziness and nausea, then even the swelling of limbs or even bleeding from facial orifices. Reading to a certain section, she cheered and pointed to the entry about violent tendencies. Seeing her fall silent, Chuang then frantically pressed her, asking what would happen if the subject became violent. Sohai Diet broke out in a cold sweat, looking awkwardly at the following section. She uttered something that left Chuang then speechless. The next page had been burned away. Triuhai once again assumed a fighting stance, preparing to make her move. Due to a moment of distraction, Chuang then took Triuhai's punch full on. A resounding explosion rang out. Chuang then was sent flying high into the air and he yelled, asking the girl if she really had to be that vicious. Triuhai still frantically charged forward, hoping to land another strike. Suddenly, Sohai Diet lunged from behind and hugged the girl tightly. Triuhai's gaze suddenly became vacant. Sohai Diet held the girl tightly and advised her through tears that everyone was family and should not fight each other. These words seemed to have moved the girl's heart somewhat. Chuang then quickly pulled out the bottle of taming potion. The golden opportunity had arrived, and he had to curb this aggression and teach her some manners before proceeding. Chuang then decisively reached out and opened Xiao's mouth. He then poured the special medicine directly into her mouth, saying, "Drink up." Xia only had time to let out a scream. Her locks of hair gradually returned to their gentle pink-orange hue as before. Her eyes gradually regained their spirit. The little girl fell into Hoxie Diet's arms. It was a perfect success. Xiaoxi was awake again and Chuang then nodded slightly, saying that for now things were stable. A system notification appeared, stating that due to her unique physiology, the side effect would cause the subject to fall into a deep sleep for over 5.5 hours, and that the medicine currently only partially suppressed the madness rather than fully taming her, so he should be prepared to increase the dosage next time. Suddenly, earth-shattering roars echoed down from high above. Hoxie Diet looked at Chuang then anxiously, saying it sounded like a wave of zombies was approaching. He gently told her to stay and look after Shock while he went out to scout. The scene outside was swarming with zombies flooding in like a torrential waterfall. It seemed that some special power was beckoning the monsters to gather. At the foot of the apartment building, tens of thousands of glowing red eyes lit up the dark corner. Chuang then carried his precious sword and looked down from above, guessing that they had been drawn in by the intense stench of blood. He stretched his limbs right there on the rooftop, telling himself that the communication tower's defense system was about to collapse and that the bosses would definitely be arriving soon, but it didn't matter anyway. Chuang then glanced at the formidable box of fireworks in front of him and wondered if he should go big. He excitedly covered his ears, waiting for the fireworks to explode. His spirit was also screaming, ready to party to the fullest. The resounding explosions and vibrant streaks of color immediately mesmerized the starving horde of zombies below. Chuang then drew his sword with a flourish, activated the first level of his soul burn state, and told himself that with such a loud noise half the city must have heard it and the zombies would all be flocking here, so come on brothers, let's dance wildly. In the blink of an eye, Chuang then vanished from the rooftop. Chuang then swooped down from the heights, activating the second level of the soul burn state. The more energetic they are, the more excited I get. Chuang then laughed heartily. His entire body radiated a blue aura that spread throughout the space. The young man glanced back slightly. Behind him was a pack of beasts and a swarm of minions rushing toward him. Starting to activate the core resonance skill. Continuing to deploy the core resonance technique, using core resonance once again. Chuang then possesses a terrifying lightning-fast movement speed. A giant energy ball suddenly appears in midair. Chuang then nonchalantly throws that thing straight at the horde of monsters. The horde of undead swarms towards him like a ravenous crowd catching sight of delicious prey. Chuang then calculates in his mind that the level 3 soul burn skill consumes 4 energy crystals per second, quadrupling the total consumption while normal people use it to save their lives or finish off low AP bosses. I am different. Chuang then bursts with power. I am loaded with energy crystals, so as a pay-to-win player I fear no one. Let's activate the soul burn skill combined with energy crystal resonance. Inside, Chuhai Diet is helping Chuhai find a place to shelter. She must get the little girl to safety before she can return to support brother then. Right at this moment, several monsters appear in front of her, crawling her way. Chuhai Diet lays Chuhai down, calmly pulls out a machine gun and begins to count the enemies. Chuhai Diet flashes a confident smile. Bring it on, I will absolutely not let you lay a finger on a single hair of Chuhi's. The monsters open their mouths wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth as they rush forward to attack. Chuhai Diet grips her gun tightly and begins to unleash a hail of bullets. As she pulls the trigger, she counts 1, 2. Chuhai Diet uses her new skill, but the situation is quite bad since she left most of her ammunition with Doi Chi and Gian. She has to risk her life using other weapons. She throws a rope to bind one monster 3 and a loud bang echoes as the monster is flung hard against the wall. The rope tightens around the monster's neck, making it choke and click, and Chuhai Diet is overjoyed. Great, you've been restrained by me, keep struggling so you'll die sooner. Suddenly a strange noise startles Chuhai Diet. Looking back, she sees a monster creeping close to Chuhai and she screams Chuhai. Distracted by Chuhai Diet leaves herself open and is pinned to the ground by another monster rushing at her. Chuhai Diet's hand moves like lightning, pulling out a razor-sharp dagger. She musters all her strength to plunge the blade deep into the monster's body, finishing it off on the spot. Chuhai Diet springs up, pushing herself off the dry ground. She immediately breaks free and runs away from the monster's grip. In the blink of an eye, she leaps back and swings her knife down from mid-air. Brother then once taught her that the fatal weakness of these monsters is their spine. Chuhai Diet stealing her resolve 4 finished. A monster is standing next to Chuhai, not yet attacking but observing to see if she is one of its own kind. Before it can even finish processing, Chuhai Diet rushes over and throws a grenade. Get lost, stay away from her. As the grenade explodes, Chuhai Diet shields Chuhai to dodge the blast, silently counting 5. After an earth-shattering battle, Chuhai Diet panted heavily, nearly exhausted. She looked at Xiaohai lying motionless in the cage, completely devoid of strength. Fortunately, only one bizarre venomous insect remained. However, when she looked up, Chuhai Diet was stunned to realize that those 2 monsters were still charging toward her. She was both relieved and worried. Were these 2 still alive? The shadow of the monsters loomed before her eyes and Chuhai Diet blamed herself for still being too weak. Despite being teammates, she was so helpless that she couldn't even keep up with their backs. She recalled the majestic image of Zhang Chen fighting while she had no ability at all, being just a low-level person. Chuhai Diet's entire body was immersed in the darkness of despair. She should have been protected in the rear or hidden within the safest armor. Chuhai Diet thought of Xiaohai, but she clenched her fists and took a deep breath. She also wanted to protect everyone. Chuhai Diet helped Xiaohai up. No matter how weak she was, she still wanted to shield them. Chuhai Diet carried Xiaohai on her back and suddenly fled, leaving the prostrate monsters stunned. She had hidden in a safe room for months without dying, so running away was her specialty. She took long strides, running as fast as the wind. The elevator had previously been a place of refuge. Chuhai Diet quickly carried Xiaohai into the elevator and pressed the button to close the doors, wanting to shut out the prostrates outside. This was surely the safest place. Just as the elevator doors were about to slam shut, Chuhai Diet suddenly pushed Xiaohai inside and rushed out to lure the prostrates away. The elevator door slammed shut. Chuhai Diet glanced at the elevator with a relieved smile and whispered to herself, Xiaohai, you'll be okay. The 2 prostrate monsters lunged to attack Chuhai Diet. One of them was still tangled in the rope she had just thrown. She cried out in extreme fear. At that moment of life and death, a flash of golden light caused Chuhai Diet to lean back. It was Zhang Chen arriving. He quickly took down the monsters. Zhang Chen stopped in front of Chuhai Diet. He knelt down and asked her, Hi Diet, how are you? Are you hurt? Chuhai Diet looked at him dazed and Zhang Chen added, I was a bit delayed outside, sorry. Chuhai Diet couldn't hold back her tears. She rushed forward, hugged Zhang Chen's waist, and sobbed, I thought I wouldn't have the chance to see you again this time. Chuhai Diet sobbed loudly between gasps, I'm sorry, I am too weak, I couldn't even deal with the prostrates and just became a burden to you. It was so dangerous outside, yet you still had to come back to save me. Zhang Chen looked at the sobbing Chu Haidai and said, "You've never been helpful, you're fundamentally unworthy of standing beside me, and just like last time, you needed me to save you despite piloting a mecha." Then Zhang Chen spoke up, "If we were talking about raw strength, your current limit body doesn't look very strong." Chu Haidai looked up at him. Zhang Chen smirked and continued, "But since when have you been useless? Give me a break. You just took out 3 prostrates by yourself and saved Xiao Hai. You even saved my life before." Xiao Hai was still lying nearby with her eyes closed. Zhang Chen began to count on his fingers. "You're very smart, you don't just handle housework, you can cook too if it weren't for you." So Haidai blushed shyly when hearing Chuanglin's praise. He remarked that living like this would surely wear Little Hai out, but that wasn't the main point. Chuanglin paused for a moment, then pointed confidently at his chest and declared that being strong is a man's duty and so is protecting the fairer sex. So Haidai asked in a soft voice, "Brother, then thank you for comforting me. I will definitely become stronger. Can I still continue to be your teammate?" Chuanglin replied immediately, "Not a teammate." He reached out to stroke So Haidai's cheek, adding, "But a close member of the family." No sooner had he finished speaking than a harsh, metallic noise erupted from the elevator shaft, causing them both to jump. The elevator door slowly creaked wide open. Little Hai stepped out looking dazed, and so Haidai called out, Little Hai, you're awake." However, observing her more closely, it was clear that her gaze was strange. They had to be careful. Little Hai let out a scream and lunged straight toward Chuanglin and so Haidai. "Hey!" Before she could get close, she collapsed face first onto the floor. A hint from the hidden system stated that due to the obedience drug, the target would remain unconscious for nearly 5 hours. So Haidai asked with concern, "Brother, then what's wrong with Little Hai?" Chuanglin lifted her up and said, "She is asleep." He thought to himself that the girl had incredible stamina. Even under the influence of such a potent drug, she could still move. It was fortunate she had finally fallen asleep. Chuanglin carried Little Hai on his back, calculating that she wouldn't wake up for another 4 hours. They needed to find a place to stay because the old laboratory was a wreck. So Haidai followed, suggesting the psychiatric clinic in the basement is quite secluded. Perhaps we should check the file room to see if there is anything useful. The two began digging through the pile of documents and papers. There were records of the district and the hospital's founding history. Attached were the architectural diagrams of the hospital. So Haidai shouted, "Brother, then come over here and look at this. It's definitely useful." Chuanglin took it to examine the information written on the paper, the Sunnam City Medical Center and its quarantine station. He muttered, "So it's a map of the entire city's planning." The young man recalled that the nuclear radiation zone deep in the northwest forest was likely where the meteorite fell years ago, but that area was too devastated to approach directly. To be safe, they needed to find some anti-radiation suits first. The Sunnam medical station seemed to have them. A 10-mile trip would likely take about an hour. Chuanglin turned to So Haidai and said, "I have to make a trip to the Sunnam medical station. You and the little mouse stay here and keep watch." So Haidai nodded and agreed, and Chuanglin added, "Although the zombies outside have been cleared, it's better to be careful." After some effort, they managed to tuck Little Hai into sleep soundly on the bed. So Haidai chuckled, "So we even have to be on guard against Little Hai. Brother, then isn't he that a bit over the top?" Chuanglin waved his hand. "What's wrong with taking a few pictures as keepsakes? I promise to keep it a secret." As soon as he stepped outside, the system initialized. With each of Chuanglin's steps, the system switched to automatic collection and feature restoration mode. A series of notifications poured in: collected 52,000 essence crystals, plus 4 and 680 talent, 899 units of speed fertilizer, 290 units of evolutionary blood, 750 units of resilient skin, finder 50 sharp claws, 32 units of abrasion resistant skin, 16 units of acid secretion, oven units of super speed fertilizer, 1 talent crystal, 15 premium pet foods, 4 energy gathering crystals, 7 tattered anti-radiation suits, 1 high-end disease detector, 80 33 atom fragments, 5 nano combat suits, 10 simple armor, 8 thirsty funds, and 7,500 rounds of ammunition. The high-end disease detector can be used 3 times, specifically scanning for the location and density of infected individuals in the city. The nano combat suit, when worn, covers the body completely with extreme durability and self-repair capabilities. It becomes steel when struck to absorb impact and can be worn over energy armor. The simple armor allows the wearer to push their speed and strength to the limit but is completely useless for defense, while the anti-radiation suits were too tattered to be of any use. Looking at the words Sunnam Medical Center on his chest, Chuanglin muttered while organizing the information. "Wearing this cheesy armor feels just like a transformation movie." Chuanglin just tried on the glowing armor. It covered his body like a transparent shell, not changing his appearance but holding some hidden significance. It was truly a decent item. The only problem lay in one detail. He hesitated, looking at the number of energy condensing crystals on the system screen, then exclaimed in disbelief, "Energy condensing crystals are so precious, yet the drop rate is so low, and what I have is even twice as much as what others possess." He clutched his aching head. It takes 1,000 energy crystals to exchange for 1 energy condensing crystal, and upgrading requires 4,000 of them. 4 energy condensing crystals multiplied by 100 is equivalent to over 8,000 third-tier infected. Chuanglin shouted, "Last time not a single one dropped. This time I had to kill 40 third-tier mutants just to collect 4 crystals. Upgrading is truly becoming more and more difficult." The system issued another notification. "The talent treasure has been activated. The fragrant immortal transformation skill is now upgraded with the death whirlwind, accompanied by the ability to sense weak points. Fragrant immortal transformation can now consume refined energy to activate soul burning and flash." Chuanglin muttered, "Luckily the talent treasure still remains." The system sent detailed information about each skill to Chuang. Then Death Whirlwind requires a melee weapon to create a powerful energy vortex around the user. After the vortex dissipates, the character jumps high and delivers a powerful blow to the strongest enemy or a designated target, dealing up to 500 damage. Refined energy with a 1 in 3 chance allows players to consume 1000 energy crystal points to synthesize 1 energy condensing crystal. The success rate is only 20, and if it fails, the energy crystals are not refunded. The total number of energy crystals currently available is 119. Chuangnan was frustrated. The result was truly annoying. This meager amount of energy crystals is currently not enough to use. Chuangnan hurriedly turned and ran outside. Only fighting zombies is the right path. Better speed up. He dashed away like a flash, his heart filled with excitement, hoping that the epidemic prevention station would bring some kind of surprise. Outside, the sky was clear and blue. The area around the Sunnam Epidemic Prevention Station was being surrounded by a large number of zombies. The glass windows at the Sunnam Epidemic Prevention Station were shattered into pieces. Behind the counter inside, someone peeked their head out to observe stealthily. A zombie was leading the way, crying out miserably, guiding the others, crawling all over the place. A girl asked the short-haired girl in front, calling her Hongha. "How is it?" The girl named Hongha replied, "Not good." They refused to leave. Hongha analyzed the situation, stating that the intelligence of this female zombie is very high. She is leading them to search for their trail. Behind her, several other girls were crying in fear. Chuangnan looked at the crowd of zombies ahead, wondering if this was the Sunnam Epidemic Prevention Station. The crowd of zombies was attracted by his sudden appearance. Although there were not many high-tier types, luckily, there were plenty of them. Chuangnan was excited to use the new skill. This was the appropriate time to test whether this Death Whirlwind skill was effective or not. An energy vortex immediately appeared around Chuangnan. Wherever he went, the crowd of zombies would be swept away by the whirlwind. Chuangnan moved as fast as lightning and blurted out, "This item is essentially a meat grinder. It works quite well." He looked at a giant zombie rushing towards him from the front. Chuangnan remained calm and continued, and furthermore, at last, Chuangnan launched an attack accompanied by 500 critical damage. Immediately, the system sent a new notification: received energy crystals X2 41920 plus an 80 talent bonus, a mutant fertilizer X1 and a 119. Clean cloth Nen 7 to 34 debris character Vetnan 7. Chuangnan held his sword and sighed, really impressive. The destructive power is sufficient. He stayed calm amidst the swarm of zombies while operating the system. The zombies that approached were shredded by the whirlwind surrounding Chuangnan. He clicked his tongue in praise. Though he lamented that the loot was all trash to get crystals, he still had to hunt weepers and crawlers, so he turned on the high-level infection detector. But this item only scanned for wide area density, which was boring and not as good as his own hidden system. Suddenly, the system alarm rang again. Inside this building, there was 1 weeper and 7 crawlers. There were still 6 survivors. Chuangnan startled and turned sharply inward. What was that? Chuangnan immediately regained his composure. A powerful surge of energy erupted throughout his body as he dashed straight inside. "There's a weeper. Don't even think about escaping. Even a mosquito is still meat." The sound of killing outside immediately alerted the weepers and crawlers. They snapped their heads toward the window where electricity crackled sharply. The silver-haired girl behind Hongha spoke. "Hey, look at that. Someone down there is slaughtering zombies. What if it's the rescue team?" The pink-haired girl replied, "Ignore it, Captain. Let's just use this chance while they redistracted to slip away." Suddenly, a crawler turned abruptly to stare at them, letting out a spine-chilling screech. The silver-haired girl hurriedly covered her teammate's mouth, and Hongha whispered, "Keep your voice down. Everyone follow me. Let's retreat carefully." Hongha helped everyone stand up. "Remember to stay quiet and tread lightly." A young girl in the group suddenly shrieked loudly. Hongha whispered harshly, "Why are you screaming like that?" The girl immediately fell silent. "Captain, watch out behind you." Hongha's expression changed as she turned around. "It's over. We've been discovered." The ferocious crawler lunged straight at them. Hongha hurriedly drew her bow and fired back. She turned sharply and urged the crowd behind her, "What are you just standing there for? Run." Unexpectedly, a weeper appeared, blocking their retreat, and the whole group trembled. "Take it slow." Seeing the faces of the weeper and the crawlers right before their eyes, they screamed in terror. The crawlers also lunged forward, gathering momentum. The girls turned pale with fear, frozen in place, only able to scream. Hongha stood on the other side and looked back. Everyone. At that critical moment, Chuangnan smashed through the window and lunged in. "Found you." He lunged forward to deliver a fatal strike to a crawler right in front of Hongha. Total weakling. Each sword stroke swung out, slashing relentlessly. 3-4. Carrington wondered aloud, "So is it over now?" His body radiated a brilliant golden light, standing arrogantly before that pathetic creature. "It's finally your turn, huh?" The monster let out a long whining moan and turned its head to escape, but he sneered, thinking it's that easy to run. Kang Yuthen rushed into attack. "As if I'd let you escape." He swung his sword, pressing it closely against the spine of the unfortunate creature. "Stay still for me." With a fatal slash followed by a shockwave skill, he shouted loudly as the energy core dropped, and the system announced that it had automatically been picked up, congratulating the player. The young man let out a long, heavy sigh of deep regret, truly believing that bad luck had no limits, when suddenly a voice called out to snap him back to reality. "Oh my, what a handsome guy." Kang Then whipped around. "Oh, are you ladies all right?" The young ladies had been standing there clapping enthusiastically, and the silver-haired girl spoke up. "Thank goodness you saved us. The superhero is here." Danji stepped forward to block the path in front of her friend. "Who on earth are you to sneak all the way here and to take down that mutant with a single fatal blow? You moved like lightning just now before I could even see. What kind of terrifying person are you?" Trotting Yuthen gave a side glance, his face completely cold and full of vigilance. "I just saved your lives. It's as clear as day." He spoke bluntly, "Not needing any empty thanks from you ladies. My purpose in coming here was to find a radiation suit. So if you have one, cut it up as a token of gratitude." And Heddarge grumbled, "Whoever heard of saving someone and then shamelessly demanding a gift? How utterly tacky." As the silver-haired girl patted her friend's shoulder and said, Now, thank him for stepping in, but unfortunately we don't have that item either." She added, actually the lot of us were looking for protective gear today too, but unluckily someone snatched it first, and just as she caught sight of the sparkling necklace on the silver-haired girl's neck, the system immediately transmitted hidden data. The growl of that creature has the ability to attract high-level monsters within a 3-kilometer radius during battle. Trofingithen's eyes lit up brightly. That's pretty good. With this I won't have to hunt monsters endlessly. He walked straight up and pointed at the silver-haired girl's chest. Be reasonable and hand over the necklace, or else I'll buy it outright with cash, leaving her stunned and stammering. What? And Engi flared up. What did you just mutter under your breath? She rushed forward and pushed him away. You perverted creep, back up and watch it, while he stood there dazed and clarified. Pervert what? I meant the necklace. What's it going to be? Engi's jaw dropped. The necklace, the silver-haired girl quickly explained. Oh, so it's this item. Since you saved our lives, what does a little gift like this matter? Hazindria whispered into Han's ear. Hey, this is the piece of evidence left behind by the main team that caused our group to be hunted down by a horde of zombies. Why are we just handing it over for free to a stranger? The girl named Quan Han also spoke in a low voice to reply. Who doesn't know the main team dropped it, but the trouble is they want to admit it. Rather than that, it's better to gift it to our benefactor to repay the debt. And Adani thought for a moment before nodding along. She then stepped forward and handed the item directly to him. This is for you, consider it a token of gratitude. Not knowing how to address him properly, Trengithen held the precious item in his hands and introduced himself with a bright smile. I am Chegingithen. The silver-haired beauty also cheerfully stated her name and team. Greetings, brother Kekyring. We belong to the 4th Night Team. This is our captain Ingdi Egik, and I am Quan. Having said that, Quan Hen enthusiastically offered, the protective gear you need may not be readily available with us, but there should still be plenty left in the camp's warehouse. Would you like to drop by and try your luck there? Surrounded and bombarded with questions by the crowd, Trottenmthen suddenly felt embarrassed by the invitation. The purple-haired girl quickly boasted that their base was right nearby, so he might as well tag along for some company. After weighing his options, he realized that going there was the only way to find a radiation suit, so he had no choice but to nod in agreement. The enthusiastic beauty firmly grabbed his arm, chattering excitedly that she would thank him properly and that the team's vehicle was waiting right down there. Trong then decisively pulled his hand back without a hint of courtesy. He silently criticized the girl for being overly informal. Despite being flatly rejected, she still smiled and agreed. Her friends noticed she was interested in Trongthen and started whispering. The redhead praised him for being tall and sturdy, saying he was no less impressive than the 4 knights. A brunette girl retorted irritably, asking how he could even compare to those knights. The brunette asserted that their hearts already belonged to the 4 knights, and the blonde girl shyly nodded in agreement. The redhead grumbled that Hongha was too sensitive, while the brunette just laughed, saying Hongha was a true obsessive fan. Lively chatter echoed throughout the vehicle compartment. Trong then asked about the point accumulation system, and Han enthusiastically explained that it was a regulation at Dondi. Completing tasks earns points, and accumulating enough points grants one the opportunity to dine with the 4 knights. As soon as the 4 knights were mentioned, the whole group excitedly heaped endless praise upon them. They are the ultimate idols, handsome and capable. Trong then could only remain silent in the face of such excessive worship. After listening to their long spiel, he summed it up in one sentence. So it turns out those 4 guys are just men who rely on women. The redhead immediately jumped in to argue that they are very capable. The others joined in, claiming they are their reason for living. Trong then had to subtly warn them to sit down because the vehicle was moving and they might fall. One girl explained in a serious tone that they only concern themselves with scavenging for supplies in the surrounding area. As for the 4 knights, they always take on much more dangerous missions. Upon hearing this, Trong then nodded, acknowledging that those 4 must indeed have some level of skill. Suddenly, a hand tapped on the side of the vehicle. The brunette girl reminded him that they had arrived. Looking at the massive castle, Trong then could not help but marvel. Han excitedly asked him what he thought of this place, and Trong then honestly replied that it was impressive. Han leaned in close to Trong then, whispering that she had something she wanted to discuss. She leaned in close to his face, offering to invite him to become the 5th knight. A woman walked away in anger, spewing bitter words that the boy was truly obedient and that Squad 8 would never return anyway. What a pity, Quan Han is also a beauty. As for me, I would rather die than go eat with Ngai Hong. That woman was none other than the powerful sister Tue. The boss lady flew into a rage, accusing the whole group of being fond of playing petty tricks. A man in the group immediately shot back that those people were just too weak and it wasn't his fault, while those around him nodded in agreement. Sister Xiao walked assertively toward the tightly closed curtain. She raised her voice to remind the person inside to behave themselves. Then she angrily yanked the curtain open. The person sitting inside felt no sense of shame at all. He was even busy cuddling the girl beside him. Sister Xiao dejectedly sank into a chair and delivered a remark that shattered everyone's delusions, saying that this place is full of spies. If you remain lazy and refuse to hunt for spirit nuclei, where will the chance to upgrade yourself come from? Looking at the dissolute lackeys drinking below, she reproached them for daring to sing and make a scene in this place. Just as she turned to leave, the man on the bed rushed out, embraced her tightly, and whispered, "The present is no longer the same as the past. We are much stronger now, more than capable of being the ones in control." In the blink of an eye, Sister Xiao was drenched in red from head to toe. That ruthless person casually declared that these days they have no reason to flatter or suck up to anyone. The subordinates around them viewed the incident as something as normal as breathing. The leader on the bed announced loudly that from now on, their lives are their own to rule. Suddenly, a massive commotion broke out in the courtyard. The gang in the room was still lively, discussing which one of them would win the chance to dine with the girls. Someone grumbled because the core team's performance was pathetic, making the other man angry enough to want to go out and check. The hot girl immediately called after him. Without a hint of hesitation, he ruthlessly sent her to the afterlife as if discarding a piece of trash. 3 young women were blocking the door. One said no one was allowed in as no notice had been received, while the girl with the backpack replied she had already accumulated 1,000 points. She continued that she had just returned with a major achievement from the Epidemic Control Center and told them to let her in to see the boss quickly. The purple-haired girl curled her lip and remarked that even if that were true, it would still be a long time before it was settled. She further questioned the man accompanying Quan Xin. Quan Xin then tightly linked arms with Zhang Chen and introduced him as Knight Number 5. The introduction made the crowd erupt in shock, and the girl accompanying her gasped and called out Quan Xin's name. Quan Xin asserted that he was very formidable and their side would dominate if they brought him back to base. Zhang Chen irritably pulled his hand away and snapped that he never agreed to be any knight. Suddenly, a hand reached out to lift his chin. The purple-haired girl smirked mockingly, asking if they were really relying on this brat. She reminded Quan Xin not to get arrogant just because she was pampered by the 4 knights and not to bring home just any stray she finds. While she was hugging her backpack and shouting, "You idiot, let go of my hand at once," the man calmly removed her hand from his chin, then composedly replied, "Don't misunderstand, I am just dropping by to scavenge for some supplies." Casually twisting her arm behind her back with an annoyed expression, he demanded, "So which cats and dogs were you just calling out by name anyway?" With her arm bent back and aching terribly, the purple-haired young lady whimpered and pleaded, "I am sorry, please let me go, I misspoke, my arm is about to snap right here and now." Seeing this, her backpack-wearing friend chimed in with a sarcastic remark, "What an ungentlemanly jerk," and the blonde woman standing nearby added, "Even our captain could block a single move." Just then, the large door suddenly swung open. A male voice rang out, demanding right from the doorway, "Alun, what the hell are you doing? Who dares to come here and pick a fight? And as for some 5th knight, why have I never heard of such a name before?" Immediately, Truong then activated his appraisal skill and muttered to himself, "Turns out he's one of the 4 knights, yet he's so pathetically weak that it's hard to even detect him. With this level of skill, you couldn't even scare a ghost, let alone try to flex on a transcendent being. To say his strength is comparable to mine is a joke that makes my jaw drop. He's clearly nothing more than a woman's lapdog." Leisurely letting go of the purple-haired girl, he thought to himself that this matter had nothing to do with him and spoke up, "You've got a huge misunderstanding. Folks, there's no 5th knight whatsoever. Team 8 just guided me in here to look for radiation protective gear. Whoever has the goods, just name your price and I'll get out of here immediately." Hearing Team 8 mentioned, Alun was stunned and puzzled, while the backpack-wearing girl hurriedly grabbed onto him to clarify, "Oh, come on Alun, the mission this time is really complicated, you know. Besides, I've finally gathered enough accumulation points. Go on a date with me tonight, okay honey?" Without a word, he dealt a thunderous slap and roared, "Shut your mouth right now, you murderous bitch." Quan Han stammered at the sight, letting out Hong Ha, while Truong then standing nearby curled his lip sarcastically. "Oh, what a display of manly pride. But how did I suddenly end up left out in the cold like this, I wonder?" Hong Ha clutched her face and sat slumped on the ground with a deeply aggrieved expression. Alun glared furiously, pointing straight at her face and screaming, "It was those bastards from Team 8 who just rushed into my room to murder Tiu. They've betrayed us, arrest them all right now." Hearing this, the brown-haired girl panicked and yelled, "What? Tiu is dead," while Hong Ha stammered in defense, "Oh no, there's a huge misunderstanding." Taking advantage of the chaos while they were having an internal feud, Truong then hurriedly activated his ability and inwardly cursed, "A clear-cut murder case right here, and just looking for some supplies leads to so much messy drama, I swear. Let's use Sray Vision to take quick scan. Not a single soul in here is wearing anti-radiation gear. I'd better slip away fast before I get dragged into this trouble." Guessing his intention to sneak away, Quan Han hurriedly hugged his arm and begged, "I am so scared, please save me. Everything I promised you before, I'll hand it all over to you. Have some mercy and save me, please." He frowned and replied, "This is getting ridiculous. None of you have any protective gear, so why are you suddenly acting all clingy with me for no reason?" Seeing this, the veins on Alun's arms bulged, emitting a strange light. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth and growled, "Quan Han, you flirtatious bitch." No sooner had he finished speaking than he unleashed an extremely powerful energy palm strike straight toward Truong, then grinding his teeth in resentful fury as he screamed, "No wonder back then when I pursued you, you acted all stuck up. Turns out you found a better catch. Huh, and yet I treated you so damn well without even keeping score or calculating anything." Witnessing his opponent's technique with his own eyes, Truong then inwardly evaluated, turns out he's just a puny second-tier awakened nobody. Seeing this, Quan Han bravely rushed out to block the front of him and argued, "This has nothing to do with Mr. Truong." He also hurriedly chimed in, "Exactly, I have nothing to do with any of this. Besides, why are you guys dragging me into this quagmire when I'm busy looking for supplies? I have better things to do than argue with you people." He inwardly fumed. "I just saved their lives and didn't even get a decent thank you in return." Suddenly, the room's door pushed open, revealing 3 more guys stepping in. One of them asked, "What's going on here, I wonder?" While another followed up, "Looks like someone's trying to poach our beauty right from under our noses." The last guy casually delivered the kicker, "Well then, that is definitely unforgivable." While his subordinates clamored, Alun's hands were already brimming with light. He gritted his teeth so hard they creaked and roared, "You dare hit on my woman, brat. Whoever you are, Tui, definitely gonna lose your life right here." Looking at the incoming wave of attack, he waved his hand in exasperation. "What a pain in the ass. I can stand the smell of this cheap drama." With that, he casually used a counter-energy wave to deflect the trajectory of the Kai blast. Finally, he raised his voice with a clear warning. How you guys run your internal affairs is none of my concern, but if you persist in getting in my way, don't blame me for being unpolite. By then, kneeling and crying won't do you any good. The knights stood frozen, whispering among each other. Just a second ago, in the blink of an eye, he swatted away Big Brother Alun's attack. One of them hastily advised, "This guy is terrifying, Big Brother. Maybe we should just let him walk away for our own safety." Hearing this, Alun flew into a rage and immediately retorted, "Walk away. Walk what away? Just a tiny bit of half-assed skill and he dares to come strutting around and acting like he owns the place on the four knights' turf." He continued to screech, "No wonder Team 8 dared to turn their coats and betray us. I bet this very guy is behind it, and chances are he's the one who murdered Tu too. All of you charge at me, hack this intruder to pieces to avenge Tu. Protect our stronghold together." As soon as the order was given, the Lacklings rushed forward ferociously. Truong then casually summoned a razor-sharp sword into his grip, clicked his tongue, and thought they were slapping a pretty imposing title on themselves. Even though in this day and age those things don't matter much, unfortunately, the thing I hate most is being forced into something. Finishing his thought, he swung his sword in a thunderous slash and coldly concluded. Hating slandering with a passion, the young man swung his sword in a single stroke, sending 3 girls flying straight into the group of knights, making them shriek in agony. Truong then was boiling with rage, declaring that if things weren't made clear today, he would level this entire camp, giving Quan Hen standing next to him a real scare. Suddenly, Quan Hen beside him flashed a subtle cryptic smile. He glanced over and muttered, "So you're smiling now." As soon as they rushed forward, one guy hurriedly unleashed energy to block and shouted for Aven to take a defensive stance. Aven, who was being dragged by his collar, kept wailing and complaining about being in great pain. Meanwhile, Truong then was thinking to himself whether his words would expose her. He hoped everything was heading in the right direction. Suddenly, Aven's arm underwent a bizarre transformation. He stared intently at his hand and exclaimed, "That's strange." Then, he pointed his hand directly at him in a threatening manner. "I guess I'll have to send you to the afterlife." He swung his sword repeatedly and wondered, what kind of devilry is this? A dry clack sounded from somewhere, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. The girls inside were startled and wondered if that agonizing cry belonged to Aven and which direction it was coming from. Suddenly, Quan Hen burst through the door and shouted, "Hurry up everyone, we must save the 4 knights at all costs." The girls pressed for details. One recognized that Quan Hen was from Team 8 and began to feel uneasy. They bombarded her with questions. Quan Hen panted as she replied, "There are some madmen charging in to take the lives of the 4 knights. Everyone intervene quickly before it's too late." Upon hearing this, the group became chaotic. "How dare someone touch their idols?" One girl rallied, "Absolutely unacceptable. Let's go, sisters. We'll kill anyone who dares touch them." Having spoken, they marched off with high spirits under the slogan of protecting their idols. Once they were out of sight, Quan Hen's expression suddenly turned dark as she muttered, "Go ahead, you lunatics." One of Aven's arms had been severed from his body. He was being supported by another knight, his mouth groaning in non-stop pain. The knights who hadn't joined the battle yet said to each other, "This kid took down Aven with that formidable blade. We must deal with him seriously." The other replied, "Understood." Right after that, 2 knights jumped up using glowing ropes to tightly bind Truong then and gloated, "Job well done." At that moment he was preoccupied with the thought, "This actually hurts quite a bit." "Don't you see the problem? These fools don't even realize how insignificant their rank is." Someone shouted, "Seal his weapon." He tightened the ropes and muttered, "Don't you even have basic observation skills?" He sneered, "If you parasites like to put on a show, I'll play along." With that, an electric current surged through his body and shot directly into the 2 ropes binding him. Upgraded energy gathering strike, superconductivity. The 2 men were electrocuted, falling to the ground and screaming in agony. From inside, Alun observed the situation and thought, both of them lost. The 4 knights are supposed to be equal in strength. While Aven was still tearfully calling for help, one of the knights lay sprawled out. Alun suddenly switched to a cold demeanor, telling Aven, "You were useless. You have the strongest defense in the group, yet you've ended up like this. Well, it's over then." As Aven weakly begged for his life, Alun's hand was already near his throat. He coldly snapped Aven's neck and growled, "Instead of letting you live in disgrace, it's better you die by my hand so I can upgrade." A bolt of lightning struck exactly where the 2 knights were standing. The 2 men were hit by a powerful electric current and lay twitching on the grass, and then they were dead. Suddenly, a hand reached out from right behind Truong then. Alun's body glowed brightly, causing him to ask in surprise, "Hey, what's going on?" As a system notification popped up, "Ding, you have advanced to a level 1 intermediate awakened." Truong then now understood everything. "This is brutal. Do you even have a conscience, using your own teammates to level up? I suppose the supplies you mentioned earlier were obtained through similar schemes, weren't they?" Alun sneered sarcastically, "The truth is that the weak must be prey for the strong. Since you're so talented, I shouldn't have to teach you that." While the 2 were exchanging words, a group of girls ran over with distraught faces. The 2 girls sobbed as they looked at the bodies on the ground and cried out, "Little Kian, little Hao, my love." Immediately, Alun pointed directly at him and distorted the truth. It was him. "This villain murdered our friends. He even boasted that he killed Ms. Tu and Aven. I was helpless and couldn't save anyone." Falsely accused, Truong then gritted his teeth and muttered, "I didn't expect this guy to be such a good actor. He flips his attitude faster than a pancake." Upon hearing this, the girls crazily lunged at him, cursing, "You murderer, give us back our friends." He stared at the group of women, muttering profanities under his breath. Then, he shouted powerfully, "Did you all leave your brains at home? How can you be so gullible?" The crowd stumbled back, halted by an invisible wave of power radiating from him. He pointed his finger and explained, "My team and I just arrived here, yet we are being labeled as the culprits. Use your heads. I don't have the time to go around killing people. In Guyan Honghan, these bodyguards can testify to that." He pressed further to expose Alun. Look closely and see who actually leveled up. You can all see who is now in possession of the gear that belonged to the dead. Alun's face drained of color upon hearing this. While the girls were still bewildered, he added, stop being cannon fodder for others. You should think for yourselves. I don't want to resort to violence against innocent people, but don't drive me into a corner. In the middle of his speech, he suddenly remembered Quan Han and thought to himself, I was just led by the nose too. No wonder something felt off from the start, so this was the key. Immediately, Alun turned the spear toward Chong, then again to stir up the girls. He feigned misery and said, my dear girls, why would I have any reason to deceive you all? I am your beloved Alun. Hearing this, Chuang Than's skin crawled. How disgusting, how can anyone believe a person like this? Yet, the fanatical girls cheered, our Alun would never lie. The knights are always right. Whatever he says, we believe that man is the killer. Kill him. Surrounded and harassed by the group of women, he sighed in frustration, good grief. Today I finally witnessed the true definition of a mindless fanatic. He spun around to warn the crowd, stay away from me. Don't think that just because I'm a man I'll put up with this. But the girls continued to scream for his life and lunged at him like moths to a flame. Taking advantage of the distraction, Alun pretended to help the other knights away. No one noticed the sinister smile hidden behind that decent facade. Alun calmly hoisted the bodies of the two ill-fated knights onto his shoulders and stood up. Seeing the guy planning to slip away, Chuang then reached out to block him and shouted, where do you think you're going, you coward? Only a coward uses women as a shield, he added, while the girls still held onto him tightly without letting go. Suddenly, Hong Ha lunged out, stabbed a knife into his abdomen, and screamed, no one is allowed to hurt my Alun. His face darkened as he looked at her. Then he coldly pushed her away, shaking her off and demanding if she had lost her mind. Immediately after, he decisively pulled out the dagger stuck in his abdomen. He scanned the surroundings. A group of girls clutching weapons were surrounding him, shouting frantically that he had just tried to harm Alun and they would never let him escape, swearing that anyone who dared to touch a single hair on Alun's head would be sent straight to hell. Chuang then sighed in utter exhaustion, wondering if these women had lost their minds, lacking any self-respect, reason, or critical thinking ability. How were they any different from brainless zombies? Right at that moment, the system interface popped up with a reminder that the core resonance ultimate technique could be applied to human bodies, even though the impact wasn't as strong as on zombies. Seeing the crowd rushing in with knives ready to stab, he pulled himself together. People this delusional, even if they lived in the apocalypse, would only be food for others, so why the hell should he show them mercy? He immediately activated the skill core, severing the heads of the group of girls from their necks. At the same time, Alun had already helped the other two guys get out. Turns out they had just passed out from an electric shock. One knight coughed a few times and confessed, thanks a lot, brother. I never thought you'd still save us at death's door. The remaining knight chimed in, I didn't see that guy trying to drive anyone to a dead end. He was just being driven mad by our side. Otherwise, with that skill level of his, we would have been goners long ago. Suddenly, Alun morphed into two short blades and whispered to them, maybe so, but what if he suddenly got the urge to kill? I don't want to throw my life away just yet. His level far surpasses ours, and even though I've just touched the threshold of the mid-tier stage 1, I wouldn't dare be sure I could escape. He pressed the cold blade tightly against the knight's neck and whispered, therefore. He coldly swung his blade to take both of their lives, then murmured, bear with it and be my scapegoat, comrades. Watching the two corpses dissolve into nothingness, Alun dusted off his hands and stood up to wander alone, thinking that bringing those people out here wasn't for charity, but simply to find a quiet corner. Once that monster left, this base would still belong to him, just as the virtual screen flashed. Ting, congratulations on leveling up to mid-tier stage 3 superpower. Suddenly, a whisper right behind him made him jump in shock. Actually, I calculated this from the very beginning. Chuang then stood right behind him, leisurely resting his hands and declaring, all I needed to do was collect the full set of anti-radiation gear and that would be it, without bothering to get tangled in your muddy waters, but your shamelessness convinced me to change my mind. He clenched his fists tightly. Chuang then rushed toward him and shouted, well then, get lost and clean up the place. The exact moment Chuang then closed in, Alun was horrified as he scanned Chuang then's stats, gritting his teeth in panic. His level is exposed. I've run into a demon. He's a high-tier master. How can a monster of this caliber even exist in this world? Seeing Chuang then hurriedly charging in, Alun frantically waved his hands and yelled, let's negotiate slowly. You need supplies, right? I'll hand them all over to you. Without even pausing, Chuang then hurled down a 1,000-pound punch. The blow slammed into the ground, tearing open a deep, plunging trench. Fortunately for Alun, he dodged just in time. Chuang then launched a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Alun to resist hopelessly as he screamed in despair, this lunatic. In his mind, calculations raced. If we fight head-on, I'm dead for sure, but at this speed, trying to make a run for it should still go smoothly, right? Behind his back, a landmine exploded. In front of him, an energy shield blocked the way, yet Chuang then still barreled straight toward him. Right at that moment, Alun frantically channeled his power into the wall. The door swung wide open to catch the breeze. He recoiled. Chuang then had discovered something unusual. The large crates that Alun had smashed open were filled to the brim with zombies. The young man immediately unleashed his attack. The core resonance took effect. The group of zombies was cleanly eliminated. Alun kept glancing back over his shoulder with a look of astonishment as he ran. His hands continuously smashed through several other crates. Another swarm of zombies poured out thick and dense. He thought to himself that the situation was tough, though he knew that even if these living dead could only stall that monster for a few seconds, it would be worth it. Chuang then's eyes suddenly became incredibly cold and sharp. He continued to blow the heads off the zombies. Then he swung his sword, lunged forward, and kicked Alun straight in the back. As soon as he tumbled over, the young man leaped into the air. Terrified, he turned his head and stammered, asking what he was trying to do. He glared sharply, warning him to shut his mouth and only speak when asked, while Alun screamed, calling him a crazy, foul-mouthed madman. He pressed the blade close to the man's face, stomped hard on his back, and scolded him, saying that an upgrade as useless as this was nothing more than a pathetic, brainless waste, and that telling people they were sent to the border to stop monsters was likely just a lie. Alun stammered, confessing that they just did whatever those foolish women said, and that no one was stupid enough to risk their lives. As long as they threw them a few favors, they could rake in money without breaking a sweat, and leveling up was incredibly easy. He even tried to bait him into forming a team, claiming they would be an unstoppable duo who could live like kings in this place, while Chuang then pondered to himself that it turned out they weren't hunting monsters at all, even though the radioactive border monsters were real. Casually drawing his sword, he continued to question him about the missing radioactive material since they hadn't gone to the border, but the man incoherently replied that he didn't know because it wasn't a big deal anyway. Alun quickly changed the subject, proposing they team up as a perfect pair and asking what he thought of that idea. The young man coldly swung his sword down, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. He gritted his teeth and cursed, asking what kind of pair they were, accusing him of planning to use human lives as cannon fodder and calling him an absolute animal. At that very moment, the system panel appeared, displaying his stats. He turned around to gaze at the swarming sea of zombies. Then he suddenly started and turned his gaze in one direction. A massive chained zombie appeared there along with his minions, who were wearing strange masks. A hulking guardian wrapped in iron chains with blood-red eyes let out a grunt and a low growl. Chuang then smiled with great interest as he saw his prey fall into the trap. They escorted each other a short distance. He intended to brandish his willow dao and risk his life against the giant, but suddenly heard a loud shout stopping him. Don do it. A long-haired girl rushed out, shielding the burly man, and frantically called out, "Brother Zhang." She stammered, pleading, "I promise to hand over the full anti-radiation suit. I only beg you, if you must strike, take me with him." Zhang Shen appeared extremely annoyed. He was about to charge forward, causing her to fall to the ground in fright. Zhang Shen glared irritably, "Stop playing games with me. Do you think I wouldn't dare to act against you? Speak quickly, what plot did you have in mind by using that anti-radiation gear to lure me here?" The pitiful muse sobbed and recounted the story. "My purpose, of course, is to send all of them to the underworld. From the first glance, I knew you were my savior." Under the dazzling and brilliant stage lights, 4 dancers were performing enthusiastically. A beam of green light shone directly onto the audience area. The long-haired girl and her lover were bewildered by everything. The performance of the 4 horsemen suddenly dragged us into this monstrous world. But soon, both of them gradually adapted to their new life. After a little initial confusion, we reluctantly accepted reality. We thought having each other was enough, and we weren't afraid of anything, but unexpectedly, trouble began to brew from then on. The group of 4 horsemen began to act superior, claiming to be above everyone, using the pretense of fighting radioactive monsters to have their fanatic followers search for supplies. These were the 4 men on stage just now. But gradually, I noticed fewer and fewer men in the camp, so I discussed with my lover about finding a way to escape quickly. Her boyfriend took her hand and they fled. However, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Soon, the girl was left alone in the middle of the camp. Then I was even forced to serve those 4 men. The whispers behind their backs kept pouring into her ears. Being favored by the 4 horsemen is a blessing for 3 generations. What is a useless boyfriend like you worth? Disappearing might even be a good thing. Loyalty to them is our destiny. Other than the 4 horsemen, all men deserve to die. The girl turned to look at her former lover, who had now become disfigured and grotesque. Because I hoped to survive and reunite, I gritted my teeth and stayed. By the time I found him, the situation had become like this. She angrily pounded the ground. It's those damn 4 horsemen who harmed him to this point, and the people in the camp are not innocent either. Even Gai Hong, he was involved. Shamelessly, those 4 dared to suck the blood of innocent girls to level up themselves. She collapsed to the ground and wept in despair, so they never went to the front lines to fight monsters. These imposters truly deserve 1,000 deaths. At this moment, Zhang Shen finally understood everything. "So you were using me to clean up this mess." The long-haired girl unexpectedly turned her head to apologize. "I'm sorry for using you, but I was cornered and I had no other choice for revenge." She pushed the door open forcefully to enter the room inside. The girl quickly flipped up the tarp covering to reveal the hidden assets she had been hoarding. She placed the pile of items into Zhang Shen's hands. "Here are the protective suits. I promised you 4 complete sets. I've said what I needed to say. If you want to take my life, feel free. I only wish to die together with my lover." Zhang Shen was stunned at this point. No wonder he could find any anti-radiation gear after searching the whole area. It turned out she had hidden it in this corner. Zhang Shen withdrew his energy. "I have what I needed to take." Cleaning up the camp also yielded a lot of supplies. Let's consider it even. He intended to leave but suddenly glanced back and added a few words. "I have no reason to attack you. Besides, I'm very busy. Die however you please." Zhang Shen casually threw back a dagger and coldly added, "But does your mutated lover truly want to die with you?" Chuang then immediately fell silent, not bothering to say another word to the long-haired girl. However, he still did not leave. Suddenly, a large, fierce-looking brute rushed out to block the path. Kwang Then's eyes instantly flashed with icy gaze. It was obvious that this guy wanted to attack him. The guy's scream rang out, filled with aggression and ferocity. At that very moment, a dazzling ray of light suddenly flashed past. In just the blink of an eye, Chuang then leaped into the air, delivering a direct kick to the head that caught the guy completely off guard. The long-haired girl jumped in fright and frantically asked him what he was doing, because by then Chuang then had already swiftly locked and twisted both of the guy's arms behind his back, leaving the opponent completely subdued. After handling the situation, Chuang then casually dusted off his hands and said, I was just afraid you wouldn't have the strength to finish him off, so I conveniently broke his 2-arm joints for you. No need to thank me. Before turning around and walking away, he kindly reminded her on the south side of Duong City, there is a military base guarded by the soldiers of the Long Nation. If you still have your life, crawl over there. Your brain is somewhat smart after all. They will surely welcome you warmly. While the girl was still tightly embracing the man. It seemed the guy understood Chonglin's instructions, so he turned his head and stared fixedly at him. Trembling, the guy tried to use his remaining strength to tightly hug his lover and comfort her. The girl was in extreme panic, her mouth incessantly mumbling Chonglin's instructions about the military base in Duong, wondering in her heart whether this zombie boyfriend of hers really wanted to walk into a death trap with her. The giant began to emit bizarre guttural growls with blood streaming down his face, as if deep down in his heart he only hoped his beloved would live a peaceful life. Chongling also quietly clicked his tongue and thought to himself that if this girl was truly wise enough to find her way to the southern military base, perhaps the two of them would still have a chance to reunite. On his way to the Nanshan Central Hospital, Chongling was startled when the system announced that the obedience potion only had 10 short seconds of effect remaining. The countdown timer ticked away rapidly. The obedience potion had 9 seconds left and only 8 seconds left. The fateful moment was approaching. In a panic, Chongling wanted to scream at the top of his lungs, "Oh my God, this is bad, it's too late. I pray that little girl doesn't go crazy right now." And then the restraint potion completely lost its effect. Suddenly, a miserable weeping sound echoed from inside, terrifying Chongling to the extreme. He thought himself, "It's completely over now, this time she's really going crazy." He hurriedly dashed upstairs like a flash of lightning, kicked open the wooden door with his foot, and shouted Hidayat's name at the top of his lungs. However, what struck his eyes was a scene of Little Hai playfully messing with a bottle of soda while Hidayat was laughing and trying hard to dodge the splashing droplets. "I told you not to shake it hard, you naughty little girl." The scene before his eyes left Chongling frozen in place with a belly full of questions. Chongling lowered his voice and asked Hidayat what on earth was going on and why she had let her go. The girl hesitated, stammering to explain because. Right at that moment, Little Hai also noticed Chongling standing behind her. The little girl trotted over, threw her arms around Hidayat, and coquettishly called her mom, leaving Chongling completely dumbfounded on the side, his eyes wide as he blurted out the word mom in astonishment. Little Hai turned her head and stared intently at Chongling's face. The little girl then called out dad, making Chongling wrinkle his nose with disgust and mimic the word dad. Hidayat didn't even bother to give a lengthy explanation, merely reminding him to just go along with it for now. Chongling looked at her blankly, wondering what on earth was going on. Little Hai sat in a corner, wolfing down large portions of food that looked extremely appetizing. Chongling stood staring in a daze, wondering if waking up to find things like this was normal, all his knowledge completely forgotten, his appetite even bigger than before, and his mouth constantly calling her mom. Treo Hidayat, standing right beside him, replied that it seemed the little girl had triggered some strange recognition mechanism after fainting. She also recalled that heart-pounding moment, thanking goodness that was all it was, because letting the girl loose while he was away would have been far too reckless. Treo Hidayat timidly snuggled close to Chongling, softly apologizing because the girl's innocent and pitiful gaze made her unable to refuse. She walked over to comfort Little Hai, thinking to herself that even if the girl had lost all her memories, her true nature remained the same as always. Treo Hidayat smiled gently and said that whatever the girl had forgotten or never known, they could simply patiently teach her again from the beginning. Therefore, over the next 2 days, Chongling began coaching Little Hai to refamiliarize herself with the world through some elementary lessons. The little girl pretended to study very attentively, and he even warned her not to imitate every single pig squeal she heard. Little Hai laughed out loud while using a gun to shoot down the surrounding zombies. The little girl excitedly waved her hands frantically at Chongling to show off her achievement, saying, "Dad, look at me." Chongling clapped and showered her with praise, saying, "Great job, that's amazing. Your zombie clearing skills are still in top form, but don't call me Dad anymore, you must call me Great King." Little Hai mischievously corrected it to Great King Dad, leaving Chongling completely speechless and defeated. Treo Hidayat cheerfully chatted that since Little Hai recovered so quickly, it would be wonderful if she could remember her past. Chongling replied that memories weren't something you could force, and things were already great as they were right now. He suggested they continue heading straight toward the energy quarry. The notification board popped up showing the total accumulated crystal cores at this moment was 200,000 along with 4 large energy blocks. Chongling called out to the little mouse not to play around anymore, saying that once lunch was finished, they had to hit the road. It seemed that Little Hai didn't pay the slightest attention to Chongling's warning. The little girl suddenly slipped away in a flash, making Chongling jump and scream, "Where on earth do you think you're running off to?" Chongling hurriedly used his hands to brush away the messy, tangled green clutter. Chasing after her, he called out, "Treo Hidayat, what kind of situation is this? I have to go grab her by the collar." Hidayat, take the opportunity to adjust the aircraft. Treo Hidayat quickly replied, "Got it right away." Along the deserted hospital corridor, Chongling kept shouting, "Little mouse, oh little mouse. Little Hai, stop messing around, we have to leave right now." Suddenly, hearty laughter mixed with strange groans echoed, making Chongling startled, turn his head back, and wonder what on earth is this sound. He immediately bolted headfirst toward the staircase area below. Running in a panic, he shouted anxiously, "Little Hai, what the heck are you doing?" He raised his sword to strike, but Little Hai rushed out to block him. It turned out to be a weeper. "Little Hai, get out of the way." He completely hadn't expected such a thing to still be left in this building. The system gave useless hints and provided information too slowly. Little Hai stammered in defense that she was very different. The girl even stubbornly argued that she looked so pretty this was a properly made over piece and belonged to her, so if he wanted to leave, he was forced to take her along while Tu Na could only sit in one place and emit groans. Chuang Then's jaw dropped in shock as he asked, "Are you really Tu Na? Why have you ended up in such a state?" Tu Na didn't bother to answer, only staring blankly at the empty syringes scattered all around. Chuang then swallowed hard to suppress his astonishment. After a few days of not seeing her, it turned out she had been hiding here, secretly injecting herself with beauty treatments. Although it was unclear whether she still looked human, at least she was easier on the eyes than before. He just didn't know if her brain had recovered at all. Chuang then hurriedly squatted down, making Little Hai think he was up to something harmful to Tuong Na, so she rushed to stop him. "Great King, calm down, don't hurt her." Chuang then observed the situation from Tuong Na and repeatedly called her name. "Tuong Na, we now want to set off for the place where the meteorite fell to find the crystal core," and Tiu Hai, standing nearby, immediately hugged him tightly. Chuang then spoke up and asked Tuong Na, "Do you want to come with me?" Miserable weeping echoed from the helicopter. It turned out that Tiu Hai was crying incessantly, "Where's my pretty zombie doll?" And no matter how Trio Hai Diet coaxed her, it was no use, while Chuang Then's face darkened, feeling that this fatigue was truly completely different from when they first left. Trio Hai Diet had no choice but to comfort her. "Oh, come on, staying here is fine, hurry up and sit down," but Tiu Hai pouted in anger, blaming the CEO. Dad is so mean and has scared me." Chuang then clarified, "Why blame me? She is the one who felt her own state was unstable, so she chose not to come with us," while Tuong Na continuously shook her head in refusal. He continued speaking, "If that brat wants to follow along in the future, she can just find her own way here." Hearing this, Tio Hai stopped crying and asked, "Is that true, mister?" Trio Hai Diet added a few soothing words, "Brother Shen is not tricking you. Don't cry anymore. Obediently sit down." Chuang then said sternly, "If she refuses to go, then so be it. I am not the type of person who likes to spoil children." Tio continued to make a fuss and throw a tantrum, "I want that doll," but only received a cold look from Chuang then, and naturally Tio became even more stubborn and wailed in vain. Trio Hai Diet, standing nearby, also felt exasperated with the father and daughter Brother Shen's sigh, but Chuang Then's attitude remained extremely resolute. "Hai Diet, you shouldn't spoil her too much. Back then you had no idea how I had to deal with those female zombies." Hai Diet swung her sword and cleanly sliced through the sign. The sign read, "No trespassing." The outskirts of Nanjing City, this place was the quarantined area where the meteorite had fallen. Tiu Hai exclaimed, "The trees here are so tall," and Trio Hai Diet agreed, "and they grow so densely too." Chuang then walked while observing his surroundings. From this point on is the meteorite isolation zone, and there is a very high possibility that extremely strong radiation exists. Hai Diet, what are the current parameters? Trio Hai Diet glanced at the watch on her wrist. "I'm not quite sure either, but if this is just the blockade ring, it probably hasn't reached a dangerous level yet." She stared intently at the phone screen. "The radiation unit in our world is measured in sieverts, and 6 sieverts is already the threshold for harming the human body, but here they use the Tate unit, and the number is fluctuating between 0 and 0.1. Chuang then thought deeply, because the world structures are too similar, I almost forgot that we and this place belong to 2 different civilizations. Just at that moment, a notification rang out. Hidden system notification. TET is the radiation unit of Blue Star. The tolerance limit for an ordinary person is 200. For unranked awakened ones, the limit is 600. But they can use the energy barrier skill to resist at the cost of consuming a large amount of energy crystal cores to minimize radiation damage in a short period of time. Anti-radiation clothing can block 500 TET. But once the tolerance threshold is exceeded, the protective gear will completely lose its effect. Tier 3 mutated infected creatures, their corpses will not be affected by radiation, but when the radiation level exceeds 1,500 Tate, the zombies will lose their activity, and when it exceeds 3,000 Tate, the zombies will begin to perish. Another message popped up. Tier 9 biochemical humans can currently withstand 2,000 Tate of nuclear radiation, and their resistance will gradually increase with environmental changes. At this moment, Chuang Then's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and he angrily blurted out, "Good grief, this resistance just keeps increasing according to the environment. What a freakish thing beyond description." Tiu Hai, standing next to him, immediately retorted, "What do you mean freakish?" Chuang then irritably pushed her face away. "It's precisely that item located in the 3rd box of the 3rd row in the storage space. Hai Diet. Teddy is the radiation measurement unit of this world, and the tolerance limit for ordinary people is 200 Tet. To ensure absolute safety for everyone, we should still put on anti-radiation protective suits." Trio Hai Diet, wanting to stop the bickering between the father and daughter, hastily agreed, "All right." While putting on his gloves, he muttered, "Storage ring, huh, found it." Everyone was fully prepared. "All right, let's set off." Tio Hai held the item in her hand and asked Trio Hai Diet, "Mom, what is this?" Trio Hai Diet turned to look at the object in her child's hand with a surprised expression and didn't dare to speak. Trio Hai Diet had no choice but to remind her, "Tio, why do you still have this thing? Throw it away right now." But naturally the child refused to listen. "Why should I throw it away?" Chuang then looked helpless. "Can the 2 of you show me some respect?" He cast his gaze around, thinking this was a dense forest, but it turned out that this place had originally also been a bustling metropolis, and it only turned into such a desolate wasteland because it had gone through a long period without any human footprints. The deeper they went into the interior, the thicker and larger the trees became, and even cars were tossed high up into midair. Chuang then spoke up to guide the way for everyone. "This is the National Forest Park, and the epicenter of the meteorite fall is right over there." Trio Hai Diet seemed to have discovered something and shouted, "Brother Shen. Tio Hai, your guess is completely accurate. The closer we get to the meteorite, the more terrifying the radiation becomes." Chuang then observed his surroundings. This was originally a desolate wasteland devoid of people, but strangely enough, not even a single zombie was in sight and the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Even though the people from the Four Horsemen camp had never set foot here, radiation monsters certainly existed in this area. Could they all be responsible for this? The group stopped in front of a house, while Chuang was feeling uneasy because the radiation shield had been partially breached. Tiu Hai jumped up in excitement upon seeing that their destination was about to appear. Tiu Hai dashed inside like lightning. Just as I was about to follow, the other two were stunned and hurriedly shouted, "Hey kids, stop right there." The little child skipped around to explore the towering trees when suddenly a strange cry rang out, shattering the space. The other two chased after her in a panic, and Trung then shouted, "Little mouse, the situation here is still unclear. Why are you running around like that?" True Hai Diet also anxiously called out Tiu Hai. Tiu Hai pointed toward Trung then and said, "Over there. Big brother, but there is something over there." Trung then turned around in startle, asking, "What is it?" Trung then hurriedly gave a warning gesture, "Be careful, something is rushing out over there." A bird with feathers as fiery red as flames swooped down from above right before everyone's eyes. Both Trung then and True Hai Diet could sense the threat emanating from it. Quite the opposite, Tiu Hai appeared extremely fascinated by this creature. The creature glided and let out a cry. Contrasting with its colorful appearance was a chilling and haunting sound. Tiu Hai demanded to chase after it because she was mesmerized by its beautiful plumage. If Chuang then hadn't stopped her, she probably would have flown away with it. "Stop right there, are you a fox or a bird?" Tiu Hai pouted in disappointment as she watched it fly away, and the system began to fade out. An energy beast. This species grows by absorbing radiation. It is a red-feathered beast, a rare C rank in its adult state. Trung then fell into deep thought. Energy beasts are the culprits behind the radiation. Doesn't he look particularly formidable? But what if I can't handle it? That would be dangerous. Tiu Hai begged to catch one to raise as a pet, and of course, Trung then flatly refused. "No, because I'm not the type to spoil children, not because I'm afraid I can't beat it, you know." Trio Hai Diet almost laughed her lungs out upon hearing that. The radiation index kept jumping continuously. 1500, 2200, 2200, 2300. Trung then anxiously asked about Hai Diet's condition. "How do you feel? You look so pale." She only smiled to reassure him that she was fine, just feeling tired due to psychological factors. The deeper they went, the faster the index rose. It seemed the meteorite crater was close by. Tiu Hai also grew tired and asked to go to sleep. Looking at the clock, it was already 2400. Even with protective gear, they were about to hit the threshold of an awakened S limit. The index was rising more and more shockingly, and Tiu Hai's resistance was simply traded off by energy consumption. Trung then turned back and seriously instructed, "From now on I will proceed alone. You two stay in the safe area and wait for me." Trio Hai Diet questioned him while Tiu Hai stubbornly insisted on following along. Trung then coaxed Tiu Hai into staying behind to protect her mom, promising that if he found an energy beast that didn't attack, he would let her raise it. Hearing that, Tiu Hai beamed and agreed immediately. Trung then added that it had to be approved by mom before she could raise it. Tiu Hai nodded repeatedly. Trio Hai Diet's face flushed red at the way he referred to himself as mom, but someone was lurking behind them. It turned out that Tuing Na had also been tailing the group all along. A thick white smoke enveloped Trung then, and he was speechless, not knowing what to say. It was already 4950 to Tate. Trung then looked at the number 4950 on the watch. Taking another step would render the protective gear instantly useless. How insane! The radiation had condensed to the point of being visible to the naked eye. The closer they got to the crater, the denser the white mist became. But the meteorite block was right ahead. Even knowing it was hanging by a thread, Trung then had no choice but to bite the bullet and take a gamble. 5000 T. He braced himself and pushed deeper into the inner area. The protective suit he was wearing kept tearing apart. Trung then suddenly noticed something unusual. The protective gear overloaded and finally ripped to shreds. Trung then decided to activate his energy shield. Shielded by the energy wall, Trung then crawled forward, completely immune to the billowing white radiation. He hovered in midair upon reaching his destination, where white smoke was rising, and Trung then exclaimed in astonishment that he had found it. Muttering to himself, he reached out to touch the crystal embedded deep in the cliff. This was the crystal core with the most terrifying energy in existence, and the energy shield immediately enveloped the stone the moment his hand touched it. Trung then frowned deep in thought, calculating that although it was small, it weighed at least 10 kilograms. He recalled the laboratory mouse from Tu Nu Nest's previous experiment, which had been turned into a monstrosity by only 1/10 billionth of the energy leaking from the crystal's surface, and he remembered the deformed mouse with blood-red eyes he had seen in her glass case. Then, Trung then cried out in panic, worrying to himself that without even his protective suit touching it would be extremely dangerous. But as the crystal fell, dust flew everywhere. This thing had the power to alter Earth's entire ecosystem and wipe out human civilization. A blazing red flame dove to the ground, exploding in successive layers and sending debris flying high into the sky. Below, the shadows of zombies were everywhere. The purest energy core was right before his eyes, and such immense power was an opportunity he absolutely could not miss. Keeping a safe distance, not daring to tamper with the glowing crystal, he muttered to himself, wondering if it could be put into his storage space or absorbed directly, just hoping the system would provide a notification soon. A notification board displayed data. The hidden system confirmed that the crystal core was the only item that could be stored in the inventory, capable of sustaining biological energy and possessing eternal power, with contact triggering a surge of intense energy. Even if you only touch it for a mere 0.15 seconds at your peak, it would take a full 10 days to completely digest and absorb this energy source. By then, your strength would reach a new level, and the violent energy absorption phase would make you completely immune to all damage. As Trung then sat huddled in his protective field staring at the crystal, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. "So, if Trung then can to die, that's enough. So, not being able to die is enough." Then let me help you with this power. As she finished speaking, Tanuna lunged from behind, crouching down to grab at the crystal sitting right in front of Truong then. While he was still rejoicing over the secret he had gained from the system, he suddenly froze, sensing something was wrong, and whipped his head around. Tanuna screamed as she fell to the ground right next to where he was sitting. Truong then reacted quickly, jumping up and dodging to the side, then exclaimed in shock, "What on earth is this?" He stood there stunned, panicked, and shouting. Tanuna, fearless and reckless, just kept crawling on the ground. Her face showed a mix of joy and fear as she let out a soft moan and reached out her left hand to touch the crystal. Truong then behind her jumped forward, grabbed her shoulder and yanked her back, shouting, "Why did you come all the way here? Don't touch that, how could you withstand this radiation?" She screamed in panic as she was pulled away. Truong then silently cursed his own lack of caution, thinking that since the radiation was so thick no one would dare approach, never imagining she would sneakily follow. Truong then tried to keep her shoulder within the safety zone to avoid the white radiation, but Tanuna kept struggling to reach for the crystal, causing him to flare up and roar, "Are you trying to rebel? Don't you know this will make the zombie virus ineffective?" He then hesitated and muttered to himself, "Could it be that the system suddenly displayed the words, subject infected with level 2 mutant virus, the body will not be affected by radiation. However, when the radiation threshold exceeds 1,500 units, the zombie virus will lose its activity, and exceeding 1,500 units more will cause the virus to begin dying." Truong then's eyes widened in amazement as he read this. He immediately deduced that Tanuna had discovered long ago that the radiation could temporarily suppress and control the zombie virus in her body. He imagined her clutching the crystal with glowing blue eyes, surrounded by brilliant light like snowflakes, and thought to himself that she wanted to use the crystal core to destroy the virus within her. But that was inherently impossible. Then, Truong then looked at her with concern and shouted, "You've really gone mad? Your body has long been a living corpse sustained by that zombie virus. If the virus dies, you die too." She burst into tears, struggling and squeezing her eyes shut to escape, but failed as his hand firmly clamped down on her shoulder. He thought to himself it was truly strange that she would just rush like that into the toxic radiation zone without a care for the danger. Suddenly, Dinah's body stiffened, her eyes rolled back, and she coughed violently a few times. Then she collapsed limply due to exhaustion. He stood right behind her, hurriedly catching her shoulder and calling out loudly, "Hey, Dinah." He muttered further, "Has she really reached her limit? There's only a thin line between a genius and a madman. A woman like this is definitely leaning more towards madness. She's truly out of her mind." Dinah sat slumped on the ground in a daze, and Truong then behind her immediately reached out to help her up. Then he frowned, gazing longingly toward the crystal emitting wave after wave of radiation. Truong then swallowed his anger at this trouble and sighed involuntarily. "Oh well, whatever, for now just leaving her like this is probably fine, as if a second crazy person is going to pop up." Having finished, he hoisted her up onto his shoulder, turned around with a grimace on his face and muttered, "Running into this kind of type is truly hopeless." He pondered deeply and added a layer of energy armor. "We redoomed." He gritted his teeth, staring straight ahead, employing his teleportation ultimate to carry her and move very quickly to shorten the time. In his mind at that moment, he was solely set on dragging her out of the radiation nest as fast as possible. Suddenly, someone's clear voice rang out, "Tu Hai, look over there, there's a strange, bright orange cluster of creatures way up on the high treetop." It turned out that Hidayat was walking around the foliage looking for her, and she called out in a booming voice, "Tu Hai, which corner are you hiding in?" Despite her calling until her throat was hoarse, Tu Hai ignored her because she was engrossed in admiring the large baby birds in the nest on top of the tree, and she smiled with delight. Tu Hai grinned from ear to ear and stretched forward to reply, "Good little birds, come home with my sister." Who would have expected Chuang then to suddenly poke his head out from behind her and speak in a deep voice, "Little bird, what were you just planning to snatch up?" Tu Hai was startled out of her wits, whirled around and stammered, "Big boss, why are you back so fast?" He glared at her with wide eyes and said through gritted teeth, "I've told you many times that you were not allowed to do that." Next came thunderous punches, though it was unclear who had to take the full brunt of the beating. Hidayat heard the commotion, immediately turned around and cried out in a panic, "Brother than Tu Hai." Seeing him grab Tu Hai by the collar and leap down from the tree to the ground, she rushed over anxiously and said with relief, "Thank goodness I finally caught you." Tu Hai, having just been smacked 3 times by him until her head was swollen, whimpered and snitched, "Sister Hidayat, the big boss is hitting me." Chuang was burning with anger and gave Tu Hai a smack on the head. "That'll teach you to be stubborn. If you dare repeat this again, I'll tie your arms behind your back with a rope." The girl held her face, turned away, and muttered in protest, "He hit me a tiny bit and he's scaring me, always resorting to physical violence at the drop of a hat. You really are a brute, Dad." She uttered with curiosity when she accidentally caught sight of something interesting. "It looks just like a pretty hopping zombie doll." Having muttered that, she scampered over to where Dinah was lying motionlessly. Hidayat asked in a daze, "Isn't he this the gift brother than carried back earlier? Why is Dinah here like this? How long has she been tailing us to end up in this state?" Hidayat propped her hands on her knees, bent over to scrutinize her, and asked persistently. Chong then glanced at her body and calmly replied, "She sneakily followed me to borrow the radiation energy to destroy the zombie cells in her body. Looking at this state, it's probably hard to save her." Meanwhile, Tu Hai was squatting down, intently sniffing and probing something on her body. Then she stuck out her tongue and curled her lips in disdain. "Her body now smells entirely of rotting stench. Smelling this fall, how can she even be considered a zombie anymore?" He stood with his hands in his pants pockets behind her and continued, "Sure enough." Hidayat fell silent, gazing fixedly at Dinah. Chuang then frowned and thought, never would I have expected her to be crazy enough to use her own body as a guinea pig to test the zombie cure. After all, even if she has to risk her life and trade everything to become a normal human again, it is truly admirable. Once finished, Hidayat looked up and asked, brother, then, should we send her off to dust once and for all? He was operating the system screen while turning to reply to her. No need, this girl's constitution is quite special, so who knows, there might still be a glimmer of hope to turn the tide. Besides, we probably have to camp out at the crystal crater area for a while. Take these supplies. As soon as he finished speaking, a pile of daily living tools and food stacked up in front of Hidayat made her stare blankly and ask, all these weapons and food, just how long do you intend to hold out in that godforsaken place? Tiuhai cried out in alarm, do you intend to jump right down into the crystal crater? Don't worry, what are those few radiation rays compared to me? Chuang then reassured her while busily putting on protective gear. You two remember to take good care of yourselves and wait for the day of my triumphant return. I'm out of here. Tiuhai, remember to listen to Sister Hidayat, and as for that habit of yours of picking up random things, you read dead meat if you do it this time, hear me. He warned as he bolted away at top speed. Tiuhai stared with wide eyes and let out an incoherent cry while Hidayat called out after him, brother, then you must be extremely careful walking. As for Chuang, then at this moment he had already dashed full speed into the path leading to the deep crystal crater amid the dense encirclement of radiation. Wincing as he muttered, the feeling of getting close to this place is always disgustingly unpleasant like this. He finally reached the crystal crater, telling himself that once he entered the zone of high concentration radiation, his protective gear would become useless as the white light grew increasingly intense. Fueled by surging determination, Chuang then threw himself into the crystal crater without a moment's hesitation. He felt an immense sense of unease, as if an invisible wall were desperately trying to hold him back. His precious protective suit subsequently disintegrated into thin air. He immediately activated the 5th level of the soul-burning technique to reinforce his defenses. His body was now enveloped in a mystical blue halo. Transforming from his ordinary human state, he underwent a powerful physical change as his muscles bulged. This was his berserk state. Prominent blue veins stood out against his bright red skin on his face and neck. 2 powerful rays of blue light flashed from his pupil. With his body shrouded in an aura resembling a protective shield, he seized the opportunity to use flash to leap across the streams of radiation. Seeing the moment was right, he lunged straight toward the crystal, which was emitting extreme energy, and grabbed it with a calculated intent. He gritted his teeth firmly and silently commanded absorb. The crystal instantly merged into his body, accompanied by brilliant, multicolored beams of light. He squeezed the treasure tightly while contemplating its fierce resistance, which caused the protective membrane around him to begin wavering. He muttered that he could not rush the subdual, watching the glowing stone deplete his energy. He hesitated over whether to retreat temporarily. As his protective shield gradually grew thinner, Chuang then found himself in a heavy dilemma. The prominent veins on his face and neck showed he was straining to his limit, yet he told himself he could not give up now. He tried to force it to submit, tensing his arms and clamping down on the crystal to compel the absorption process. The system suddenly displayed an image of the crystal along with a caption detailing its rank, and he let out a soft sound of satisfaction. The crystal was gradually melting and radiating a more brilliant blue light than ever before. Chuang then grimaced as he sought a way to break it, wondering if this item was so stubborn that he could not suppress the energy within it. The absorption process had not yet succeeded. It seemed to be frantically drawing all the surrounding blue energy into itself. He stared at the stone spinning in his palm, constantly absorbing every ray of light, with astonishment clearly written on his face. The energy was strangely monstrous, he mused, then focused all his mental energy to continue the fusion process. Bolts of blue lightning from the stone connected directly into his brain, and he wondered why a high-level awakened individual like himself still could not tame it. Lightning-like cracks appeared all over his body as the stone continued to glow, and he cursed under his breath as his body was on the verge of total disintegration. No sooner had he thought this than a loud explosion echoed. Chuang then lay sprawled in the deep crater, while the crystal and the radiation streams began to float back up into the air. In a corner of the forest, faint streaks of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting light onto the silent ground. Tiuhai stood there, her expression blank as she gazed into an undefined void. Hidayat, holding fruit in her hand, watched her friend's strange expression with a bewildered look. She thought to herself that Tiuhai had become more agile and well-adapted over the past few days, but the habit of staring deep into the forest persisted, so she finally spoke up and reminded Tiuhai to look away. Just take your time and finish your meal, Xiaohai replied while turning her back toward the forest. Let's leave that matter for later. Seeing how determined the girl was, Hidayat stopped, insisting she join them at the table. Xiaohai stated firmly, Mother Hidayat, please wait here for a moment, I must go and bring Father Leader back first. As she spoke, she walked away with a slightly dazed expression. Immediately afterward, Xiaohai dashed rapidly in the direction Chuang then had taken earlier. Hidayat was shocked and screamed, oh my, what is wrong, Xiaohai? No matter how much Hidayat called out her name, Xiaohai walked away coldly, muttering under her breath about the radiation currents constantly spreading everywhere. While weaving through the radioactive dust mist in the forest, Xiaohai grumbled, none of this is tasty. I don't understand what Father Leader has been doing, staying cooped up in here for days. She felt as if the radiation concentration in the surrounding area was gradually thinning out. No sooner had she finished her sentence than Xiaohai arrived right at the edge of the crystal crater. Powerful radiation was still continuously pouring out. She stood still by the edge of the crater and whispered, so this unpleasant smell was all coming from down there. Xiaohai exclaimed joyfully, I've finally found Father Leader. She hurriedly slid down to the bottom of the crater and called out, Father Leader, why are you sleeping here? She then ran over to where Chuang then was lying face down on the ground in a charred, blackened state. She said Mother Hidayat has prepared dinner, so let's go home, but when Chuang then turned over, it was nothing but a mummified corpse. Xiao Hai was so shocked that she froze upon witnessing such a horrifying sight. Then she let out a piercing wail of grief. The sound echoed into the far distance. The scream was so loud that the birds perched on the high cliffs were startled and scattered in flight. Xiao Hai rushed to carry the shriveled corpse on her back, running and calling out, Mother, Mother Hidayat. Hearing the frantic calls, Hidayat turned her head anxiously and cried. She ran over quickly and asked, Where did you go? I was just about to look for you. With a pained expression, Xiao Hai, carrying Chuangdan on her back, replied, I went to fetch Father Leader. Afterward, Xiao Hai sadly laid Chuangdan down on the ground. Hidayat was terrified when she saw the charred black corpse and began to wail, Brother then. She collapsed beside Chuangdan, sobbing and reproaching him. How did it end up like this? Didn't you say there was no danger, you liar? Xiao Hai panted to reassure her. Mother Hidayat, don't cry anymore. Father Leader is fine. Hidayat wiped her tears and looked at her with skeptical eyes. You say he is still okay. But look at his condition, Hidayat said, touching the blackened body on the ground, feeling that his heartbeat was gone. Xiao Hai sighed wearily and said, It doesn't matter, nothing is wrong. Father Leader is just fast asleep. You don't need to worry too much. She just remained silent and did not reply. Hidayat frowned and thought. Xiao Hai's words sounded preposterous, but deep down she had a strange intuition. Because the girl was the one who brought Brother Than back, she did not believe that someone as strong as him would lose his life so easily. She told herself she must stay calm to look after everyone for him. A moment later, Hidayat moved toward the helicopter parked on the ground. Holding a glass of water, Xiao Hai asked in confusion, Oh Mother Hidayat, did Father Leader leave the helicopter for you? Are we about to take to the skies again? She turned her head, looked back, and grinned, saying, Wait for me to finish eating, then we can set off together. Deep inside the town, a column of smoke was billowing upward. The beasts were prostrate on the ground, doing something very mysterious. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, There are only 3 of them, we should still be able to handle this. The couple crouched by the upstairs window, whispering to each other as they observed the monster below. The leader, Dong Thayat Quan, strained his neck and ordered, I'll handle the straggler shortly, you 2 circle around to the back to distract the rest. Make sure they don't get near here before I make my move. The duo immediately shouted back, Understood. He then turned his head and declared firmly, Let's move out. With that, the soldiers dispersed to the back to carry out their mission. Just as he summoned his 2 massive axes, Dong Thayat Quan muttered to himself, I'll take it while it's distracted, and placed 1 foot on the window ledge. As he prepared to leap down, he nearly had a heart attack when he heard a shrill cry. The pink-haired girl spun around in a panic to scold him. We haven't even found our position yet and you're already making a scene. It turned out the scream was because the boy had tripped over an iron pipe in his fright. The girl next to him quickly helped him up and he stuttered, I'm sorry, my nerves got the best of me and I stumbled. The pink-haired girl immediately rushed to the window and pressed, Boss, what's the situation? He gritted his teeth and pressed his back against the wall under extreme tension. The monster suddenly snapped its head around, spotting them peeking through the window. Its eyes bloodshot and fierce stared unblinkingly upward. Dong Thayat Quan gripped his weapons, vaulted out the window and roared, Nowhere left to hide, let's fight. The pink-haired girl by the window cried out in alarm, Captain. The moment he swung both axes, tearing up the ground and sparking flames, the monster nimbly jumped aside to dodge. Witnessing this, he jumped in surprise and yelled, We're doomed. This is going to be really rough. Turning his head to look, he could only offer a wry pained smile as he saw the entire pack of monsters had completely surrounded him. Dong Thayat Quan's face was filled with murderous intent as he tightened his grip on his weapons and shouted, You bastards, come and get me if you think you can. Determined to take down one first, he acted on his thought and lunged recklessly straight toward the monster standing on the ground. He seized the momentum to swing his axe in a crushing blow toward its head with a fierce, murderous expression. Taking advantage of him being occupied with that monster, 2 others leaped up intending to ambush him from behind. Feeling intense pressure, he immediately used his right axe to block his head, accidentally striking the monster's head on. Right after that, the remaining monster unleashed a bizarre, spinning black whip attack toward him. The surprise sneak attack sent Dong Thayat Quan into a panicked frenzy, and he screamed in terror. The impact of the blow sent him flying, slamming his back hard against a large boulder nearby. The couple at the window saw their leader being ganged up on and opened fire to provide backup. She shrieked, Captain. And the other urged, quickly lay down, cover fire. Teammates, we should take this chance to get out of here. As he fired into the pack of monsters, he urged the others to escape, but he only smirked bitterly. Run, that word isn't in my dictionary. He then strained his neck to lift the heavy stone and muttered, Besides, how could I just disappear? Then he gathered all his strength and threw the massive rock straight at the ferocious pack of monsters. Did you think I would just sit here and wait for you to devour me? The Fufu roared and then smashed the giant rock to pieces. Just as the boulder shattered, Dong Thayat Quan suddenly jumped out from behind, brandishing his weapon with a loud shout, surrounded by a brilliant blue glow. The pair of Fufu were startled and surprised by this sudden appearance. Immediately after, he swung his axe in a continuous, fast-paced energy-accumulating combo, producing extremely piercing sounds. Next, only heavy panting could be heard coming from him. His face was covered in sweat. Lai Loi and his subordinates rushed over anxiously, repeatedly calling out to the captain. He forced a crooked smile and raised his hand in a gesture, Am I cool or not? I took down a few of them all by myself. Hurry up and help me up, I'm totally exhausted. Lai Loi's face darkened and he closed his eyes tightly and screamed, Captain, behind you. Hearing this, he was startled and whipped his head around to the back. Oh heavens, right behind him was a dense horde of zombies slowly closing in. Dong Thayat Quan stood frozen in place, his body trembling incessantly. Shifting the scene to Hidayat's group, Tiyuhai puffed out her cheeks and cried out that she was hungry. Mom, Hidayat, I want to eat chocolate. She gently replied, be a good girl, Tiyuhai, we only have bread now. Let's wait until we get back to Thienduang City and I'll make it up to you. In the helicopter flying back to the city, Tiyuhai pouted, puffed out her cheeks, and poked the cheek of Truong then, who was resting his head on her lap, muttering, Dad is so useless. He didn't even bother to prepare anything delicious. I'm going to starve to death. And what is Hidayat doing sitting up there, I wonder? She thought to herself. Clearly there are plenty of supplies stored. It's just that Tiyuhai is too picky, always demanding dim sum and chocolate. This must be the result of spoiling the child that brother then always talks about. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed, Captain, we can hold out anymore. What should we do? Everyone retreat quickly. Hidayat curiously poked her head out the window to observe. She witnessed Dong Thayat Quan summoning his weapon while shouting, I'll cover the rear, you guys get the hell out of here. Lei Loi fired his weapon while arguing, no way, these guys aren't abandoning you, which another person echoed. Captain, what are you hugging that landmine for? They were still firing frantically at the horde of living dead. Dong Thayat Quan's voice roared, get lost, this is an order. Spotting a pile of scattered chocolate under his feet, Tiyuhai's eyes lit up as she shouted, chocolate. Hidayat blurted out in bewilderment, what? He yanked the pin of the mine while gritting his teeth and shouting, go to hell, all of you. Tiyuhai wasn't even wearing protective gear inside the helicopter. She lunged straight down toward them, causing Hidayat to panic and scream at the top of her lungs, Tiyuhai, what nonsense are you pulling? But the kid had already jumped and was in free fall. She reached out and yelled, Don, detonate it. If it blows up, everything is gone. Tiyuhai plunged headfirst from the sky into the ground, creating a shocking impact with dust and debris filling the entire corner of the sky. She stomped her feet hard onto the ground, landing safely and absolutely unscathed. Then she turned and shot Dong Thayat Quan such a fierce glare that it scared him out of his wits, shaking like a leaf. She coldly warned, no detonation allowed. His face drained of all color, trembling uncontrollably as he hugged the smoke and fire, thinking, is this a tier 4 expert or a mutated zombie? Why can she speak so clearly? Tiyuhai strode up to him and violently snatched the bundle of explosives from his hands. Then she casually hurled the bag of mines high up into the sky. The detonator immediately did its job, exploding violently right in the middle of the swarm of insects. Immediately afterward, Tiyuhai assumed a combat stance, pressing her rear toes firmly against the ground and taking a deep breath. She darted forward like a flying arrow, slipping past the zombies, and reached out to grab the pile of chocolate on the ground. Once that was done, Tiyuhai glared and shouted fiercely, hand it all over to me at once. Get out of the way. With that, she shoved and elbowed the zombies aside, wagging her tail happily as she inspected the sweets, thrilled to finally feast on her favorite treat. She ignored the zombies, who were staring at her in utter shock with their jaws dropped. At that moment, Hidayat's helicopter began raining golden bullets down on the zombies from the sky, sending them scrambling in panic. Sitting in the cockpit, Hidayat piloted while scolding angrily, Tiyuhai, you're being too mischievous. If Anthen sees this, he's definitely going to spank you. Down on the ground, dodging bullets while hopping around, Tiyuhai retorted, big brother, is dad made of water or what? Deng the Chiquan stood there dumbfounded, completely clueless about what was going on. Taking the opportunity, Tiyuhai abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with innocence, as she asked, Mom, Hidayat, wouldn't he accidentally shoot her own child, would she? She closed her eyes tightly, put on a stern expression, waved her hand, and replied, no, absolutely not again. Ulkal, I stood next to Baugitharjiquan, stuttering as he asked, Captain, who on earth are they? They re terrifying, he replied thoughtfully, not sure, but they re definitely not enemies. If we interfere with our strength, we re just throwing our lives away. The zombies milled around in a panic, and one of them even stretched out its arms to grab the helicopter's landing skid, causing Hidayat to panic and scream loudly. The helicopter wobbled violently, causing Anthen, who was sitting in the back seat, to sway along with it. Then he tumbled out into open space because Tiyuhai had jumped up earlier and completely forgotten to close the cabin door. Anthen was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, pouring off him like a bath. Hidayat whipped her head around and cried out in panic, Anthen. Suddenly looking up at the sky and seeing a human figure falling heavily, Dongare Chin swallowed hard and remarked. Startled, Tiyuhai glanced in the direction where Anthen fell and screamed, oh crap, the boss is doomed. The surrounding zombies also turned their heads in a daze to watch the spectacle. Anthen crashed straight into the ground, lying motionless while exuding a rich, fragrant aroma all around. Smelling the scent, the zombies froze and stood rooted to the spot like wooden posts. Then, they frantically and overwhelmingly rushed toward the spot where Anthen was lying. Looking down from the helicopter at the surging crowd of zombies, Hidayat strained her neck and shouted, Anthen. Tiyuhai aggressively charged forward, delivering a devastating punch to the zombie's hip and screaming, get lost. Don't you dare harm boss dad. Just as the zombies bared their teeth, ready to tear him apart, a delicate protective barrier suddenly materialized around Anthen to shield him. Covering his eyes and daring not to look anymore, Lepolai stammered, Captain, that uncle is in such a miserable state, he must be smashed to pieces. Angavi Chun gritted his teeth and sighed, strong as they are, how can they withstand a sea of zombies? Everyone behind him stared in shock and horror. Immediately after, the lead zombie crouched down, opened its jaw wide and braced itself. It took a bite that shattered the protective shield. How sharp the teeth of this tree spirit were. Just as the defensive layer vanished, a brilliant, dazzling golden light flashed, leaving the zombies dumbfounded and staring. By now, Anthen had recovered his normal figure, losing his withered and dark appearance, and his entire body was overflowing with a radiant halo. Both Tiyuhai and Hidayat stared in utter astonishment at this awakening. Anthen closed his eyes and hovered in midair. With his jaw dropped, Elpalai asked, Captain, what is going on here? Looking equally bewildered, he replied, not sure, it looks like. The male lead slowly opened his half-closed eyes. He lowered his head, looked at his hand as the fingers moved slightly, and calmly muttered, "I'm awake. My head hurts from the coma, but I can finally open my eyes." The system notification panel lit up. Current rank God, Stage 1 Transcendent awakened. Staring intently at the virtual screen, he blurted out in surprise, "Wait a minute, did I just level up?" The system announced that God, the Stage 1 Transcendent awakened, had automatically maxed out innate talents, received a bonus of 20 attribute points, obtained 300 crystal skill points, saw all stats skyrocket by 100%, and unlocked the ultimate technique, One Finger Annihilation. The interface continued with another line of text. One Finger Annihilation fires a razor-sharp beam of light from the fingertip, dealing a devastating 1500% damage. If the target is not yet dead, they will continuously suffer 100% true damage every second for 10 seconds. The cooldown takes a whopping 20 hours, accompanied by a circular icon containing a V-shape interlaced with a hand. The system voice rang out repeatedly. Energy from the nucleus crystal has been activated. Countless other overpowered abilities are waiting to be unlocked. The higher the level, the more will be unlocked, and the crystal absorption efficiency has thus been maximized. Taking advantage of the male lead being distracted, a horde of zombies suddenly rushed forward, attempting another ambush. At this moment, Li, who was flying the helicopter at extremely low altitude, screamed at the top of his lungs, "Boss, watch out over there." Instantly, Zhang Shen raised his index finger to the sky, and vibrant orange wisps of air began to swirl around his fingertip. He waved his hand and pointed straight at the monsters, where a circle filled with strange symbols suddenly appeared at his fingertip, blasting a beam of light that pierced through the crowd. Struck by the attack, they rolled around and let out ear-piercing, miserable screams. The destructive power of the technique was so terrifying that it pierced through a series of zombies and smashed straight into the high-rise building behind them, shattering all the glass panels. Lily dropped his jaw and stared with wide eyes, shouting, "Captain, am I hallucinating or something?" Dong Tigun, standing right next to him, was equally astonished. "It looks like we just witnessed a god descending to earth." In another corner, a middle-aged man was straining his neck to question a female servant. "Have you found the ice condensation flower yet?" She bowed her head in fear and replied, "Master, the person who used to deliver goods to us has kicked the bucket." Hearing this, the old man flew into a violent rage and shouted angrily, "What?" Casually dealing the maid a resounding slap, he roared, "Useless trash. Why didn't you go look for it sooner? The 3-day deadline is right around the corner. If Zhang Shen comes back and doesn't see the item, all of us are gonna hell." The maid's face was distorted from the slap, with a clear red mark left behind. Just then, a voice echoed, "Oh, it seems you guys are talking about Zhang Shen." A young man wearing a pitch-black cloak emerged from the dark corner behind them with a sinister smile. The old shopkeeper was startled, whipped his head around, and looked at him with suspicious eyes. Suddenly, the man in black lunged forward in a flash, grabbing the old man tightly by the neck, lifting him up into the air, and threatening him through gritted teeth, "Speak." Whereas Zhang Shen hiding, the old shopkeeper turned pale with fright and was speechless. Choking the opponent's neck while holding him high in the air to make a point, he said, "I'll give you exactly 3 minutes to talk, otherwise prepare to go to the netherworld." This guy was unmistakably a member of S13 Jin Dong Sik. Deprived of oxygen, the shopkeeper's face went purple as he struggled and thought to himself, "This murderous aura is so terrifying. Who on earth is he? Is he a friend or an enemy of Zhang Shen?" Struggling to breathe and regain his composure, the old man stammered, "Sir, Zhang Shen just moved toward the northwest. I'm not sure what business you have with him." Jin Dong Sik casually tossed the old man aside, causing him to shriek in panic. He sneered and mocked, "Useless trash-talking nonsense." He flashed an evil grin, snapped his fingers, and ordered his underlings, "Listen up, everyone. Get the coordinates fast and follow me on a frantic hunt to hunt him down and avenge Minister Liu." Instantly, a bunch of henchmen leaped out from nowhere and rushed forward. He smiled with satisfaction and declared, "I only need to chop off one of his arms. You guys can divide the rest of the loot however you like." Meanwhile, on Zhang Shen's side, Li Lai, Dong Tagan, and Xai Mai were still standing there dumbfounded. Suddenly, little Xai trotted over, patted the male lead on the shoulder, and teased with a giggle, "Captain, you amazing. You got bitten by a zombie and you still as lovely as a bird." Zhang Shen was slightly startled, turned to look at her, and calmly replied, "What's there to be so surprised about? I just leveled up, that's all." Suddenly, a distant skyscraper collapsed with a roar, creating a shockwave that shook the entire area. Hearing the deafening noise, Li and the other two instinctively whipped their heads back in a start. Zhang Shen also turned around in a daze and instinctively pulled little Xai into his arms, instructing, "Stay still, be careful not to fall." Her face flushed crimson as her chest pressed tightly against his body. A gigantic monstrous bird carrying a gruesome skull soared into the sky and sneered, provoking Zhang Shen's group. The man missing one arm kept screaming pitifully, begging, "Captain, save me quickly." Immediately after, the beast used 2 fingers to crush his skull, separating his head from his neck. Chek's Long Silian, standing right on the rooftop behind the beast, roared furiously, "Tiud is gone." While Ti Then frantically brought her hands up to cover her face, squeezed her eyes shut, and shouted, "Captain, run quickly because there are many more of them around here." With that, Chek Long Silian leaped down from the heights, shouting loudly, "Let me block the way, everyone fall back quickly." Then he swung his dual sword, slashing directly at the rear shoulder blade of the giant monster. Haidite, witnessing that reckless scene, was startled out of her wits and screamed, "Brother." Suddenly, the beast swung its arm, slapping hard against the left shoulder blade where Chek Long Soin was holding on. Caught off guard by the sneak attack, he lost his balance precariously and fell backward. Then Chek Long Sai's eyes bulged, his mouth dropped open, and he plummeted straight down to the ground with a loud thud. Landing heavily on the ground, he winced, clutching his back and groaning in pain, while Haidite panicked, ran over, and called out loudly, "Brother." He scrambled up onto one knee, looking up at her in bewilderment, and asked, "Haidite, why are you here?" She immediately supported his arm, worriedly saying, "You're hurt." The heavy footsteps of the monster were closing in on the two of them. Before long it leaped forward, raising its arms high to deliver a fatal blow. Both Longsign and Haidite were stunned and unable to react in time when suddenly he lunged forward, tightly embracing her, pinned her down to protect her, and shouted, "This is bad." A brilliant golden streak of light suddenly tore through the wind and darted forward. It pierced straight through the monster's chest in the blink of an eye, giving it no time to react. Check Longsign, still tightly holding the shivering Haidite, looked up with a terrified and puzzled expression. Fresh blood gushed out profusely and the beast fell backward, shaking the ground and sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Longsign hurriedly grabbed his younger sister, leaped forward and shouted, "Get out of the way." It turned out to be an attack from Tipin Then's still smoking finger. Tibuhai poked her head out from behind his back, her eyes wide as she teased, "Dad almost hit Mom Haidut." He gave a bitter smile and replied, "The situation was too critical, so I couldn't hold back." The two of them looked up as Tidu then reached out toward them and asked, "Captain Chessie, are you all right?" Haidut joyfully called out loudly, "Brother Then." She continued, "We are fine and thank you for saving our lives." Longsign looked at him puzzled, called out Tikingathan's name and thought to himself, could he really have been the one to strike? That is absurd, isn't it? Tien Thenthan, standing nearby, praised that the last move was very precise. The guy standing next to her chimed in, saying he truly lived up to his name since such a powerful giant beast was taken down neatly in an instant. And the person standing over there also remarkably he had become much more formidable than before. At this moment, Tipin Then and Tiguhai leaped down from the rooftop to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Longsign initiated a greeting. "Tien Thun, thanks for the help earlier," he said with an easygoing smile. "Don't be so polite, Captain Checks. Weren't you scouting for enemy traces in the other direction? How on earth did you end up over here?" Longsign sighed warily and recounted, "Just thinking about it makes me ashamed. I went out with the brothers to scout the enemy forces around here and got ambushed, suffering quite a few losses." Then, standing behind, anxiously urged, "Captain, you badly injured? Go back to the base to get bandaged up already." He turned away, brushing it off, saying, "The mission isn't finished yet. Withdrawing right now probably isn't a good idea." Taekon Yu then narrowed his eyes and laughed, saying that if you stubbornly force things you will end up ruining your body one day, and preserving your health is the foundation of the revolution. Longsign was stunned looking at him, while Haidut smiled affectionately. Blushing slightly, he added, "Besides, I also want to go back to the base to rest for a bit." Tibuhia's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly and saliva pooled in her mouth, causing Haidut to blurt out, "Are you hungry again, little one?" End of translated. Longsoyan smiled and replied, "In that case, let's depart immediately." Truongnan then called out to Tiuhai, "Tiuhai, come with us and bring to Dai Na, please," someone said. She happily replied, "Yes, eldest brother." Right at the spot where the large lizard was lying, a dark gray furred dog appeared, circling around as if searching for something. A voice suddenly called out, "How is it going?" The dog abruptly turned to the right and barked. Kim Dong-tich put his hand in his pants pocket, glanced, and asked, "That way, huh?" He gave a sinister laugh, the atmosphere around him filled with a murderous aura, and he muttered, "I remember the area over there is Long Nation's base. The guards there are always searching for us. Let's take this chance today to wipe them out completely." With that, he and the gray dog dashed away. Two mercenary guards were on duty at the gate of a certain building. The one on the right suddenly panicked when encountering a strange object. A shadow unexpectedly shot straight towards him. The man immediately raised his gun and shouted, "Who's there?" At this moment, at Tria Longsuyan's camp area. Inside, Truongthan's group was discussing work. They carefully placed Tadai onto a bed with a knife drip. Trio Longsoyan looked on curiously and quietly asked, "Truongthan, who is this girl?" Truongthan's voice rang out, "The story is quite long. Her name is Tudai Na. She's a research specialist. Her entire body from head to toe is covered in countless prominent pink blood vessels, and she appears to be unconscious." Truongthan added, "She specializes in zombies and holds a massive, shocking secret about this species." Longxian was startled upon hearing this and gasped, "A secret about zombies?" He calmly continued, "Her condition is currently very concerning. Are there any doctors or medical staff in the other sectors? I'd like to ask them to examine Tudai Na's health." Hearing this, he immediately changed his expression and replied, "Oh, I'll call them here right away." Suddenly, a strange noise came from right behind him. Everyone in the room clearly heard that sound. Taohai was startled and asked, "What's that sound?" Longsoyan looked towards the main door in alarm. "Damn it, something's happening again." He then glanced at Haidut, who was turning on her heel, and ordered, "Everyone stay in here. I'll go out and check." The girl anxiously called after him, "You must be careful." It turned out to be Kim Dong-tich's subordinates sweeping into Longxian's headquarters. The arch-villain arrogantly trampled on the corpses of the guards and then loudly declared, "Is this Long Nation's military base? Truly weak, unable to withstand a single blow." Trailing behind him was a group of equally arrogant henchmen. The man standing next to him smugly pulled out the dagger stuck in the gatekeeper's back. "What's going on? Who's there?" Longxian's group, weapons in hand, rushed out tumultuously. Seeing them appear, Kim Dong-tich sneered provocatively, "You've got quite a lot of women here, don't you?" The green-haired man stepped forward, licked his lips with a vile expression, and said, "Leader, are we still following the old rules?" Kim Dong-tich smirked cunningly, "Of course. Purge the men, but keep the women for our enjoyment." "Stand still." Dante moved. Truongthan's group and Longsoyan simultaneously raised their guns, pointing them directly at them as a warning. Trio Longsoyan gripped his weapon tightly and angrily asked, "Who are you guys daring to brazenly break into a military base?" Kim Dong-tich's henchman grinned teasingly, "Oh, this guy looks quite handsome. This big boss here hates handsome faces the most. Hand him over to me and I'll show you how I'll chop him into pieces." Kim Hadong arrogantly shouted, "Hey, you two, stay here with me. The rest of you, spread out and search until you find that Truongthan and drag him out here for me." The two men standing nearby immediately laughed cunningly and obeyed. Hearing that, Longshan clenched his teeth and pondered, so they retargeting Chuang then. Immediately after, Kim Adong's subordinates charged forward with great impetus, overwhelming Longzion's forces. The brown-haired man standing nearby gave a grim laugh and reminded them, "Hey, when you deal with those women, remember not to hit their faces." Kim Adong chimed in with a gleeful laugh, "It's really hard to restrain your strength when the opponents are this weak." Longzhian continuously fired bullets forward, furiously yelling, "You damn bastards dare to ignore us. Fight me!" Trung then and his teammates behind also exerted full effort to provide support on both sides. Kim Adong suddenly leaped high and delivered a powerful punch, aiming it straight at Longzhian's face. He arrogantly thought that this group of amateurs showing off their skills was nothing to be afraid of. Longzhian, who was squeezing the trigger, widened his eyes in astonishment. The exact moment he threw a punch, he raised his gun horizontally to block it, thereby avoiding a dangerous blow. Next, Longzhian stood in a daze, watching the gun in his hand shatter into tiny pieces. Then suddenly he rushed forward and tightly grabbed the opponent's waist, leaving the other person completely unprepared to react. Immediately after that, he shouted loudly, urging his brothers to charge forward and resolve the situation. 3 men brandishing daggers rushed straight towards Kim Adong from behind. He arrogantly gnashed his teeth and swept his gaze across the crowd around him. The blonde-haired man aggressively spoke up, challenging that playing this way is much more interesting. As soon as he finished his sentence, he grabbed Longzhian by the collar from behind. He lifted him up into the air and used him as a shield, coldly declaring that he didn't care about anything at all. The purple-haired girl on Longxian's team let out a miserable, panicked scream when she saw their team leader get captured. Another male member gnashed his teeth angrily, cursing the guy as a despicable villain for using their captain as a human shield. The blonde guy uttered contemptuous remarks, mocking Longxian and his teammates. "You blockheads," he said, and then swung his arm violently, throwing Longxian toward the crowd. He let out a sinister sneer, thinking that such meager skills were useless to resist with, didn't want to drag it out any further, and prepared a barrage of attacks. Longxian struggled to get back up, enduring the pain as he silently assessed that the blonde guy's abilities were truly terrifying. In just a split second, the blonde guy had severely injured Longxian's team, he silently estimated. This guy has at least reached the intermediate second stage awakening realm. Taking such a heavy blow made Longxian cough violently, and he muttered to himself that stubbornly staying here would only bring more casualties. Seeing that the captain seemed to be seriously injured, the girl anxiously called out loudly, and Longxian immediately turned back to reassure everyone that he was fine and urged everyone to retreat immediately. The 2 henchmen of the blonde guy standing behind immediately spoke up to remind him, "Are you just going to let the women escape like this, boss?" Finishing his words, both of them darted out to chase after Longxian's group in a mocking tone, saying, "You think you can slip away so easily? You haven't got our permission yet." On Trongthen's side, Hai Diet noticed that Longxian had been gone for a long time without returning, so she grew impatient and wondered if something bad had happened. Trongthen also felt something was unusual, so he told Hai Diet to rest easy while he went to check it out himself. Hai Diet hesitated, saying they were still waiting for the doctor, but he gently replied that staying here and waiting would be fine, and asked why she was being so polite with him. The little kid standing nearby, hearing this, enthusiastically asked to tag along because staying here was utterly boring. Naturally, Tiu then did not go along with the kid's wish, so he spoke in a stern voice, instructing them to stay put for a moment and promising he would be back quickly. "Be a good girl and stay close to Hai Diet. Listen to me." Little Hai pouted and mumbled that daddy is truly annoying. After giving his instructions, Chuang then stepped out of the hospital room, conveniently reaching out to pat Name's head while sighing, wondering if the doctor's examination would be of any use. Not long after walking away, he spotted 2 suspicious figures lingering near Tadana's hospital room. Sensing an intruder, Chuang then paused, turned his head, and smiled with a knowing look as he wondered, "What's this?" The doctor arrived so quickly. Just at that moment, 2 figures, one red-haired with glasses and one bald, strode swaggeringly straight into the hospital room. The red-haired guy wearing glasses, upon seeing Cho Hai-doit and Little Hai, bitterly remarked that this place was hiding 2 peerless beauties. Cho Hai-doit, seeing a stranger appear, spoke up to ask if the 2 of them were doctors. The red-haired guy in glasses sneered and retorted to Cho Hai-doit, "What kind of healers? I thought we were just having fun with beauties." "Any kind of fun is fine as long as you 2 spill the beans about one thing." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned utterly malicious and his tone grew icy. "Do you guys know someone called Kifington? Where is he hiding?" Hearing the opponent mention Kiangithen, Cho Hai-doit panicked, thinking to herself that this fellow was no doctor, but rather had come on a honeyed path to track down Brother Then, presumably an enemy from the other side. The red-haired guy perceptively scrutinized the expression on Cho Hai-doit's face, guessing for sure that she knew Chepin-Yithen's whereabouts, so he added a few more threatening words. "It looks like you know very well. Honestly, confess now and you'll save yourself from taking a beating later." Right at that critical juncture, Little Hai suddenly charged straight at him and screamed loudly, "You perverted monster, let go of my mom Hai Diet right now." Caught off guard by Little Hai's ambush, the red-haired guy almost lost half his health bar, feeling a sharp pain all over. The red-haired guy immediately grabbed Little Hai's petite ankle and yanked hard, causing the little girl to tumble down to the ground. He pulled Little Hai into his arms and let out a mocking remark, "This brat actually has quite some strength, I like it." Little Hai, being tightly hugged, panicked and shouted loudly, "You bastard. Let go of your hands right now." The bald guy standing closely behind asked in bewilderment, "Boss, you like this type? Aren't those women over there much more mature?" The red-haired guy forced a smile and replied, "What the hell do you know about the delicious taste of these little brats?" Cho Hai-doit, seeing Little Hai fall into the enemy's hands, panicked and shouted loudly, "Little Hai, Triu Haidot hurriedly drew her handgun, pointed it straight at the two red-haired and bald guys and shouted a warning, "Let the girl go, get out of here right now, otherwise don't blame me for opening fire." The bald guy not only wasn't scared, but instead threatened Triu Haidot back, "Put the gun down, darling. I still want to play with you to my heart's content. Our boss hates people who dare to point a gun at his face the most." The red-haired guy gave a provocative smirk and looked at Triu Haidot. "If you're so good, just pull the trigger and try shooting me." To everyone's surprise, Triu Haidot dared to actually open fire without the slightest hesitation. She aimed straight at those two freakish guys and pulled the trigger several times in rapid succession. The red-haired guy, startled, let go of Little Hai and leaped to dodge the barrage of incoming bullets, muttering curses. "This crazy bitch really has a lot of nerve." He lunged forward, gripped Triu Haidot tightly by the neck, and lifted her high into the air, roaring fiercely, "The bitch who dared to pull a gun on me before is already pushing up daisies." Triu Haidot, choked to the point of suffocation, struggled desperately, her chest tightening as she coughed violently fit after fit. The bald guy at this moment had completely subdued Little Hai. Seeing Triu Haidot fall into a life-or-death situation, the little girl panicked and screamed loudly, "Mom Haidot." The bald guy behind her tightened his grip on Little Hai, smiling slyly and threatening, "Don't even think about escaping. That woman is definitely a goner. Now is it just left for you to have fun with us." On the other side, the red-haired guy swung his arm, preparing to deliver the fatal blow to finish off Triu Haidot. He smiled victoriously and uttered, "Now you can follow him down to the netherworld as well." Triu Haidot clenched her teeth in hatred and glared fixedly at him. Convinced that she was bound to die this time, she softly called out Chijir Then's name one last time in vain, "Brother Then." Right at that pivotal moment, Kirsin Then indeed appeared like a savior, making a move to crush the red-haired guy's hands to pieces, rescuing Triu Haidot from the hands of death. Kafindegi Then's attacking speed was so terrifying that the red-haired guy had both hands shattered while still standing cluelessly without understanding what was going on. It took a few seconds for the red-haired guy to drop his jaw and howl in pain. The bald guy who was suppressing Little Hai shared the same pathetic fate, having both hands crippled by Kading Than. With his face drained of all color, he called out to the red-haired guy, "Boss." Kazeni then coldly spoke to the two unfortunate fellows, "I heard you guys have been hunting me down, haven't you?" The red-haired guy collapsed to the ground, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He raised his terrified eyes to look at Chi and Ji Thenin and stammered, "Why are you little brat?" Karga then calmly introduced himself, "I am none other than Katrin Then." Triu Haidot, upon seeing his return, was overjoyed to tears. "Brother Then." The red-haired guy, whose hands had been snapped off by Kakangi Then, went crazy and roared angrily, "You little punk dared to play dirty and launch a sneak attack while I was distracted. Today I will skin you alive and pull your tendons out." Katendra Then replied disdainfully, "Can T1 turn the tables when the other person is off guard?" Triu Haidot, still lingering in nervous anxiety, reminded Color Ji Then, "Brother Then, be careful, this guy's attacks are lightning fast." Zhang Chen gently comforted Zhaoxi, "Everything is fine now, please rest assured." As soon as he finished speaking, he easily subdued the red-haired guy, drew his sword, and taunted his opponent. "This kind of person is nothing more than a clown," Zhang Chen said, then decisively swung his blade back toward him. Coughing up blood and gasping for breath, the red-haired guy feebly asked before taking his last breath, "Why are you so strong?" Looking down from above, Zhang Chen sneered, "With such pitiful skills you dare to seek revenge and touch my teammate." The system immediately sent a notification to Zhang Chen with a ding. He received 12 600 energy cores, 80% talent, 330 stars and item fragments, a tech blueprint, and a rare skill called Weakness Vision. Strange puppet. Hiding in the corner and witnessing the red-haired guy being defeated, the bald man thought in terror, "What the hell is going on?" He trembled and asked himself, wasn't he that red-haired guy a tier 2 intermediate awakened? Yet this kid could finish him off in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhang Chen coldly and leisurely walked toward the bald man with sword in hand. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. "Your big boss has gone to the underworld. Why don't you hurry down to keep him company?" The bald man backed away in fear, stammering in plea, Dante, come near me." A blue flash of light gleamed. The bald man let out a tragic scream. He spun around and stumped. Zhang Chen leaped high into the air, swung his sword at him, and shouted loudly, "How dare you lay a hand on the woman beside me? None of you will leave here alive." As the bald man's screams died down, a silver flash of sword light brought him down. Zhang Chen glanced with disdain at the man who died with his eyes wide open. A strange noise suddenly sounded, catching Zhang Chen's attention. Right after that, a terrifying explosion occurred right before his eyes, forcing him to raise his arm to shield his face. Amidst the thick smoke, a heavily injured Zhao Longshuan was thrown backward. Zhang Chen called out in panic, "Captain." Seeing Zhao Longshuan dripping with blood, Zhao Xiu panicked and ran over, loudly calling his name. Shaking Zhao Longshuan while sobbing, Zhao Xiu cried, "What happened to you? Don't scare me." She turned to Zhang Chen and asked, "How badly is he injured?" Zhang Chen shrugged and replied, "I am not sure, but something major must have happened outside." Outside, Zhao Longshuan's teammates were struggling to hold back the group of blonde-haired enemies. The brown-haired girl fired bullets while urging everyone not to let the enemy get close to the captain. The blonde-haired man and his minions were completely unharmed by the barrage of bullets, and he mocked them arrogantly. With a mere wave of his hand, the blonde-haired man easily knocked down every member of Zhao Longshuan's team. He gave a cold laugh, thinking it was truly just a bunch of nobodies trying to block his path. The screams of the members had just faded when the blonde-haired man ruthlessly burned everything to ashes. He sneered mockingly, completely unaware of how vast the world truly is. Before long, the blonde-haired man stormed directly into Tidin's hospital room. He swung his arm to unleash a violent attack meant to take the lives of both Triu Haidot and Triu Longzuan, shouting loudly that the headquarters of the dragon country was nothing special and that he would slaughter at will. Faced with the blonde-haired man's ferocious and murderous attack, Triyu Haidoit could only helplessly embrace Triyu Longsoin, who had already passed out in her arms. Just as the lives of both were hanging by a thread, Ka Then suddenly appeared and grabbed Triyu Haidoit by the shoulder. He immediately used a teleportation skill. In the blink of an eye, Coxon then successfully moved both Triyu Haidoit and Triyu Longsoin out of the way of the fatal blow from the blonde-haired man. Witnessing Kunthen's terrifyingly fast speed with his own eyes caused the blonde-haired man's expression to change momentarily. Kafan and Gu then glanced at him with eyes as sharp as daggers, speaking in a low, reprimanding tone. "It's unforgivable of you to repeatedly dare to touch my people." Kaakir swung his sword, dashing towards the blonde-haired man as he shouted, "Do you all wish to die?" Kagathan's razor-sharp blade grazed the blonde-haired man in a perilous arc. He cast a contemptuous glance at Chirendruthen and sneered, "Who do you think you are, acting so arrogant in front of me?" Enthen agilely kicked off the room's wall with great force. Using the momentum to spin and thrust his sword, he continued to close in on his opponent, his voice filled with killing intent. Even if the Jade Emperor himself were to appear, this Kadagingvek fears no one. Upon hearing his name, the blonde-haired man startled and asked, "Are you really Kaingthen?" He couldn't care less about answering him. Instead, he directly activated his Star Core Resonance ultimate technique to blast the blonde-haired man far away. The blonde-haired man was left dizzy by Kagrithen's attack, almost falling backward. The blonde-haired man hurriedly leaped high into the air to dodge the barrage of relentless attacks from Kunthen. He narrowed his eyes with a sinister smile. "Kungithen, you've finally fallen into my trap." In an instant, a thick white smoke suddenly billowed out all around. The blonde-haired man's figure began to hover and gradually fade away within the white smoke, and he laughed coldly and provocatively. "Let me open your eyes to the power of Super 13. Triyu Haidoit anxiously stood in a corner watching the battle, and she shouted a warning, "Big brother, be careful, he is turning invisible." Konguthen's mouth twitched a few times, and he cursed, "Invisible, my foot, I can see you as plain as day." Right after saying that, he delivered a devastating, thunderous punch straight to the blonde-haired man's face, leaving the latter dazed and wondering, how is this even possible? Not giving him a moment to recover his senses, Kengithen rained down heavy, thunderous punches from left to right, mocking him. "I thought Super 13 was so formidable. Go ahead and show me your skills." At this point, the blonde-haired man could only cry out in despair. Having been severely beaten by Chalithen, the blonde-haired man was furious beyond belief and screamed, "Danti, look down on others. I am the leader of Super 13. How could I let a nobody like you punch me in the face? Go to hell." His entire body suddenly burst into raging flames. He had no choice but to unleash the level 17 soul-burning technique to fight a life-or-death battle with Ketunguthen. Seeing the blonde-haired man rushing forward engulfed in fiery wrath, Katarthen gracefully spun and launched himself up into the air. Instantly, a blue halo enveloped his body, protecting him from the surrounding sea of fire. The blonde man was not only unable to cause any harm to Truongthen. On the contrary, he vomited blood from severe internal injuries, stammering, "How is this possible? How can I be so powerless against the strength of a high-level awakener?" Truong then gripped the precious sword in his hand tightly. He calmly replied, "What's a high-level expert to me? I'll cut them all down." Having said that, he swung his sword down with all his might. Truong then's sword strike flashed with a brilliant light. The blonde man realized he was cornered and screamed in panic, "Truong then, I admit you are formidable, but my black tortoise shield is extremely sturdy. You cannot break it. Why don't we call a truce? As long as you spare my life, I will offer up all my assets, even the secret records of the superior. The system confirms my words, it is rare indeed, the legendary black tortoise shield." Hearing the blonde man's offer for negotiation, Truong then's expression suddenly hardened. He coldly replied, "Once I kill you, your wealth will belong to me automatically, and as for that secret matter, I can find that out myself. Forget this deal." Hearing this, the blonde man gritted his teeth in anger. He roared, "If you want to back down, then today we'll fight to the death. Let's go down together." Suddenly, a swarm of henchmen appeared behind him, all charging forward in unison, attempting to take down Truongthen. Truongthen remained calm as he swung his sword. Though surrounded by enemies on all sides, he only cast a cold glance at them. A deafening, earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. One of the blonde man's minions rushed straight toward Truongthen, shouting, "Go to hell." In an instant, Truongthen appeared right behind him, his tone cold and filled with murderous intent. "Tiny little pests think they can take my life." Truongthen coldly uttered, "Dream on." As he finished the sentence, he casually sliced the man's head off. The rest of them screamed in panic, "This is impossible. How is he not dead? Where did he disappear to so fast, such terrifying speed?" Truongthen raised his sword high toward the sky. He unleashed the soul-burning infernal technique. Wherever the tip of Truongthen's sword swept, the miserable screams of the mob followed. The blonde man cursed in terror, "Damn it, why is he even more terrifying than a monster?" After clearing out the small fry, Truongthen, sword in hand, leapt straight toward the blonde man and coldly declared, "It's finished, now it's your turn." The light from the sword blade shone brilliantly. The overwhelming power radiating from Truongthen caused all surrounding objects to shatter and explode simultaneously. The blonde man tried to put on a brave face. "Don't even dream about it. No one can break my divine shield." Truongthen gave a contemptuous smirk and asked, "Oh, really?" Right after speaking, he waved his hand toward the man, and an intense beam of light tore through the air, piercing straight into the blonde man's stomach. The man's face turned ashen, and he trembled as he asked, How can this be?" Just a split second later, the blonde man's body was sliced clean in two and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The system immediately chimed in, "Automatic harvest completed successfully." Truong then looked up at the system notification board where the words were clearly displayed, "Congratulations, you have harvested 28,000 energy cores plus an additional 224,000. adding 80% aptitude, 20% energy accumulation, a rare type, accompanied by a legendary 7-colored saber. Collected a black tortoise shield blueprint, energy armor design, a survivor detector, top secret file number 17, a rare energy core, basic invisibility technique, lab research documents from building T221, and a mysterious video. Trung then suddenly realized something unusual. These Super 13 guys were quite wealthy, a lone guy packed with unique toys on his person. He calculated that the others must also have grabbed all the good stuff. Suddenly the system reported good news, successfully collected the reverse gravity flight ultimate move, alluring seduction, high-speed energy ice throw, elite equipment enhancement, and a low-level misfortune infliction slot. The deadly seduction move helps catch enemies from other worlds off guard in the blink of an eye, though its effect ends once battle begins. The energy ice throw technique allows for dismantling high-end weapons to extract rare attributes and forge them directly into new items, along with the ability to trigger a low-level bad luck physical outburst. Once this move is activated, the chosen target will experience continuous bad luck for the next 10 seconds. This rare technique helps the user escape Earth's gravity and fly freely through the air. Trung then exhaled and muttered that he had almost underestimated these guys. It was fortunate he had swallowed the crystal, otherwise he would be the one lying on the ground. In the distance, a sound of mournful crying suddenly rang out. "Big brother, dawn to leave me." Chohai Diet collapsed by the man's body, sobbing uncontrollably, repeatedly saying it couldn't be true, which made Trung then turn around and look equally surprised. His eyes revealed a look of bewilderment. "That's strange. Is Cho Long-Sion really dead?" The surrounding crowd was shocked. Chohai Diet sobbed and choked out, "Captain, please wake up." Trung then rushed over, whispering to himself that something was wrong here. The red-haired beauty sobbed, advising Lamhai Diet to grieve less because the boss had passed away, but she kept shaking her head, stubbornly refusing to believe her own eyes. A member nearby wailed, saying the boss sacrificed himself just to save him. The atmosphere was steeped in sorrow over Cho Long-Sion's sudden departure. Even so, Trung then immediately sensed something unusual, and he hurried forward to support Cho Long-Sion's body. Hidayat moved aside to let him check on Cho Long-Sion. Hidayat asked in confusion what he was planning to do, while Trung then was already leisurely touching the ring on the man's hand, examining the clues a little more closely. With his probing vision, Trung then realized it instantly. As expected, there was deceit. Digging into the ring, a puppet illusion appeared. It was this weird thing again. Trung then focused on analyzing the root of the incident. In the cramped level 3 storage space, stuffing in a useless item seemed completely illogical, yet the strangest thing was that Captain Cho's ring was unbelievably empty. Trung then's suspicions grew as, apart from the puppets, there was nothing else inside. While Hidayat was still whimpering, asking, "Brother, then will he pull through?" She cried with tears streaming down her face, asking if there was any miracle that could save the boss, and the man beside her sniffled along. "Hidayat, just accept the truth." Wiping her tears, the girl lowered her head and choked out that no matter how painful it was, if they didn't face the loss of their comrade, they wouldn't be able to move forward. That was what the boss used to tell the whole team. She became furious, declaring that even if the boss had fallen, the whole team must strictly follow the old rules. Just as she was about to collect the body, Trung then waved his hand to stop her. "Slow down, don't be so hasty." Trung then turned to reassure the crowd, "Everyone, don't panic. Who knows, your boss might still be breathing." The whole group stared in surprise at Trung then's assertion, and the girl in the red shirt asked urgently, "Brother, then, are you serious?" Tu Hai even took the opportunity to pat Trung then's head to comfort him. "Big brother, I know you were sad that the boss is gone, but how can the dead come back to life?" This left Trung then feeling quite annoyed at being patted on the head. He pushed the child aside, not because he had miraculously resurrected, but because he had never lost his life in the first place. Trung then exposed the puppet before everyone's eyes, an item he had picked up from Captain Zhao's bag, leaving the red-haired girl utterly astonished. A man interrupted Trung then, saying, "Based on my deduction, this item is called a substitute puppet." Everyone stared in shock at the figure before them, stammering and speechless. It was truly a human being. It turned out to be none other than the esteemed Captain Zhao Longchuan. The group burst into cheers of joy. Zirxiu called out to him, and the red-haired girl also eagerly welcomed the captain. Zhaoxai rushed over to Zhao Longchuan's side, asking what on earth was going on. Zhao Longchuan smiled and apologized for worrying everyone, saying, "As you can see, I am still in very good health." Zhaoxiu emotionally hugged her brother, crying, "You scared me to death." Zhao Longchuan could only offer repeated apologies, while the red-haired girl looked over and asked, "Then what about the corpse lying over there?" Trung then looked thoughtfully at the item in his hand and said, "It was definitely caused by this." Zhao Longchuan nodded in praise, saying, "You guessed correctly." Trung then continued his analysis. Even though a careful check didn't reveal its exact function, the fact that many people own it means there must be a hidden story. If you carry it without using it, the probability of it being a talisman is high, and furthermore, the puppet's appearance gives off that exact impression. Zhao Longchuan took the puppet from Trung then's hand and said, "You rewrite, this is a substitute puppet. Its ability helps the owner survive when taking a fatal blow." He further explained that the price to pay was the sacrifice of all items and a portion of the spatial ring's level. The user would be randomly teleported to a safe location about 10 kilometers away. At the same time, it leaves a replica behind at the original spot. Trung then suddenly understood. No wonder the ring's level was so low and it was almost empty. He blamed him for not reporting it earlier so everyone wouldn't have to worry anxiously. Zhou agreed as well. Zhou Longchuan defended himself. "I was afraid that leaking the fake death would make the enemy lower their guard and ruin the element of surprise during our counterattack. Besides, this isn't the only tier 1 prop in existence anyway." Zhou Longchuan's gaze was filled with suspicion as he looked at Trung. "Then, just now you mentioned the matter of carrying the puppet. It's not just used by one person, are you saying?" Chung then answered decisively, "That's right." He recalled that moment. If the puppet can teleport an enemy, then the red-haired guy I killed must still be alive. Chuang then seemed to have just discovered something important. People like this are unpredictable ticking time bombs. We must track them down no matter what. Over on this side, Asia was sitting with Bazixi thinking, as the latter had accidentally noticed something unusual on the message board. Bazixi's face drained of color when he saw Asia spit out his water. He asked what was going on, and the message board displayed a message from Chuang then demanding all activities be halted and everyone focus on hunting down the red-haired man from the Super 13 group. Asia read the content back to him. Chuang then is still alive and has ordered the hunt for the Super 13 member. Bazixi roared angrily, what, he is still alive? He wailed and cursed the heavens, crying, are we forever going to be haunted by that guy? Asia said dejectedly, forget it, offending a lackey is still better than running into that guy face to face. He pulled Bazixi to his feet, saying, let's go, we need to notify all the sales staff to relentlessly hunt down the red-haired guy from Super 13. Trenhao was engrossed in searching for something. The supply list and this week's contribution allocation were right here. He jumped in startlement when a new message notification was delivered. Suddenly someone rushed in breathlessly and shouted, Lord Envoy, we have a big problem. Trenhao immediately frowned and asked, what is going on that you are in such a panic? The man panted and replied, the survivors from earlier are causing trouble over there, please come and help us. Hearing this, Trenhao's expression sank and he muttered, causing trouble again, are they? Let me go see what's happening. The other man replied with relieved compliance. Right in the middle of the room, a group of thugs was surrounding a pink-haired girl who was clutching an item to her chest. A guy in a tank top yelled aggressively, damn it, why are your rations better than ours? Another man chimed in gratingly, that's right, we live in the same place, yet you dare to treat us differently. The girl trembled like a leaf upon hearing this. The guy pressed further with threats, are you discriminating against us because we have different beliefs? The girl cried and explained, I wouldn't dare you've misunderstood. Just then, Trenhao approached the chaotic room, the sound of arguing spilling out. The thug's voice shouted loudly, hand over the item if you know what's good for you. I'm the one who found it. The girl wept and begged. The door slammed open and he stood tall, glaring at the man with eyes as sharp as blades. The man continued to berate the girl, do you want a beating? She was so terrified she curled up to defend herself. Seeing his appearance, the crowd of thugs suddenly stared in terror. They shouted the name Trenhao in unison, while he stepped in confidently and said, you are right, I do respect everyone's beliefs. He turned and ordered the pink-haired girl, you go out first, I will handle things here. As if grabbing a lifeline, she timidly agreed and scurried away, yes, Lord Envoy. Once she had disappeared through the doorway, one of the thugs pointed at him and demanded, who the hell are you to call yourself an envoy? This was followed by a series of insults directed at him, claiming his god was the fake one. Trenhao replied calmly and humbly, everyone please stay calm. Our god is very generous, if you have any difficulties just tell me. The guy in the tank top continued to yell aggressively, demanding that all the good supplies be shared, or else it would be considered discrimination. Unflinching, he replied, I understand. Yet just a moment ago you called my god a false god. I suppose your god must be the true one then. Some elderly women in their 40s standing nearby lifted their chins proudly and replied, that's right. Abandon those false gods and follow our master, he will grant you salvation. His expression darkened, and his eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent, as if he wanted to destroy everything. Very well, I understand your needs. If you believe he can save you, I'll give you 10 seconds to pray. Call him to manifest and save your lives. He then began to count down leisurely, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. The guy, confused, interrupted him. Save our lives. What do you mean? The atmosphere suddenly became stiflingly oppressive. A strange blue light began to radiate from him. The old woman from before stammered, straining her neck. How could you mortals understand how a deity appears? Don't think you can use tricks to intimidate our master. Ignoring the woman's barking, the numbers continued to fall, 3 to 1. Let me see how much luck you really have. Power exploded and he lunged in to take down each person one by one extremely decisively and swiftly. His movements were so fluid that no one could react or stop him. They took the full force of his strikes and collapsed onto the floor, unable to resist. Trenha lunged forward as fast as a whirlwind. His hand grabbed the head of the arrogant guy in the tank top, who was shivering. My god gave me this power, but your god hasn't even bothered to show his face to save you, has he? He squeezed the man's head tightly, making him scream in agony. The man's accomplices stood stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. He coldly delivered the final blow, so whose god is the fake one after all? The man, beaten to a pulp, could only wail in a way that was chilling to hear. Once the chaos was settled, the scene was left with only a pool of blood spreading across the floor and a group of people lying unconscious, completely unaware of their surroundings. Because he went a bit overboard with the torture, his shoes were covered in a thick red liquid, leaving 2 bright red footprints on the floor. He had wasted so much time, and today's list still wasn't finished. That's right, I think there was an unread private message earlier, he muttered to himself. Opening the interface to check the messages, his face suddenly turned pale with panic. It turned out to be a message from the Supreme God. If only he had known and read it sooner. His intuition told him something bad was about to happen, and he wondered why the message he just received urged him to quickly find the red-haired man, Super 13. Meanwhile, the Supreme God had broadcast the information everywhere. Alright, the wanted notice has been sent out. Hopefully that person will be caught soon. He operated the system's bright blue screen with extreme proficiency. And then came this moment. The item icons appeared one by one, making him feel a bit flustered. It was also time to reorganize the inventory. The Supreme God reviewed the assets accumulated in the system. Since he had gathered so many items lately, he decided to deal with the usable ones first. As a finger touched an icon on the screen lightly, a ding sound rang out, accompanied by a notification sent to the account. You have been deducted 11,500 material fragments and 20,000 energy cores. The material warehouse had been upgraded to level 9 and he exclaimed excitedly, absolutely wonderful. Clicking on the level 9 material category, getting ready to unlock it. Personal manner, he stared in wide-eyed surprise upon hearing that. Just as he was about to question the system to get to the bottom of things, a burst of blue light suddenly flashed before his eyes, weaving into large patches. His soul and physical body had been completely separated. He must have had some plan brewing in his mind, and as for this item, he had to go see it for himself. The Supreme God's soul zipped away like a flash of lightning, filled with a sense of extreme excitement and joy. At that moment, he was holding a tiny coin-sized object in his palm that hovered steadily without falling. Not long after he started flying, the Supreme God unexpectedly encountered an unforeseen problem. Why is it so foggy? He wondered in confusion. A strange land appeared before his eyes, covered in a gloomy, bleak grayish-blue hue. How depressing. The part not hidden by fog was barely half the land, but a manner space truly existed here. He looked at the surrounding scenery, which was so mystical, it seemed the fog wouldn't allow entry, so this must be the border region. The sky on this side was just as strange, shimmering mysteriously like a miniature galaxy. Then he continued exploring the ground, and as soon as he stepped down, he could feel the quality of the soil, exclaiming, with soil this fertile, I can plant as much as I want. Holding a tiny packet of seeds, he scattered a few on the ground to test them out and performed a few operations. Medium-grade speed fertilizer. As soon as the seeds hit the ground, they sprouted into lush green plants. Immediately, the system notified the Supreme God that Jing had used speed fertilizer to shorten the crop cycle to 180 days. Rotten meat has a growth cycle of 20 to 180 days, animal hides take 100 to 180 days, and crunchy fruit takes exactly 180 days. Agricultural products take at least 24 hours to grow. Oh, the growth time of the crops is reduced to 24 hours. What a relief. This meant less worry about the soil being heavily polluted after the transformation disaster. Jing was overjoyed at the good news. The system suddenly switched to a red alert. The clock hands pointed exactly to 12:00 am on the 24th. A state of food suppression was underway. The stronger a person was, the higher their energy intake requirement. He exclaimed in confusion, what perfect timing, is it past midnight already? Right at that moment, his stomach began to rumble loudly. Unable to wait any longer, he rushed back. Seeing the immediate effect, he had to go find something to fill his empty stomach. After that, both parts of Zhang Chen's body gradually recovered. He let out a sigh of relief, looking wary. But suddenly, a girl in a white shirt with short brown hair approached from behind, intending to do something stealthy. He thought to himself, after returning home, my body is even hungrier. What is there to eat? He could clearly sense danger drawing near. He quickly drew his sword and asked, who's there? His voice ringing with alertness. Just as he turned around, he swung his sword toward the girl. Suddenly recognizing her as an acquaintance, he froze for a few seconds. Could it be you now? Why is it her? Faced with the sword pointed directly at her face, Yu now was so terrified that she couldn't utter a word. You startled me. When did you wake up? Zhang Chen asked, but she just stood there silently, not saying a word. Seeing this, he gently shook his head. Check if you've recovered yet. Why are you so quiet? Could it be that you haven't fully recovered? She looked confused. Suddenly, she grabbed his wrist tightly, catching him off guard. He thought to himself, so fast. Yuna's face clearly showed utter panic and shock. Zhang Chen was dragged along, a look of panic on his face as he thought, I wonder what she is planning to do. Yuna grabbed his arm and pulled him into the room, a carefree smile on her face. She pointed at the bathroom, indicating that she wanted to take a bath. He was surprised. You mean you want to take a bath? Hearing him understand her correctly, Yuna smiled with delight. He embarrassedly turned his face away. If you want to take a bath, then go ahead. Why are you calling me? She remembered and looked a bit flustered and embarrassed, her hands gently touching each other. Zhang Chen suddenly realized, you mean you can wash yourself because of your hands and you want me to help? Without any hesitation, Yuna was about to strip off all her clothes with a flustered expression. Seeing this, he hurriedly put his hand up to cover his eyes as if that could shield him. He screamed like a stuck pig, don't do that. Men and women shouldn't be so physically close. Zhang Chen immediately pushed Yuna inside, giving her a start. Then he slammed the door shut. From inside, his panicked voice echoed, hey, stop laughing. I'll help you bathe, all right. The scene shifted to a long road with large vehicles lined up one after another, driving in the same direction. Someone was observing from afar using binoculars, wondering aloud if the area ahead was the encampment of the Church of the True God. Base. The continuous blaring of the alarm made the atmosphere extremely tense. A woman rushed in frantically, reporting the bad news in a trembling voice. Lord Envoy, we just detected an army approaching, and their intentions seem very hostile. Tren Hao immediately turned around to demand what was happening, asking if someone dared to break in. Terrified, she reported that 3 groups of survivors were surrounding them, the Nila people to the south, Westerners to the west, and black people closing in from behind. At the same time, Chuangden and Tu Hai Diet were in the bathroom. As he dried her hair, he gently explained that accidentally seeing her body earlier was completely unintentional and without any bad motives. When she turned around with a smile, he frantically stopped her, telling her not to move. Just then, Tu Hai pushed the door open and walked in, noisily demanding that her boss dad take her out to play along with Sister Hai Diet. His face turned bright red and he stammered her name in embarrassment. Tu Hai innocently asked what her boss dad was doing that made Sister Hai Diet's cheeks blush so red. Trying to keep his composure, he quickly replied that it was nothing. Hai Diet softly said, brother, then we've been cooped up in the headquarters for a long time. Should we go back and visit the camp? Opening the system map, he analyzed, come to think of it, Tren Hao's camp is only a little over 40 kilometers away. I wonder how it has developed since I gave him the seeds last time. The system announced a teleportation feature with a 3-day cooldown, allowing him to bring nearby companions with no limit on organization members. Upon reading this, he cheered in excitement. Hai Diet smiled and asked if he wanted to experience this teleportation technology, and he nodded, agreeing to try it right away. He reached out and pressed the prominent red button on the screen. With that, everyone vanished into thin air at the same time. At Tren House Base, the atmosphere was thick with anxiety and hushed discussions. Lai Bangkok stated that the reconnaissance plane reported the enemy was less than 3 kilometers away, while Trangok broke into a cold sweat, saying, "We've just been through a zombie horde, so our losses are devastating. With only a mere 120 warriors left, how are we supposed to hold them off?" Lai Bangkok suggested, "How about we pray for the true god's protection?" Trangok sighed and replied, "Don T joke. The true god is the supreme being. Why would he easily manifest himself for us?" Tren Hao raised his hand to calm everyone down. "Don't panic. We even survived the nightmare of the zombie horde. This minor difficulty is nothing." Suddenly, a young man rushed in panic-stricken, reporting that the Nila people had arrived at the southern square, while the black people were assembling something behind the Vong Sun Hotel. Pointing at the screen of the reconnaissance camera, he continued, "The western faction is the truly unpredictable one. Look at what the reconnaissance plane recorded before it crashed." The footage showed poor people being suspended from tanks. They served as bait to draw the zombies in like a swarming hive, creating a horrific scene akin to doomsday. The onlookers turned pale with fear, frantically asking each other how to escape such a massive horde of zombies. Gritting his teeth, Treno cursed them for being such a despicable and insidious bunch. The crowd gathered outside, shouting loudly and demanding to meet the leader and the divine envoy at any cost. The young man wearing glasses stepped out, saying the divine envoy was busy and requesting to speak with him first. However, they continued to jeer, claiming he was nobody and that in these times of chaos the gods must manifest themselves. Just then, someone approached and asked what was happening. The whole group shouted the divine envoy's name in unison, while Tren Hao harshly questioned what they were trying to stir up. A soldier rushed over breathlessly to report that the followers were causing trouble because they thought foreign enemies were attacking, and they demanded the true god appear. Lai Bangkok bluntly declared that they were definitely Western spies, making the crowd angrily shout at her not to make false accusations. They continued to incite the public, arguing there was no basis to accuse them and asserting that as sunset approached, there was no reason for the true god to hide. Bangkok tossed her hair and retorted immediately, asking why they would know so much about a sunset raid that even the natives or black residents were ignorant of if they didn't have a guilty conscience, leaving him speechless and stammering. The man tried to save face by saying he had his own sources, just as a blue beam of light suddenly flashed from behind. The light caused everyone standing there to scatter in fear, shrieking and asking each other what on earth that thing was. Tren Hao's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed that it was. Upon seeing the figure of the newcomer, he blurted out to call the true god's name but only managed the first syllable. His words were cut short, and everyone wondered if the one in the lead was indeed the true god descended to earth. The entire crowd immediately rushed forward, bowing respectfully and shouting greetings. They cheered that since he had appeared out of thin air, he must be the true god, and urged everyone to quickly kneel and pay their respects, leaving him completely frozen in bewilderment. Tren Hao turned around in confusion to ask what this farce was, while Bangkok, feeling dizzy with ringing ears, suggested they go help them. Tren Hao suddenly broke into a sly smile and told her she was absolutely correct. He then stepped forward to greet them warmly, praising the divine manifestation as a great blessing. He added that the area was in danger and earnestly pleaded for his help, leaving the true god dumbfounded and unable to understand anything. The true god wondered what the danger was, so Tren Hao seriously replied that there were rumors of a horde of zombies heading straight this way. The young man looked up at the sky and nonchalantly replied that in that case he would go take a look. He immediately used his flight power to soar into the air before the gapes of the entire crowd. Everyone was thrown into a panic. They rubbed their eyes in awe, saying he truly was a remarkable god, while Tren Hao stood below muttering about when this guy had grown stronger again and where his limits lay. A surge of excitement rose within him as he saw the timing of this appearance was perfect. Looking down from above, the true god was horrified to witness an entire horde of zombies swarming the base, and he secretly cursed those scoundrels for intentionally luring the monsters there. As soon as he landed, Tren Hao frantically asked about the situation. He replied that someone had intentionally baited the zombies and that the group of 3, though the strongest, were only intermediate awakened ones, so there was nothing to worry about, though speaking of which, what did you call me earlier? The true god corrected himself, saying the jokes could wait and that he had to deal with those people first, while Tadina stood next to him, pointing at her chest and making incomprehensible groans. Seeing her demeanor, he correctly guessed she wanted to go into battle herself to take revenge, making her smile and nod in confirmation. The true god was completely at ease entrusting it to her, telling her to leave all those Westerners to her to handle. He gently advised Dinah not to push herself too hard and to take good care of herself. She softly accepted his advice. Waving goodbye, she then sped off as fast as lightning. Everyone who witnessed it with their own eyes gasped in awe at her terrifying speed. Standing beside him, Tren Hao felt somewhat anxious about how she would manage, while Trung then calmly reassured him to rest easy, because she was more than capable of knowing her own limits. He gently inquired, "How is the situation with the agricultural produce I asked you about? Lead the way and let me take a look." Upon hearing this, Tren Hao felt relieved and happily led the way, saying it was over in this direction. The sky was vast and clear blue, casting warm rays of sunlight down onto the vast field where many people were working enthusiastically. As Tren Hao walked, he reported that the seasonal progress was very promising. "We have mobilized 300 workers. Currently, we harvest about 4 tons of crisp fruit, 7 tons of fleshy potatoes, and 2 tons of saja per week." Hearing this, Trung then was extremely satisfied and praised, "Great, in 6 days the demon suppression order will be lifted. Even though it is only partially resolved, all the soil has been contaminated and easily causes mutations." He suddenly turned to look straight at Tren Hao and instructed him seriously that no matter how hard it got, he must never slack off. For the next 6 days, we must go all out to nurture the crops. Hearing the order, Tren Hao immediately voiced his compliance. Large trucks slowly rolled forward, advancing deep inside. The guy with the crew cut smirked sneeringly. 4 armored vehicle squads are in position, ready for an all-out attack at any moment. The guy with spiked hair, eyes glued to his binoculars, replied, to break through the defense line of the Long Country people, how many vehicle squads do you think we need? He curled his lip and replied concisely, the bodies of the Long Country people are inherently flimsy, 1 squad is more than enough. The other nodded in approval. That's right, I think so too. Last time when leveling the power station in Africa, it was over before we even got started. Hopefully, this time the Long Country crowd won't disappoint us, brothers. He suddenly froze, his eyes widening. What kind of monster is that? Through the binoculars, Dinah's silhouette shot up like an arrow, charging straight toward them. Panicking, they yelled out in alarm. Look quickly. What on earth just rushed out from the Long Country base that's running so fast? Dinah leaped high into the air, doing a beautiful flip that left the enemy's jaw dropped in astonishment. Only then did they realize in shock that the person standing in front of them was actually a woman. But it was already too late. Dinah swung her hands with sharp claws, slashing in an arc that caused them to collapse in disarray. The guy with spiked hair, his face pale as a ghost, still gritted his teeth, wielded a blade and charged forward, shouting that an enemy was attacking. Unexpectedly, with just a casual flick of her hand, that blade shattered into pieces. He stared blankly at the weapon in his hand, which now had nothing left but the hilt, so terrified that he peed his pants. Before he could beg for his life, Dinah thrust her hand through him, sending him straight to the afterlife. The guy with the crew cut gaped, wondering how this could be happening. Standing frozen to the spot, he muttered to himself, his power was clearly at the level of a rank 2 awakened. Why did he die such a ridiculous death? The moment Dinah stabbed her sharp claws into the ground, the crew cut guy managed to jump and dodge in time. Rolling on the ground, he grumbled angrily, damn it, that speed is terrifying, I nearly lost my life. From her palms, brilliant beams of light burst forth, radiating in all directions. The buzz-cut man was sweating profusely out of fear. The driver looked up frantically to see what was happening, his voice stammering as he asked what was going on. The engine suddenly exploded, throwing bodies into the air before they vanished into a sea of fire. The bald man tumbled to the ground, wailing in agony from his injuries. His henchman rushed over anxiously, crying out, Boss, are you alright? Enraged, he slapped the man across the face and scolded, you were absolutely pathetic. Are you useless fools just gonna stand there? Charge! At his command, the soldiers advanced with their guns. Meanwhile, Dinah took a deep breath. Then she let out a piercing scream. Powerful sonic waves swept through, dazing the approaching crowd. The horde of zombies on the left was immediately drawn by the noise. Even the hungry ghouls on the right turned their heads to look back. They lunged forward like mindless beasts, tearing into everything with a desperate hunger to devour their prey alive. The soldiers shouted in terror, how can she summon zombies? Is she from the Morning Sect and not a citizen of Long Kingdom? No sooner had he spoken than dozens of zombies lunged at them. Shoot them quickly. It's no use, there are too many of them and they reach too close. In the end, they only managed a weak cry for help before being completely overwhelmed by the bloodthirsty horde. The short-haired man cursed as he fired his weapon. Damn it, if it weren't for those cursed mourners, it wouldn't have come to this. However, he had no idea that Dinah had already silently closed in right behind him. He only had time for a quick glance before her blade severed his head from his neck instantly. The young woman's razor-sharp claws were now stained crimson with blood. The tiny camera mounted on her head had fully recorded the gruesome scene. Elsewhere, a Nilla tribesman named Hanima spoke harshly as he typed away. Those Westerners are truly useless, dying by the claws of the very zombies they lured here. Their leader, Tang Giep, chuckled disdainfully. Forget them. Whether they re-here or not, we still have to handle this ourselves. She stroked a small green snake and whispered, our goal is to expand the sect. If the people of Long Kingdom want to submit, then let them suffer, Naima asserted confidently. He slowly turned around and said with a smile, everything is ready. A squad of Nilla troops began to advance, every one of them brimming with spirit and arrogance. Even the 2 leaders, Tang Giep Yma, personally joined the battle. They charged straight toward the tightly bolted gates of the barracks. Seeing that, the 2 men above were scared out of their wits. One shouted that someone was approaching, asking who it was. The one looking through binoculars replied hurriedly, it's those guys. Oh no, the Nila are attacking. Go report to the Divine Envoy immediately. He immediately clicked away on the screen and replied, I understand. Inside, Tren Hao was pacing restlessly. Miss Chuanglan still hadn't returned. Could something have happened? He wondered, trying to stay calm. It'll be fine, she suddenly a clear ping sound rang out. As soon as Tren Hao opened it to check, he jumped and exclaimed, they moved so quickly. Chuanglan asked impatiently, Tren Hao, what on earth is going on? Breaking into a cold sweat, he reported, it's the Nilla, their speed has exceeded our expectations, they already here. Chuang then showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, she smiled calmly and said, don't worry, they were just a ragtag bunch, I'll handle them. Standing nearby, Little Hai pleaded excitedly, Daddy boss, please let me go too. He pinched her cheek and said, it's been a while since you had some exercise. I'm leaving those Nilla to you. Triu Hai Diet also spoke up eagerly, brother, then I want to go with Little Hai too. Seeing this, he gave in. Alright, it's a minor matter, if you're both interested, then go ahead, just be careful. Upon hearing that, Little Hai was extremely excited. She bolted off as fast as a rabbit, letting out a joyful laugh. A trivial matter like this doesn't require the boss to step in, Hai Diet called out while chasing after her. Little Hai, wait for me. Bangkok exclaimed, that girl is really fast. Changok standing behind added, but Little Hai's personality seems a bit different lately, doesn't it? Tren Hao nodded in agreement. A powerful kick slammed down right in front of the Nilla army. JP laughed loudly, filled with arrogance and defiance. This is the place, is Tidit. He pointed straight at the door in front of him and shouted, everyone get ready to reclaim my honor. Nhaima, standing behind him, suddenly turned pale, looking extremely panicked. He lunged forward to grab Giepwai and shouted a warning, "It's dangerous, Chief, be careful." Just as Giepwai uttered, "What was that?" his subordinate's head exploded. The one who fired was Hidayat. She looked a bit regretful. "Darn, that guy looked like the leader. What a shame I couldn't take him out in one shot." Little Hai immediately spoke up to comfort her. "Don't be sad, Mommy Hidayat. Just leave it to me." The little girl dashed off at the speed of light. Still smiling brightly, she said, "So you read the snake-loving bunch, huh?" Naima immediately jumped in front to block her and barked, "Chief, get back." He thought to himself, how is she so fast, while Little Hai continued her charge. Is it this girl again? The girl threw an earth-shattering punch forward and greeted, "Hello there, you invaders." He also hurriedly swung his fist with all his might to fight back. But as a result, he was sent flying backward, coughing up a mouthful of bright red blood. Then he collapsed to the ground in excruciating pain. Giepwai rushed over in a panic to support him and screamed, "Naima." Naima lay motionless, blood pooling at the corners of his mouth. He struggled to speak. "I am sorry, Cheek. I am so useless." Giepwai grit his teeth and roared, "Damn it, how dare she strike and wound you so severely." Immediately afterward, she flung the python wrapped around her neck to the ground, roaring with resentment and swearing never to show mercy. The giant creature immediately opened its gaping red mouth, revealing 4 razor-sharp fangs. Hidayat cried out in a panic to warn her, "Xiao Hai, get out of the way quickly." But the creature had already swallowed half of the little girl's body. Seeing Hidayat cowering in a dark corner, Giepwai spoke up mockingly. "So it turns out you have an accomplice." She waved her hand, ordering her subordinates to charge forward and seize the girl immediately. The greedy snake swallowed Xiao Hai whole. However, it soon began to writhe on the ground in agony. Giepwai turned deathly pale with confusion, unable to understand what was happening. The monster's belly suddenly began to swell. The bulging area tore open, spraying blood. Xiao Hai ripped open the snake's belly and leaped out, followed by a shower of bright red blood. As soon as she landed, the little girl charged straight toward the Nila soldiers, delivering a punch that knocked them all out. The little girl pouted and complained that their pet was too aggressive and not fun at all. Giepwai's legs buckled and she could barely stand, unable to believe the child was still alive and had killed her pet. She xickly snatched a sword from the ground, hissing with pure hatred. She swung the sword high to gain momentum and charged, screaming at her opponent to return her pet snake, Xiaothan. However, before the blade could strike, Xiao Hai vanished and reappeared right behind her. The child reached out her hand and teased, "You're way too slow, auntie." Then she decisively delivered a powerful palm strike directly to the woman's back. The terrifying force of the blow made her cough up a mouthful of dark red blood. The devastating blow sent Giepwai face first onto the cold ground, terrifying the surrounding soldiers. Standing tall, Xiao Hai mocked them. "Is this all the Nila soldiers are capable of?" Meanwhile, she lay sprawled in a pool of blood, her heart filled with hatred as she wondered why such a terrifying monster existed in this remote place. In a split second, the willed alive pushed Jap back to her feet. As she fled for her life, she turned back and shouted defiantly, "A wise person waits for their time. I'll be back to settle the score another day." Xiao Hai crouched into a fighting stance and shouted, "I'm not done playing yet. Where do you think you're going?" Across from them, Hidayat lay flat on the ground, aiming her gun forward. "This territory isn't a marketplace where you can just come and go as you please." She was aiming her gun directly at the woman's head, right after that delivering an extremely fatal blow. The bullet tore through the wind, and the armored man, panicked and drained of all color in his face, screamed loudly. The bullet had barely grazed him when it ripped his flesh to pieces in a flash. The little child jumped up in joy and praised her mom for being super awesome. Trio Hai smiled gently and said, "You are the talented one. I only helped a little." Before she could take 2 steps, the ground shook violently. She turned around in bewilderment and asked what sound that was, and Hidai guessed it must be an earthquake. The two of them looked down and saw a horde of zombies swarming in, looking terrifying. She screamed out loud, "Damn it, look at those zombies." Then she grabbed the child's hand, pulled hard, and said, "Let's get out of here fast." Taduna dragged herself back in a battered state as the crowd of zombies kept multiplying like a Mongol army. Those people over on this side shouted, trembling and despairing, "What is this? We are definitely doomed." They collapsed to the ground, whimpering and cursing that this time there was no way they could escape. The screaming grew more and more piercing, just like sounds emitting from the deepest depths of hell. Duna leaped far into the air, then rushed in to block the way, trying her best to hold the zombies back. The young man up high saw the scene and panicked, shouting loudly that the zombies were coming. Everyone frantically tried to slam the door bolts shut tightly. Truongnan and Trinho hurried out, looking extremely puzzled. What on earth is going on? Weren't the zombies already dealt with? Truongnan paused for a moment. The two of them stood high up, looking down at the demons swarming densely all over the ground. The zombies had hideous faces with bloodshot eyes, looking even more spine-chilling. The group of people above were choked by fear to the point that even with guns in hand, their limbs trembled so much they didn't dare pull the trigger. When the monstrous army accelerated and rushed forward, they panicked and shouted urgently, "Hurry up and open." Truongnan rubbed his chin and thought and said, "Well, after all, Tudune also has the ability to summon zombies." He looked down at her, struggling hard as she slashed at each creature, and silently muttered to himself, "But she still can't control it yet, so things seem unstable. Summoning them herself and then fighting them herself is just too ridiculous." Trenhao stood nearby looking anxious. Is Truongnan still not planning to make a move? The gunman beside him screamed in panic, "Oh no, they're about to break the door down and rush in." As soon as they finished speaking, the two tried to slip away but were met with a stinging slap and a stern warning. In such a dire situation, how could they say such discouraging words? Trenhao tried to reassure his teammates that with a god here there was nothing to fear, but the guy covered his face and replied tearfully that unfortunately that was the zombie lord, not a joke. How could any god fight that? He screamed in despair that they would all die if they didn't run. Tren Hao thought deeply, knowing these zombies were like mosquitoes to that god, but there was one snag. I have no control over when he decides to take action. Isn't the work done yet? At that moment, someone excitedly ran to report to the god that the zombies were about to swarm in. He only gave a slight grunt while she frantically asked what to do next, fearing Tren Hao would surely be finished this time. He then spun around in the air and spoke, "The big ones in the back have all gathered enough now. Well then, you people just stay right here. Let me step in and wipe them all out." His whole body suddenly erupted in deep blue light as he unleashed the Death Storm move. He dashed forward as fast as a whirlwind. Even though there was very little hope, only hoping to pick up a few stray energy-gathering cores. The young men manning the guns on the tower gaped in astonishment. Is that a true god? He really dares to go one-on-one with the zombie lord. Like a literal meat grinder, without breaking a single sweat, the god turned and swung his sword, tearing the sky apart. The crowd screamed in panic upon seeing the muscular giant zombies. This is bad, the ancient swarm has appeared. They trembled and let their guns hang loose. As soon as they appeared, they snatched 3, so how could a true god win? Don't be foolish, their combat power is terrifying, but don't worry. Tren Ha's sudden appearance made them cry out to the heavens. He told them to rest easy because he had seen it with his own eyes before. The sight of a lone person battling the ancient swarm took place just as the monster lunged down. Holding his sword, the god soared up into the high sky. If it were just dealing with them one by one, it would be effortless. He thought to himself that the trouble this time was the terrifying number of them. Soul core resonance was underway. The true god grumbled irritably to himself, so annoying, if this keeps up I'll be worn to the bone. He thought to himself in his mind again. I must quickly find a way to cleanly handle the ancient swarm while saving as much energy as possible to deal with the rest of the zombies. While the massive ancient swarm was roaring furiously below, the god had flown high into the air to set up a formation. A brilliant stream of shimmering golden light flared up, covering an entire area of space. That dazzling aura made the ancient swarm tremble in fear and bow their heads. He raised his hand to point ahead as circles of talismans surrounded him. He unleashed his ultimate formation and whispered to himself, now is the time. Everyone present was terrified out of their wits upon witnessing that legendary magical strike. The young man gathered all his strength to launch a decisive strike. A beam of golden light shot down from the formation like an arrow, piercing straight into the monster horde. The power of a true god left everyone present in shock. A single finger of the deity created a terrifying explosion with thick smoke and fire rising into the air. Any monsters that failed to dodge in time were instantly defeated by this attack. The devastating power made everyone cover their faces as the smoke cleared. Whispers of amazement emerged that they had been wiped out. Xiaoxai and the woman in the white dress squinted at the blinding light, then stammered about how terrifying this divine power was. Zhang Shen noticed the aftershocks exceeded his expectations and pulled the pink-haired girl back, his tone apologetic yet confident that he had slightly miscalculated. That statement implicitly confirmed that everything was still under control, yet the remaining monsters had already begun to twitch and advance. The girl looked at him with panicked eyes while he contemplated a new strategy to wipe them out, though he felt powerless to do so. Many creatures were still not fully dead in the distance. This surplus of energy was truly not enough to finish them off. He suddenly pushed the pink-haired girl behind him and told her to retreat. Depleted of his internal energy, he chose another method with a firm, unwavering gaze. The young man mused that constantly wasting such a large amount of internal energy was not a good idea, so he might as well try a more unique technique. Immediately, Zhang Shen summoned 2 automatic sentry towers to deal with them. Upon detecting approaching monsters, they would fire intense blasts to eliminate them before they could react. A mechanical sound rang out, signaling that the automatic energy charging was complete. At that moment, a series of ideas flooded his mind incessantly. He whispered to himself that this efficiency was not bad at all as the 2 machines simultaneously emitted success alerts. The young man leapt up onto the roof of the high-rise building. Despite everyone's astonishment, he told himself that everything was temporarily settled, so he might as well head back first. The man in the blue shirt respectfully bowed and expressed absolute loyalty to the divine messenger, while the man with the gun beside him was secretly amazed at the boy's current abilities. The woman in the white dress looked up at him with admiration and could not hide her curiosity about that strange new weapon, and he replied frankly without hiding anything. It was just an item he had recently acquired and was testing out. Although it hadn't taken down the final boss yet, the results were quite promising, making Xiaoxi and everyone else jump for joy while he smiled in relief. The 2 men with guns standing by the watchtower chatted excitedly. The one in black praised the true god for being incredibly cool, and the one in white chimed in with equal enthusiasm. Just as he thought they were done, for he was suddenly gagged before he could understand what was happening. A blade struck his throat, causing blood to gush out. The other man fared no better. While he was in the middle of asking who was there, he was stabbed from behind and collapsed as fresh blood poured out like a stream. Standing opposite was a muscular, long-haired man with a fierce expression, clutching a sharp knife and declaring that if they had to die here today, then so be it. A short-haired man rushed over to report to the boss that the water plant's defense zone had attracted the attention of the wild beasts. The leader rested one hand on his hip, held the knife with the other, and laughed triumphantly, praising his subordinate for the good opportunity that had arrived. The short-haired man happily announced that they had just found a farm nearby, making the leader extremely excited about the delicious resources those weaklings possessed. He sneered, using the heel of his shoe to kick hard at the shoulder of the black-clad corpse he had just finished off. He smirked meaningfully and ordered his accomplices to search the nearby warehouses for food, and the lackey eagerly obeyed. The sky was vast and deep blue with a few white clouds drifting aimlessly. Amidst the crowded skyscrapers, the man in the hat grumbled about the patrol team, wondering where they had disappeared to and why they hadn't returned for their shift change. The person standing next to him offered an excuse, saying they were likely so mesmerized by the divine offerings that they lost track of time, but the man in the hat, still irritated, turned to urge the pink-haired girl to discipline her subordinates immediately. Before he could finish his sentence, his face contorted in sheer terror, and he could only stammer a few disjointed sounds, leaving the ice-wielding woman standing nearby confused as to what the hell was happening. The whole group rushed to the two corpses lying stiff on the ground. The ice-wielding woman gasped in fear at the horrific scene, while the man in the trench coat noticed something unusual and told everyone to look closely at the wounds on their bodies. He shouted in a panic that they had been murdered, causing the girl to turn pale and break out in a cold sweat as she realized the danger that an enemy had infiltrated their ranks. An overwhelming sense of unease rose within her, for anyone capable of slipping past the dense patrol without making a sound was surely no ordinary foe, so she shouted an order for the man in the hat to go seek help from the gods, and he hurriedly obeyed and scrambled away. He hadn't gone far before a giant lunged from a dark corner, grabbed him by the throat, and hoisted him into the air. The giant's hands, strong as pincers, caused the man to turn blue in the face as he could only gurgle in agony, and the killer, with blood-red eyes, wore a savage grin as he whispered for his prey not to leave so quickly. He coldly snapped the poor man's neck, causing fresh blood to spray everywhere. Witnessing the brutal scene, the group was paralyzed with terror as the killer released his grip, letting the limp body collapse onto the floor. He glared at the people before him with murderous intensity and grumbled that these guards were truly annoying. Before he could act cocky, he took a powerful punch from the ice-wielding woman, causing blood to gush all over his face. In the blink of an eye, the girl had darted toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. She put all her strength into a fatal strike that sent him flying several meters away. She quickly turned her head and shouted, urging the rest of the group to find a way to escape immediately. The man in the trench coat was deathly pale, his anxiety clearly etched into every feature. He tried to reassure himself that as long as they escaped this place and sought divine help, they would be fine. But that thought was suddenly interrupted. Unfortunately, he suddenly slipped and fell hard onto the solid ground. Before he could stand up and continue running, just as he was pushing himself up, a surge of invisible force tore through his chest, causing him immense pain, and the large hole in his chest left blood spurting out uncontrollably. The short-haired man standing next to him witnessed the event and was so horrified that he could only emit a faint, weak cry. Unexpectedly, the long-haired leader appeared from behind a wall, holding out his hand with a provocative expression as if to challenge them, leaving the ice-wielding girl standing there in a panic, dripping with cold sweat. The short-haired man's cry of despair made her turn around in surprise, only to see him staggering forward while still screaming uncontrollably. A firm hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. He pulled the man back with great force, accompanied by a stream of vulgar curses. The sudden jerk caused the short-haired man to lose his balance and fall desperately, while the muscle-bound man who had been punched earlier by the ice-wielding woman regained consciousness. He angrily threw a dark figure onto the ground and growled, cursing the girl for the painful punch. His face was bruised with a streak of dried blood on his nose. He turned to his leader, begging to be the one to personally torture the girl, while the leader only sneered at his subordinate's disheveled appearance. On the ground, the corpse of the short-haired man lay face down, deep in the dirt after the brutal throw, ending his life in extreme pain. The ice-wielding woman looked at the body lying motionless on the ground with tear-filled eyes, her heart full of sorrow at such an unacceptable and savage method of killing. The disheveled ringleader, clutching a sharp knife, glanced at his subordinate to signal that he could rough her up as much as he liked, but he was absolutely forbidden from killing her. The henchman's face lit up with joy, his eyes bloodshot with mania as he summoned all his strength to deliver a thunderous punch. A terrifying force suddenly emitted a brilliant flash of light, hurtling straight toward the poor girl. He let out a sinister, savage laugh and sprang up, intending to follow through with another fatal blow. Unable to react in time, she could only clench her hands into fists, her eyes wide with shock and terror. He leapt into the air and swung his knife down with a hacking motion. Helpless, she could only raise her arms in a desperate attempt to block the attack. Unexpectedly, the ringleader's knife flew in to intercept the blow, causing the subordinate to shout angrily at his leader. With corpses scattered all around and her fallen comrades now lying forever on the cold ground, the ringleader pointed his finger and barked at his foolish subordinate. "I told you not to kill her, why are you so reckless?" The simpleton scratched his head, offered a sheepish smile, and mumbled an apology. Still seething with murderous intent, he glared at the girl with a hateful expression, thinking to himself that these people were from the Dragon Kingdom, so there was no need to show mercy. The leader grimaced and explained to his subordinate that the others had hidden the food too well, so keeping her alive to lead the way was the most logical choice. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other man grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head back, while his other hand gripped her arm like an iron vice. With a face distorted by fury, he sneered and gave her a sharp, painful yank, causing her to let out a sharp cry of agony. Trembling all over from the pain, the gang leader toyed with the knife in his hand and warned her that if she wanted to live, she had better obediently lead the way to the food supplies. He sneered, making the vile remark that if she didn't like it, they would just use her as target practice and deal with the consequences later. His fighting spirit ignited again. The henchman pressed her head down, grinning wickedly and demanding to just snap her neck and be done with it, which left her pale with fear. Terrified at the thought of being used as a human shield, she quickly shouted that she agreed and knew where the hiding place was. Hearing this, the henchman finally let go with a click of his tongue, while the leader gloated, "Now that's what I call being sensible." Clutching her bruised arm, she felt a surge of panic and anxiety, knowing that it wasn't tea time for the guard change yet, so there was absolutely no one around in this area. Glancing at the subordinate standing next to her, she secretly calculated that she needed to stall for time and find a way to sound the alarm later, so she urged the short-haired man to follow her this way. Following closely on her heels were the ringleader and his pack of burly, aggressive henchmen. He growled a threat, telling her it would be best not to pull any tricks if she didn't want to meet a disastrous end. Leading them to a large locked door, she pointed and said this was the storeroom. The wily leader immediately shouted at her to open it at once. Taking advantage of the moment, she reached out to unlock the door. The henchmen around them took the opportunity to shower their leader with obsequious flattery. Truly worthy of a brilliant boss, finding a guide so perfectly. All right, get in there and check it out quickly, you lot. As the door creaked open, the henchman's eyes went wide with astonishment, while the leader grinned from ear to ear, completely satisfied by the massive wealth before him. They swarmed into the warehouse, which was filled with crates of all sizes, and cheered in delight. The long-haired man urged everyone to search the place thoroughly for him. A blond man ripped open a sack nearby and excitedly reported to the boss that he had discovered countless precious seeds. The scarred man standing nearby had just sliced open a bulging bag and turned his head to boast, "Look, there are even sweet potatoes here." Hearing those words, the gang leader burst into loud laughter, his hands cradling the spoils he had just seized, one side filled to the brim with seeds and the other with a few sweet potatoes. Seeing what a great bargain this was, he immediately gave loud orders to his henchmen. "You guys collect all of this into the storage space. Let's consider this a little extra porridge for ourselves." After hearing the order, the short-haired underling stood there blankly, completely confused. He frantically screamed at them not to leave him behind, while the girl remained stunned by this sudden, sharp turn of events. Seizing the moment while the robbers were distracted by the pile of food, she immediately turned and ran, thinking this was the golden opportunity to escape. Bangkok dashed outside in a flash and slammed the door shut. Panic-stricken and trembling, she used all her strength to block the door to trap the gang inside. Hearing the sudden commotion behind them, the muscular men were startled and whipped their heads around toward the direction where she had just fled. The ringleader, with his long hair and beard, also stood there with his jaw dropped in surprise. Once he regained his composure, he jumped up and took off like an arrow, cursing his underlings for being useless for letting a girl slip away, which led the henchman to mutter apologies because he had not expected her to run so fast. Enraged, he shouted that people have legs and are supposed to run. His fury peaking, he swung his powerful fist, ready to teach her a lesson she would never forget once he caught her. "Remember her face, don't even think about letting her escape," he said, pouring all his resentment into a devastating punch that slammed into the door. The frustration of letting easy prey slip through his fingers made him even more furious. One could only imagine that if that punch had landed on a person, they would surely have met their ancestors, and eventually, he smashed the door open, revealing Bangkok standing outside. Meeting the sharp, piercing gaze of the gang leader, her face went deathly pale and she froze for 5 seconds, paralyzed by terror. In this dire situation, her first instinct was to call out to the savior of her life. "I have to find him quickly, save me. Someone save me." On the rooftop of a high-rise building, a group of 4 stood waiting for news from the others. Suddenly, the protagonist sensed something strange, as if a sound was echoing from somewhere. The girl beside her then pointed toward herself, confused. He turned to ask if she had heard the sound that just came through, and she quickly gestured toward the west. Before he could make sense of it, Hai Diet asked about the situation, and he replied that it seemed the two of them had heard calls for help from that direction. But the sound of gunfire was so deafening that he could not be sure. Startled, she gasped and asked if that wasn't the agricultural area or the food warehouse. He immediately turned around and said that if so, it was highly likely someone was lurking there for food, so they should go check it out, and Hai Diet firmly agreed right away. Meanwhile, Bangkok was still starring in a breathless chase with the cold-blooded leader, running for her life while screaming for help. Fortunately, just in the nick of time, a flying blade came from the opposite direction and struck the coarse hand of the pursuer. Fresh blood gushed out, spraying everywhere in a truly terrifying sight. One henchman cried out in panic, but the boss, ignoring the pain, laughed bitterly and said that it turned out this woman had run to get reinforcements. Tren Hao appeared at just the right moment, asking who these people were who had broken in. Hearing that, the girl whimpered and called his name in her panic. He gently said that he saw the area was full of corpses and was glad she was safe. At this, her eyes welled up, and tears began to roll down her cheeks. The most terrifying thing was that the leader was still full of vigor and determined to level his opponents. How dare he show off before an expert? Does he want to escape with his life? This time they have really stirred up a hornet's nest. He lunged forward like a ferocious storm, radiating an intense murderous intent. "For amateurs like you to occupy this entire fertile land, so what do you think we are here for?" Just a split second later, Trong then appeared imposingly, grabbing the razor-sharp knife edge with his bare hands to protect him, leaving him stunned in amazement. Tren Hao rambled on incessantly, "Oh my god, is it a robbery? Look, it's Trong." She was as overjoyed as if she had struck gold and screamed his name. "Trong then." The ringleader, boiling with rage, roared, "Brat, who do you think you are?" Her voice whispered softly, "Trong then, maybe this is the third group planning to ambush our camp. They are terrifying, please be careful." He replied calmly, "It's nothing, just a few small fry, what is there to fear?" Hearing Trong then's arrogant tone, he sneered sarcastically, "Quite a big mouth you have there." This time he didn't bother using his bare hands to teach them a lesson, but went all out, pulling out a massive axe. Originally, he only intended to sneak around and make a little profit, but since things have come to this, he might as well go all in. Unfortunately for them, this guy was truly a daredevil who didn't care about the consequences. He rallied his 500 brothers to fight to the death. "Follow me, wipe them out, and seize this camp." Trenha's blood boiled as he rushed in to fight the lowlifes to the end. How insolent, you dare try to eliminate our camp's people. Both sides simultaneously drew their weapons ready for battle. Is this all the skill you have? It really ruins the mood. Just a second later, the sword in his hand shattered into fragments, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds. Back to Chuang then, even though he had to face 2 enemies alone, his movements remained extremely graceful and fluid, dodging hits masterfully. The leader thought to himself, this kid might not be scary yet, but that position is likely no joke. Hai Diet on the other battlefield was also fighting just as vigorously without wavering. The women he brought along were also much more stubborn than the trash from earlier, forcing our squads to split their forces to deal with them with great difficulty. Every one of his underlings was tall and muscular, but they were all relentlessly beaten by the women. He stepped forward with intense murderous intent, aiming to take one life first. Where are you looking so blankly? Taking advantage of his carelessness, he pointed the sharp knife tip straight at the opponent's throat. Suddenly, the leader's silhouette began to blur, no longer clearly visible. Trenhao stammered in confusion and afterimage, only realizing it now. Too late, darling, he replied coldly. He swung the massive axe forcefully, causing the surrounding atmosphere to shift violently. Because of that, he took a heavy blow, spitting up fresh blood and coughing uncontrollably. Witnessing that pathetic scene, he walked over leisurely and mocked, a piece of trash from the Dragon Kingdom who can't even withstand 3 of my moves. Without showing any mercy, he swung the axe down on him as if cutting through a banana tree. What right do you have to hog such a massive stash of food and supplies? Bangkok saw this and cried out in panic. Chuang then, brother Trin. Yeah, he replied quickly, grasping that the situation was hanging by a thread. He neatly took care of the blonde squad leader, then lunged like lightning toward the leader and Trenhao. With just one throw, the 2 burly men slammed into each other painfully. The horrific force of the impact collapsed a nearby wall. Nothing could stop it. He even conveniently twisted the leader's arm and mocked, you were just a thief, yet you dare to touch my family. The boss face turned pale, completely drained of color. It was truly a case of a grasshopper kicking a carriage. His wrist was nearly crushed to a pulp. The sound of bones snapping one by one was spine-chilling. He still tried to dodge the attack and shouted furiously, you scoundrel, how dare you sneak attack me? Chuang then was determined not to tolerate this kind of trash any longer. He brandished his sword directly at him and said, do I really need a sneak attack to dispatch someone like you? The leader frantically grabbed his axe and held it up to block Chuang then's wrist to escape. He shoved the axe aside and barked, I only got tricked because I was careless, while he just stood there calmly watching. The sword and axe blades ground against each other, sparking fire, as the boss yelled out that he wasn't afraid. While they were struggling, a red glint flashed in Chuang then's eyes as he provoked, really, making the man's face turn purple with rage. He added, I like stubborn ones, as his left hand gathered energy and glowed bright yellow, clearly terrifying the man. Chuang then spoke leisurely while pointing his index finger straight at his opponent's face. On the verge of death yet still talking big, hearing that, the man froze in place. A beam of light pierced the leader's forehead, his eyes rolled back as his head jerked backward. He cried out in agony, then collapsed to the ground, as his subordinates rushed forward in a panic, calling out, big brother, are you okay? The leader rolled several more times before coming to a stop at the feet of his followers. He stared wide-eyed, hoarsely reaching out a trembling arm toward his subordinates in a futile plea for help. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, then his hand went limp and fell heavily onto his chest. The boss officially perished and his followers huddled together in confusion, murmuring, boss is dead, we refinished, what do we do now? Sword in hand, Chuang then charged straight at the leaderless pack and coldly declared, simple, I'll send you all after him. He swung his sword fluidly with a barrage of strikes, leaving his opponents no time to react. Each sword stroke unleashed a brilliant flash of radiance. Then he stomped his toe firmly into the ground to establish a solid foothold. Then he stood tall and proud, ignoring the subordinates behind him who were writhing and screaming from fatal wounds. Trenhao watched from the sidelines with his mouth agape in shock, muttering, in just half a month how has his combat power improved so terrifically. Suddenly a large, fierce bird lunged out from the cliff, blocking the path and extending its talons to seize them. Chuang then was startled as this uninvited guest suddenly appeared to ambush them. The giant monster lashed out fiercely with its arm, flinging the group of people into the air like ragdolls. It stomped heavily onto the ground where Hai Dut and Tiduhi were standing, heeding the careful warning from Hai Dut. Both of them jumped up to dodge the blow by a hair's breadth. Tran Engik rushed in from behind Tranto and shouted loudly for it to stop, while gripping her sword tightly with a look of firm determination, because this was the final defense line that was not allowed to fall. Unfortunately, the beast was too aggressive. It delivered a thunderous kick that caused Tralananto to scream in pain before tumbling over, and Tranangiki was also caught in the fallout, dropping her dagger. At this moment, Trienju then was still gliding his sword flexibly, a strange doubt surging in his heart. How on earth did something still manage to slip through the net? He gained momentum and flew straight toward the enemy, which had already spotted him while he was still busy pondering whether he had missed any defensive gaps. Trani then gritted his teeth tightly, channeled all his strength into his arm, and thrust his sword straight into its collarbone. Pierced by the blade, the monster was in so much agony that it opened its mouth wide and let out a pathetic roar. Seizing the opportunity while its mouth was still open, he immediately executed a technique, focusing his energy into his index finger and aiming straight down its throat. A brilliant golden beam erupted, accompanied by a resounding explosion, and immediately afterward there was no trace of the monster to be seen. The terrifying technique had blown off its head, leaving the lifeless carcass swaying and losing its balance, which left Cherzanako's group standing in stunned amazement. Tralanto cheered with joy, clasping his hands tightly in excitement. It was such a relief that Traling Then had stepped in to save the day. Finished with that, he lightly leaped up to the roof of a nearby high-rise building, Casting his gaze down from above, the 3 watchtowers still stood tall and steady. He wondered to himself, the warning towers were still here, bodies were scattered all over the ground, and the white smoke hadn't cleared yet, so how on earth did the monsters manage to infiltrate this place? But then he waved his hand lazily. Well, that matter could wait, he should just deal with the immediate mess first. Standing atop the building, he raised his hand to issue a recall command, and instantly the 2 watchtowers, enveloped in a blue light, began to shrink and fly toward him. Haidit ran up behind him in admiration, saying, "Lord Then, your equipment is amazing. If you put it up for sale, I am sure people would line up to buy it." Hearing this, he was stunned for a few seconds. He pondered for a moment and then muttered, "Sell them." Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and laughed happily. "Oh right, I still have a whole pile of stuff like this. Selling them to make money is a brilliant idea." No sooner said than done. He opened the system interface to search while muttering to find his way. At the Asake Hotel, a horde of zombies was swarming in, tightly surrounding the entrance. They snarled and lunged furiously toward the man wearing a hat. "Damn it, the zombies are targeting us," Asake shouted while firing bullets continuously with the support of his teammate beside him. Suddenly, the gun in his hand made a dry clicking sound. They ran out of ammo at a critical, hair-raising moment. Panicking with his eyes wide open, he screamed, "We done for, the ammunition is completely gone." The zombies had already surrounded the 2 of them, closing in right in front of their faces. A zombie opened its blood-stained mouth right next to Asake's face, causing him to scream in terror. The monster also began to reach out and grab him. Luckily, the blonde young man shouted a warning and grabbed his collar to pull him aside, while using his other hand to stab a vegetable straight into the zombie's head. Then they stood back to back with tense expressions. He remarked that they would eventually die if they stayed here with so many zombies, and Asake glanced over and said they were finished. He worriedly exclaimed that he had run out of ammo, and with the zombies being this big, it would be impossible for anyone to break through the encirclement. At that moment, the system interface suddenly appeared before the blonde young man and displayed a notification. "Asake, I have heavy weapons available, please help me sell them." Asake asked back in surprise, "Weapons?" and immediately a gift box appeared on the screen with a message saying the goods had been sent. "Just sell them all and you will surely gain a profit." Then he clicked on the floating gift box on the screen. In the blink of an eye, several sturdy watchtowers rose up one after another around the 2 of them. Everyone was startled. Suddenly, the watchtowers began to rotate a few cycles. Asake and the blonde young man were frozen for 5 seconds, looking at it with wary eyes. Then it automatically unleashed bullets thunderously, creating earth-shattering explosions. The zombies hit by the bullets shrieked miserably. Some died on the spot while others fled frantically. The blonde young man gaped in surprise, not understanding what on earth was happening anymore. Asake laughed heartily and said it turned out this was Truong's incredible firepower. Immediately, he was overjoyed and cheered that they were saved this time. Any zombie that dared to approach was immediately sent to their death by the watchtower. The weapon system continued to operate at full capacity without rest. The living dead would die instantly after taking just one shot. Their screeching grew increasingly ear-piercing. There was one zombie that, despite being hit by a cluster of bullets, still tried to struggle slightly before expiring. Finally, it lay motionless and collapsed to the ground. Asake and the blonde young man stood there staring blankly. He glanced at the line of firepower and clicked his tongue. Truong's toys looked truly painful and terrifying. Asake questioned why he had so many powerful things, and the blonde young man chimed in. "Boss, did he really leave all these weapons for you to manage?" As the 2 stood behind the machinery chatting excitedly, the automated cannons indeed completely cleared out the zombies, leaving their corpses scattered on the ground. Then Asake pointed at the system screen and reported that he was forced to sell them cheaply at 150 cores each. The blonde young man exclaimed, "That cheap?" Then he sighed warily and said that it was indeed cheap, but he was likely selling at a trial price to gain reputation, and prices would surely increase in a couple of weeks. At this time, Truong was standing on the breezy rooftop of a high-rise building surrounded by a large, bustling crowd. Haidit looked up at the group with curiosity and asked what Brother Then had called everyone here for. He calmly replied to her while tilting his chin to signal Trenho behind him to step forward and restore order to the camp. He called out to Trenho to bring them all out. Trenho answered and then warily dragged Asake and the zombies, who were tied with their hands behind their backs. The people there were terrified to see the zombies tied up in a tangled mess. The man in the blue shirt exhaled and asked if those were real zombies, while the girl in the red shirt was scared to death and cried out, "What are they trying to do?" Trenha dragged the tightly bound zombies and shoved them into a massive iron cage. Then he released the zombies, slammed the door shut, and quickly stepped back as Truong's voice rang out, "Everyone, these zombies will help us weed out the weak. However, our base does not support useless people," he sternly declared. "Therefore, I have designed this challenge for you to overcome yourselves," as the pack of zombies screeched hoarsely and flailed their limbs through the iron bars. Truong then coldly judged, "Those who meet the requirements stay, those who fail leave immediately," while Trenho stood behind and silently gave a firm nod. "Brother Then, you mean you want us to fight these zombies solo?" the brown-haired man asked in a panic, and Truong then replied briefly, "That's right, endure for exactly 10 minutes to pass." Murmurs broke out again. "You've got to be kidding, who can survive so many of them?" The crowd began to buzz with chatter, but Truong then's decree was final. "This area does not tolerate the weak. I'm confident I'll win." Then Truong then turned to give orders. "Tu Hai, go open the cage door, but don't charge in there," and the girl tightly shut her eyes, pulled the latch, and replied, "Yes, it's done." Immediately afterward, everyone gripped their weapons and surged into the tiger-esque cage as the young man leading them shouted, "Charge everyone. I will definitely get through this stage." A few cowards still stood back, not daring to venture near the cage door. Chuang then put one hand on his hip, scanned them, and asked, "Are you guys planning to give up?" And the girl replied tremblingly, "I am really scared." He sighed softly, turned to walk away, and added, "This is the apocalypse. Are you going to apologize to the zombies because you were scared? If you want to stay, enter the danger zone, otherwise get lost." The whole group remained silent, not daring to utter a single word. "Damn it, let's go all the way." As soon as those words were said, everyone tightened their grip on their weapons and charged into the iron cage with murderous resolve. The zombies lunged forward frantically, snapping at them and causing everyone to scatter in fear. Someone screamed loudly, "Help me, everyone." Nevertheless, there were still warriors who risked everything to slay every monster and clear the stage. A woman rushed forward, plunging a strike into the beast in front of her, and didn't he forget to shout to motivate herself, "I'll surely pass and conquer brother than's exam." Pitiful cries for help continued to echo from all sides. "Save me, help." Trong then stood calmly, counting down in his head 876. He swiftly drew the precious sword from his waist and continued counting at a leisurely pace. The boy in the hat knocked down a zombie and cursed, "Damn it, get lost." Unexpectedly, it didn't die but lunged forward and tightly gripped his neck. It bared its hideous, sharp teeth. The young man gave up and waited for death. "Everything's ruined. I am truly at the end of my strength." Just as he surrendered himself to fate, when it seemed he held certain death in his hands, suddenly a sword stroke sliced the zombie's head in half. The whole group cheered with delight. "Long live brother then." He looked down coldly at the crowd and announced, 10 minutes are up. Congratulations, you have passed." The young man joyfully thanked him repeatedly. "What a relief. Thank you, sir." Trong then began rolling up his sleeves for battle and assigned the tasks. "Too high, get the people out of here quickly. Trenhao, follow me." When asked to find someone to take the injured person for treatment, the little girl enthusiastically agreed immediately, and the other guy followed the instructions obediently without any questions. Chuang then was very firm that 10 minutes was the limit. After the treatment, they had to leave immediately, and Trenhao stuttered for a long time before managing to reply that it was okay. Tiu Hai curiously asked quietly, "Dad, are we really going to chase them away?" And he replied, "That's right, because this chaotic era has only just begun." He glanced to the left and added that the impending dangers would only pile up, and they would never have the strength to protect everyone. He sternly asked Hidayat if Trenhao had notified the rest of the group yet. She paused for a moment before saying that although he was sad, he still understood the point. However, these are chaotic times where everything operates according to brutal laws, and relying on others to survive is never a long-term plan. Trung then affirmed that as the leader of the base, he needs to clearly understand that truth in order to survive. The weak only know how to become a burden that drags the entire base into the abyss. He looked at the people lying motionless on the floor and sighed, noting that showing compassion to others is all too easy. But then he added that carrying the lives of too many others on one's shoulders would soon cause oneself to collapse. Trong then expressed very sincerely, "In the end, I only hope that you all live well. That goes for you, Tiu Hai, and Trenhao as well." Trenhao suddenly stepped up from behind and asked what was wrong, to which he could only calmly call out his name. He reported that the injured person had been dealt with and asked for further instructions. Trong then told him to reinforce the base's defenses and not to leave them exposed as before, to which he nodded in agreement and hurried off. The trio turned to leave in unison. Trong then said that was everything for now and it was time to go in and rest, to which Tiu Hai happily replied that she would,